around 10 miles away.
The
So
lake
if the Earth
was flat too, or?
Just let
What?
him go. It's fine. Just let him tell your story. It's okay. Go.
Yeah.
If the Earth was flat, it would have been visible like right away, right?
Forever.
What?
Is he
Okay.
No.
Hold on. Is he talking about
optics doesn't
the
work on a
video
flat Earth
on
because you
Discovery
didn't figure
Channel
it
or
out.
PBS where they use the helicopter? Is he talking about the helicopter video?
No, not about that. I'll just link the video, okay?
Okay.
I think it's a diffraction limit excluding assumption about flat Earth as usual, right? Things don't conceal themselves bottom up over distance. That doesn't happen on a flat Earth because they say it doesn't, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure how that proves the Earth is a globe, but we'll wait and see what he posts, I guess.
This one. Although I was here to just say that the FICO test is bullshit.
Excuse me? How? What? That's ridiculous. Why would you even make that statement?
Yeah, they first of all they didn't level the laser and they didn't use a collimator, so like that just disregards it. Like it just it's not a correct way to conduct an experiment.
He posted the skeptics nonsense video.
A TV show. Great.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a TV show. I didn't even click
the
link here.
Yes, it is. It's a TV show. Yep.
Okay, well,
with music too and a nice intro.
Ooh, really gets you brainwashed, doesn't it? Okay, let's see.
This is the flag on the boat.
Oh, it's like 8 minutes long. Okay, well, I haven't seen
it's not
this
the flag on
one,
the boat.
so
Very simple question would be: can we have a timestamp to when there's evidence for the claim?
Oh yeah, just wait a second.
Yeah, you might want to watch the video first before you post it.
No, I've seen the video. I just don't have the timestamps right now.
Yeah, okay. We've all seen the video as well, and I just posted a picture I cut from the video.
Okay.
Yeah, you're wrong, because look at the horizon. Where's the horizon here?
I'm not talking about this experiment.
you brought it up as
doesn't matter.
evidence.
Where's the
How
horizon?
can you not talk about it? Like, this is insane. Don't bring it up then if you don't want to discuss it.
No, there were like 2 experiments in the video. I was talking about the second one.
You just proved that things disappear over a flat surface, so congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yay!
When did I prove that?
With your video you posted. It shows clearly. I posted a picture from the video showing that the horizon is way behind this little boat. So this thing disappeared not because of Earth curve, but over a flat surface. Thank you.
So like,
Snacks on the back.
So how much do things disappear on a flat Earth? Like, how much would they disappear over distance?
Just like it showed in your picture.
No, like, would they disappear 45 feet? Like
The horizon is,
45 feet?
listen, the horizon is still back behind and higher up than the boat. It's a flat plane that you're showing us. Thanks.
Yeah.
Just look at the I'll just give it.
Yeah, you just destroyed yourself. You don't know what you're talking about, and we have destroyed this argument 1,000 times.
Yeah,
and
so
no
good
one
job.
can stand behind it. You're not gonna.
Good job.
Wait, here, like it's.
We like that when you provide proof of, disproof of your claim. That's great.
I think it's around like 3 minutes 22 seconds. The one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
around
we
there.
see the
like
horizon. Yeah, do you understand the thing about the horizon, young man? That it's further back and higher up than the boat.
Yeah,
Hold on.
That.
He's earlier in the video. He's stuck on the balloon, which was inconclusive.
Yeah.
The part of that video that was supposed to be conclusive was the flag with the lines on the boat, and that has already been debunked. It's over. The
How is
horizon's behind the
how is
boat.
the
There's
balloon
no Earth curvature.
how is the balloon thing inclusive?
Well, they keep watching it. All they're talking about is there's atmospheric effects, there's looming, there's Phantom Morgana. So all they were discussing is how many different effects could affect that particular observation. The part of that video that's supposed to be the damning evidence is the flag on the boat. We've already
Now,
dismissed that with the
uh,
horizon being behind the boat.
well,
We've
the
all seen
horizon.
that video, bro.
So what's what's the thing that's blocking our vision to the bottom stripe?
It's part of
Do you not understand that the horizon is
No,
behind
just
the
no.
boat?
I'm just asking. Yeah, I can see the horizon is behind the boat. I'm just asking
Okay,
what's the
so
thing that's obstructing.
what's blocking the lines is the waves. It's called waves. Have you seen waves before?
Okay, yeah,
They go
but
up and down. They can
yeah,
obfuscate things. They can occult
okay.
things.
Wait. So okay, yeah. Now, there was this another PBS one, I believe. Now, they also conducted 2 tests. One was with a laser.
Okay, homie, can I ask you a question real quick? How many documentaries from these obviously controlled opposition sources are you going to show us? Or can you just go outside and show us how much curvature you got out your window? Can you deal with reality instead of predictive programming and CIA op video? I don't care what the TV says. I don't care
Uh,
who's getting paid to put some propaganda out in front of me. I want you to go outside, give me an observation, measured curvature. Can you do that in reality, or is it just all going to be TV?
yeah, you can do these experiments yourself.
Yeah, we've done them, and we found zero curvature. So
What
now
about the laser one with PBS?
How about
Oh my God,
a
there you
laser
go
over
again.
26 miles? How about that?
What?
We have laser tests over 26-mile lakes. So now
Oh,
what?
can I get an exact target that they hit and what height did they hit the target? Or were they just visible on a camera?
Over 26 miles, you can just pull up the Earth curvature calculator and find out how much hidden.
No. Were they just visible on a camera or did you actually hit a target?
They hit the target over 26 miles.
What was the target? And what height did they hit the target?
Does someone have that FE Core link paper?
So now he's
No, I've
demanding
seen.
proof. So now he's demanding a proof of us for his claim.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
the
asking
positive.
you. No, I'm just asking you. Like you said that you have done these experiments, so I'm just asking which ones.
Yeah, FE Core, hundreds of
Yeah.
laser experiments
Yeah, I
with
just
all the
posted it.
technical data.
So okay,
I
so
just
the
posted it.
FE4.
Go read over it and
I've seen
you
that
get all the
one. So
information you want.
yeah, so FE Core did not use a collimated laser.
Do you see it in the voice text, the live stream voice text? Are you looking in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I am. Now
Okay, well,
I've
Dre's put it,
seen the
hold
document like
on.
100 times.
All the
Okay.
information is in the link at 40 minutes after the hour that Drace Love Wisdom
No,
Harmony put
no,
in the voice text.
I just saw the document. So okay.
No, this says FE Core laser level measurements that Drace put in the voice text. Go to the live stream voice text.
Yeah.
40 minutes after the hour. And
Okay.
FE Core laser level measurements. Click on that link and you can look at it on your own time. That's all the information, all the technical information you're asking about is in that document. Okay?
Okay. Wait.
Yeah. Just take a note on that information is that they hit their target every time. This is my understanding. So how is it a ball if lasers are hitting their targets every time over different distances, different days, different situations, different
Okay.
circumstances?
Well,
Every time.
Mike Kavanagh claimed that he didn't level the laser.
What does it have to do with the laser hitting the target that they're both at known heights?
No, like No, like leveling the laser is an important part of a laser
You know what?
test.
You could
You know that.
if the laser's hitting its target
No,
over
like
flat water, then it's hitting the target.
no, like I could like point a laser downwards on a slope and say that it
Not on a
hit a target.
globe. Not on
You're
a globe.
dismissing the document. It is leveled. You're just looking for
No,
excuses, my guy.
dude,
Mr.
Mike Kavanagh claimed that he didn't level the laser in
Of
an
course,
interview.
it's level. Look at the information. You know what? Just
You're
look at it.
ignoring the document. You're just taking
There's
the piss.
supposed to be a hump of water, a convexity. So there's a high spot, even if it was not leveled, right? You're aiming down, you're missing the point of the high spot in between point A and point B. So from the front of the laser to the target, there should be an obstruction, like a hump. Let's replace the water with sand. If I put a pile of sand between the two, does it matter if it's not leveled? The pile of sand is taller than the target. That's the problem.
I'm sorry
Hey,
to
Wolfgang.
interrupt.
Oh,
Oh.
hey. So just to remind you, it's Precious Metal Takeover. So silver and gold have the live stream right now. Sorry, Wolfgang.
Oh, my bad. All right.
No, it's all good. Sorry.
Ooh, that means I can talk.
Yeah. Let's see. What are you? Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. We'll allow it. Okay. So did you understand what Wolfgang was saying? I missed part of it, but where are you, cool guy?
Yeah.
Cool guy. Do you happen to know what the Earth's radius is by chance?
Yeah, I'm aware. I think
What is the radius?
I think it's around something around 6,000 kilometers. Wait.
Yeah, like 63 something, right?
Yeah.
So do you know how much drop that is required over, let's say, 20 miles?
Wait.
Because of that radius claim, there should be a specific amount of drop.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I'll use a calculator. So like 20
meters?
20 meters.
Over 20 miles. Is that
So
right?
20 miles, right?
Yeah, how many meters of physical drop?
So it's like around 235 feet.
So, therefore, 235 feet. So, therefore, no lighthouses that are less than that height could ever be seen at 20 miles.
Like you could see them. Like
no, not if they're under a physical drop.
Yeah,
if they're
but like
behind a physical drop.
Like light bends and stuff, like refract.
No, it doesn't. We need a citation for that. Can
No,
you show
light
proof
refract.
that light
Like
bends?
light refracts.
Okay, and what do you know what formula is used in refraction? And wait a minute, by the way, what type of refraction are you using? Terrestrial refraction, atmospheric refraction, or Snell's law? Which one?
I think atmospheric refraction. I don't know.
You think?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware.
So you don't know the difference, but you're telling me something is refraction, that
No,
light
like,
bends,
I'm
based on
just
something
saying
you
it could
don't.
be. I'm just saying it could be. I'm not sure. You have not provided like anything.
Yeah, he can see it. That's okay. Yeah, you don't have a radius value. That's used in the formula for refraction. It's never been measured. Unless you can provide us information of a measurement of Earth's curve.
Right, Sonny, if that was a thing, why didn't he come in here and already say, well, everything just already looks flat because it's refracted? You know, they never say that. They ask for curvature, then you don't show them that there's no curvature, now it's refraction. You got to pick one.
But I hand it to Cool Guy that you actually were pretty close to the radius. You knew the radius. Most people come in here and are fighting for the globe. Then you ask them an hour into the conversation, they don't even know the radius. Which is really interesting. I mean...
Like, I cannot hear you.
Here.
because nobody
I
was
can hear
talking.
you.
I wasn't sure if you guys
I,
were done. So
I
do you
couldn't
have
hear you. I couldn't hear
uh,
you for a second.
That
I
was
don't
that
think it.
special pause.
Yeah, we were waiting
Oh,
for everything to sink in for you, perhaps,
oh, okay.
give
See,
you
I
a
love
break.
this.
But
I love this first
So,
question. When was the curvature measured? See, here's the thing. Everyone comes in here and says, even if they know the radius, which is supposed to be 3,959 miles, there would be in your textbooks. I mean, you could find pages everywhere, all over the internet, that would say what a momentous day it was when we verified the exact measurement of curvature of the Earth. It should be everywhere. So I would love for you to provide for us. You can give us a link of the day and who did it. Gave us the exact measurement of the radius of the Earth. Go ahead.
the exact measurements, like I'm aware Eratosthenes did it like 2,000 years ago. So,
Well, it's kind
That
but
of
was
like,
the
important. I mean, we based all of our orbital mechanics, the entire helio-nonsensical model is based on that number, which of course isn't a model because it doesn't work. But I mean, everything is based on that. You can't even get up into the, fairy tale of space without that number. So please tell me when it happened, who did it, on the money. Go ahead.
I just told you, like
2,000 years ago, who did it?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes? Nope,
Yeah.
incorrect. Go ahead and give me the story. Go ahead. I would love to hear this.
What, like, what
Give me
story?
the whole story. Go ahead and read the citation. Do you have a citation? I want to hear this story because we're just going to blow it out of the water as soon as you give it. It's hilarious.
Okay.
It's a pre-assumption. Nothing was measured that day.
Okay. Yeah, I'm aware. Like I think he assumed the rays were coming parallel or something. Yeah.
You couldn't be more vague. I'll tell you the story. He may or
Yeah.
may not have had a servant far away from him who wanted to measure a shadow of a stick at midday, right? That was
Yeah.
pre-assuming parallel light rays from the sun. So already you have a pre-assumption of a ball and a pre-assumption of light rays being parallel. So that whole thing is bunk. It is done for right there. You can't use pre-assumptions. Begging the question, essentially. So give me the day and who did it, who measured the curvature of the Earth, measured it to 3,959 miles. Go ahead.
Hmm. I'll have to look into it. Like I don't have it right now. I'm sorry.
Dude, I'm telling you, this should be easy to find. It's a really important number. It should be the first thing that comes up on the Google feed instead of some obscure nonsense story from 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. It should be a lot more concise, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So when you get that, let me know.
Still believe it's a globe? Because that's all you can do
Okay.
about it. Believe it. You'll never be able to use the globe. Not in constructions, not in flying, not able to use the globe model in agriculture, nothing. And actually is even damaging to health.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't. Like it's all Eratosthenes.
what did you say?
I couldn't find. But it was probably done by NASA or something, by like spacecraft or something.
Probably. Could it be? Do
Yeah,
you have any evidence to support the claims that you're making? Because
that's
that's
what I'm
just
saying. I couldn't find it right now. I'm just saying like it could be. So I never said that it's concrete. Okay.
okay. Did you want to go
Okay. Like I
find
could
what you're
not
looking
find.
for, or what?
Yeah. Yeah. I've tried to find it. Like it'll take some time. So I'll send it to you as soon as I find it. Okay. Does that
Yeah,
work?
that's fine.
Okay.
Well, you can go and look for it. I just know that there's somebody else here that wants to ask a question, so
Oh.
we can get to them, or we can.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. Do you guys believe we should feel the air spinning if it's spinning?
We don't feel movement. There's nothing that proves that we are moving. Would you like to give us some evidence as to how we're moving? Maybe something we can measure or demonstrate?
No.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Aren't they just gonna say that we're moving at the same speed as Earth, so we wouldn't feel it?
Just okay. So first of all, who am I talking to? I didn't recognize that voice.
2 calls below you. I mean, my name's. I don't like being lied to.
Oh no, the movement person.
That's me.
Oh, hi. That's me. CI.
Oh.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so you asked if we feel movement. What part of the human body perceives movement?
I mean, it would be the ears, but do you have a demonstration for movement?
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Are you sure about that? I assume by ear you mean inner ear.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yes, but I don't see how this like.
No, well, no, it's a perfectly fair point. You're
Okay.
asking if we observe movement, and my question to you is, how would you perceive movement? What part of your body would allow you to do that? I mean, visually, if something else moves relative to where you're standing, then you can see movement. But you're talking about feeling movement. So how do we feel movement as human beings?
The vestibular system and the semicircular canals.
You're absolutely certain that that's for detecting movement.
Acceleration, yeah.
There we go.
Movement.
There we go.
Yeah.
That was it right there.
So all circular
otherwise-
motions, you have many circular motions
on.
corkscrewing into and out of each other. So you have nothing but accelerations and deceleration. You don't have constant motion. That's just delusional. So we should feel it. We don't. It's not measurable. It's not detectable. It's just a belief on your part.
But we're not arguing whether it rotates or not. What we're arguing right now, or what we're talking about right now, is whether or not you would be able to feel it if it was.
That
you
that
would.
wasn't my question.
Absolutely.
I was just asking for a demonstration of movement.
Well, the very first question you asked is, do we feel movement? To which the answer is no. And then I asked you, how would you feel movement?
But what about my second question?
Can we deal with the first question?
I'll tell you how you feel movement. I'll give you an example. You go into a car and you drive in tight circles. You feel the movement.
Now, what is it that you're feeling when you move in a tight circle? Because you're not feeling, and first of all, hold on. There's a couple of things to unpack there. First of all, the reason why you tell me actually, when you turn in a tight circle in a vehicle, why do you feel or perceive that your body is moving in the opposite direction of the turn?
No, that when you feel yourself moving, in the copula, in your ear, there are multiple hair cells with bundles of hairs that project up into the cupula. Within the hair bundles, there's one long hair called the kinocilium and multiple short hairs called the stereocilia. The copula gets pushed or pulled during angular movement. The claim that you have an abundance in your belief system. And it gets pulled from the flow of endolimbs causing the cupola to bend. So you can feel that you are in a moving car traveling in a circle.
Now, what's the big difference between moving in a circle on a car? Now, okay, hold on, let me ask it this way. Do you think you would perceive that if you were in a car that was turning at a rate of one full 360 turn over the course of 24 hours?
And now you're just building a false equivalence. That's not
You're
what
the one.
we're...
Hey, excuse me. You're the one. No. You're building the false equivalence.
No,
You're trying
you are
to.
the one building a false equivalence because you're saying that you shrunk the globe down to car size, and then you're rotating it at the RPMs of a gigantic globe that would be moving at the velocity of about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You are building a false equivalence that has no relation to what you're trying to defend.
And by the way, they tried even comagnetometers to use them to detect the motion of the Earth, and they have not succeeded. And these are like 6-axis inertially suspended rubidium atoms. Yeah. Using this kind of technology, trying to detect the Earth's motion. And all they did detect was the electric field and electricity flow.
Ooh, can you demonstrate that?
From the positive plane to the negative. There is a constant flow, up and down, of negative charge particles and positive charge particles. Yeah, take a comagnetometer and you will see, because you are moving inside a electric field between two Gaussian planes, and that's why you detect motion with these instruments, because you are inside an electric field. And when you're standing still to the negative plane, the ground, then you are standing still. You are not moving. Not in space, not in time, not in electric field, not in magnetic field, not in any field. You are not moving when you're standing still to the ground. So,
All right. So, I don't like being lied to. Are you still there? Your
Yeah,
question kind of got a little hijacked there. So,
yeah.
all right. So, what was your question again? Or did it get answered? I'm sorry, that was a segue into something else.
My question
Oh,
was if the Earth was spinning, would we feel it? But I guess I don't know. It says something about years to pick it up. I don't know, bro.
what shape do you think the Earth is?
Snow globe. That's the shape. I don't know.
You think it's a snow globe? Is that what you said?
Yeah, flat with a dome on pillars.
Okay. So you don't believe then it's a spinning ball going through space? That's
I
your
don't.
question.
I just want to know if like it was spinning, why would we feel it?
Well, they say it's what's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Would you? I mean, you would assume you would feel that, right? And we don't feel any type of spin.
Well, they also say that you wouldn't feel it because it's at a constant spin, and that we're moving at the same speed as it.
So then I would ask, how have they measured this, that it is actually spinning?
So let me give you a little quick example. Here's a gravitron in a amusement place. This gravitron is spinning at a constant speed, but they all feel it. Why is that?
Can you repeat that?
You see these people in here stuck to the walls?
Yeah.
They're all being rotated at a constant rate. They all feel it. Why is that?
I don't know the physics term. I don't know, because they're rotating.
Yeah, because they're going in a circle. They're not going in a straight line. Their angle is constantly changing, and therefore it's angular motion, which we feel.
Because since the central force. Wouldn't I don't know. Isn't the gravity supposed to be holding us down there? Is gravity supposed to be stronger than whatever force is making us fly away?
Well, first of all,
No,
you have to prove gravity.
Yeah, you just stepped in a giant turd, and you don't even know. Once you claim gravity, you have to prove gravity. So, can you do
You
that?
even a flat earther, bro? Come on.
No, I know. I don't believe mass attracts the bigger mass, but isn't that what they say? Wouldn't that be the answer for the globe model?
If it's attracting, then it's a force.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem.
Why?
Because a force requires polarity. They work in a binary model, attraction and repulsion. And so when you say gravity, a force, then you have to show which one is anti-gravity. We have to present it. And anti-gravity is really not accepted into astrophysics.
I don't even know what anti-gravity is.
Well, it's something that doesn't exist 100%. If it would exist, then gravity would have been a force of attraction, and anti-gravity, the force of repulsion. Yeah. And these are the main requirements for the construct of a field, like magnetic field, electric field, electrostatic. We have either charges, positive and negative, either polarity, north and south pole in magnetism. And once you have this, yeah, you can have then ferromagnetism, diamagnetism, paramagnetism, etc. Gravity ain't any of this. They try to use it as the bending of space-time, bending everything that is a constant. How do you physically bend 1 hour?
Whoever said earlier that if that NASA or whoever claims that we spin 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, what do you mean feel it? What do you mean like wind or something?
Like
No,
when you're
I
in an
said
elevator
that.
on the ground floor and you start moving upwards, and that elevator's even moving at 5 miles per hour, you can feel the elevator moving. But for some reason, you don't notice anything at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
And about 700 in Europe. And what about the centrifugal force differential between equator and the other, the closer parallels to the north?
So yes,
I
we do
mean,
mean feel it. There are hucksters at the equator that will pour water into sinks and show you that it's spinning this way and it's spinning that way with leaves. But it's all fluid dynamics and how they pour the water into the sink. And it's all bullshit. It's just a street scam. But your educators are telling you and your children, the world, all of these things. We're going here, we're going there, we're doing this, we're doing that. I don't care what the soil on Mars or Venus is. It doesn't help me pay my bills or help a friend out that's having problems up the road. It doesn't help none of us knowing that shit. And it's costing us what? Like, it's not worth it. Anyways, sorry. I just wanted to add that.
yeah, it costs you all those bills that we are paying, each one of us, all those taxes and bills we are paying, those money are going straight into NASA pockets and US Army, defending them, protecting them. These scammers, they need a elite of assassins to protect them.
They also need to have a cyber division to obfuscate shit.
Yeah.
So did that answer your question? I don't like being lied to.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, but I don't know if they're answerable. I'll ask them anyway. What about the Northern Lights? What do you guys think causes that?
The stars, luminaries.
You said what?
Well, they are high above us all.
Mm-hmm.
We can't
No,
reach
he's
them.
talking about the Aurora Borealis. The Aurora
Yeah.
Borealis is what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, you could say, it's, plasma or magnetic solar rays, right, being lit up by the magnetic pole of the Earth. No way to know that. So your guess is as good as ours. I don't know.
Okay, I'm guessing the same applies with the moon crescents.
My guess will be that from everywhere around in the world, you have helium rising from the ground, from beneath the world. But most of it's formed like a jet flow right at the North Pole. It's like a torus shape, a fountain, a perpetual fountain, which is flowing, shoots upward in the sky at the north, and very high in the sky, it becomes liquid, it will rain, and it will flow outwards to the south in a dome shape, and right back below the world. And yeah, this is how I would explain the northern lights. Once the helium rises in high altitudes, and escapes the air, which belongs to the negative plane, the ground. Once it escapes it, it reaches temperature of extreme cold, and it starts accelerating to such speeds that they don't call it helium gas anymore, but they call it highly charged particles, which, yeah, they can lit these noble gases, you know, and we have the northern lights. If you would release like giant amounts of helium gas uh, in your city, um, at nighttime, I would say that you should be able to see the same kind of lights in the sky, like the northern lights.
So yeah, basically, we don't know for sure, right? We can just speculate
Yeah.
on what it is. I mean, we could make something up, but then we'd just be like
Yeah.
NASA, right? We don't want to do that. We don't
Yeah.
want to lie to you.
Yeah. But helium gas is a very fascinating and very little known element to ordinary people. I learned nothing about it in school. They teach me nothing about it. All I found and know about helium is what I searched for myself. You know? And it is the main component in achieving quantum computing. We wouldn't be able to have quantum computing without helium. And my guess about it is that this element has not only the gas state, it has also liquid state and electric state. That thing we call electricity, like going through wires, is actually a special kind of state of the helium gas element. So, yeah.
Do you have any other questions? You said you had a couple.
Oh, no, that's
I
pretty
don't
much
like
it.
the live stream.
No,
Okay.
that's it.
Believe me, this thing I'm saying, it sounds crazy for me too, but I know what I read about it. and and that's is the stuff which makes me say these things, include speculate. If you want to build a world model, then you have to do it using super cold helium, uh, metallic oxygen, and create this kind of perpetual fountain of liquid helium. Because these kind of fountains are achievable only with helium, liquid helium fluid. And what a coincidence. Superfluid liquid helium has a internal pressure of almost just like the air around us, about 14 psi. But uh, unlike the air, which is around us, uh, it is a frictionless environment. So the friction is zero. No matter what speed you are moving, you are losing no energy or uh, kinetic energy because of the medium you are moving through, propagating. So
Okay,
if you
so
are, yeah,
well, we have Omniscient here. Is VC verified if they can unmute their mic and speak with us?
Judging by their profile picture, I think they're probably FE or on the fence.
I know, I'm aware. I saw that, but we can still talk to them.
Yeah, hi,
If
welcome to
they're
the
there.
server. I mean, they don't have to unmute if they don't want to. If they're just here to
no.
listen, that's okay too.
No, they must speak to us. No, I'm just joking. Of course they can listen.
Was that my name that I heard?
Yep.
It
Hi.
was.
yeah. Hello.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I am FE. I pop in every once in a while. I mainly listen, though, when I'm at work, but I can't talk because I work around like heavy machines and it's all loud and stuff constantly. So,
That's
Oh yeah,
okay.
we can understand that.
How's your day?
pretty good, pretty good. I thought I'd just listen in on you guys crushing some globers and stuff.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you found us because I like to think of this place as an interactive library of people of FE. So yeah, thank you so much for joining the server. We love to have you here. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks. I found you guys probably like I don't know, maybe like 4 months ago, and I was listening on Spotify, and that's how I found you guys. And I'm pretty glad I found you guys because it's like I can't talk to or hear anybody that knows anything about flat Earth anywhere. Like I've only met one guy in real life that is a flat earther, so there's not too many of us out there. So I'm just glad I found like a place where people are on my level of knowledge.
This is the best place on internet for flat Earth subjects.
I would also say that it's a little bit deceptive how many of us there are, because for every one that is outspoken, there's like 10 who are not. So there's a lot of
That
people in the
facts.
closet who just don't dare to bring it up because they're not confident in being able to argue it.
Yeah.
Wait, you found it on Spotify?
Yeah, I found you guys on Spotify. I was pretty surprised you guys that were on Spotify, to be honest.
I mean,
Who's doing that? I didn't know that was happening. That's cool.
yeah, so I actually work in I work as a marketing assistant, and one thing I learned very quickly is the more platforms that you're on, digitally, if you have a digital presence on multiple platforms, you can reach a lot more people. So I think it's really cool that we're actually doing that as a server and a community. So I'm really glad you found us. That's really cool. It's good to know that the Spotify is effective.
Oh yeah, man.
It's nice
Yeah.
because oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
It's nice because you can just pop it in, listen, and then just do what you're doing on a daily basis. But then it's you, because it's you get to hear people are like-minded while you do daily activities, but so you don't feel alone, but you also don't have to deal with stupid people. It's great.
Yeah, like when I first started working when I was like 18 years old, I'm 22 now, but I just I couldn't find anything that I wanted to listen to something that I could get some knowledge from, and I would just kept surfing through podcasts and they were just talking about stupid stuff. Like I didn't want to learn about that. I wanted to feel like I'm learning something. And then I got into conspiracies, and I found Tinfoil Hat podcast and Eddie Bravo on on flat Earth, and he started like talking on flat Earth, and I was just like, oh my gosh, this just opened my entire world like to so many new possibilities. And then I started hardcore researching for like 3 years on this topic of flat Earth and like how like gas pressure, like you need a container, you need a barrier, like or else the gas molecules will just escape into a vacuum. Like how do you have like a transparent like ghostly atmosphere next to a vacuum and like contain the gas? Like he was just making so much sense. And I actually messaged him on Instagram and he followed me back. That just like that still makes my day. Like every time I'm having a sad day, I just go and look at Eddie Bravo following me back on Instagram. He's only following back 7,000 people and there's like 600,000 following back. So that makes my day still to this day. But I'm just so glad that there's just yeah, you guys have so many different platforms on flat Earth and just spreading the truth. Like I actually started my own Instagram on flat Earth. It's called Geocentric Universe. I have like 322 followers, but I started it like 2 months ago. It's doing all right, but I just want to get the word out there too as well. I'm trying to do my part, you know.
That's so cool. I'm so happy you're getting involved. I got involved personally by like doing music and stuff. That's just I'm not the best, but I just do it for fun. Have you seen Witsit Gets It? Because he does a ton of activism on YouTube, and he's really cool.
No.
Like,
yeah, I really want to look into all of your guys' profiles, and I really want to support all of it. Like I just really started like listening in, like and getting to know everybody. I don't really talk a lot, but I want to start talking a lot, getting to know everybody, and supporting your guys' channels and stuff.
Honestly, please like look up Witsit Gets It. I can spell
Yeah,
that on
especially the time where he defended incoherent dielectric acceleration on the debate against Brian. That was priceless.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love watching debates, man.
The debate's entertaining, but honestly, I think a really good way to understand FE is to look at the activism that he does in real life in all these different cities. Like, he is really to the point. He gets into it immediately. And one thing that I learned in this server is from Indio, actually, because Indio once came to Silver Voice Chat and started giving debate tips. And one of the things he said is people often like to start with their absolute best evidence. That's the very first thing.
Yep.
When people are asked a question, they usually go with their best evidence or whatever's most relevant to the question. So Witsit he knows this, so he just goes in like immediately. He does not like waste any time. He does not delay. He just goes immediately into it. And
you really got to know your stuff if you're going to be doing. I mean, doing it in person is a whole nother thing. I mean, you really got to know what you're talking about and doing it. Be a good speaker.
Yeah, he does
it
real
work
life
though? Does it
It
work?
works.
Oh yeah. So how many people did he actually on the street apply that to and came onto the scene after it saying, "Yeah, that was Witsit Gets It that made me come here."
It works on a digital level because people see what he's doing in real life and then they see the live stream. Some people get
No
upset.
examples then, I guess. Okay.
Well, I was telling you.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Specific, though. I mean, he is a lot of energy, right? I've heard him talk. I've been in the same platform with him a couple of times at the Flat Earth debates, and yes, he's very driven. He has a lot of energy, but he's not flawless. Absolutely not.
I'm not saying he's flawless. I'm just saying he's really good for like people who are newer to this stuff. I think like I don't know, like
up for debate, though. That's the point. That was my point. That's up for debate. You know, it's one way to go at it. It depends on the reason, the culture, everything, I guess. Right? In my experience, being very straightforward, even with the best arguments, often results in people you're trying to convince to completely forget everything you said and walk away. Right? Because it's too forward. What I instead like to do, and I have to be honest, I don't apply this all the time. You have to find my moments, is pull everything you need out of the person before they even know you're a flat earther.
Yep.
Right? And then use the data they relayed to prove your point.
Yeah.
And that's
I call
that
that
takes a little bit more time. It's very difficult. But now that works because then it came out of their mouth.
yeah, I call that leading them onto the carpet so you can then pull it from underneath them.
Okay, that's sure. You could call it that. In my experience, that works really well because then they have nothing to deflect because everything you use to make your argument came out of their mouth. Right? And they'll have to take it really personal, get a full-blown baller gamma response in order to get out of that situation with virtually their head raised up. You know? So you force it that way. But it takes time to build up. If somebody recognizes you for being a flat earther up until that point, then often it doesn't work. It really works when you totally do not know the person and they're willing to basically have an open discussion about things. And I always start out with, hey, what do you think about politicians, right? They lie, right? Because that's such an easy door to open. Like, who's going to argue with that, right? And from that point on, you move step by step further into revealing, like, yeah, everything you know is pretty much inside out. And there's big parts about it you already know about. Right? So first open that consideration, then let them pull forth the data.
That wasn't really my point, though. I was just saying, like, I thought he was really
Sorry,
good
I'm
for, like,
just rolling here. You go ahead.
I was just saying, I think Witsit, like, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm just saying he's a really good, like, content creator. He's entertaining to watch, and for people newer to the scene, I think he's really good at just listening to what he has to say. And I'm not like
he has some vigor. I agree.
I'm not
At
like
least he's spreading the truth.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think, like, I'm not talking about his debates. I'm talking about his activism. And I think even the activism could be better. But the fact that he's confident, the fact that he goes through things very quickly, that's why I recommend him for someone, I guess, a little bit newer to the scene, because he's really entertaining and he's really easy to listen to.
Right, he has a lot of energy. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to holding out the longest social energy, yeah, he'd probably beat me. Right? I tire out much quicker than him. He just keeps on going and going and doesn't seem to tire out from what he's doing. I agree.
I think the energy is what's important when it comes to things like this, because people can get tired out really, really quickly. Like,
I know.
I get like, for me to actually enjoy this server, I actually have to limit how much time I spend here, because if I balance it with real life responsibilities, then it actually gives me something to look forward to, and I really enjoy the time that's here if I limit myself artificially, because, like, if I'm constantly exposed to this stuff, I may get tired of it or not want to be around it. But if I limit how much time I spend here, I'm actually looking forward to it more, and it feels more special.
Right. Hey, well, when you give a plant a water 24 hours a day nonstop, it's going to drown and rot, right? It only wants water a couple of times a day. We're no different. Everything is cyclical.
Yeah.
Consciousness is also like I like to compare consciousness to fire, right? Fire burns. It's very bright, it's very intense, but it takes fuel. So it does consume something. A fire can't burn forever. You have to put it out sometimes or let it lower in order to recover with new fuel. And this is all the same.
Hey, that's a really good analogy.
Yeah.
You know when I made that analogy? 2006. It's still on my website.
Dang, man.
Symbolics.nl. I'll put the link in the.
I have a question.
Yeah, who is that?
DCO.
This is DCO. Yeah, I was wondering if there's a location on this channel where, like, people are posting their YouTube videos or whatever they're doing, so we can all kind of like follow those people. Because I make some content, and I don't know where to post it. Like sometimes they put it in the live stream chat, and I feel like maybe I'm bothering people. So I would love to find a location on the server where I can post the video, and then maybe if everyone's putting their videos there, then I can
Yeah.
go and check them out.
So, we do have some things like I don't think everyone can post there, but we have like Red Pill Movies, content creators, Red Pill Music at the very top of the server on new featured. But that's really the closest thing we have. I'll definitely take that into consideration. That's a really good idea. But honestly, like in Livestream voice text, because it's Precious Metals takeover right now, so like me and Redford have a little bit more jurisdiction than we usually do for like 26 more minutes. So if you guys just want to go into live stream voice text and post a bunch of content creators, that's completely fine. Like, please do that actually, because it's good to like. Sometimes when people like post content creators, there's occasionally like one or two new ones that I'm like, oh, I'm not subscribed to those, you know?
Yeah, because I'm hearing a lot about like people doing activism, and I know Arwen and everyone's doing stuff. So we can, all get together and even talk about it. Like, oh, this person did something new. Even within here, just find a time. Because yeah, I like finding new people.
Yeah, that sounds like a good thing to do. You can I guess I don't know if you join us in the silver meetings that we have, but that kind of goes to I think what CI was saying the last time, where finding something that's like a niche of yours and finding a room and gathering people together to do that and to talk about that kind of thing.
Hey, dude, did you check my link, by the way? Talking about gold and silver. That's actually on my original goldsmithing website. Interesting. Funny coincidence.
Okay, so is Trav there? Trav, are you there? You're VC verified.
Sure, what's up?
Oh, hi, welcome to the server. How are you?
Not so bad. About yourself?
I am doing well, thank you. So what brings you to the server?
No, just like to stop in and listen sometimes.
Oh, okay, so have you've been in here before?
Yeah, for a bit.
Okay, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
What shape do I think the Earth is?
Yeah.
Ooh, getting into it. I think it's round.
Round, like
Spherical.
so a globe.
Yes.
Okay, so you haven't spent enough time here then, I guess, hey? What is your best evidence that you live on a spinning ball going through space?
Well, I think one of the best things to explain is tides. There's no other real way it actually can be explained. I've talked about it to y'all before, and no one's ever explained it. Based on the way it's
Please
made
try
them.
to detail how exactly tides do that, and then I'll help you.
No, I've always asked y'all, like, how do y'all think tides work?
We're not here
how
to
does that
give you a
matter, though?
replacement belief system. You're gonna tell me right now how you think tides work, and then I'll show you something.
Hold on, just give me just one moment. I'm sorry, you're still there. My dog was eating something.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just curious. You're right. I'm not looking to have like knowledge replace. I'm looking to see how y'all think of it.
Now, that's not what I was talking about. You said the tides prove the globe. I would like you to explain how you think tide works?
That's actually not what I'm trying not to argue with you. That's actually not what I'm
I
said.
don't want you to argue either. I just want you to explain your claim.
Explain my planet?
Your claim.
Yeah.
You made a claim. You claimed that the tides prove globe Earth. So he's asking you to prove your claim. Explain. How does that?
Not even prove it. I just want him to explain how he thinks the moon and the Earth interact and what he thinks is happening, so I can show him that he is wrong.
Well, it's not just the moon, it's also the sun.
I don't want to hear about the other things. Just tell me how you think the moon is affecting the Earth and what's happening.
Well, the moon and the sun, at different points that they are in the sky relative to the Earth, pull the Earth's water and subsequently let it fall.
Yeah. So you're claiming now that there's a tidal bulge, correct?
Say again?
So you're claiming that there's a tidal bulge that follows the moon and the sun, correct?
Yes.
Well, here is data from NOAA and NASA showing you that all the tides are known and mapped out, and they all circle something called amphidromic points, or tidal nodes. Those tidal nodes never rise or fall, ever, regardless of the position of the moon or the sun. The lie you got told in school is not based in reality or anything. It's just a religion.
So I understand that it wasn't explained well in high school, or I don't know.
It's not right.
I understand that. There was no really anything else that made sense other than that, and that's why I came here to have someone maybe explain it for me, to maybe
That's what I
see
told you
all through it.
earlier. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We can just point you to the facts. And like we got told that the moon is pulling a giant bulge of water around the globe. That isn't happening anywhere. So they lied to you. They lied to me. And you need to figure it out for yourself what it really is, because it's not what they're telling you.
Okay, so then you said NASA, which is a reference y'all don't like to use, correct? Y'all don't like.
We like to use NASA a lot. What do you mean?
Well,
Yeah,
you're
y'all don't
gonna
like
go
to
for the
use.
source now, not for the actual technical explanation of the body of water not moving around the Earth in accordance to gravitational pull with the moon, because that's what he said. You're not addressing that right now.
And we don't mind NASA at all. If it wasn't for their CGI images and fake missions to Mars and shit, it might be a little more difficult to reach some people, but some people are unreachable, as we all know.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry. I did get a little off track, didn't I? But however, I mean, you said that there were points where tides were not affected by, say, these pools.
There are no pools. That's the problem. Tides go in a circle around the point, and the cause of the tides is actually unknown. They
Tides
have
are local.
theories and guesswork to the cause of tides, but they don't actually know.
Right, tides are local. There are many points on Earth where tides particularly happen, and other points where they don't. And it's always centered around a stirring point. I like to call them angel spoons, but that's my own name for it. And it's definitely not a singular point that's moving around the world in a 24-hour cycle or a the moon time cycle, with a singular pull where all the water gets moved around the equator, which is what the model of heliocentrism suggests.
May I interject a bit? Just to address an earlier claim.
Yeah, go nuts.
Okay, so who's the person who said we don't like to use NASA?
It was me, Trav.
Okay, Trav. Hi. So would you believe me if I said there's a stack of documents that assume a flat, non-rotating Earth? Because I can send them to you if you want. I'll put it in Livestream voice text.
from NASA, by the way.
Yeah, from NASA. We actually use what NASA says against them.
Yeah, and feel free to bring whatever you want from NASA here. We don't mind hearing it.
Absolutely. And I just posted all of the documents there if you want to have a look at those.
YouTube video?
No, just PDF documents.
Oh, wait, what's your name? I just gotta.
CI.
Mouse.
Isn't that straight from the NASA website?
Yeah, PDF too.
Yeah, how they design supersonic jets to fly over a soon non-rotating flat stationary Earth.
What channel did
Yep.
you post that in?
Livestream voice text. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 4,
Yeah, this
6,
dude's got to
8,
see that.
14 documents from NASA.gov itself, assuming a non-rotational flat Earth.
Okay.
I just
Literally.
pinged you in the voice text, so if you follow that, you'll be able to find it.
Yeah, I see. I found it. Thank you, though.
Okay.
14 documents. Pretty good stuff. I highly suggest you look into it.
Yeah, that blew my mind when I was researching it and found it for the first time. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, why is flat Earth on NASA's website?
There is also a YouTube video that has 35 different documents, I believe, from CIA, FAA, NASA, I think every branch of the military.
I put that one.
Stay flat.
I put
That's
that
at
one.
about 35 after 1 o'clock.
42 minutes after I put it. Oh, wait a minute. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. Never mind. I skipped
So it's fun. We have all kinds of hostile witnesses to support our position. It's fun for us.
Yeah, I understand.
Another thing that kind of won me over, Trav, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
So another thing that kind of won me over is ODD's documentaries honestly do justice. I watched them in 2016 in my art class sophomore year. Really good stuff. I watched it in bite-sized chunks. But just think about their model, okay? Think about the model that is presented to you. The ball is a model. We cannot demonstrate it. We do not see it in real life. We just see it in a textbook, and the images are actually a bit different. First of all, one thing is, how can all of that fit on the surface of a sphere when it's just barely anything at all? That's one thing.
You don't think the sphere could be big enough to fit all the surface area of the Earth on it?
No, not the way they illustrated it. Another thing is, the models they make are so inconsistent. The ratios are not even consistent.
What do you mean by that?
How does the size of the Earth change each
Are
year?
you looking at the live stream voice text, Trav? I don't
I
think
got
there's any there.
I didn't move. I'm scrolling down. What am I looking at?
Well, the documents that were quoted, flying over linear aircraft from NASA.gov, 42 minutes after by sea.
I'm kind of poking through some of them documents
At
right now.
45 after, C posted an image of 8 different images of the Earth from NASA. None of them are consistent. None of them add up. None of them make sense.
Have you all
45 after shows the little image where they have the ball, the size that NASA's given us, and that's put on a flat map. It doesn't match. And then at 45 minutes after, you see the 8 images. Those are all official NASA images of Earth with different size continents.
Yeah, so I guess the reason I use these pieces of evidence specifically is because of your claim that you said we don't like to look at NASA. We do. We actually use it against them. You know what I mean? It's really interesting stuff. So yeah, once again, thank you so much for joining the server. It's really nice to have you. If you have any questions, you can shoot me a friend request. I love talking about this stuff, but yeah, welcome to 24/7.
Oh, I mean, I've been in this a little bit. I just like to drop in and listen to the conversation every once in a while.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to see new faces here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Trev, I wanted to ask you a quick question, and I know you just got scattergunned a ton with all kinds of information and NASA documents, but I
Sure.
want to
Which
go back to something that you said earlier for just a second.
okay.
You said that what you've heard from other people or what you've been taught is kind of what you accept, even though it wasn't satisfactory and you didn't really understand it. So, could I ask you, why is your standard for evidence so low?
My standard for evidence?
Yeah. I mean, someone
Well,
gave you a story about tides. It sort of made sense to you, but not really. But you never bothered to look any further into it. You just accepted it and then moved on and asserted when you came in here that that was hardcore proof for a globe, but you couldn't defend it. And, once challenged, you kind of basically admitted that your standard for evidence is pretty low. Why is that?
well, first of all, I like references. Second of all, school and a lot of other like main teachings and stuff like that do not have references. That's like one of the biggest things. You just have like textbooks that were just put together by maybe sub college students or something like that, or
A
maybe
child, man.
yeah, right. I mean, tons of pictures and other stuff like that. It's not meant to be in-depth work, you know? It's meant to be simplified for a
Sure.
high school kid to understand and maybe be able to regurgitate it in the future, which I don't disagree with y'all on that, you know? Like, I really don't.
Right.
But a lot of those textbooks were put together and simplified by a lot of people that over many, many, many years have been studying this. So that's why I normally don't question it. And if I
Okay.
do, then I'll
So
look into it more.
Okay, so now let's talk about that for a second. You made the assumption that some well-studied, right? Let's say we'll call them scientists for the moment. Did their due diligence and made sure they followed a very strict method to at least verify or prove what was printed in those textbooks. But you don't know any of them. You don't know who pays them and you certainly don't know if any of them have integrity. So why do you assume once again that they're telling you the truth?
Ooh, I follow the integrity thing. However, it same goes for, I mean, a lot of y'all. I mean, sometimes y'all put together a lot of ideas and theories and stuff that y'all just bounce off of each other.
Oh, no, 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 no. We will openly admit when we speculate, but at least I can speak for me. I have verified the shape of this earth that we live on, measured it for myself, and that is usually what is encouraged. So I don't want you to go ahead and either straw man or kind of stereotype us. But continue.
Well, I mean, have any of y'all tried to write books or anything on this, like textbooks?
What does it have to do with anything? Why would we write a book about something that's painfully obvious to everyone?
Well,
A movie was made called Level.
And Eric Dubay did 200 Proofs. That was a book. Mark Sargent wrote Flat Earth Facts.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I
know
heard
why
that.
he's not seeing it? It's because the algorithms are fixed. Google and YouTube's algorithm. I mean, if you really see, dude, there's like a whole plot against Flat Earth. Like Google representative or something, or the person who owns Google, it's some chick. She was in court or some sort of like conference stating that how they're gonna target and censor Flat Earth like purposely,
That
and
was
that you're losing money when you're taking down
that was
YouTube
a
channels.
in a congressional hearing. They
Okay, yeah.
stated, yeah. So, but anyway, you mentioned references that you like references, right? Did you say that, Trav?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just trying to find out where's the reference that's used stating a globe Earth. Wouldn't you have standards of measurement like we do in manufacturing? We have standards that we use. Like for you calibrate your micrometers and your vernier calipers and different types of like height, tools to measure height and inside of like pipes or tubing or whatever, like the outsides of things, right? So there's standards in measurement. So what we're asking for is where's the standard of measurement of this physical thing they're telling us that has a given size? Where is that standard? Where is that reference?
Well, I don't think any single reference could do it. I personally do not have an answer for that.
Okay, that's honest.
I mean, it's as honest as I can be, you know? Like, I just like to come here to literally see what y'all think about all of this, you know?
We love
Yeah, and
intellectual honesty. Bring it on.
yeah, I think you're starting.
Say again?
We love intellectual honesty. You go ahead and keep bringing that with you.
I mean, I really do. I mean, if I don't know something, I mean, I like to bring it up. I mean, in my personal line of work, which I would like to say now that I don't really want to mention. In my personal line of work, you know, it's a lot of knowledge-based stuff, and it does take a lot of personal integrity to actually find like what the answers are to a lot of things. And when I can't formulate an answer, there's no bullshitting. So
wonderful.
Well, at least you're open-minded. That's a start.
well, yeah, it never hurts to not, you know?
A lot of Globers would disagree that it does hurt them a lot to question these things. So that's why we give you credit for being
Well,
open-minded.
a lot of people don't like being told they're wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, they cog dissonance, and they feel it's like a personal attack because they make these things a part of them and their lives. And yeah, it's just facts over feelings, right? The facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, I understand that.
Truth be told, I really think it'd be great. I don't know if you've been looking at Livestream voice text, but honestly, like if you could look at the things I posted earlier, I think that would go a long way. Since you do seem very open-minded. I understand, like I kind of dropped like a bombshell, like kind of scattergun, but I did that because the language you used was very interesting. You talked about how like I guess I just kind of clung on to the comment about what you said about us not liking or trusting NASA, or that we don't like to use them. That's why I think it's very persuasive to actually use what they said or claimed against them and say, well, this is inconsistent. I think pointing out inconsistencies in anybody's logic in any given situation is, I guess, a red flag. So thank you,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good. I mean, I understand that y'all sit down, y'all talk about stuff like this all the time. So, I mean, normally y'all can have answers just quickly on an offshoot. And I mean, I absolutely do not have like that kind of practice here, you know? So, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of times we're just talking about simple stuff. It's actually plain geometry, you know? A spherical shape requires it to have certain fundamentals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
So
follow.
this should be easy to determine. And, you know, like I said about a standard, so if you look in the voice text at 55 minutes after, there's the Earth curve chart, you know, and you can find many of these. These are official charts, right? So
Yeah.
what I'm asking for is you see those distances of miles, and then you go over to the right, and it shows you the amount of physical geometric drop over that distance. Could you go yourself somewhere to a beach and look over 5 miles over water, like from in a bay or something, from one side, from one shore to the other 5 miles away?
You know, I'm actually not sure because I have never personally done that, but I hear you guys do it a lot.
Yeah, so if you can go to 5 miles and get a zoom camera and zoom into the shoreline, and I say this all the time, and people are probably freaking bored to death of it. At 5 miles, you should have 16 feet of drop. So if you're looking at people running in the water at the shoreline with 1 and 2 foot waves at the highest, the waves where I'm talking about, but you can see higher waves, maybe up to 3 and 4 feet. But there should be 16 feet of drop. So how am I seeing white water of breaking waves on a far shore 5 miles away?
I'm
That should be
just curious if you hadn't like have you tried experiments with this, or like tried sitting someone down at the shoreline or something like that and take pictures of that? Like just raw, you all doing it yourself, just little experiments like this?
A lot of people. It's not an experiment. They're observations and measurements. See, if you're just looking at something in the distance, that's not necessarily a measurement. But if you have known distances, then you're looking like it was talked about earlier today, line of sight. You're seeing distant shoreline 5 miles down the beach. You're
Right.
seeing white water of waves that are only 3 feet tall, 5 miles away, should be 16 feet under the geometric horizon. There'd be no
Right.
way you could see it.
But I mean,
And
I'm just a suggestion. I mean, you get a telescope or something like that. If you guys, or I know you have, anyone here have an expensive camera?
P900s.
Listen, a whole bunch of people here have P900s, have done their own observations. There's hundreds of us here that
I
done this.
understand. I was
Yeah.
just curious.
You don't even need very expensive cameras. You can just get yourself a mirror and a friend, and have your friend go to the water line and put the mirror into the water, and then angle the sun and make the sun reflect right off the water line over to your side. If you can see that light reflecting from that mirror, that wouldn't be possible on a globe. It's even closer to the globe than 1 foot, so the curve should be blocking it.
Yeah, I got you.
But before we continue, it is 2:59 Eastern Daylight Time, so I would just like to say, this Precious Metals has been very productive. I know we didn't really do like the casual questions 2 hours ago, but honestly, I really liked hearing new voices. I think this was a pretty productive Precious Metals takeover. Redford, any final thoughts before we end the event?
No, not about Precious Metal, but is karaoke going on tonight? I know Kai was talking about that yesterday. I don't know if that's
Well,
actually
I
a
have
thing.
no idea, but
Yeah. So check back later, everybody, and see if there's actually going to be karaoke.
yeah,
That's the plan.
Is that the plan? I don't know actually. I just figured
I
it
talked
is.
to Kai about this yesterday. We talked to Battlemod. Everybody was in.
Karma's super excited.
Karma's super excited. Yeah.
Hey,
We're
Karma.
gonna try to do it. I forget what the time was.
Who's hosting it?
Yeah, it's late for us, but early for you guys. So I guess in a few hours.
Tune in next week, same bat channel, same bat time for Precious Metals. Thanks everyone for joining.
Thank you. Precious Metals is now concluded. Moderators and everyone else can now unmute. Everyone can talk now. Precious Metals is now concluded. Thank you so much for attending. We'll see you back next week.
Everyone talk all at once.
Hi, Crypto.
What? Hey, Crypto, how's it going? Nice to hear from.
Who's hosting karaoke? Because I may want to get in on that.
Sorry, I already killed myself.
I said who? I said who's hosting karaoke.
Kai? I don't know. Yeah, Kai is hosting it.
Oh, that's cool.
What kind of music do you guys do at karaoke night?
This is the first time. You'll have to come
Okay.
and see.
Sounds kind of fun.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm going to use the opportunity to rumpus all of them with some mean electric guitar improvisation.
You know
Hasn't
who
some
can?
people made some rap music in here?
You're talking to someone who has, but it's bad, so don't look it up.
Oh, you made one? Oh, dude, I gotta hear that.
Oh God.
No, I liked all of them so far. There was one. I think her name was Ariel. Someone was playing them. I liked them all.
I've done like live performances on Precious Metals before.
Oh, dude, that's so awesome.
It's kind of cringe, to be honest, especially when I mess up.
It's all right.
Yeah. a lot of us are content creators. Like we started making like music like a year ago. It started like as a really small movement with like me and Elijah, and then we got like Drace to start making songs and Karma, and we got other people involved too. I'm forgetting so many people. I feel bad. Even Dandelions made music like a long time ago.
What?
We made
Really?
music. Lou made
Oh, and
music.
Crypto makes
Crypto.
music too.
Drace
Dang.
makes music.
Even Lunatic does.
I
Are you
didn't
guys
know
putting this
about
all on the YouTube?
Dandelion though.
I have an entire album. Lunatic has some. I think he did like a Butthole Surfer parody. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we have a radio station above where you can listen to most of the songs and find out about the songs.
Oh, a radio station?
Yeah, it's
Like on
up.
SoundCloud or something?
No, it's up in this Discord. 24/7 FE Radio. Just scroll up. You should see it. Groovy plays music there. The Groovy.
Oh, okay. I got
Well,
one question though.
KTGL, Killing the Globe Live.
All right. I got one question. So how do I get the silver medal or whatever, like gold? Do I just attend meetings?
You have to be in the server for a while. You also have to be active, and you have to be a positive community member. I'm actually the person who hosts silver meetings for silver members, and we do it every Wednesday, every first and third Wednesday. Sometimes it's a silver voice chat, sometimes it's a silver meeting. So silver meeting will be like a really important subject or something that really needs to be addressed. A silver voice chat is more casual and kind of like a checkup, like, hey, how are you guys doing? Do you have any ideas? What needs to improve in the server? What do you like about the server? I'm sorry, I'm speaking really fast because I just finished my coffee.
That's fine. No, that's good that you guys have group chats and stuff about how to make it better.
Well, the most important
more
thing,
approachable.
The most important thing that I like to advocate for, well, there's actually two things. The first thing is finding your specialty, figuring out what you can contribute to the server and why you joined in the first place. Is it for the debate? Is it for the community? Is it for religion? There's many reasons why we all join this server. So it's important to ask yourself, what am I good at? What is my specialty? And what makes me want to wake up and actually join this server? Because you can't be good at everything. So looking internally and discovering, what can I do to get better? What do I want to improve on? It's a really good way, and you can even apply some of these skills to real life, and it helps you develop confidence. I really like this server. The second thing I like to advocate in server meetings is positivity, but also honesty, including intellectual honesty. If people and also effective communication, because it's okay if people have issues with the server, but they have to like communicate it in like the proper means. Like one of the things I say a lot is no airing dirty laundry, because we're all a family here, and it's kind of bad if we argue in public. So like just like knowing like the chain of just like the processes and knowing how to handle difficult situations. The server really helps you develop really good people skills. That's one of the main reasons.
I definitely see what you're talking about. Definitely.
Yeah. Anyway, my coffee rant's over. Welcome to the server. I hope I answered your questions. Just be active, be a positive community member, and in due time you should get it if you follow those simple steps.
Was today a silver meeting?
It's not a meeting. Every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we have a precious metals event where basically silvers and golds have the mic, and basically this is to allow silvers and golds to practice their debate skills if they want to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad for talking, because I don't have silver yet.
No. We called on you. We wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was you guys had that going on. I just popped in and wanted to listen.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
It's all cool.
All right, cool.
The moderators are the ones who are not supposed to be talking, because they generally are the ones who know how to argue the best.
Yeah.
And they're just generally ones that we want to let take the front seat, because they know how to address the issue and dismantle it without triggering the person generally.
Yeah. No, you guys are definitely good at what you do.
What he said.
It's all in the approach, I think, too. Like you want to have, and somebody was talking about energy earlier. It's definitely, you got to have like positive energy when you're trying to convince somebody, because they don't want to feel like they're being attacked constantly. Like the people who are like on the fence are like open-minded coming in here just wanting to listen.
Well, there's a fine
Surprisingly
line.
few of them, though.
There's a fine line between talking to someone to actually help them and trying to, I guess, use someone for entertainment. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Sometimes it's fun though, man. I love listening to you guys play with these guys, man, and seeing what they know, because a lot of the times they really don't know anything.
I mean, it is pretty fun, but certain people are better approached different ways. Like, I think it's okay to mess with someone if they're like really egotistical and don't want to listen and they think they're so
Yeah, no,
smart.
that's what I was talking about. The people like that.
Exactly. But like someone like me, when I first joined the server, like, I mean, I was already like FE, but like I was so humble. I was so afraid to speak. I was like, oh my gosh, this is live. Oh my gosh, I can't
still
speak.
like
Oh my,
that.
yeah. I'm only speaking a lot because I drink a ton of coffee. Usually I'm very quiet. Like I was quiet for like most of the precious metals thing. Oh my gosh, the precious metals thing is over. Why am I still speaking? I'm gonna mute. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
You're
my
allowed to?
phone is to die, so I gotta
Why would
pop
you
out, guys.
Oh, why are you apologizing, C? What's going
Oh
on?
darn. Yeah,
That's-
don't apologize. See.
That's my thing as a Canadian. You don't apologize.
Excuse me, that's why we're host and co-host, because we're both overly apologetic. See, this
I'm
is
sorry.
practice
No,
for us
I'm
too.
sorry. I'm sorry.
We
Well,
need to
I'm
be
sorry for being sorry.
Yeah.
I am sorry that you guys are sorry. So now, where are we at?
I'm not going to talk about you
sorry
guys
for all
being
you
sorry.
guys at this point.
I'm not going to be sorry about you guys being sorry. Anyway, I
I'm
wanted to say something
sorry.
about. Wait, I wanted to say something real quick about trying to convince. Yeah, it's not our job to try to convince anyone. It's my opinion, and see if this is right for yourselves. When have you ever actually convinced somebody of anything?
Only twice.
I don't even think it's possible. We are not able to convince somebody. Yeah, but we can allow somebody the opportunity to open the door enough so that they'll look at information themselves and make up their own mind.
Yeah.
People can
Yeah, I
only be
agree.
convinced internally, I believe.
Yeah,
And I
we're
was
just
gonna
here to
say-
defend our own ideas, aren't we? That's literally all we can do is
See-
defend our ideas.
And
When
present the
people
facts.
first enter this, their whole view on flat Earth is like flat Earth society. Like there's so much false propaganda out there that paints this like false picture of flat Earth, and then they come in here, and when we know our shit, they're like, "Oh God, man, this is not what I thought it was." Like they're thinking now there's like we're the people who like fall off the edge and like flat Earth disk in space and heliocentric model put together. Like they're thinking that like they have no idea what they're in for when they're getting in here. So I think that's funny.
I just wanted to say y'all sound like one story group.
Oh, you're sorry too. Hey, Flatman. Yeah.
I have actually convinced two people since late 2016. Only two, but I actually did. So one was on the fence, the other one became FE. But the way I did it, and I don't know if this will help anyone. First of all, I had a close relationship to them. One of them I knew real life. The other one was my former best friend. I never went into debate mode. I just I would ask them one or two questions a day over the course of a month. That's all it took. And I was like, well, this makes sense. Like I would actually give them credit, but what if it wasn't like this? Like I would just like ask them questions and force them to think without directly challenging them as an individual, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much how my whole family turned into flat earthers. It's just because I didn't frame it at any point as if I was arguing against them. They weren't supposed to defend it. We were just supposed to laugh at it together. That was the premise of I brought like, oh, this sounds weird, right? And they're like, yeah, it sounds weird. Yeah, this is what we're supposed to believe on the globe. And they're like, what? That doesn't sound right. And when you stack a lot of these things up, eventually people be like, yeah, it's not a globe, right?
Attack the argument and not the individual. The exception is if they attach themselves to the argument and then take it personally. Then, by all means. I'm kidding. I've held my bladder this entire event, by the way.
TMI.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that on live stream. I'm sorry.
It's funny how Glovers come in, though. It seems to be the level that they have this need to be right is when it gets more entertaining. That when that level is really high, their need to be right, and they're like caught in the crosshairs, but they can't leave. They can't leave, but they're being destroyed. It's quite interesting, you know.
I never understood why people have such an emotional bond to it. Like, it's gonna sound really weird. Like, I'm empathetic, but at the same time, I'm not. Like, why do people attach themselves so much to it? I don't get it. Maybe it's because I learned at a younger age, so like it didn't affect me as much. But like, I don't really get it. It's kind of irrational to attach you as an individual to an argument, you know? Like, like they don't want to let go.
It's the space romance, you know, that old chestnut.
Anyway, I've yeah, as, to what I explained earlier, to which Dre said was too much information, I have to do that. So I am going to take a leave, but it was nice talking to you guys again. I'm glad to be back and stuff. Is Crypto here? Okay, good. He's not gonna lecture me about Mayo. Anyway, I gotta go.
Thanks, C.
Later on, Si.
C.
See you.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
C. See you later, C.
I never know what to call you. CI, CI, Agent,
Anything's fine.
Agent CI.
Agent, hey.
Just call him informant.
Take your pee, man.
Yeah, mayo is delicious.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Crypto, why are you... Oh, you guys suck. Anyway, see you later.
Green Day and Weezer. That ought to be good, Platypus. I would go see Weezer. I think it's funny. Someone tried to pay Weezer $10 million to quit playing music.
Hello, best friends Redford and Lunatic and iServe and who else?
Brad.
And Elisha and Crypto. I love you too.
No, you don't, liar.
Oh, I
Hey,
do too.
Brad. Flatbread. How's it going?
What up? What up?
It's been a minute.
It's been a little while.
Why do you weirdos say it's been a minute? You Yanks and leaf-shaped Yanks.
Oh,
both say
how
this.
dare you? How dare you?
Yikes.
I don't know. I heard somebody say it, honestly, so I was like, yeah, I guess I can say that instead of, oh, it's been such a long time, you know, be so dramatic. How you been, Flatbread? You know, it's just like, it's been a minute, you know. It's nice to see you.
It's been longer than a minute.
I know, it's been quite a few minutes. It is a stupid saying. It is, actually.
Well, that was fun.
Why aren't we using... I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it was pointless. I was just gonna say I had over 700 notifications.
Can I just address an argument that came up during the metals thing about halfway through?
Please
Someone
do.
was talking about acceleration. It's something that probably a lot of people already know, so I don't want to come across as being like a preachy douchebag, which is probably too late for that now anyway. But just that
Way too late.
in physics, an acceleration is defined as a change in vector. Okay, so even if it's moving at a constant speed in a circle, it's still an acceleration because the vector's changed. So that's a really important argument for when you're talking about like orbital mechanics, because they'll say, oh, but the speed's constant, so it's not an acceleration, which is just objectively wrong. It's just, you can't progress the argument once they've said that because it's wrong. So until you can correct them on that, there's literally no point in talking about anything else.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
Does anyone have any questions about that, or should we move on?
I'm just trying to think if I have any questions. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, for that specific argument.
So I assume we're talking about the rotation of the Earth when you bring that up.
Yeah.
So apply that vector to the rotation of the Earth and show me why you would feel the rotation of the Earth. Go ahead.
But I never said anything about feeling anything.
That's the context that it was brought up under. It started with a conversation about feeling the movement.
Care about that. I don't care about that. I was addressing the fact that a change in vector is always an acceleration. Do you agree?
A change in vector? Direction
Yes.
and magnitude. Well, you can change direction without changing magnitude. So, no, I would not necessarily say a change in vector is always a change in acceleration.
Yeah, we can quote this for you, don't worry. Actually, I'm driving, but let me pull over and post my source.
Please don't change the way that you are currently safely driving, I would hope, just to engage in this conversation. That's the last thing I would encourage anybody to do.
Oh, I think he just pulled over.
No, I am actually. Well, I was at a red light, but now it's green, so I can't. I'll post it when I'm safely able to. But thank you for your concern.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a source that I've posted hundreds of times before. So.
There could be a car orbiting close to you, and they could come out of orbit or something.
The gravitational pull of the two cars, you never know.
Yeah, don't get too close.
Don't worry, I'm only thinking of it as a force. Let's just put.
Yeah, I like that. They should make another one. Don't mind me. I'm only thinking of it as a force. Great one. So circular motions are a constant change in vector, continuous change in vector. You're in luck because that's what the vestibular system picks up. Yeah, and the kinecilium is on one side of the hair.
So you're operating on the assumption that just because you are rotating, your body will always be able to discern that.
My
No matter
argument
how
has nothing to do with feeling anything.
Is it angular motion?
Yeah, but my argument specifically had nothing to do with feeling anything.
Yeah, we should stick to the topic because he needs to concede
Well,
that part. It's just
okay,
not.
no, hold on. If you want to argue,
platypus,
staying on the topic, if you want to argue staying on the topic, the original question that was asked pertained to being able to feel the rotation or the movement of the Earth. If you want
Platypus.
to go
The
off
point,
on
no,
something,
he
that's
again
fine.
for the third or fourth time, he never said that. He's just making the statement of the fact that a change in vector is acceleration. You are the one saying that you're attaching it to that whole premise. We've all heard the argument before that you would necessarily feel it. Now, I wouldn't say that. I mean, if it was a very small amount, sure, maybe it would be hard to feel it, or maybe you couldn't feel it, but it should be detectable. Yeah, there would be a way to detect it.
That sounds like a good brainstorming session. Let's figure out a way that you would detect it. What are the ways that you detect rotation?
It usually starts by looking at the sky, I think.
So are you telling us that no one has detected it yet, and it's up to us to do it, Platypus?
Well, if you came up with a way to detect it and then you implemented that and detected nothing, then that might be an indication of you being right.
Why hasn't it been
Hold on,
done
that's your
before?
job.
I don't know. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
That's the Globetard job, man. Why is it our job?
Well, flat and stationary are two words that are often invoked, which is, whether you admit to it or not, making a claim. Claiming the Earth is stationary is a claim.
It's just a claim of what we observe, right?
You have the
It's a
positive
claim of
claim
what
of
we
a globe.
observe. It's just an observation. That's what it appears like. It appears
It's
flat and
axiomatic.
stationary.
Flat and stationary is also a positive assertion.
It's just
But you're
objective
saying we
reality,
live
what
on
it
a
appears like.
globe. You're saying we live in a globe and it's
No,
being
it's
taught to
not.
children all
It's
over
what you observe.
Earth. Yeah.
It's
But
kind of
we
a
all
dumb burden of reversal thing going on here. We say, well, we don't feel ourselves moving. And you say, well, the Earth is moving. So I think the burden of proof is still on you. Why don't you show us this movement?
You're operating on the assumption that if we are moving, then we would have to be moving in such a way that it would be discernible just with your body, like just
Okay,
spinning
you know
there.
what?
You'd be like,
Just
oh,
solve
this
the
is
problem.
literally.
What if there is movement, but it's so minuscule that you would have to have some sort of an instrument to detect it?
Yeah, this
I
is
hate what
literally
if, because
Descartes' evil demon applied to astrophysics.
Yeah. So it's never been detected. Okay, great. Gotcha.
I'm just asking you how you would detect it.
that's not our problem.
Your
Apparently not.
argument was
You assert that it is.
It's apparently not your curiosity either, or your.
You're the one asserting that it's
anything
moving.
Anything that would compel a person to want to.
You're the one asserting that it's moving. So show that it was detected.
Yeah, I mean, I observe and experience it not to be moving, so I don't really have to prove that it's not doing what I observe it doing, right?
Yeah, actually, your side of the argument asserts that it's bending at such a rate, that water's curving, that it's spinning, that the water's sticking to the spinning ball because of some magical force. You're claiming you know what's inside the ball when the deepest we've been below our feet is almost 8 miles. We don't know anything beyond that. Your side has a rover and a drone on Mars right now that's cost all kinds of money and has done nothing to help any of us here, you or us on this side of the fence. Argument, however you want to word it. So I don't know what you're holding on to. or what
Hey,
you're missing.
hey, the drone. Forget about whether it's helped anybody or not. If the drone were a thing,
forget
hold
that,
on.
right?
If the drone were a thing,
let's
it's
forget
still
about
pretty.
that.
Come on, if the drone were real, it's still a pretty cool thing to do. Like coolness may not matter to you.
No, not if it's not real. Then it's not cool.
Space romance.
I would say that its coolness per dollar ratio is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's really kind of
Yeah,
sucked.
we could
Yeah, I
have
can think
spent.
of better things to do with that money.
Yeah, we could have fed
I'll
some
never
homeless, helped
understand.
some homeless.
I'll never understand the money argument either. There are so many things that we spend so
Well-
much more money on that are totally unnecessary.
You're kind of
But we-
dim-witted,
Oh, yeah.
actually, to be honest.
Yeah, like globe research.
The defense budget in general, but that's completely.
Yeah, you don't have any curved water. You have no measurement, detection of rotation. You got no gas pressure without a container. There's nothing fundamentally about your globe religion that has ever been verified.
On the money argument, though, just sticking with that for 1 second, no one here actually cares about that. It's just that people ask dumb, like pea-brain questions, like why would people lie, and then you have to give them obvious motivations to lie, which sometimes includes money, which is objectively a reason for people to lie. So no one here is saying the Earth's flat because money. No one ever says that. It's as a response to a stupid question.
Is money physical?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Nope. Currency is physical.
No,
Money's a
currency
concept.
definitely isn't physical.
Value is a concept.
Gold is physical. Money is not physical.
A piece of paper with something printed on it. Yeah, that can be physical.
A Monopoly note?
Yep.
Yeah, I see your point on that one.
Me.
I guess
Who are you talking
technically
to?
cryptocurrency is, currency, but it's not physical.
Like I believe the budget for the movie Gravity was just over $100 million. So with 2 days budget, or a little less than 2 days of NASA's budget, Hollywood faked space better than NASA does.
Way better. Magnitudes.
They even paid actors, like actual actors who are nice to look at, rather than Don Petit and fucking those other dickheads.
Why does everybody think Sandra Bullock is nice to look at? I think she has got the weirdest fucking eyes.
Okay, so
She
would
just-
you rather look at Sandra Bullock or Don Petit?
I could tell you 100 different people
Or Michelle
than Sandra
I
Bullock.
guess it's Don Petite for this guy.
And I don't even like the way
the
she looks
Rock,
particularly, but that's an easy choice.
Or that complicated
I would
rock,
rather
too.
look at, instead of Sandra Bullock, I would rather look at Julia Roberts.
If it floats your boat, 100 million is going to get you any actress.
Right, and they went out of their way to pick Sandra Bullock. Ugh.
Yeah, but think about this even worse.
Thank you for proving my
NASA,
point. Any
NASA goes out of their way to pick someone who talks about how good it is to drink his own poop in coffee, chugga
What?
chugga chugga, while sounding completely retarded. Have you never heard about this?
No.
Surely, if Creation Bear's not in the chat, I'm gutted.
Soundbite, please.
If anyone's got the soundbite, please play it now. Damn it. Someone go and wake Creation Bear up.
Creation Bear.
Somebody wake up Hicks.
I suppose, have you heard about this, recycling their poop into coffee?
Yes.
Do you want to drink poop coffee?
You know, I don't think we have much of a choice.
I heard I heard it tastes like shit though.
Ah, literally. I heard today that apparently the most expensive coffee in the world comes from like a mountain goat's poo or something like that. It's like £1,000 a kilo or something
I
ridiculous.
think what it is they poop out the bean, and the bean goes through some sort of process while it's in the digestive system or something. They wash the poop off, and the bean is processed.
No, they just use goat
separate-
fertilizer. That's all that is. When they grow the
Oh.
coffee bean plants, they do it with goat fertilizer because goats are the only thing they have around, and apparently it works really good.
It's your
just
goat
marketing.
bean
It's
shit
just fucking.
coffee, sir.
It's just marketing.
Yeah, you're probably right, to be honest.
I love that
It sounded-
coffee image there, Miguel. Is Australia to scale in that photo? I was just curious.
No, Australia doesn't exist, obviously. So, Platypus, seeing as we've got you here, and there's absolutely no chance that we're going to get you off the ball.
Hold on. Before you go, you got me for about 5 more minutes. My kids woke up. I got to take them outside to play in the backyard.
Are there any conspiracy theories that you think do have some validity?
Conspiracy theories.
Yeah, you know, whatever the mainstream says shouldn't be listened to.
Just take it.
Meanwhile, while he's looking for that, here we go about the coffee. I'll take Creation's place for a moment.
Sweet, thanks, honey.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you
Chugga 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 chug. Please, can I drink my own poo? That'd be great.
I don't know. I get the. So I've thought about it. I think the things that I think about are more mysteries than conspiracy theories. I don't know. I don't know where they fall under your book.
Well, name one.
Like, the disappearance of Flight 370.
Oh, right. I mean, that probably would fall under conspiracy theory.
Well, did the plane even take off?
Did all the satellites just stop working?
Yeah. See what I mean? It's definitely under that, within that branch.
And but those mostly come from a place of, it's just, there's so little information to go on. It's so hard to discern what actually happened. Like that kind of a thing. Like, okay, an example of conspiracy theory I don't subscribe to. Kennedy's assassination. Kennedy got killed by a whack job who was really good with a rifle and learned how to shoot really good with that rifle in the Marines. That's all it is. It's no different than any other assassination attempt that's ever been carried out on one of our presidents. It's just
Probably,
this guy
probably
succeeded.
had nothing to do with the whole Federal Reserve thing, right?
Yeah, but I find it funny how in true global fashion, Platypus, you've given me the direct opposite of what I asked for.
Well, because the first thing I gave you was what I was hoping was an example of what you were looking for. I needed clarification, though, because it's...
Okay.
Okay, like another one. Another one that absolutely fascinates me is D.B. Cooper. What the fuck happened to that guy?
I don't even know who that is.
D.B. Cooper is the guy that successfully, quote unquote, hijacked an airplane in the 70s and then jumped out the back of a plane in a parachute and was never seen again. Nor was the money, nor was his parachute or the bomb or literally anything that he took with him off the flight.
They found some money on the ground.
when they searched.
They found a little bit of money on a beach buried in the sand. Like, they didn't just find it laying on the ground. They found it years later buried in the sand. And there's a whole thing about that too. I don't know, I guess that's the best example I can give to you.
He's the reason there's no more rear loading cargo bays that can lower, because that's how he exited the plane. Commercial planes are no longer built that way. It's suspected he had training from the military before he pulled the job off. It was a fake bomb that he used. And it may not have even been his name. It was just a pseudonym he used to pull the job off.
It was absolutely a pseudonym. It was absolutely a fake bomb. There's a lot of people that think he was in the military just because of the parachute that he picked. He had two choices. He had a civilian parachute, which had a lot of features on it. It was steerable. It had a redundant chute, a secondary chute in case the primary failed. But he went with the non-steerable military one, and I believe that's because it's just the one he was more familiar with.
Hold on a second. Who's our source on all this stuff? Where are you getting this information from?
I think most of that comes from everything that the FBI has released about what they knew about it.
It is Photoshop.
The FBI. Okay, that's all I need to know.
You can also go by other stuff like eyewitness accounts. The flight attendant actually kept really good notes about everything they experienced during the flight.
Once you start to scrutinize everything, this is where, like conspiracy theorists, truthers, whatever, get their rep for being like paranoid, right? Because eventually you have to think to yourself, are any of my sources credible? Ultimately, we're going by whatever we hear through the boob tube or the internet. None of us were there. So how much of what we hear can be verified? Not a whole lot.
Sorry for interrupting, guys, but I need that clip where it has Don Pettit says that we lost the technology to go to the moon. Does anybody have that clip, please?
Yeah, hold on a second.
All right, I gotta bow out for a couple of hours. I'll be back later tonight.
Yeah, bye, boss.
No, I posted in the live stream.
So as soon as Platypus leaves, let's all shit talk him, yeah?
Thank God he left. Fuck.
He is one of the better Globers, to be fair. He's pretty respectful. Plus, also, I gave him a shout out in my song, so I can't hate him too much.
I was curious on his opinion. He believed if it's a story about the Mexican beers, we can't talk about that, right?
Well, the Mexican beer jam. Well, yeah, we can't really talk about it, but we often do, but we shouldn't really.
I was just saying I was curious what he would say to that. That's a bit of my time.
I'm
Back to
pretty
play
sure
later.
he would have the exact mainstream opinion.
Back to play later. No curvature measurement found error 404. Y'all can
You should be able to go to that link and then download that file for yourself.
I just have one question. What the heck is a plan idea?
Plan idea?
Is y'all keep saying plan idea, and I don't know what the hell a plan idea is. I know what a plan is, and I know what an idea is, but I don't know what a plan idea is. Conspiracy theory. A complete misnomer, complete paradox that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Coined by the CIA in the 50s to discredit anybody that was trying to tell people about what the heck was going on.
Was it the 50s or the 60s? I thought that was after JFK.
Now, it depends on the source you go to. One says 50s, another one says 70s.
Oh.
Either way, it was coined. The term was coined in order to discredit people that were telling the truth about stuff that was going on that shouldn't have been happening.
Yeah.
Just like the term science denier. Science is a method. The people denying the method of experimentation are the ones that are science deniers. Because they don't have any experiments. All they got is blah, 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 blah.
Hey, how's my volume, by the way? I'm using a headset, so I don't know how loud I am.
Anybody say he sounds good to me?
All right, man. Thanks.
Maybe my volume's not working. What a weird
I can hear you. You're kind of low, though.
I'm low.
Yeah, a little bit. At least for me.
All right. That's okay. I don't talk much anyway.
My wife and I are sitting here debating on whether or not we should drive 4 hours to Fayetteville and go to that meetup.
Yes, absolutely.
So did you say you were debating when you were going to do that?
If we should. I mean, it's 4 hours.
No,
It's not that bad.
I heard when.
Oh, when? Tonight.
Yeah. Well, off you go then.
The answer is yes. Debate is won. You're welcome. Just cruise 5 miles under the speed limit to pick up a little bit more MPGs and you're great.
Right. Save that gas.
Bro, if I had a car, I'd go, and I'm like 900 something miles away.
For real?
Well, it's probably not 900. It's probably closer to like 5, but still.
Aren't you down in Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, it's 700 miles from one side to the other. 800 something miles? Get from El Paso over to Texarkana or Shreveport.
It's a big piece of property, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, Texas used to be bigger. I'm still mad about that one.
It's only about
Are
5
you
times the
native?
size of England.
5.
Yeah.
Dude, Texas used to include Oklahoma, parts of Colorado, and other parts of a few other states.
Yeah, like
Is Texas not big enough for you?
Wisconsin is approximately the same square mileage or whatever as England. Milwaukee, the biggest city in Wisconsin, is 1,000 miles from Denver, Colorado, and then Texas is almost the same size as that entire trip. It's crazy how big Texas is.
Yes. State so big you can drive 4 hours one way and still be in the damn state.
And that's not even true in Europe. Like if you drove for like 4 to 5 hours in Europe, you'd be changing states most of the time.
Easily. And countries. Oh, heck yeah.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yeah. We could probably overlay the state of Texas over most of Europe and have room left over.
So England could fit just about inside the state of California, pretty much. Maybe wider, but is that about right?
No, literally, like I said, Wisconsin and England are comparable sizes. California is
much bigger.
3 or 4 times bigger than that. Yeah.
Yeah, California's massive.
Yeah, it sure is.
But I mean, Texas is I would say Texas is, going off my brain, maybe the same size as like France. Maybe it's slightly bigger than France. France is pretty big. No, but actually maybe not. Maybe it is a lot bigger. I was thinking. I think France is about twice the size of England, which means Texas is probably like France plus Germany or something.
I thought England was smaller.
No, it's about 130,000 square kilometers or miles. I always forget which.
Yeah, and let's see, Texas is 268,000 square miles.
So it takes. It's about 650,000 square kilometers. Is that right, Texas?
I don't know what that would be in, let's see, square miles. So, and how much did you say? About
650? Off the top of my head. I don't know if that's
sounds about right.
way off.
Yeah, Alabama's a little bit bigger than y'all. So y'all are about the size of Alabama, which is still bigger than what I thought the UK was.
Oh, the UK is a lot bigger than England, though. England's half the size of the UK.
Well, I mean, what I call Scotland, Scotia, now called the UK.
Now, I went through this with Quantum Eraser about 2 months ago, and I don't think anyone's remembered. So, let's have a little pop quiz for all the Americans. What is Great Britain?
Roman colony?
Great Britain is the island of England. No, I'm sorry, wrong. It's wrong. Great Britain is
everything
the island,
but Northern
including
Ireland.
Wales
Am I right?
and Scotland.
Hold on.
May I try a
What do you
stab
mean
at
everything but Northern Ireland?
Was I right? Everything but Northern Ireland.
So, yeah, so you're talking about England, Scotland, and Wales, is that right?
England,
Correct.
Scotland, and Wales. Yep.
Ding, 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 ding. Dave wins.
That's what I was saying. England, Scotland, and Wales. I said it.
Yeah.
I said it first.
But then what is the United Kingdom?
The United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Would be all of the island of Great Britain, Ireland.
You had Northern Ireland back, you got the UK, maybe? Sorry.
all of their provinces and commonwealths and occupied lands. Maybe I don't know if that's
No, that's the Commonwealth. It's literally just Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Okay.
Yeah, that is the United Kingdom. So it's like you can't use the terms interchangeably because they actually mean different things. Not that anyone asked.
Yeah, that does confuse us, though. It does. You're right about that. That's funny.
Think about it in this way, right? So if I was to say the southern states, what would that include?
Florida.
Basically,
Everything
like
below
Florida to Texas. Right?
everything below the Mason-Dixon line.
Okay. And then if I was to say the, I don't know, the union between southern states and the Midwest, you would understand that that's like another set of states, but then that's not the whole place, right?
Right, because there's northern.
And then if I was to say like, yeah, and then if I was to say like the United Kingdom of the southern states, the Midwest, and the cucked faggots on the coasts, then that would more or less. Pardon me.
That's funny
Using
shit.
the F word. No offense, Sonny.
None
Whenever I
taken.
shit talk,
I'm laughing.
whenever I shit talk,
I laugh my ass off. Believe me. You're not alone. Like I've laughed about California myself. Like heartily laughed about it.
but I'm kind of talking about New York as well, though. Like,
Right.
but,
yeah.
It's really funny because like whenever I shit talk California, normally Californians agree very enthusiastically with what I said.
You're right. You're right about that. Oh, gee whiz.
Which is funny because I actually quite like California. I don't like a lot of the people.
Yeah, me either. It used to be a different place. At least I'm glad I got to experience it when it was. It was a lot of fun growing up, in California. It really was. But I can't say the same now. It's not. It's not fun like that anymore.
Get your kicks on Route 66, Sonny.
No, I'm grateful because I probably wouldn't survive it if it was still that fun. I probably wouldn't be here any longer.
I used to watch Top Gear when Jeremy Clarkson was still on there, and when they were doing their tours through Europe or whatever, I did begin to realize that I am kind of a narrow-minded, kind of self-centered American because a lot of the time I couldn't figure out the routes that they were taking to get to each place. So I obviously didn't know my European geography very well, but so some stereotypes are true because Jeremy Clarkson always accused the Americans of being fat and stupid, and to some degree, that's true.
Were you using a globe to navigate? Maybe that was a problem.
No, just didn't know my geography.
Where is Paris?
Well, France, obviously.
Yeah, but
He
which part?
forgot to add when it comes to politics, lazy and ugly as well.
True.
Self-loathing as well, apparently.
I'll get closer on Paris. It's right along the Seine River. Actually, straddles the Seine River.
Okay. To the same person, in which country is Prague?
Say Prague.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You're like, ooh, me. No, Czechoslovakia does not exist.
Czech Republic.
It's the one.
They renamed it. It's the same thing.
Well, apparently they want everyone to call it Czechia now, and everyone's like, nah. Even the Euros like just called them Czech Republic. So. But when you go into Google Maps, it's Czechia.
Czechia.
The first woman I almost married was from Czechoslovakia.
Beautiful, actually. Kind of Eastern Central European people are very good looking.
You said that like she broke your heart or something.
No. No.
Was she not fat and stupid enough for you?
No. She had nice eyes, if you know what I mean.
All right, yeah, boobs. How are the did she not like the 13-month winters in Canada?
Yeah, that seemed to bother her a little bit. We got 2 seasons in Canada, winter and construction.
Yeah, we just have 2 seasons in England. It's like the raining season and the other raining season.
Have you seen that footage of that young fella falling from the palace? Hanging out the window by a sheet and stuff, and he falls. Is that that's in Britain, right? In England? Buckingham Palace? Buckingham Palace?
Just so you know, how we say it in England is not Buckingham. It's like Buckingham.
Buckingham.
Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham. Buckingham.
Yeah, seriously.
Buckingham.
It's like we'll only ever say the like ham if the word ham is on its own. We'll normally say if it's part of a word.
Okay.
Or sometimes. So there's like a place called Altrincham, which is actually spelled Altrincham.
Altrincham.
But no one says Altrincham.
Altrincham. Did you see the baby toddler falling out of the window at the Buckingham Palace?
Well, no, he was maybe between 25 and 35 or something, and hanging from the sheet and fall. He was nude too. Had a sock on, I think one sock. Nobody knows if he lived from the fall or.
That probably
never got to try out the poop coffee.
That probably got scrubbed kind of quickly. I remember seeing it. I don't think you can find it now.
It was almost like he came out of his roofie nap, and untied himself from the bed and started trying to escape and fell on the ground and.
Must have been a really good reason to try to get away, having to get away with something that you have to tie your own sheets together and climb down a window that from 30 feet above or something.
Just imagine waking up with a sore bum and a salty mouth and you got to climb out a window and you fall to your death. Ouch. just sounds terrible.
Who's watching the house? Like, are any of these people actually where they're supposed to be? Like, these so-called leaders, where are they really?
I couldn't even imagine. Fucking, that's crazy.
I'm over at my mom's house right now, visiting with my daughter, and I was just sitting on the porch watching this lady across the street who's like got an overgrown yard, like with all of her plants and everything. And she's up there with the, you know, shrub, clippers or whatever. I'm like, good. They need to cut that back. She spent like 20 minutes on it, and she's done raking up, and it's still way the fuck overgrown. I want to go over there and grab those fucking clippers and be like, no, you ain't done.
Is that Lou or Helio?
That's Lou. That's Lou.
How's your head doing, Lou?
Sore.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
taking it easy.
Poor guy.
You should be doing better. Somebody sent you some Reiki, I think. I don't know who it was.
If you saw the lump a couple of days ago, I mean it's mostly gone, but yeah, you'd understand why it still hurts.
Yeah, concrete's not that much fun when you smack into it.
So I'm guessing currently there's no one on here that's under the impression they live on a spinning water space ball.
Well, if they are, they're quietly listening for some intellectual conversation, I think. Let's check.
Okay. Just checking.
We had Cool Guy earlier. Space Potato for a few hours. Oh my, that was like talking to a brick wall. Oh, Matthew's chilling, listening in. But we think he's coming over to our side slow. Platypus, well, we all know about that one. So, no. I did watch Matthew's. Yeah, that's it. The one he just posted, I think. I did watch that the other day. Oh, yeah, that's the remake where they point out some of the stuff he was saying. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Michael from Australia.
Yeah, you got to watch that one because it's all broken down. So that's what needed to be done. An expose on the numpty.
Yeah, I did watch that one. That was a good follow up.
Yep. So it's good of Matthew to give us all the support that we're getting.
What's weird about Matthew is that he understands our arguments to about 85% fullness, I would say. But then he kind of, it's like he's going down the road of flat earth truth, and then he kind of drives. It's like there's a 10-mile road, and at the 9.5 mile mark, he drives into a ditch.
Yeah, and they all have a different place. That's what I was saying yesterday, that they have this place where there's a detour in their line of reasoning, and then it goes off to the side. Some is a mile off in the distance. Some's cut off as 5 miles. Some is, like you said, 9.5 miles.
Makes any sense?
Where did I misunderstand what the flat Earth ideas are saying?
Oh, Matthew's here. Fantastic. So there is. I'm trying to think now. I watched your video with. First of all, we don't wear those silly hats. I'd like you to do a full redaction of all flat earthers wearing silly hats in future.
Oh, that's a reference to other stuff that I do in my in the rest of my channel. I have 2 different.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, why don't you have the Glober wear the silly hat and the flat earther look smart? How about that?
I don't know. I
think he was
kind of
just doing it
that
for
hat.
differentiation.
It was silly to be wearing that hat indoors, but it was kind of a cool hat.
No, I mean I was
this
obviously
old
just joking.
Korean guy at a swap meet here in the LA area. It's like, oh, that's.
Was he a roof Korean?
I'm sure he was American, Korean American. I don't know.
No, a roof Korean.
I don't know what that means.
Oh. Does anyone know what that means?
A roof Korean?
What are Koreans kind of like our Mexicans? They do all the roofing in England, or what?
No. I'm amazed that this is a part of LA culture from back in the 80s.
Oh,
So
I know
there
what
were
you're
like a
talking
string
about,
of there were like a string of burglaries in Korean stores in LA. And so what a lot of Korean stores were doing was actually standing on top of their own stores with guns to stop people from looting their shit.
Well, it was from the 1990s. I'm not aware of them doing it other times, but there was the Rodney King riots.
Yeah, there's not enough riots, to be honest.
We need more?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe in
So,
the
Matthew,
right places instead of scattered.
So Matthew, one thing that I noticed that you put in your video a lot is you talk about a dome. And it's not a dome that's required, it's a container.
Yeah, somebody else said that too. In the future, I'll try and change the language from dome to container.
I think he's trying to make fun of us.
No, I mean that's a minor thing, really. It's not that big an issue, but it is important to get this because we're talking about fairly kind of technical logic, I guess. So it's kind of like important to make sure that the terminology is correct. There was another thing that you said that I can't remember what it is. I'll have to watch the video again, but it was basically a giant straw man.
I offered to Matthew that He says flat earthers say this is CGI, but the picture was taken before CGI existed. And I told him that's not a good answer because all we're saying is that it's doctored, faked, and that can be done manually. So it's not a really good answer for the Globe to say that.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to ask Matthew this
Yeah.
question.
Well, so first about the CGI thing, that in my little back, and in sort of the flat earther character, I said then it was faked some other way if it wasn't CGI. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't really like using the word fake because it's self-acclaim. I think unverifiable is a better word to use when talking about space pictures.
Well, I was talking about the pictures of the globe.
Yeah. I think
everybody here would say that those were faked, right?
No, I would say they're unverifiable.
No, they're fake.
Well,
then you and I would use different terminology.
Sorry, but Matthew 2001: Space Odyssey is what real, Matthew? I mean, is that CGI? What type of photography is this? When we're watching these movies, and one's called 2001: Space Odyssey, 1969. Don't you think that would?
Yeah, that would be special effects, is what I would call it.
Oh, so special effects, right? And what do they use today for special effects?
Today they use CGI.
Yeah, there we are. Perfect. So,
Man.
I did want to ask you a question, Matthew.
Thank
often
you.
when you have
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Often we'll have 14-year-olds come in and they'll say they'll take a line of reasoning and be something like this. Well, in 1960, wherever, they didn't have computers back then, so they couldn't have faked the photos of Earth or whatever, right? Which I'm sure you appreciate is a silly argument, but my account argument is this, and I want you to tell me what you think about it. If you're 14 years old, then the earliest you could have ever seen one of those pictures was in 2007, when those pictures were objectively editable via computers.
Yeah, that's a good argument.
Do you know how many people accept that argument?
Too many, I suppose.
No, literally only you. Everyone else who's 14 or 16 or a little bit younger, and they say that, and then I give that as a response, they always just basically say "nah" afterwards.
What they should say is, oh, okay, then I'll go into the public library and look at Life magazine, like the actual printed copy of Life magazine from 1969, and see the printed magazine. That would be a response.
Oh. But of course, when was that printed magazine printed?
In 1969, like the Life
Yeah,
magazine.
but that's now a digital copy. So you'll go in and you'll see a digital copy of the 1969.
Some libraries still have the physical copies, is what I was saying. You'd have to see the physical copy.
The physical original copy from 1969.
Yeah, and that's scary because they're actually changing Wiki and they're changing these documents digitally. And they're changing information that they had in 69, they're changing it now to different things. So that's a form of foolery all by itself.
Yeah, I will rewatch the video, Matthew, because I think there were a few minor errors you made, which led to kind of bigger errors down the way. I can't remember what they were.
Got it. Thanks.
All in all, I think it was a good video.
Yeah, I think it was a solid attempt, for sure. I'm not trying to shit on it.
Yeah, again, it wasn't meant to be a video that sort of argues strongly one side or the other, but instead accurately lays out the major points on both sides. That was my goal.
Yeah, and I think it's as I say, it's certainly a lot better than I think a lot of other people would be able to do. So yeah, I think it's a solid effort. You're at least trying to be fair, which I give you credit for.
Matthew, are you aware of the example where you can take a globe and take a picture up close, and you'll have one set of continents, and then you can go back at a distance and take the same picture, but then zoom in to where the globe is the same size and have a larger, smaller set of continents in this case. You know about that?
Yeah, and so that seems like an odd argument that I've heard some flat earthers use as the reason that it must be fake because it's not using the whole map.
Well, hang on though. But hang on. But what you're saying is NASA is taking a close picture of Earth on one scale and then going much farther away and taking another picture and then zooming in to get the globe the same size and then putting both of them there and not explaining what they did, zooming in, different perspectives. So that in a sense is foolery to me. It's a camera trick.
I mean,
but even their explanation is fraudulent. Right? No, but their explanation is fraudulent. It's when you go close. So it's only when you go really close to an object that it can basically occupy the entire field of view. The moment that you start moving away from something, you can never get that effect where it fills the entire field of view. Even by zooming, it will still be proportional. So the ballers who claim that simply because the photos were taken at two different distances, and that's why USA can take up the entire face, and then in the next one, a third of the face of the ball. That type of variation should only happen when you're moving toward the object and not away from the object.
Well, so what do you mean? It's two different distances, either close up or farther away.
Hang on, Matthew. Explain how that is legit.
I found this picture on Twitter because what do you mean? How is it legit? It's not like you're trying to fool anybody specifically. It's just like
if you're taking a long distance picture and zooming in and saying that it's not long distance, that's foolery.
I don't think anybody was saying it's not long distance.
Show us what you got. You gonna put it in live stream?
Yeah, 19 after the hour. So like, I mean, portrait photographers do this. Sometimes they do a close up. Sometimes they like zoom, like they put the camera way back and zoom in. So they have, I mean, it depends on what the camera is trying to do. I don't think they're trying to fool anybody.
But why is the sphere the same size then? And the continents are different, but the size of the ball they're showing is not. It's supposed to be a picture from outer space, right?
Sometimes they have pictures from different distances. So like the Apollo astronauts took pictures from one distance. The Discover satellite took pictures from a different distance.
So
the picture that you've posted, did you actually physically see the guy taking the photos?
Guys,
because there's no way that North America could be the same size.
Guys, if you take a photo up close and then take a photo far away and zoom in, this is the effect that will happen. You'll see more continents from a distance because of perspective. That is actually true, and you should check it out yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly
what I'm saying is that in itself is foolery, because how can you take a long distance picture and then zoom in to the other sides of the picture you take it and act like you can and act like that's space when you've distorted the perspective.
I mean, I guess the alternative would be to have this huge big picture, but then a tiny little circle. That, nobody wants to see that. They want
for one thing, you would need to tell us the distance. That's for the one thing. When we show a globe that has a large USA and a globe that has a small USA, and NASA's saying these are pictures of space, they need to show the distance, and they don't, and that's why they're liars.
Well, if I could,
leaving off the distances.
What if I could say something like, we're talking about zoom, right? But isn't that a little different than,
yes,
like
it is.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
It is different. Okay. You have to get that effect where you can see a bigger or small USA. You have to zoom, and that's why it's fake. And Matt is not understanding that.
Yeah, I don't understand how zooming is fake.
No, because you get a different effect with the zoom, which is what you've done, right? But what we're talking about is just some kind of camera, right? With, at different distances. Do they have zoom capability? I didn't know that.
Yeah, every camera does.
No. I mean the satellites or whatever is taking these photos. They have zoom, like because I'm assuming that they would have to be like remotely controlled, right?
That I don't know for sure, but if they're the same distance all the time, they wouldn't need to change the zoom. They just like have the lens that focuses on the
No,
interesting
but this
point. Just use that.
this is the point that's not logical, is that if something takes up 1/3 of a something, so if a continent takes up 1/3 of a ball, if I zoom into that continent so that that 1/3 appears like half, the ball would also increase because I have zoomed in on the entire image. And then
That's
someone
false.
would have to
Look at my
crop
photo
that
at
back.
19 after the hour. My photo at 19 after the hour proves that that's false.
No, it's fraudulent. Your photo is also fraudulent and been manipulated because there's no way that the outer ball can remain the same while only the continent gets zoomed.
I respectfully disagree. I think you should try it yourself with a globe and a camera and see what happens.
I've just done exactly that. If something occupies 1/3 of a field of view, and then I zoom in so that that object occupies half of the field of view, the entire background, the field of view has grown. It's the only way that zoom can occur. You cannot have the outer dimension of a ball remaining static while only continents zoom in or out. That's not how the zoom function works. And as with this globe deception, this is deception. So photos like these are often manipulated to try and write off a very valid point that's been raised. That's why I asked, did you actually see these photos being taken? Or has someone sat in Photoshop and but he promised you and you believe him that he didn't manipulate this image?
I think he's saying he took those pictures of the globe himself by zooming in and out on it, and that's the difference in the size of the continents on the globe. That meme
He said
proves
he had a
nothing,
picture.
Matthew.
He said he had a picture.
Yeah, I've done.
Did you take these,
similar.
Matthew?
I've done.
Did you take these photos?
After.
Did you take these photos yourself, Matthew?
I did.
So he zoomed into his own globe and enhanced the size of the continents. Wow.
No, I zoomed it. I mean, this is just what happens if you take two pictures from close and far. You should try it with a camera sometime.
Are you calculating what we're saying though? There's no way there's a satellite 500,000 miles away from the Earth taking pictures of the Earth. Like, anyways, whatever.
So our claim
I mean,
is that there is
other than that, I don't think
he's
being dishonest or anything. If he's saying, "Hey, you should try it," it's probably likely that he's saying something that is accurate about his observation. Like so.
And if you'll notice that the angle at which you view the continent is different.
But be that as it may, it's not the same thing because again, having a picture taken at two distances is different than like zooming in on something with the same camera.
I agree. Yeah, it's different things, but they're both real. They're real. I mean, the pictures of the globe picture.
No, I'm saying because the
No, he's being deceptive.
If you took a picture from further, the ball would just look smaller.
Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
So I've just taken.
There'd be different.
So I've just taken a photo of my globe Earth. And when I zoom in so that the continent now occupies 50% of the field of view, the entire ball grows. Not your fraudulent picture, which you've just made me question you seriously, Matthew. If you claim that simply by an optical effect, you can keep the ball, the outer ball dimension remains the same, while only the continent grows, that is a lie, a blatant lie.
Wait,
and like I said to you, it's logical that if you take a picture of the Earth and then you take another zoomed in picture, the Earth would be zoomed in proportionally to the continent size change.
In the two images that you posted at 26 past the hour, is that the same image, just one zoomed, or are they two separate images taken at different distances?
I took exactly the same distance, one zoomed in, one zoomed out.
Okay, yeah, that's
by
what I
a minor tiny bit. So now what you've done is you've cut out the continent from the larger image and then stuck it on the smaller version so that only the continent grew, but the outer dimension of the ball remained the same, which is the deception.
Okay, that would be a deception if somebody did that.
But see how you got the second picture, like had you just backed up so it appeared to be the same size, what would it look like then?
The first picture. Because it would all be proportional within the ratio of the picture. You're taking a static image.
Solar.
So if the continent grows, the outer dimension of that ball would grow.
Solar.
There's no way around it.
He did also change the angle.
Hang on,
So,
Elijah.
right,
Solar.
wait. But he also changed the angle though. Like, how different would that make things?
Hang on, Solar. You see more continents if you zoom out. I mean, if you take a picture from a distance, you'll see more continents because of perspective. That's actually true. And it's just, and if you zoom in, is where the foolery happens. You can get the same size ball, but see more continents.
That's exactly what I was saying. And Solar, why don't you try two different pictures from different distances? One as close to that globe as you can, and one really far away. And
take one at 2 feet and use the same angle, and take it at 25 feet, and then zoom in to where
don't use the same angle because Matthew didn't.
I tried to get close. It's not exactly.
Dude, the Earths don't even look the same.
It's not the same angle in the slightest. As a matter of fact, I think that because the second image to the right is tilted more, or the camera's more towards the north, I think that's the reason it appears to look smaller.
Gentlemen, it almost doesn't matter because NASA admits that they are images, strips of data slapped together. Anything we do with our cameras, they're real images that we took with our cameras and our phones. Everything NASA gives us is bullshit. We know that.
Well, don't they say that the satellite images that take full pictures of the Earth, don't they say that those are real pictures?
They do, yes.
There's some real pictures and there's some images, which is very confusing, by the way. Okay, Matthew, look at my picture I posted, Godric. It was like 10 minutes ago. Can you see? It has the twin lakes of Iraq.
I just want to challenge one thing. So I'm walking across the entire room away from my globe.
How many feet?
And I never see more continents because distance doesn't pull things up from behind a curve.
It does, because when you see something
It
at
doesn't.
a distance, you see more of it.
This is what I'm saying to you right now. I'm busy doing it presently.
Okay, hang on.
The side
How many
that
feet?
you can see.
How many feet?
The side that you can see is always the side you can see. So
hang on.
If I tilt
Calm
this
down,
way,
Linda.
I can.
Linda, calm down. He's explaining it to you, and you keep asking him how many feet. Let the gentleman explain, Linda.
So, for example, if I position this ball so that just Europe is sticking out just on that little cusp on the top right-hand side, and I keep walking backwards, I can still see Europe. Now I'm at about 10 meters. So that's about 30 feet. Now I'm at 15 meters. I can still see the same point. Nothing became more illuminated by me moving away from it. So no,
okay, look, I want to make sure
doesn't show more of itself.
Hang on, I want to make sure we understand each other, okay? What we're doing is we're taking a picture up close, like say a couple feet, okay? You have a globe, right?
Correct.
And then start fresh.
Only when I stand with my nose pressed against the ball, do I have some visual continents missing.
This is
As
the
I
bullshit.
step back to about a third or say 3 feet away, Now I see the entire surface of the sphere that's facing me. And from that point, no matter how much further back I go, no more becomes illuminated. It's
Okay, let's
always the
start
one
fresh.
side that you can see.
Okay, let's start fresh. Take the picture from 3 feet, okay, from the globe, or even better, 2 feet. And this is the bullshit that the Globers are doing, trying to defend NASA. Okay, go ahead and take your picture from 2 feet on the globe, and then move. How far can you move back? Can you move back 25 feet? Can you move back that far? The
Yeah, I
second
just
picture
told
needs
you
to
that,
be
my dude.
taken, and then zoom in. Zoom into where the globe is the same size relative to your camera, and you will see more continents. This is I've done it myself.
Yeah, I would be interested if you can post those too. That would be interesting to see.
I can do it. If you can't do it, I'll do it with mine, and this won't be a great example, but it'll be an example of what I'm telling you. And meanwhile, Matthew, look at Godric's post with the Twin Lakes near Iraq.
Where past the hour? I tried to find it.
I'm Pacific time. What time are you? It's 1:22 my time, Pacific.
Okay.
Are you Pacific?
Yes.
Okay, so I've done
Says
exactly
Godric.
what I've just described occurs. I went and took a photo from about 2 feet away, and then I went all the way to the other side of the room and zoomed in and cropped the picture so that it's back to about the same, sort of taking up that space. And there's no more continents.
Can you post?
Cannot
Can you
see
post?
behind. I have.
Can you post both of those, please? Okay, I'm gonna take a look what you got.
Godric, I found the Iraq thing, and yeah, that one is due to like really strong fisheye lens, I think. But I'm gonna look at better.
But Matthew, can't that be an example of foolery because they're showing the satellite parts behind it as if it was orbiting, as if it's ISS orbiting, right?
I don't know what their intention was with that image.
Okay, my angle to these images I see was a little bit out because when I was standing close to the ball, I was shooting downward. And when I was standing further away, it's more flat. But effectively, what you see facing you, doesn't matter how far away you go. That's what they've told us to try and justify how these photos can grow and how continent sizes can vary at will.
Okay, it looks to me that your second. This is just what it looks to me. Your second globe. It looks like there's more ocean around the continent. Is that not right? There's more ocean around the continent than the first one.
No, proportionally, it's so what I was looking at is the Europe part. So look above Africa, then you see that next little bit of green, sort of where Portugal approaches Africa and then leads back towards Europe. And when you look at both of them, no matter how far back I go, I can still see that same zone
How about if
of
you?
Europe.
How about if you look below? How about below the Africa? I'm going to do mine right now.
So
I'm going to show you.
it could be just the way that the light was reflecting between the two photos, but there's an equal proportion of darkness. If you look at the bottom of Africa, you see like a shadow. This globe that I've got actually shows the mountains on the globe. So it's like casting a shadow where one of the mountain ranges is in Africa. And below that to the bottom of the ball is it's identical, equidistant to both images because it's still the same face that you can see. It's the face cannot change. Like I said, it only changes when I go right up against the ball. Then I can get a very distorted version if I go right up against the ball. So that's why I said it's only when you're approaching the object, so you're getting closer to the object, then you can have that effect that we're talking about where continents could grow. But if one picture was further away than the other, it's going away from something, and no matter how much further away from something you get, if you're still zooming back in, it's almost like taking the same shot.
I'm doing mine right
Fellas,
now.
hold on a second. So I've got a globe, and I took a picture of it sitting on my dresser. And then I stood back about another 3 feet, 4 feet, and stood on a stool to get the angle correct. So I'm going to put those two pictures in, and I'm going to crop the one that I'll zoom it and crop it, because with these cell phones, there is not an actual optical zoom. It's just a crop. So we're not actually, it's not even actually fair. So that, yeah, anyways, I'll post them, and they're basically exactly the same.
So now my point is that when you move closer, so I'm posting a photo now of when you've moved closer. Now it's actually taken that little steel ring out of focus, the little steel ring that sits around the globe. So I've zoomed in, or I've gone close enough that the African continent takes up more and the European portion goes away. So like I said, it's only when you're going toward the object and getting too close to the object that it's distorting it. But you've still got to be far enough away that you can see the entire sphere. So you can't go so close that you're literally only taking a photo of the continent. You have to still have the context around something. And when you're moving away from an object, the photos are identical, man.
Okay, thanks for that, Solar. I'm gonna post mine. I think you can see it online. It's not a great one, but it's decent. I'm gonna post mine now.
But it's just logical. If you've got a picture that's 10 frames or 10 pixels by 10 pixels, and I zoom that into 100 pixels, every pixel will be 10 times larger. You can't have the continent be larger and the outer ball be the same.
But
So
I think
that the
you're
zoom
missing.
only occurred on one portion of the image and
I
not
think you're
to the
missing
perimeter.
I think you're missing something.
How are we going to be able to see more on the sphere?
What's that?
How are you going to be
I'm
seeing?
saying you can see more because when you're at a distance, you have a distance perspective. You can see more of the edges around it. And if you're very close, for example, and he did agree that if you're very close, you see only you see a different part of the globe, or you see less of it, right? You agree on that?
Well, what you've done here is you've demonstrated the difference when you view it from different angles. So your first image that's zoomed in, I can see Europe, I can see Italy, I can see it going up in towards like Germany and Belgium, but I can't see South America in that first image. And then in your second image, that top section is more hidden, and then the bottom section is more exposed. So it's actually two different angles.
Okay.
Try and center something.
My angle's
Try
off, but
center
look at
something.
this. My angle's off, but look at this. How can I see Africa, the top of Africa in both of them, but I can see more of the bottom only in the distance? You see my point?
Okay, yeah, I get you.
And I had to go like probably 30 feet. But see, this is the bullshit that the Globers are showing. They're saying, "Oh, look, I can goof around with the zoom."
This is
that's why NASA's legit.
So go look at my last photo that I posted, where I've zoomed in past the steel frame on the ball. If you look at my first images, you can see the little steel frame's got a little gap between the steel frame and the globe. And when I kept that at the same sort of visual angle and moved away from it, there's no change. But when I went too close, that the ball starts to actually appear larger, there is this thing that when you're right close to the object, yes, there can be a slight distortion. But like you see in my last photo, the globe part is actually, it's taking away part of that steel frame, which means I'm actually growing the, I don't know how to say this.
Can somebody else do this? I want to get a couple more examples.
And I agreed that if you're too close and then further away, yes, you can see more. But if you're at 3 feet or 4 feet to start, and then you move further away, you're not going to be seeing more. So
That's the
even your
argument. To go
first
close,
picture is a close-up, very, very close-up.
to go close where the globe is basically filling the screen of the camera, and then to go far away. But then the second one, you zoom back in, you're going to see more. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I agree with that.
Now, I'm telling Matthew that by itself is foolery, because how can you take two different pictures and zoom in and act like they're basically the same without explaining the distance? To me, that's foolery.
I see what you're saying, that maybe they should be more clear about the different distances. Yeah, but I like the pictures that you did, Godric. That makes sense.
And if you're really a glober, how can you even accept that they're taking strips of data and sewing them together, and they're going to make their own globe? Well, I want to see the original data. I want to sew them together myself and see what I get. That's what I would say. It's like you're in a courtroom and you're telling Your Honor.
Where you can find those.
It's like you're in a courtroom and you're telling Your Honor there's one picture of a gun. There's another picture of a body. So obviously that gun shot that body. You sew them together. It doesn't make any sense.
But once again, you're begging the question that firstly, there is a sphere to be photographed. Secondly, there was an object or something in that second law of thermodynamics violation known as space that could have taken two photos at two different distances, to then be arguing that the continent sizes could change. It's already fallacious on its initial outset. We caught them fudging the sizes in their Photoshop programs. They leave cloning tools, cursors. They clone multiple stamped clouds all over the ball that are identical. They use the same cloud pattern 3 years apart on different images. They use the same cloud pattern in day and night. So we found them that they are using CGI or they are using Photoshop to stitch these together. They don't deny that at all. So it's really not even questionable that they could be making inaccuracies with their computer generation of the image. But once again, we're now arguing how far away was the satellite in that space zone that can't exist, taking some magical photograph of a ball that no one's ever seen because no one can determine radius. It's you're begging the question with them. Can you see that, Godric?
Yes, you are correct. This does not prove the globe.
Yes, I see that.
Could definitely fake it. I've heard some flat earthers say, though, that this type of thing should be impossible on a globe, and that's all my claim is. It's not impossible on the globe. It's just it doesn't prove the globe.
So Matthew, you've got quite an interesting angle that you're taking on this, where you're like a third category. You're not a flat earther and you're not a globe earther, and you're standing in the middle and trying to elucidate either side's point of view.
Yeah, I think that's.
And I find that quite interesting. Do you not feel compelled to side with one which seems more probable? Do you think you can be 100% objective and stand in the middle of this?
I'm not meaning to be objective. I myself am a glober, but I'm saying that when we're talking about it, it's helpful to kind of like look at all the things from both sides. That's what I was saying.
I've generally seen this only with philanthropy students, the ones that study human beings as subjects, that would always look at either side as that they're not included in either side. They're sort of above both sides.
Oh, yeah, I'm not.
It's often to avoid direct criticism. So by not claiming this is your belief, this is what the globers believe, you sort of avoid having to assert your position as that you're the glober who believes this.
I've always
as most people do claim their assertions.
Always been very clear. I claim it.
I have a question for Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay, so in your video, you talk about how if you stack up grapes stack them up, the grapes, eventually the bottoms will get crushed. You'll have grape juice, right? And this has to do with your gradient, right? So let's say I allow you to have your gradient, right, where you can have pressure on the bottom and eventually miles above vacuum on top, right? So how, as the Earth is being created, how did you get the first amount of oxygen or air pressure against the vacuum of space? How did it initially start?
And why not use a gas analogy like helium balloons? So we stack helium balloons on top of one another. And then what are they supposed to be pressing downward?
That's a good point. That's a good
Why
point.
are
But let
we
me
doing
ask
solids
Matthew,
versus
how did
gas?
the pressure get there in the first place against the vacuum of space?
If the whole Earth had zero atmosphere except for one single hydrogen atom, that atom would like move around due to its heat, and eventually it probably would escape, but it might not escape right away because it has weight to it, because helium has weight, and so as it moves around, it would have a slight bias downward due to its weight.
How do you know this?
You say hydrogen would have a downward bias.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm going to see what he said. Yes, they can float around, and let's say they have a bias because of their weight, but they would fill the available space because vacuum is, in this case, we don't have a gradient. Vacuum is directly against the Earth. Now, this is your Big Bang explosion, right?
Yeah.
It would fill the available space, Matthew. Meaning it would not collect the gradient. If it's against the vacuum. I mean, we're talking about miles of gradient. This is vacuum on your bubble of, what is it, hydrogen? Gas?
The most less dense gas there is. Yeah?
Yeah, hydrogen is the least dense gas there is.
And that would have a downward bias.
Slightly, yeah, not very much because it's pretty light.
And because it's so light, it is always the preferred substance, like with the Hindenburg and with any kind of lighter than air travel, they were using hydrogen because it's got an upward bias. I'm not sure if you know that.
Yeah, the fact hydrogen is it's also super flammable. It's probably the most flammable substance in the universe.
True, but does it have an upward bias or a downward bias? In real life,
weight, so
in real
hydrogen has
life,
a downward bias.
So in real life, hydrogen has a downward bias. That's
Yes,
amazing.
that's right.
How could it collect, though, inside of a vacuum?
Wait, when did you say that hydrogen is having a downward bias? Who has witnessed that and when and how?
Matthew is saying that in a vacuum, hydrogen would mostly go down. That's what
You know that
No,
in
I
a
asked him in
vacuum,
real life. Yeah.
in a
He said it
vacuum,
would have a
anything you
downward.
put in has a downward bias.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Anything.
saying. Everything.
Okay, so it's irrelevant. We're talking about this particular case in which everything would go somewhere different, and hydrogen is going downward.
Well, in our atmosphere, hydrogen goes up, even though it has weight.
Yeah, so there's no situation in which you can show how hydrogen has a downward bias.
In a vacuum chamber, it does.
Yeah, compared to everything else, everything has a downward bias when you're putting it in a vacuum. It's not
Exactly.
proving
That's all I'm
anything.
saying.
Well, you're
Hydrogen
not proving
expands to
anything.
fill the volume.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with gravity putting it down. It's
I was
simply the
talking
fact that
about weight.
anything we put in the vacuum fills the existing volume.
But any volume has a slight higher pressure at the bottom of the volume than the top of the volume.
You're red herring the whole argument nonstop.
No, it's just that's showing the downward bias because there's a slight pressure gradient at the bottom than the top. That's all.
It's just saying that if you put water in oil, water will always be at the bottom because it's more dense. Cool. The more denser things go to the ground. Cool.
I'm saying if you fill up a water bottle with 100% water, the pressure at the bottom of the water bottle is higher than the pressure at the top of the water bottle.
Are you sure about that?
Water. Yes, that's how. This is why you get the bends if you're not careful when you're scuba diving. It's very dangerous.
It's in a container.
Yeah.
You're funny, man.
Matthew,
Funny,
but
man.
did you explain how we collected the initial atmosphere before the gradient existed inside of a vacuum?
So
Against
my
a vacuum?
basic answer is it just sort of slowly grows. I don't know how to explain it better than that. But yeah, I don't know.
But you agreed that one molecule would escape eventually. So
Eventually,
then
yeah. But
two molecules would escape eventually. And then
yes,
three
that's right.
molecules would escape eventually. And then I can do n plus whatever I want. N plus 1, I could do n plus 1,000, n plus 10,000. And either version, that one will eventually escape. And then you
Yeah.
talk about it building up sufficient pressure to now push back against, but it could never, because all of those first ones would have escaped. So there would never be the stacking downward or starting from the bottom and stacking the way that you need it to be to support your grape argument. But in real life, if it started with one molecule, when it got up to 1 million molecules, the first, I don't even want to say a percentage, but the first giant majority would have escaped already by the time you got to your millionth molecule. So there
But
wouldn't be the stacking that you're talking about.
but with the question that is it Flatman Can? Who is that? What's the other guy's name?
Godric.
Yes. Saying like, how the gas got there, and then Matthew saying it kind of just slowly coalesced. How could it slowly coalesce and at the same time, as we're experiencing it now, it be slowly leaving? How could it?
No, that's a good question, and I think it has something to do with temperature and how fast these molecules would reach escape velocity to leave the Earth, and those are details that I'm not familiar with, so I don't know.
Wouldn't that have been a lot faster when the Earth was cooling because it was super hot?
Yeah, it definitely would have been. You're right.
Well, that's a little odd, right?
Matthew,
Sorry.
the heat would cause it to go up, right?
He doesn't understand the connection, Elijah. Just make it more clear.
No, Elijah's right. The hotter the like if the whole Earth were just a bunch of volcanoes, the atmosphere would be really hot and it would escape more quickly. You're right.
And how would that support your idea that it built up this stacked idea like grapes, that there's this downward pressure at the bottom where it would have been the hottest and the molecules would have been the most excited at the bottom? And they would have been moving upward anyway because there isn't a downward bias, because gas moves in all directions. It has all vectors. It is unbonded as well, not like your grapes, which are solids. So comparing gas to solids, not good. Comparing gas to liquids, not good. So you should compare gas to
But
gas.
even a downward bias is like way too generous, because that's one vector when really it's an inward bias, which is like all vectors in the opposite direction, that it would go on a sphere if we lived on a sphere. Then it's doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, so gas goes all different directions. I'm saying that the gas molecules have a slight bias towards down, but they fill space, but they create a little bit of a pressure gradient because there's a slight bias towards down. And the exact amount and the heat and all that type of stuff would be factors into how quickly atmosphere gets lost from the Earth and the heat and all of that. And those are details I don't know.
But Matthew, if you looked into those details, don't you think they can reify it to create the result that we want? They can say, well, this is how the Earth was formed. Do you think they can reify it to make it a believable story?
Yeah, obviously they start with the assumption that the Earth is a globe and then try to figure out how the story could match that. That's what they would do.
Right. So take your 1 second. Take your little bits of hydrogen that have first started coalescing around the Earth. And then imagine that on a ball that's moving 66,000 miles an hour through space. Wouldn't that make it more difficult?
And 500,000 around the
It would
sun.
depend on if the hydrogen molecules start off with the same relative speed. It's not about the speed.
Oh, so conservation of momentum, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So conservation of momentum, they would stay with the Earth because they were created on an Earth that's moving.
And they're not bonded to that thing that's moving.
They wouldn't fly. Let's say if the Earth is going to the right, they wouldn't fly to the left because the Earth is going to the right. They wouldn't fly to the left because of conservation of momentum.
Of course they would. Of course they would, because they're
Yeah,
unbonded.
they go all different directions. You're right, all over.
Can you conserve momentum in a circle?
No,
In a
you have
circular movement.
Yeah,
circular
movement involves constant acceleration.
So,
No, I
like he
didn't really
said,
get a clear
can you
answer.
conserve?
Can you? Yeah, can you conserve momentum in a circle?
No, because he just answered that by saying you need to accelerate, constantly accelerate. So where's that extra energy coming from?
Fantastic. So the previous sentence where he basically said that conservation of momentum would answer that in a circle is now invalid. So maybe we need another explanation.
Nice one.
Yeah, so the acceleration is not very high compared to the speeds that these hydrogen atoms are going, because when they're at a high temperature, they're bouncing all over the place. The Brownian motion, you can measure this. I don't know those numbers though.
Did you hear Crypto?
Matthew, you're too low.
Sorry about that. I don't know why.
Matthew, so
better.
Crypto just explained to you that you can't use conservation of momentum in a circular orbit, because a circular orbit implies acceleration, which means there needs to be some force. Now, you've tried to say there is conservation, even though the acceleration that is required is so minuscule or almost undetectable. But that's not what a circular orbit implies, is that there is constant acceleration and constant vector change. And then if you added a rotation, so you're spinning like a spinning top while going in a circular orbit, there would be constant acceleration and deceleration while you spin and move around. The times that you're spinning against that greater movement, you would be decelerating. And the times that you're spinning alongside or in line with that greater orbit, you would be accelerating by that speed. So there would be constant noticeable variation. So like Crypto said, you can't talk about conservation of momentum if acceleration is included.
You said it would be noticeable. Do you have any idea how much acceleration we're talking about here?
Is it acceleration? Yes or no? I'm
Yes,
not asking you for how much.
The answer is a change of 3 miles per hour per minute, which isn't very high compared to the speed of air molecules. It's really small. Like all of those motions all together, the change of momentum, like the rotation, the revolution around the sun, the revolution around the galaxy, add them all up, it's 3 miles per hour change per minute.
No, it's not.
So it's acceleration. So it's not conservation. So it's not conservation. It's not equal on both sides of the equation.
Hold up, Matthew, you just gave us a number that represents rectilinear movement. You realize when you apply all the vectors, the vector of movement that you end up having, it's in 7 directions at the same time. You keep on moving in 7 directions at the same time.
That's correct. Now, what
you can't say there's an acceleration in that movement. There's dozens of accelerations at the same time.
I agree. They all add up to less than 3
well,
miles per
then
hour
trust me, no, it doesn't work that way.
How much do they add up to? If you want to say a different number than 3, tell me what number.
How did you come up with that?
I added up all the accelerations of the rotation of the Earth, the revolution around the sun, the movement of
That's
the
how
solar
you
system
end up
around the
with the
galaxy.
acceleration in a circular movement.
Yeah.
You
No,
think
it's delta x divided.
500,000
Hold up.
500,000 miles per hour with the sun, you're saying could work out to 3 miles an hour.
You realize that acceleration is defined as delta v
That's
divided by
retarded.
delta t. When you do the delta v in two vectors that don't have the same orientation, you end up with another vector.
That's right.
You can't just add up the things.
Yeah, you divide by the time it takes also.
No, you can't just add up. These are not numbers, they're vectors.
Yeah, I added the vectors.
Don't
Trust
you
me, I know how
teach
to do this.
mathematics?
That's why I got the answer right. Yes.
It's not.
Yeah, no, I told him not to teach mathematics. I hope he's
How do you
listening.
know mathematics? Gee, okay, so
just one of the vectors that we're talking about is 500,000 miles per hour.
That's right.
Hold up,
your
Matthew.
calculation is that you would feel 3 miles
So Matthew,
per hour
let's say this: you have a vector, its magnitude is 10. Listen,
of
listen,
acceleration.
Matthew, you got a vector, its magnitude is 10. You got another vector, orientated at the perfectly opposite direction. Its magnitude is also 10. Now, what's the sum speed of these? Is it 20?
0.
Uh-oh. So suddenly, when you actually use your brain, you realize what the number is. But your acceleration mathematics simply implies you add them all up.
I was you add them in different directions, sure, but even if they were all
No. You don't add them up just like that, just like numbers.
Of course not. Yeah, you add.
You just did. That 3 miles per minute acceleration that you came up with, it's just
per
that.
hour, he said. Per hour.
So it would be less
That's
than that. That's if they happen to all be in the same direction, it would be a maximum of 3. They don't. They point all different directions, just like Andrew.
How is he
right.
teaching
So
math?
So it's so far off. Just what I said to you about the Earth spinning. Do you understand that when it's moving on an orbit, let's for simple sake say it's moving left to right. When the Earth is spinning with that left to right movement, it is now moving 66,600 miles per hour towards the right, plus 1,000 miles per hour. Because of the rotation of the Earth, that's 67,600 miles per hour. 12 hours later, the Earth is rotating away. The Earth is rotating towards the left, while the Earth is orbiting toward the right. That means you have to take 66,600 miles per hour and subtract the 1,000 miles per hour that the Earth is rotating, giving you a sum of 65,600 miles per hour. The difference between 67,000 and 65,000 is 2,000 miles per hour every 12 hours. That's just with one of these vectors.
And hence my 3 miles an hour per minute divided up.
Did you listen to what Solar said? Did you listen to what he said?
Yeah,
There's 2,000 mile per hour difference every 12 hours.
That's right. So what happens if you take 2,000 and divide it by 12 hours worth of minutes?
Every hour. So there's 12 hours that it's now accelerating at 1,000 miles per hour faster than the orbit. And the other 12 hours, it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour slower than the Earth is orbiting, giving you a net sum difference just within that 12-hour window. 12 hours. So if that is 2,000 miles divided by 12, you're at 240 miles. Now, that's not 3 miles per hour. And that's just two of those vectors. That's just the orbit and the rotation. And you're about, 300% out, 400% out. If you're saying 3 miles, and just with those two, I can show you that you would be at even a 240 mile per hour difference which is hurricane wind type speed. I know it's just numbers on a piece of paper to you, but in real life, 240 miles per hour blows trees down and flattens buildings. And we're told that the air is moving at 1,000 miles per hour with the earth. And we have winds in all different directions, but they say 5 times faster than is needed in a hurricane to flatten a building. Yeah, the air is just moving like that, even though it's unbonded. It's this gravitational magic. Do you not understand that 2,000 mile difference just on the rotational orbit demolished what you just said about your 3 miles per hour?
Yeah, so 2,000 miles per hour change in 12 hours. Divide that up into minutes, and it turns out to be 2.77 miles per hour change per minute. So you're right.
Why are we talking
And
in
you
minutes
think you
now?
won't feel that?
Well,
2.7 miles per
Matthew,
hour
do you have a
difference
car?
every minute.
Yeah,
well,
so
I mean,
12 hours is 720 minutes.
And you want,
if you
but
have-
this started with conservation of energy. So how does 2.7 miles per hour every minute mean conserving? If that's how much acceleration is busy being experienced.
Yeah, you're accelerating that rate, 2.77 miles.
How do you conserve acceleration like that? That's fluctuating. That sometimes it's deceleration.
What do you mean? It's circular
Well,
motion.
sometimes in the day it's deceleration, and other times in the day it's acceleration.
Well, in
How do you
circular
conserve?
motion, it actually changes all the time. Every second, it's changing direction.
So how would you conserve that?
That's just how circular motion works. What do you mean?
But we
Jesus
agreed
Christ.
circular motion can't be conservation because circular motion implies acceleration. You remember where this started?
Yes. So did you see
Okay.
why?
But that's the opposite to what you just said. And then you answered yes to me.
Did you see how your 2,000 mile per hour change in 12 hours does turn out to be less than 3 mile hour change per minute? You just divide 12 hours by 720 minutes.
You're red
got
herring
quieter,
again.
Matthew.
You keep on red
And you
herring.
got quiet.
Oh, sorry.
But I just wanted to know where the energy was coming from for this acceleration.
You don't need energy for circular acceleration.
Wow, can you give me a
What?
citation for that? Okay, everybody, you don't need energy to have circular movement. We only need energy to run PCs and cars and buildings. But when you want to spin something, you don't need energy.
Like an engine or anything, no.
You don't need
energy
constant.
needed.
You don't need constant energy being applied to ensure that the rotation can be maintained.
Nice.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
It just
When
goes.
You're saying that's right.
If something is spinning,
Wow.
then you don't, and if it's spinning at a constant rate, you don't need to apply energy to keep it.
Do you know?
in
Do you
its
understand a turbine, Matthew? A
Yes.
turbine takes a force from either the wind, water, or chemical, and uses that energy transferred into the crankshaft to cause rotation. And that's why it needs to be consistent energy applied, say for wind power generation. I need the wind constantly applied to that blade to cause the rotational movement so I can capture that energy.
Because there's a constant friction making it slow down in the term of the generator, and that's what makes the electricity. So you're right.
And you need all types of circular orbits require acceleration y for exactly what you just stated.
They don't require energy.
They do. They're accelerating.
I think you might be confusing angular acceleration with just the circular acceleration that happens when you're just on something.
You don't just happen. Circular rotation doesn't just happen. A force needs to be applied. And if you want to maintain that circular rotation, a constant force needs to be applied. So that's what Elijah was asking you is where's this extra force that's allowing to input additional energy so that this can continue to accelerate as it moves on its circular orbit.
Okay, so if there's friction, then yes, you have to apply energy. But if there is no friction, circular motions do not need any energy to continue indefinitely. That's why tops spin for so long, because they just keep.
Can you prove that there's no friction with the Earth rotating?
No, I can't prove that.
So then can you claim that?
Yes, I can claim it due to reason and logic.
You can't prove that. No, you just stated, I cannot prove that there's no friction loss with the Earth's rotation. But then you stated there would be no friction loss with the Earth's rotation. That's why what I say makes sense. But you can't prove it,
I believe
but
it,
you're
but I
going to
can't prove it.
claim something you can't prove.
That's right. I claim all kinds of things I can't prove. You're right.
Well, that's an honest admission. Thank you. So like Elijah was asking you, F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration. So for there to be acceleration, there has to be a force. What is that additional force causing that additional acceleration that you have deduced as 3 miles per hour per minute?
And mind you, this is a problem that arises only because you're working backwards from a conclusion. So you have to say, well, logically, there is acceleration. So now this is the problem that you're faced with.
Can you measure this 3 miles per hour per minute anywhere? No. Another unverified assumption that cannot be proven, but will be claimed by Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good response to that.
We know it's okay.
Can I ask you a question, Matthew? When you're talking to us about these things, would you say that you're in the process of defending your own ideas, or are you actually in the process of presenting the best globe responses to what's being said?
I'm trying to sort of think through the best way to explain it. These are things that I actually believe, and trying to figure out, I don't know, how to explain things well.
So you are defending your own ideas. That's basically what I'm.
Say that again. I am what?
Are you defending your own ideas?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You know,
yeah, I asked the same thing.
You say that. Sorry, real quick. Because usually you say that you're here to give the best responses to what you think Globers would say, but I don't want people to confuse that with what the globe Earth model, so called, or the geometry and the heliocentric story. I don't want to get what is on paper and said to be confused with what Matthew believes after being presented with contradiction. Like refraction, for example. When he uses the word refraction to say maybe that's what is causing holograms in my vision when I'm looking at a horizon that's not in the location that it's physically supposed to be. But when I say, okay, where are the citations from the people that gave us the globe to support what you're saying that goes hand in hand with what I'm seeing? I don't actually have that. These are my own ideas. This is something that I think Matthew would say.
Yeah, that's right. I'm doing the best to say what I think that the standard scientific mainstream science answer would be, and I suspect that if you had other people in here, who.
But that's not true. See, mainstream scientific answer. That's exactly what I said. You aren't in concordance with.
Where's an example of something where I disagreed with mainstream science?
the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon. That's where you differ from the mainstream narrative.
No, the mainstream narrative says that that should be the distance to the physical horizon if there were no refraction. That's what it says.
Where does it say that? As a matter of fact, it might stem from maybe Andrew Thomas Young saying that if you include refraction and you include this theoretical mathematical model about light rays bending around the presupposed radius, presupposed curvature of the Earth, then that's a different story. That'd be one sighting. But outside of that, where does any other PDF or any other source say that the distance to the horizon is this if you're not calculating the effects of the horizon? I mean, the atmosphere.
I'm unaware of any disagreeing with that. I think generally scientists...
Not disagreeing. No, not disagreeing. You said it. And I don't believe that others have said that anywhere, because I've looked at what they've said. And if this was just a conversation in a vacuum and there were no flat earthers, then they would have just told me, hey, you see that horizon. The Earth dictates that, the size of the globe dictates that what you're looking at is 3 miles away if you're 1 foot off the ground. That's what they would say. What you're saying is something I don't believe is said anywhere. And I'm asking you to cite a source.
Brilliant. Yeah, we as flat earthers raised this point about 5 years ago, saying none of the calculations factor in refraction. And all the globers said, no, we're being ridiculous. Those things are going behind curve. Forget all the other stuff. You don't need refraction. They called it perspective, and they called it all this other bullshit to try and make it sound like flat earthers are just clutching at straws. Then Walter Bislin came along and created his calculator, which suddenly included 7/6R terrestrial refraction. So it was only Walter Bislin's calculator was the first mention ever that took some kind of refractive properties into consideration.
And he has a link, I think it's Walter Bislin, a link to the Snell's law link. He has a link to Snell's law, but it says nothing about 7/6R refraction. So it does take you to that paper that I was talking. It takes you, well, you should learn because you're very good at math. So I'm assuming because you can remember numbers, you can remember details like these. So again, everything that he cited was from the paper that I'm talking about with Andrew Thomas Young, if I'm not mistaken.
So you won't find anywhere that corroborates what you just said about that it's 8 inches per mile squared, unless refraction, etc., etc. That is not mentioned anywhere. It was actually a flat earthers' side of the argument that we brought refraction to this thing and started doing hundreds of experiments observations to support exactly how this refraction can cause various optical things, proving that the horizon is an optical phenomenon and not a physical ball earth edge. But you guys still cling to the idea that the horizon is the ball earth edge. And then when it moves, it cannot be the physical ball earth edge. Do you understand that?
Yeah, because if it moves, I mean, the actual edge doesn't move, but it looks like it's moving, so we must be seeing something different.
But to close out my point anyway, you've asked me to give you an example, a specific example where you differ from the scientific mainstream community, and I just detailed exactly that. Unless you can provide some information, then I will retract my statement.
So I don't know. I mean, so that's probably a good example, because honestly, I think most mainstream science doesn't care much about squinting at the horizon and trying to figure out exactly the distances to these kinds of things, just because
No, they've used the mathematical model that actually gave them the universe and everything else that they believe in to also tell us, a part of that is telling us how far away the horizon is. They didn't just, bumble on to and say, well, we're not going to think about telling people that it's not exactly where we're calculating it. That's a weird way to try to explain something after the fact of them not actually having anything to address this criticism. None of them are coming out to touch this with the 10-foot pole to say, listen, that's ridiculous. Obviously, we thought about that. Here it is, right here in these old textbooks or where the fuck ever. Because then I'd shut the fuck. I'd be like, okay, well, it's there.
Those
at
old
least this is
textbooks
their
would be
position.
navigation. That's why sailors didn't use stars, the position of stars below 20
No,
degrees above
no,
the
no, no.
horizon.
But that's different.
Due to refraction.
Because what they're talking about something at a very small field of view. This is a very small angle. Right?
Yeah,
and
like
so we're talking about objects in the distance. We're not talking about the object that you're standing on, which funny enough sounds funny now that I'm thinking about MG42 pillbox talking about Earth is not an object, but whatever. They're talking about things not in relation to the Earth's surface. And they navigate using a flat plane. I don't even know why you would bring that up. Or is everyone gone? Or did I cut out?
No, I think everyone just stopped talking. Matthew, I wanted to pick up on something you said earlier. And I think it's one of these things, when I said earlier where like you come with us 95% of the way and then you veer off into a ditch at the end.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to say that?
Well, yeah, we're talking about these tiny little numbers and like whether scientists agree with this or that. Yeah, this does feel like a ditch here.
Okay, so I want to go back to the someone brought up the idea that the horizon isn't an object, right? It's a optical phenomena. I believe it was Flat Earth Solar that said that.
Sure.
And then he said, because if it was a physical object, it couldn't move. And then what you said was, sure, that the actual physical horizon doesn't move, but it appears to move optically. But that wasn't actually the point Flat Earth Solar made. He was saying that the horizon is entirely physical in nature, and that is entirely optical in nature, and that no physical horizon can be known to exist.
Oh, so we couldn't ever see it if it's always being influenced by optics?
Well, no. So, okay, say that in another way.
So I think our position as Globers is that the physical horizon exists somewhere out there, and we can calculate that as the physical horizon. However, often, or maybe even usually, it's not. It changes up and down a little bit due to atmospheric conditions or optical phenomena. So
Yeah, no, I know that that's your position as a glober.
Okay,
so could you describe anything else in the real world in the same way? So we know that the boat is physical. We can't see it. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not where it should be. But yet we're going to just precisely say where that boat is moored. But we can't see it sometimes, we can see it sometimes, but we can't go to it because when you approach it, it moves further away. And when you reach that point, there's no drop off, there's no curvature, there's just another horizon at the same distance as what you've just traveled out ahead of you, and there would start to be one behind you from where you've just come from. Because it's an optical phenomenon, there is no ball earth edge. But you guys assume there's one that's physical, so which means it's tangible, but you can't touch it. And you can't measure it because, like you just said, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. And if it's sometimes up and sometimes down, there is no way that you guys have calculated it optically to be this precise figure which you guys hold it to be.
Yeah, that's right. I would think it would be hard to try and calculate the radius by looking at the horizon.
That's what Alberuni did, though.
That's how you have your radius. Is an assumption with shadows and Alberuni, and then.
So, but underlining that, sorry, I just wanted to underline that. Underlining that, therefore, you can't know that it exists, right? That's really where the difference is here. Is that you've already assumed a ball, and so therefore you know that there's a ball edge, and therefore you know X, Y, and Z about that ball edge, right?
No,
whereas
we know
we're
there's
saying,
a ball for other reasons. We measure it only after we assume. I mean, it only makes sense to measure a radius if you think there's.
No, but this is going off into something else. Obviously, you don't actually know that. You think you know that, but you don't actually know that. Now, what I want you to do, Matthew, maybe to elucidate this a little bit more clearly, can you tell me, if the Earth was flat, what the horizon would be?
It would probably look kind of fuzzy just because there would be a huge thousands of miles of.
Didn't ask you how it would appear. I asked you what it would be.
It would still be the place where it looks like the ocean ends and the sky touches the ocean.
Okay, so, but would that be due to the curvature of the Earth?
No, it would be due to perspective.
Okay, so it'd be entirely optical.
Yeah, that's right.
So, so entirely optical horizon is possible, except you still think it's physical because you still think it's on a ball. Do you understand how circular this is?
Yeah, I'm not saying that that would be a proof for the globe. I think it would look about
I'm not
the
even
same
saying
on
it's a
flat Earth
proof.
versus the
I'm
globe.
saying there's no reason for you to think it in the first place.
Well, yeah, not from looking at the horizon, no.
So we can move on. I'm done.
Yeah, I need to go to finish lunch.
Just my last question there was, so what other thing in the physical world can we describe that it's there but we can't see it, but we call it physical, but it's there but we can't see it?
Wind would be a good example. Can't see wind.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thanks,
We can
Cosmic. I
feel,
liked your pictures
you can
of the
feel
globe
wind.
earlier. It was interesting.
You can feel wind on your skin, or you can see the trees moving because of it and deduce that it's there. You cannot see wind.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't say
Sometimes
the wind
you need
is
to deduce
there,
things that you cannot see. You're right.
but the wind is not physical in itself. It is a point of equalization or moving towards equilibrium that creates that effect. So no, that's not a physical example of something tangible, but we can't see it, but we know it's there.
It's also not optical.
You cannot see wind in itself, the same way you cannot see waves you can only see the water being pushed into the shape of a wave. Same way you can't see sound waves or light waves. You can't see the actual wave. You can only see what it does to the medium that it's propagating through. It's the same thing with wind. You can only see what's happening in the medium that it's propagating through. But with a physical, remember you used that word, with a physical horizon, a tangible physical horizon that you cannot see. Can you give me one tangible physical thing in the real world that you know is there but you cannot ever see?
I mean, I don't know what would count. The backside of the moon? I don't know.
Something tangible, meaning something you can touch, but you cannot see.
No, I don't.
The point is, it's ludicrous.
Yeah,
That's the point.
Yeah,
It is ludicrous because that's what you're claiming when you say there is this physical ball earth edge, but we can't see it because of optics and because of distortion. But we know it's there. It's physical. It's tangible. We can definitely go to it and we can measure it because, like you said as well, they've measured it. I'd love to know where, besides from satellites or other assumptive type decisions, because measuring is normally a tangible thing where you go down and measure, not calculate. No one's measured
I don't think you can
the
ever
curvature.
measure I don't think you can ever measure the radius of the Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You'd have to calculate it.
So you could never measure the radius of a tangible physical sphere in the real world. You could never measure it.
Not in the sense of putting a tape measure from the center of the Earth all the way to the edge. You'd have to use calculations and assumptions instead.
I agree with you with that. That's what makes this entire radius discussion ludicrous to start with.
So it's
and that it's supposed to be oblate. Do you think that you can have the same radius on an oblate spheroid? Do you think it's equidistant from the center of an oblate spheroid to every point on its circumference?
No, it's slightly different. That's what oblate spheroid means, I think.
Correct. So that's right. So now why would there be a single radius distance for an oblate sphere that's slightly fattened at the equator due to its rotational spin? There is a radius. Of course there's a radius. It's 3959. What do you mean there's not a single one?
No, that's just the average between the two. If there's a polar
Between which two?
The polar radius and the equatorial
polar radius.
Why does he get so low? You're low again, man. Like I can't even hear.
I have them turned up all the way
How he
myself.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. I don't have the best microphone. I usually use a different microphone. Sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Probably if you're closer like that, I'm guessing.
So if I had a tangible object.
Yeah, I've learned to hold my mic at my mouth too. It sucks.
If I had a tangible object that had a difference between a northern radius and an easterly equatorial radius, I would generally wrap a tape around it and then be able to prove that one is what I'm saying it to be. So if building on your sentence 3 minutes ago where you said no one's dug through the earth, so no one's proven a radius, then you claim there's two radiuses, one being polar and one being equatorial, and therefore the 3959 which we have is the average, which I've also never heard anyone make this claim before.
No, it's the mean radius. Yeah, there are three different types of averages. The mean radius is the 39.
But you agree no one's cut through the earth, so then even the concept of a radius is ludicrous, and now you're telling me there's three radiuses, and you can stand behind these numbers because of what?
Wait, why is it ludicrous to have a radius if you haven't cut through something?
How would you deduce that it's definitely the accurate radius measurement.
Deduction, calculation, logic, reason, observation, but not measurement.
You would do measurement. It's the most simple. You'd either measure from using calipers on the outer edge of the sphere and measure what that distance would be and then divide that by 2. So you'd get the diameter and then find the radius. Or you would actually measure, oh, look, it's curving by this much at this rate. We extend that out for a couple of thousand miles, and then we could prove that through measurement that what we're saying is valid. How else you're saying through absolute philosophy you can prove a radius of something without ever taking a measurement of that said something, which is meant to be tangible and measurable.
The only reason that that's like a major problem for me is NASA's existence. Literally. Because
you mean the only reason that it like comes up at all? I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying like it would have to be correct for anything that they said they've done to have been done.
Yeah.
Anything, including the ISS that's up there. Well, I don't know who did that or who's. But anyway, the point is everything that they claim that we have technologically put up there, like it would have to be predicated on them knowing exactly where the center of the Earth is. Exactly. Because they would need to know how much curve they have to get around. They would have to calculate all of this.
It's primary.
The energy they would need to do it.
Yeah, that's primary. That would have to be done first, above all.
But I think Crypto described it very well, that you're walking along it with us for 95% of the way and you're saying, yes, 100% correct. And at the last hurdle, you're choosing to go left instead of to the obvious conclusion that the other 95% of agreement has been leading toward.
Yeah, I don't think it's that obvious, though.
I think it is to us. Or maybe you're using a subtle psychological tactic of agreeing with your opponent to soften them and then trying to assert your position right at the end just to remain in opposition, even though you've been agreeing for the whole time.
I agree when you're right, obviously.
So, there's people out there that are...
They'll maintain... You started first, technically. Sorry. I wasn't saying anything of substance. So I mean, never mind.
No, it's all right, man. I didn't want to rump this conversation. I really didn't. But it's really interesting because I think it's a complete dream world. There's people that are out there. Okay, say for instance, a navigator out at sea, right? And you might not think this is a good example, or you may, or whatever. Doesn't really matter. It is what it is. But when I was out there sailing, and you could, and navigators are doing this all the time. You can look at a piece of land and you can triangulate your position. So what you're saying, Matthew, sounds like you're not seeing, those people are not seeing what they're exactly seeing. So you're saying that it's all a bent image of some sort, curve in an image that's curving up to the view of all those navigators?
No, that's a good way to navigate, to look at land. All I'm saying is that if you zoom in really close on just the horizon bit, it might be up or down 0.01 mile or 0.01 degrees per mile. And so trying to calculate exact numbers is not going to help. But obviously,
so where is this correction then in somebody navigating and using land off in the distance to triangulate your actual position? then where's the calculation showing that it's a diffused image or a moved image or an altered position of this optical thing that you're not really seeing what you're actually seeing?
But typically when you're navigating, you're figuring out the compass heading to certain landmarks or
I'm talking about
lighthouses.
something different. I'm talking about, you don't even know what I'm talking about. You can find out exactly where you are if you use 3 locations of land and you use that against your flat chart that you're navigating with. And you can find out exactly where you are because you go, I'm this angle from this point of land. That could be a light. That could be a piece of land, land that's jutting out or a peninsula. And you can triangulate your positions. So what you're saying is those positions that those navigators are using to get angles with, that's not the actual location.
No, those angles are right. I never said that they were wrong. It's just the
How
up and
could it
down.
be if everything's being distorted around a ball of Earth?
Oh, it's not being distorted very much. It's just like a few hundredths of a degree up and down at the horizon, not left and right.
So 20 miles off, if it's supposed to be 600 feet
Yeah, so it's
over the physical horizon, then how is it that you're seeing the actual piece of land if it's supposed to be 600 feet? The light that's right on the water, the buoy that you're targeting, it's supposed to be 600 feet under the bulge of Earth. Which way are you going to have it? It would have to be an illusion.
Yeah, no, that's not what I was saying.
That's what you're saying, is that those navigators aren't even seeing what they're seeing. So I was asking you, where's the correction then in the navigation of books? What they have to have a standard. Do you not understand this? To make a correction, you have to make a correction for all this stuff.
The navigators are looking for a heading left and right on the compass. They're not looking for altitude.
Bro, I'm not talking about just traveling a course. I'm talking about traveling a course along land. You spot something, you measure the angle from your position in your line of travel. You're measuring the angle to one to the south, one to the little more east, one to the northeast. Just as an example. And you get an angle, and you can tell exactly how far you are and exactly where you are by triangulating those 3 places.
I agree.
So you're telling me the place they're triangulating with, the point of land, the buoy with a light on it, the breakwater, whatever it may be, a point of land, whatever it is, that they're not actually seeing something. That because those places would be 600 feet or more over a geometric curve.
I don't know why you think it should be 600 feet over the curve.
20 miles away is 600 feet of curve drop. 600 feet of drop. 20 miles.
Yeah, if you're on the ocean, but if you're higher on the ship or in the mountains or on the land.
I'm talking about on the ship you're traveling. You're triangulating 3 places on land. And you get the angle. You get the angles from you just viewing them and you measure an angle from your line of travel. Hello. Your compass direction, your compass heading. You're traveling along a compass heading. Yes. You're triangulating 3 locations on land of known objects.
And compasses can only work flat.
You're measuring the angle of your view to this piece of land, then this piece of land, then this piece of land. You triangulate those 3 positions on land. You find out exactly where you are in your chart, and you correct and go, this is where I really freaking am.
Yeah, that's triangulation. That totally makes sense.
Right. So if those locations that you're looking at on land or next to the shore or whatever they are, a lighthouse, a jetty with a light on it, a buoy with a light on it, something like that, known objects, right? So how could you be seeing them and measuring exact angles to those said objects if they're, up to 600 feet below a geometric bulge?
Because sometimes you can see around the curve because light sometimes, depending on the atmospheric conditions, curves 0.01 degrees per mile. That's all we need.
So it only does sometimes. Oh, wow. That's not telling me
Yeah, it
anything,
depends on
man.
humidity and
I'd like to
atmosphere.
have you do an interview with a navigator or a captain of a ship
Yeah, that would be interesting.
and have you tell them, because they apparently are doing it all wrong and have been for thousands of years. Okay.
What's up?
What's up? Wait in line, one at a time.
It's crazy how that in the heliocentric model, up is not even a real thing. That's something I've never thought about. Like I've never thought about what up really is in relation to my experience. I just always thought up was up.
Up is all directions except the center.
I mean, that's not really. I mean, like that's not really up. Like it doesn't satisfy my understanding and experience of up here on this earthly uh, existence.
Yeah, and I need to make a
You're
correction.
right.
Sorry. 20 miles is 266 feet. My bad. I was off on that, so now I'm correcting myself. 266 feet and 20 miles. As if that makes much difference.
Correction accepted.
Matthew, I, I think I remember you saying that, or didn't he have to go? He had to go, right? Did he leave?
Yeah. I was like, that was the pause that.
All right. Well, let that be the first clip that someone clips out. That was a good conversation. Hit a couple of.
Yeah, it was. It was. It really was. I was sitting back listening most of the time. See, when you get something like that, that's when he flips out. He flips out right there, I think. He like there's nothing else. You know where you can go. You can't wiggle out of this. You're looking at a mirage out there. Everybody navigating out there, you're only seeing a mirage. It's 266 feet at 20 miles. Shit, we used to sight on islands, man. I'm telling you, I shit you not. We used to sight on islands that were probably 70 or 80 miles away.
Well, remember the guy earlier? When I said that anything beyond the geometric restraints of the globe is holographic, then he said, well, literally everything would be holographic. Like everything would be a hologram. I said, oh yeah, like that's what, yeah.
Pretty much,
Not
right?
everything would be. Everything is. If in your mind you believe that then technically for you everything is a hologram.
Yeah, you're not really seeing what
Like
you're seeing.
every time you pull out a camera, you're looking at a hologram. Well, every time you pull out a pair of binoculars, everything is holographic after that.
But I guess the question is, what is the ultimate reality? Globe? Nope. Nope, no, no, no. Flat? Maybe.
Fire. Tell me y'all know that song. What?
Nope, don't think I heard of that one.
What? Nah. Y'all gotta pull it up right now. I don't think it has anything to do with the globe. It's just the Yacht Boys, Yacht Boys, describing their life on the sea or whatever people with boats, whatever they like, whatever it is. Like how a rapper talks about his lived experience. Like this song is straight up about sailing, and I'm like, that's what's up. And if it's not, what if it's not? Oh shit! I gotta actually listen to the verses because you guys heard me mumble through the second part of that hook. So,
hey,
I like the hook because it says sailing. Take me back.
Hey, I'm a sailor, man. I guess I've been doing it wrong all this time. Damn. It's horrible. Way to go, Sonny. That was fucking awesome, bro. Thank you.
Well, it sucks that you're working on refracted time and now you're here after Matthew done left.
I know.
You're welcome, and thank you. It's my birthday. I'm
Happy
sure as hell
birthday.
not going to let that go by. No, yeah,
Yeah, baby.
Oh, shit. Happy birthday, Sonny.
Yeah, today's the day.
Today was the day, man.
Yeah.
It was the
another lap around the sun, huh?
Oh, that was awkward.
Uh-huh.
That was awkward. That was awkward, man.
That's
very awkward.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just wanted to drop in and just go. I'm a sailor. I guess I've been doing it wrong the whole time. Damn it.
I know. See, what a shock for me. That all that time.
I forgot to calculate in. When I golf, I forget to calculate in the Coriolis effect.
You notice
that's why
that's
why my golf. But now that I'm a sailor, that's why I'm a bad sailor. Apparently, I forget to calculate the. I didn't make the right calculation.
Yeah, it's kind of
because you have to calculate when you triangulate, right? Apparently.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. Fuck measuring anything. Fuck that.
You can just do it with angles, man. See, those angles have to be right, or else you're off. What if you're triangulating so you can get around a rock that's in the water that you'll freaking hit because you can't see it?
It's actually humorous, man, at this point.
How are you going to travel to a lack of a medium that would undoubtedly kill you off of eyeballing it? You know what I mean? Like that. How do you send people into space off of eyeballing it.
But even just take a bucket with water and spin it, and if you were traveling over water like Sonny was talking about now, the Coriolis effect that would be prevalent on top of the water, you'd be thrown around this ball if that water source was spinning.
I know.
If you were trying to move on top of it, and like you said as well, going into space, it's retarded. So even arguing about the size of continents from photos taken at different distances, you're already giving them the ball and everything else. It's
Matthew's running out right now to buy the that sailing book, the captain's book there. He's downloading that bad boy right now. He's downloading that bad boy right now. I guarantee it. He's like, oh fuck, how do they triangulate that shit? Oh, while they're sailing.
well,
He
it
knows.
was interesting. He was on last night with the ladies' night.
Yeah.
The ladies brought up the whole satanic origins with Jack Parsons starting NASA.
Right.
And Matthew declared that he is a Christian, and that didn't sit right with him. That it is a satanic and Nazi-founded organization.
Wow.
Yep.
But yet today he's here defending it again. Here's the
Crowley, you got Crowley, you got Paulson, you got what? L. Ron Hubbard. I mean, come on.
Sex magic out in the desert with L. Ron Hubbard's freaking wife with Jack
No, that's
Parsons.
just
these are
no
some
doubt
cool
Disney.
people.
No
I'd
doubt
love to
Disney
hang
and
out with
Werner,
these cool
Werner von
people.
Braun and all the whole crowd. Probably Reagan was probably in there with him. Who knows? Shit.
But it's just coincidence that they were satanic and they happened to start it. It's just complete coincidence, you know.
There's nothing. One has nothing to do with the other.
Happenstance.
It's just amazing. Coincidence. I'm a coincidence theorist. Anyway, that was great, man. Being a sailor, I was totally tracking with you, Sonny. And I listened to that nice, quiet, I gotta go. Woo. All right. Keep at it, boys.
That's funny. I wish I had a boat. Damn. It's too bad. Now, honestly, I don't know if I could handle it for that long a period of time. Like months out at sea, I don't know how I would do, actually. What year was Tesla born?
What was it? 1860.
1856. Wait a second. Hold on. Yeah. Today, in 1856.
And that was before the light bulb. Apparently.
Like literally created the whole electrical infrastructure, all the ideas for everything. Motors, generators, right? Transmissions.
Wi-Fi signals. I think
radio control.
A photocopy machine. Like the list of inventions is super impressive.
So, like, that's an interesting question. Who was that guy? Holy shit.
But if you say Tesla today, it's Musk.
It's the electric motor, man. By far the greatest invention of all time. No doubt about it.
think he's, I want to say Hindenburg Tower, but I think that's wrong. Maybe someone can correct me. The Wardenclyffe Tower, sorry. His Wardenclyffe Tower was the greatest invention, and they systematically removed that. That was going to give free wireless and power transmission using the Earth's resonant field.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Mhm.
That
Mhm.
would have been. That would have been. That's a
And they
good one.
ruined it all. And stole the information. Wasn't it Trump's uncle that was somehow involved with the actual removal?
I think Trump's uncle inherited some of the documentation. I'm not sure if he was directly involved with the actual physical removal of the things, but I know that there are publications that they seized or that suddenly became part of the Trump's private library.
Thanks, Battle Mod. You're awesome too, bro. Out there on that farm.
What are you sucking up for? What do you need, Battle Mod? We'd have given it to you free. No, we love you, dude.
I'll rustle some chow out there on the farm. I think I'd be ribbing Battle Mod all the time. Except he might actually kick my ass. He'd probably kick my ass though, so.
I assume he's listening. I'm waiting for a P.O. box number or something to send you air fresheners and keychains, brother.
I always felt like if I couldn't take it, I wouldn't try to dish it out. So I only try to dish out what I can take myself. How about them newfangled transistor radios? What y'all think of that? And mini skirts? Oh boy. Yeah. Some of those early guitar pedals, transistorized ones, those are really hip. I think.
Battle Mod's gonna want to kick my butt because I'm gonna listen to drunk karaoke, but I don't think I'll be participating.
I don't drink at all, so it'll be fun because I don't know, it'd be interesting. Y'all get drunk. I'll probably play a better drunk than any of them, though. Watch me. I'll just pretend.
Is it like your Battle Mod accent?
I don't know. You never know. You never know what. No, Kiwi said stop. Kiwi said stop that shit.
I know you ain't gonna stop.
I probably will. Use it sparingly. Yeah, I cannot understand that staunch of a glober. Like,
I'm just really puzzled by Matthew.
Yeah, me too.
By his, he's like agreeing, like exactly what Crypto said. 95% of what we say, he agrees with.
Yeah.
But the last 5% makes him remain 100% the other way.
Man, I wish I could grab those sounds like Creation Bear did of like a car going or screeching around a corner. Oh man, where did I find that?
Like his conservation of angular momentum and then conceding that circular orbits are constant acceleration.
Yeah.
And it's just the list is endless. It's like, and I keep getting him to a point where he's now double speaking and he's acknowledging the double speak. And then he just keeps quiet and then repeats the previous statement. And I think, you know, once Crypto explained that thing to him that you can't have conservation on a circular orbit, a circular track implies constant acceleration. He agreed, yes. And the very next sentence out of his mouth is, so if we take the conservation of angular momentum into account, it's like, I know they all do it, but it's peculiar why he agrees on the other stuff, though. And also why he's taking this middle ground stance of, like, once again, someone else asked him, you know, is this his belief or is this the glober's belief, quote unquote? And
Wait a minute.
he
Matthew,
always phrases it as the glober's, but then, and then at the end we'll say it's his.
Yeah. Watch out for that curve. Watch it. Oops.
And that there's acceleration and deceleration every 12 hours. And it would be the full 2,000 mile per hour deviation. So when that Earth is spinning, so imagine it's now spinning against the orbit. So it's spinning backwards while traveling forwards in the greater orbit around the sun. It would be the 65,600, so 1,000 miles less than the orbital rotation. Then as it gets to that very back point where it almost becomes, it would start accelerating back towards the speed of the orbit. So it would go from the 65 to the 66 as it swings around the back of the ball. And as it starts to reach the outer edge, now it's in addition to the orbital speed, the 66,000. It's now 1,000. It would start accelerating. So from 65 to 67 would happen within a matter of maybe 1 hour as you swung around the backside of the ball and you were moving away from the orbit an hour ago, but now an hour forward, you're moving with the orbit.
Yes.
It would have been a 2,000 mile variation within 1 hour. It would be a very sudden acceleration and deceleration, the same way that when you hold hands with someone and you spin around in a circle and then the centrifugal force wants to like push you out. As you whooped around the back of the ball and started to now spin with the orbit around the sun, it would be the most incredible centrifugal force over a very short amount of
It
time.
would be like the end of a whip. It would go. It would kind of be going.
And then the deceleration as you got to the very front, the apex of that rotation, and suddenly you're now traveling against the orbit. Once again, that deceleration would be 2,000 miles per hour in a very short space of time. So this, that the Earth's always at a constant speed is complete and utter shit. And it just this simple maths, it's like, he'll follow and he'll agree and then right at the end say no. Can you prove why you say no? No, he can't, but he's just going to say no, and he's going to continue to believe it, even though 95% of what we've just said he agreed with.
You can accelerate
Normally,
up to 2,000 miles an hour in a Blackbird.
agreed, and you feel that acceleration, correct?
Yeah, but if you did it slowly in the course of 12 hours at a constant
But
acceleration,
it's not slowly. But it's not slowly, as I've just described quite in detail.
Yeah, or the acceleration is directly opposite to gravity.
So why isn't the centrifugal force of the spin like, just flinging the water off? Why?
Because gravity's holding it down the opposite direction.
But didn't they say that the centrifugal force is stronger than the force of gravity?
No, gravity's way stronger.
I thought it was the other way around.
They say there's an equal centripetal inward force that counteracts the centrifugal outward force. And then gravity is an additional force holding things down.
Centripetal force would be gravity.
Where's the centripetal? No. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the centripetal force coming from? Like, what is?
There isn't.
I don't even know what does that in reality.
So then nothing would move. Then nothing would move if gravity was balancing the centrifugal force. So the centripetal and centrifugal balance each other out, and the gravity then applies a 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards, in addition to those two forces balancing themselves out.
No, I disagree.
Apparently. Well, you can disagree, but it's the truth, so you could look into it.
Who claims that? And that, centripetal force is different to gravity.
The centrifugal force would cause things to go falling off the earth.
Yeah,
they say because things stay stationary, the same way that the table is applying an upward force to my cup while my cup is applying a downward force, and that they cancel each other out, so that's why my cup is presently stationary. It's the same.
I don't believe that.
That's not a belief. That's your mainstream, dude.
Well, it's not my mainstream. I don't know where you've heard that.
I don't understand how you don't. I'm sorry for interrupting. You guys go ahead.
Sorry, no, you continue.
Well, I just wanted to say real fast that the table is applying force to the cup, and the cup is applying force to the table. In the same way that in the heliocentric model, if the Earth is spinning, there's going to be a centrifugal force, right? Like spinning a water ball, right, in the air, and the water would fly away from it. But in the heliocentric model, they have this thing called gravity to keep the water down. But it would mean that gold would not weigh an ounce at the North Pole and an ounce at the equator, because the centrifugal force of the equator would be much stronger, canceling out the gravity, that we wouldn't be able to do business with each other, because an ounce of gold wouldn't be an ounce of gold all over the world. Thanks for listening.
No, the centrifugal force is just so weak, and there is gravity at the North Pole holding everything down. I've done the...
So do you still disagree that a table is applying a force to an object, that the object is applying the force downward on the table, and that's why the object is stationary and not moving or accelerating? Do you disagree that those forces are cancelling each other out?
Yeah, both the table and the cup are being flung upwards from centrifugal force of the spinning Earth, but the gravity is stronger, holding both the table and the cup downwards.
Forget the gravity. I'm just talking about a stationary object. If there's a downward vector of 9.8 meters, but the object is stationary, how do you get to that if one side of the equation is minus 9.8? Do you add 9.8 to the other side so that it balances out and gets you back to zero?
I'm confused.
How do you get to
zero? The table is
zero?
strong enough not to crumble into pieces.
Okay, so you don't understand physics. So
I don't
for the physics to balance out, precisely, for those forces to balance out to zero, that the object is stationary, static, not accelerating, there has to be an upward force equivalent to the downward force, causing it to be a net vector of zero or stationary. You don't understand that.
Yeah, so the force, the strength of the table holding it together resists itself from crumbling to pieces under the force of gravity.
And in newtons, it would be described as the table applying the same amount of newtons upwards that the cup is applying downward, giving a net vector of 0. This is like grade
equal
8
and
stuff.
opposite reactions.
Yes, exactly like equal and
well, I'm
opposite
saying
reactions.
both the table and the cup are being pulled down by gravity and flung out slightly by centrifugal force of the spinning Earth.
Can you prove that? Because they're just stationary. So you could take that
if you
equal sign
remove
and
the
you could
floor,
add
it will
any
start
number.
falling down.
You could add any number to both sides and they're going to balance. So I could add 1,000,000 on this side and a negative 1,000,000 on that side.
Yes,
and it's going to balance back to 0.
The table would get destroyed. If the gravity is so strong, the table would start to crumble. It would be weak. It would be crushed.
But if the cup was stationary, if that cup was stationary, it would be applying the same force upward that it would be applying it downward to remain static or stationary. Do you disagree? Still.
I think so. I mean, so to be clear, we're only talking about two forces: the centrifugal force of things wanting to be flung off the Earth, like upwards, and gravity pulling things downwards. Yeah, are they the only two forces we're talking about, or vectors?
So flying, is it would it be the same pull in to the globe all over the entire globe?
Yes, but slightly less at the equator because there's more centrifugal force at the equator.
How do you account for the different speeds
Wait a minute.
at different latitudes?
But
Yes, you're correct. There's different speeds, but it's so insignificant it wouldn't affect our daily lives. But I think it is measurable.
But
Things
also,
weight slightly less.
but wait, Sonny, because it's an oblate spheroid, it's the same force isn't applied everywhere either. Equally.
Excuse me. Can I buy a bunch of gold on the equator and then sell it northern hemisphere for more money?
No, it's so insignificant. There would be you're right. It would weigh slightly.
So the speeds in
so
the
Hang on.
so the
But we're talking about-
speed is
talking about gold,
insignificant.
Gold is very,
yes, it is.
very
Yeah,
expensive.
1,000
Hold on.
400 miles
What is
an
this?
hour is
What in the world are we talking about here? No one's ever weighed anything at the equator and made it different.
He's claiming that
Before we apply the logic, I do want to agree with you, because in the same sense, you know what tax returns are? It's the pennies that we pay extra that they invest throughout the entire year, make boatloads off of, and give us back pennies.
Yeah.
Because we paid extra. They made money off of, they invested our extra money that we overpaid them. Like with those pennies, but it adds up for each individual. So imagine the government could actually put together a system to do this. That's not a significant amount of profit to the government as greedy as the one that we have and the ones
it's
that the
still a
world
lot.
experiences.
Well, we can do the actual maths of where how much more the centrifugal force would be at the equator compared to the North Pole. We can do the math.
No, don't do the math projection. What's the proof that it's happening?
I've seen a Vsauce video, but I don't know if they actually measured it, so I'm going to look it up.
No, Vsauce didn't prove it. Vsauce gave you some calculations. I'm asking where the proof is.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not sure if they did an actual measurement.
The ballers
Oh.
always
Real
claim that little gnome experiment where they took that gnome from continent to continent.
The gnome thing
and weighed it.
didn't even. Yeah, the gnome thing was a scam. If people don't know this yet.
I want you to be
was
careful
hoping-
because gold is very expensive. An ounce is like $1,500.
It's like 2,000 now.
Okay, so I've done the math for a NASCAR racetrack. So you imagined a flat circular NASCAR racetrack, and
Well,
the
they're not
Earth
flat.
is a spinning bull.
They're actually
let's
not flat.
pretend. Yeah, let's pretend a flat NASCAR circular racetrack on a disc, and we can use that analogy. Is if Earth is a spinning ball, it would be like being flung to the left in the car as you drive around the racetrack, like same principle. And so here's the math of
You got your
how
NASCAR
it would
all
feel to be
wrong. They
flung out.
always make left turns. You'd be flung to the right. Man,
Yeah,
you
well,
guys-
okay, yeah, we can say.
He's European. They only know what open wheels
Yeah.
are over there.
Yeah, let's say flung to the right.
Yeah, you would be flung to the right just by existence.
Yeah.
Like if you were inserted
Yeah.
into existence, you'd be obliterated to the.
Yes. So let's say we
to
had
the
a
left.
giant circular track with a diameter of 1 mile. The speed you would be going to match the equivalent of Earth's rotation in a day is 0.1 miles per hour. And you imagine how big that track is. Do you think you'd be able to feel being
So your
flung to
proof,
the right?
your proof is there's no evidence, and that's the proof.
We've done math.
Oh no! You're saying it's immeasurable, which means that you're saying that a lack of evidence is proof.
Yeah, I'm saying yes.
Yes,
The sense
yes.
of
Thank
being
you for
flung there
agreeing.
is just imperceivable.
You
to
were
our
saying
body.
that is proof that we're moving. That we can't detect it is proof we're moving.
Okay,
think
You're
about
not
if
seeing
you're
movement.
okay. Think about if you're okay or not.
Your
Not seeing
argument is that
movement
if
is
the
proof
Earth
of
really was
movement.
spinning, should be.
But your
flung into
argument
space.
is that we don't feel it, and that's proof of it.
No, I never.
Think
No,
about
I'm
which one
saying
of those
that's
is more
proof
insane.
that
Let's
water
put
isn't
those
being
on a
flung
scale.
into
Let's
space.
put those on a.
You just agreed.
Let's put those on a scale of who belongs in the loony bin. The guy who says, "If we were moving, I think I'd feel it," or the guy who says, "Because
I
we
never
can't
said
feel
that
it,
proves
that
the Earth is
proves we're
spinning.
moving." Hold on, but you said because we can't feel it, that proves we're moving.
No, I didn't.
Then why would you offer any math that makes it unfalsifiable?
No, your guy's argument was if we were really on a spinning globe
Okay,
ball, the
so
water should be being flung into
all
space.
human
I'm
experience,
saying if you do the maths, it's not
all
that powerful.
human experience, all human experience is when you're moving, you feel it. There is no human experience that
No,
says when you're not,
no,
when
yeah.
you're moving, you don't feel it.
Yeah, go on a train at 60 miles an
Yeah,
hour.
I've been
once
on a
it's
train at
stable,
60 miles
you
an
won't
hour.
feel-
I get sick on
You
them
feel it.
because
Yeah, that's
I get
'cause it's
sick on
bumpy.
them. Hold on.
Yeah.
I get sick on them because I have a vestibular system and I can't sit on a train because you might not be able to feel it, but I actually get sick on them
All right, you're right.
because
the
my
track
brain
is
knows
bumpy.
I'm moving.
Yeah, that's because you're going around corners. If you went on a train,
No,
in
this is a straight track. I live in the United States, man. All our tracks are straight.
Yeah, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
well, it has
bro?
corners.
I mean, other than
We don't
in
have
the city, right?
corners.
If you're talking about Amtrak,
Well, you do.
Amtrak
Of course, you have to have corners on the train.
Amtrak
I
is
mean,
going.
curves.
We have
basically-
hundreds of miles of straight track. Hundreds of just
the
flat
track
out straight
itself has
track.
bumps, so yes, you would feel motion.
Okay, so there is no human experience where you cannot feel yourself on a train.
Yeah, you're right, because the
And
track
what's a
is too bumpy
circular?
for my.
And what's a
I
circular
think Eli
orbit?
was trying to get a word in.
No, I was just saying that's totally not true. Like I don't even know what these corners are, other than in the city when you have the train slowly going to different elevations, higher, lower, turning corners, not turning corners, but like banking right, banking left. Like it's banking and maybe not turning right, turning left. But
Like
for
a circular
Amtrak, if I'm
orbit.
going from America, I mean, if I'm going from like New York to Philly, that's basically a straight shot.
But it's like a circular orbit.
Feel the acceleration.
The circular
of the train is speeding
orbit
up.
is constant acceleration.
The point
because
is,
you would constantly feel that change.
Yes, you're right. But that circular
the point is this: who is making the claim? The person saying we feel movement when we move, or the person saying we're moving even though we don't feel any movement? Who's making the claim?
I guess you made the claim that
I'm not making
the
a claim.
spinning
It's a
ball
natural
should be enough
observation.
to fling off
It's
objects
a
into
natural
space.
observation. You would feel movement.
Accelerometers measure zero.
But gravity is in the exact
But you don't have
opposite
proof of
direction
gravity,
of
though.
the circular.
But you don't have proof of
Except
gravity.
Pick up a pencil, drop it. That's
So okay, that's
phenomenal.
called
We
circular-
don't know
hold on.
why it does that, but
That's
it does.
called affirming the consequent, and that's a logical fallacy. So we're just going to dismiss that because it's asserted without evidence.
we're discussing
Is
what is
gravity
the
the
thing that
cause or the
causes that
effect? Is
pencil
gravity the cause or the effect?
effect of something we don't know.
It's the effect. So dropping the pencil is not the cause. So you haven't proved anything. Thank you.
It's almost like saying you know, I know I'm getting robbed, but somebody tells me I'm not getting robbed, so I guess I'm not getting robbed.
Let me put it to you. I'll explain it perfectly. 7 whiskeys will get me drunk. I am drunk, therefore I have had 7 whiskeys. That's called affirming
Wait
the
a
concept.
minute. What if you had 32 beers?
Well, that's actually what's happening.
Equals 7. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not what you think it was. It's
what if
it's if gravity, pencil fall, therefore gravity. That's circular logic.
Gravity is just the name of the theory
Nah.
of what may be
You
causing
guys
it.
use it completely
Okay,
differently.
yes, you're right. We believe the theory that mass attracts mass.
It is wrong. It is morally unjustifiable to assign an explanation to something that you have no proof for.
Do me a favor, Mimas. If you
It is
ever
a
do that,
moral problem.
if you ever do that, make sure you contact Guinness because that's going to be your first drink, right?
Yes. I don't really drink though.
But even 32 beers can be 7 whiskeys in their mind.
32 beers would kill me.
You'd be throwing up for sure.
I'd be throwing up after 7 because I hate beer in the first place. But that's a totally different story. The problem here is
it's a good way to explain it, right? Because there's all sorts of reasons why you might be drunk, right? You haven't proven the cause. Like,
maybe I'm not
Henry's
even
drunk again.
Maybe I'm not even drunk. Maybe I'm just high.
What
Well, see, let's get down to the false cause that these Glovers, they always insert the cause, right? Let's insert cause here, right? Why do we only see one side of the moon? Oh, tidal lock because of gravity, right?
Yeah.
Well, why does the atmosphere not run off? Because of gravity. Like, have we proven any of this?
It's a story of explanations. It's when you've asked a liar so many times, all they have for you are explanations. That's all they have are explanations. They have no proofs, just explanations.
But it's justifications for a story that's telling you that you are living in a world in which you experience quite differently a world that you experience different from what's actually going on according to the story.
It's don't believe your lying eyes. Explanations that they have. Don't believe your lying eyes.
And sometimes it's unwittingly that they are kind of like caught in a lie, the same way that when you ask your cheating spouse, were you there? And they say no. And then you show them a photo and they say, oh, yes, I was there, but it wasn't for that reason. And then you show them that, yes, they were changing. And no, it wasn't for, okay, so yes, it was for that reason. But, it was just a peck kiss. And then, like this liar just doubles down and each lie becomes worse or inferior to the previous lie. And every time you pick that lie deeper, they just lie again because a liar needs to keep lying to get out of it.
See, that's what the globe has. It's a house of cards of explanations. It's all these deltas and derivatives built on deltas and derivatives.
I just fell and landed on his dick, It wasn't cheating.
Well, it's like, how do we prove this? Well, let's take another unproven assumption that supports it. 2 unproved assumptions equal a fact in their mind. Oh, we can't explain that? Well, gravity. Well, what's gravity? Oh, we don't know.
And then you show them, do you understand that you've just lied about that thing? Oh, no, well, now I'm telling the truth, so listen to me again. And you're like, oh, my gosh.
Where's the curvature of the Earth? It's right there. On a sphere of this size? Yeah, well, no, right there is actually further than what the math dictates. Right there is actually 10 times off. And then they'll go, oh, no, that's because of a light phenomenon.
Oh, fuck. I was in gym earlier, and they were trying to argue with me that a simple 10% deviation could account for everything we're seeing in our 900 or 1,000% difference in where the horizon should be. So they were saying, if you take a camera and you just lift the camera by 10 degrees upward, how much more field of view are you capturing with that simple 10 degrees? You're not only capturing 10% extra, that you can capture more than what that 10 degrees indicates. So if refraction changed by just 10 degrees, we could get 1,000% increase in the horizon. How retarded. Like if you lifted it by 10 degrees, you might be able to get a 30% increase. So I agree it's not going to be proportional to the 10%, but you're never going to get 9 to 10 times further distance. It's like shooting a projectile. If I aimed the gun level and shot versus aiming the gun 5 degrees upward, I will get extra distance aiming the gun slightly upward, but not 900% to 1,000% extra distance. You're going to get 10%, 20%, maybe 30% extra distance on that projectile. But they say the black swan is debunked because when you have another observation where the horizon is closer or an observation where it's further, it's just that subtle 10% deviation which can cause thousands of percent differences. It's like, what?
Well, they want their Star Trek science magic. That's what they want. It's like Data just making something up.
That's when we need to get Spock, like resurrect that motherfucker and be like, this isn't logical that if you can't see the deer, you just point your rifle higher in the sky, and then, oh, now we can see, orders of magnitude further, and now we can actually shoot the deer. Like, why didn't hunters think about this like 10,000 years ago?
Who belongs in the asylum? Who is it that belongs in the asylum? The people saying, I see what I see, or the people saying, what you see is not really what you see. It's what you actually can't see. It's being holographically projected everywhere you look.
They just want to control that, though. They want to control that craziness and figure it out. That's the whole thing about it. I mean,
if they were confident in its truth, they wouldn't.
I know, but I'm just saying that's what they, as in, I don't know.
Why didn't they just call like sniper rifles refracto guns?
Sounds too sci-fi.
I mean, sniper. What does that? I mean,
because they can see further, and so it's not that they can see further; it's that the light is coming into their eye from a further distance. Remember?
Yeah.
Hey kids, we're going hunting. Quickly, grab your refracto, what you call it, anti-Coriolis gun.
And it's like that one
Only
meme.
a parrot.
It's like that meme where the sniper rifle is in a hot air balloon. So if I'm shooting a bullet from a hot air balloon and the hot air balloon's not experiencing Coriolis, would the bullet then still experience Coriolis when being fired from a hot air balloon?
I need the anti-Coriolis refractometer. Hurry. Sorry.
Why do they make these ridiculous claims like, oh, you're thinking about it wrong. It has to be something in motion.
Because once you put something in motion, there's too many variables to be able to untangle it. And where there's a lot of variables and confusion, that's where they thrive. That's where their arguments actually thrive, where they can't be proved.
But I don't understand how, on one hand, you can say, well, all right, dude is ass naked out here. The city is crazy. Don't come. But what was I saying? Oh my God. What was I saying? Did I even start yet? That threw me off. He's ass naked.
Naked dudes tend to do that to you.
Yeah, I would be distracted too.
Damn.
Shit, I walked into the gas station in the morning a week and a half ago, and there was a guy standing there shirtless, and I was shocked just from that. This dude's standing there naked in the city.
He's like, I don't have to wear the mask anymore. Fuck it, I'm taking the shirt off too. But I remember. So, you know, on one hand, Neil deGrasse Tyson, mind you, they do not fuck with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Whenever you bring Neil deGrasse Tyson up, notice how it could be the most staunch Glovers to the casual observer, right? And they'll all say, well, you know, I don't really agree with everything Neil says. You know, well, Neil, you know, he says a lot of things that's wrong. Like, that's crazy. Like, back in 2015 or whenever he was like super bumping, 2014, 2013, everybody was watching his shit. Everybody saying, oh my gosh, he's bringing awareness to science.
They said he proved gravity because he dropped the fucking mic. It's like, come on.
But it's, oh yeah. So my point was like, for him to say, well, the spin of the earth caused the goal, the soccer ball to go in the net. For you to say that, but then say, well, the reason that Felix Baumgartner went the opposite direction, miles in the opposite direction, after having been detached from the earth for 3 hours, so-called, they'll just say, oh, you know, wind and like, you know, on top of conservation of angular momentum.
I was going to say the other place that they excel is as soon as they start getting stuck and they can start throwing new things like dark matter and dark energy out, they keep you confused with shit like that, you know? It's like, here's more stuff we can't verify or prove, and neither can you.
So I watched this show, right? What was it called? Manifest. And so basically the cause of their plane going 5 years into the future, 5.5 years, was something called dark lightning. Now, I said, wow, that's interesting. I Googled it, and there's a fucking thing called dark lightning, for real. And I'm like, wow.
Oh my.
I enjoyed that show. I watched it.
And thanks for the spoiler alert ahead of time.
He enjoys the same worldly things that I do.
Yeah.
Thanks
Even
for the
though-
spoiler alert, eh?
Hey, I'm in the world, but not of the world.
There's things still, Mimas, I won't watch. Like on Netflix, there's things I won't watch on there.
No, well, I mean, I don't watch a lot. I mostly play games. I'm playing GTA 5 right now.
That was amazing.
You know what makes me upset about now that I'm like hip to this? Like think of like just go on Netflix, and I haven't done this, so I want you guys to do this with me. As a matter of fact, I got my phone right here. I got Netflix on my phone. Just go through 10 of the top 10 animes, which obviously, you know, the kids watch, right? The teenagers watch. And all of them are going to start off with an image of the globe for some reason. Even if it doesn't have anything to do with, you know, I know some of them, like, you know, the Record of Ragnarok, you know, it starts with like these gods, but then again, these gods weren't in like a solar system, right? Like not the way like the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods and all this, like it wasn't the same conceptual space that we had. You know, like but they put these gods and these images of all of these things in the heliocentric concept, and people just it's just there, and it's like people go, oh well, why does it matter if they lie? And it never really does matter until I look at that, and I'm like, well, my kids are watching that.
Like, what do you mean it doesn't look? If the problem is, what if it really isn't a globe, and then your kids are watching that, and then you can play the next 10 shows, and they all show them that. That wouldn't bother you if it actually wasn't a globe.
Do you have
Hypothetically
kids?
speaking, if any Globers are out there, hypothetically speaking, me,
Okay,
yeah.
so you don't. Because that's something that I ask myself a lot. Is like, I've got young children, and they are critical thinkers, but like they're 7 and 3, and it's like everything they watch has a ball Earth or aliens, or I try and limit it now quite considerably. I've cancelled most of our subscriptions, and then Netflix, it's like a child-friendly version now, but it's still with the child version, everything is ball Earth. They've like doubled down twice as hard, and I think I'm going to wait a little bit till they're a bit older. I think I'm going to wait till they're a bit older so that I can explain it in a way that they can restrain themselves. But if they're 7 years old and I tell them it's flat, they're going to go out to school and tell everyone it's flat. And it's
So all you got
to. I feel like that's not what you want. We want that.
So here's kind of what I do is I just give them both sides, because growing up, if we'd all had both sides, what do you think would have happened? It never would have stuck.
Yeah, we would have all been flat earthers if we would have had both sides.
Not even a single point from the flat side was ever told to me, ever. Not once in 35 years.
Yeah.
So all you got to do is tell them enough where it really, then it becomes, it doesn't matter what they believe, because the doubt is already there, and that's when it's too late. If there's any doubt, that's it.
Yeah, I do that with a lot of things. I think that's how I'm developing this critical thinking, is that I explain both sides, and then I ask her what she thinks makes more sense. And then she often will say one or the other. She came to me with this whole mask thing and said, I think this is not what it looks like. So I can see that she's got the eyes to see through this mess. But like, I leave this Discord channel on loud when they're around, so they hear the word flat earth quite a lot, but they haven't really been curious yet in terms of why are those men talking about flat earth. But I think I will start presenting the ulterior view.
That's interesting. Like the actually being aware that the children are listening as you're having an adult conversation, versus actually telling them go stay in a child's place and go blah 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 blah. But you're actually educating them by having an interaction, with other people, or just exposing them to people having conversations, and their minds are just going like, what's going on? What? Like, yeah, that's good.
I was going to say, to kids, it doesn't matter. So, like, all throughout history, did it matter until everyone was told about it?
No, but like you say now, to kids, it doesn't matter. If you told them it's flat, they'll say cool. If you tell them it's a ball, they'll say cool. So it depends what that first programming is.
Yeah.
That will determine whether they reject later on or not.
Yeah, you just got to make it to where it can't stick and you're safe. As long as it doesn't stick, you've done good.
Can you say that one more time, Solar? I was in the elevator. I missed that very last part. You said if you tell them it's flat, they're like, cool. If you tell them it's a globe, what?
They also say cool. So when
Nah,
they
when
kids,
you tell them that it's flat, they're like imagine there's a kid that doesn't
right?
know
no,
head
so I mean
or tail.
their first
It's like
their
if you
first their first introduction to the topic. This is
yeah,
what
I
I'm
got
saying.
you, I got you, I got you. What I'm saying is, if they haven't really decided or thought about it one way or another, or you have never heard of either, and you tell them, yeah, it's flat, they might go, yeah, but flat is like the table. Like obviously there are mountains and stuff, but they'll never say, well, it's not flat, like because it's a ball. Like they'll just go, okay. But now if you say, yeah, what we're living on is a ball, they're gonna go, well then where's Australia? Oh, okay. Well then how are they living down there then?
It's
Because I'm standing up straight.
So
all you have to do.
picture of the globe that I posted earlier, Elijah. I was asking my daughter, like showing her and saying, this is supposedly what they say we live on. And when I pointed at the blue part between the continents, I said to her, what do you think this is? And she said, well, it's obviously sky. She's like, there's the land and there's the blue sky between the lands. And I was like, wow. So a 7-year-old, like the only way that they could reconcile it is not to think that it's water wrapped around, but maybe it's the sky. And that's why it kind of makes sense and that they don't question. I said, no, that's supposed to be water. And then she scrunched her eyes and looked at me and said, water? And I said, yes, that all of this is supposedly curving water. But look at our swimming pool. Our swimming pool is flat, flat, flat on the top. But they tell us that all this water is curving. And she kind of just looked at me puzzled and she was like, no, I thought that was the sky.
It's crazy. I mean, that's the first time I thought of it like that, and I'm just thinking, like, damn. So, what would the sky look like from space? Like, what does this? I'm looking at the sky and it's blue, but when I look at the globe, it's not blue because of the blue sky that I look at. It's blue because of the water. That's I don't know. Never mind. Whatever. It's just weird.
As long as they are not certain, as long as you introduce uncertainty,
yes,
you win. All I care about is uncertainty. I don't care if anyone becomes a flat earther. All I want is their uncertainty, because
it's a question.
Yes, if they even question it 1%, I consider that a win, because that means, because you don't just go 1%, that is the eventual 99 more percent is going to come. The moment there's any uncertainty, that's the people in here arguing with us. They're not arguing with us. They're arguing with themselves.
And because I'm sort of engaging with her like this and asking her to find subtle inconsistencies, just in general things, TV programs, or I'll always point out what I see that's not making sense. And then she called me the other day and she's like, look here, Dad, in this scene, the person was wearing a red hat. And then in this one, there's no hat. And it's not on the bed and it's nowhere. And then after this one, look there, now the red hat's back. Where did it go? And I was like, that's it. Just use your damn eyes and question. Really see what's there. And I'm fairly certain at some point in her journey, she'll come to this truth as well.
Hey, Elijah, do you mind checking out my direct message to you real quick?
Sure.
But I like what you said there, Meme. Like, just that it doesn't stick is technically the victory. Whereas I've been asking myself, like how Elijah brought this up earlier, how do you keep the kids away from the ball earth programming that's at the beginning of every show?
They have to.
I was thinking, at some point, I've got to sit her down and explain the entire flat earth. And I was feeling so overwhelmed with how do I, firstly, not make her look at me like I'm crazy. Secondly, make her tell her classmates and her teacher so that she experiences that same rejection that we all did when we told the stuff to our closest friends.
I have a piece of advice from experience that I could give to like any parents in here. It's the same rule when they ask about the birds and the bees. It's you don't approach them. One day they're going to ask you. That's when they're ready to hear about it.
You know what?
Like
You know what I think? Oh, my bad.
Go ahead,
I
Elijah.
was
Go
totally
ahead.
not listening to y'all, and I was in my own mind having a conversation in the inbox, and now I'm about to ramble, and I don't want to interrupt a conversation about the kids. Well, I guess I did.
Did you ever ask your parents about sex, Mimus? Or did you learn about that through your friends?
Never asked about it ever.
I learned what the word sperm meant when I was I was in 5th grade, and I was like mortified. What?
Yeah, I thought honestly, I was just grossed out completely.
But then does that advice you gave still apply, like you said about the birds and the bees? If you never asked, but you never asked, so when were you ready? So you were ready in your 20s.
Well, I knew what it was when I was 10 or 11. Because, I had an encyclopedia, and I
Through
would
your
just sit down and read
friends.
the encyclopedia.
Yeah, and exposure to other people. And this is the thing, is that I would say that because we spend so much time away from our biological parents, our parents leave us with all these strangers to either educate or to take care in the aftercare space. Because we spend so little time there, it really is a challenge for you to imprint a lot of what you are into that child.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. Like when like we live in a world where your possessions don't last. Like there are no antiques that you can hand down from your great grandparents to your child. There's nothing like that. Shit, I'll be damned if I'll be able to hand anything that I own to my grandkids, And on top of that, like what you're saying, like the family is supposed to be for transferring information, memories, lived experience only. That's what knowledge actually is. But they take that from you, make you work for the majority of your life, take majority of the hours in the day that you have to spend with your family, and they tell you and dictate to you, because if you don't want your kid to be a part of this system, there's repercussions. Even if you homeschool them, you still have to there's a certain curriculum. So it's like these people control everything, and you don't have any information to pass down to your children just by being with them, just by talking to them, because most of the time you're tired.
Respect. I
Think
agree.
about it. You work 8 hours a day. Most of us really work 12 hours, right? And then you travel to and from work, some of us 1 to 2 hours. A lot of our women that do work, they definitely travel. The women that I've dated, they've traveled very far for work. And that's just another 2 hours. Then if you're preparing meals, that's another hour. It's and then how much time do you have left? You got to do homework with the children if they need help.
And then you want them in bed before 8. And then you want like a couple of hours to yourself. And the whole process starts again the next
But
day.
you can't
And you don't have
to
any
yourself
time to
because
research flat Earth.
you can't have it to yourself because you have to give that to your spouse. So you don't even get time to yourself. unless it's like, on the way to work or from work. This is why we do all of this unnecessary, undisciplined shit, sneaking around in between the 2 hours free that, or the 2 minutes free that we have in the day, just to do some shit that we wouldn't think of doing if we had the time in the world to do what we wanted to do.
I don't know what kind of job you work, but I get more than 2 minutes to myself a day.
Yeah, I was a little extreme. I'm just saying.
It's quite extreme. Why is everybody get so
not for a lot of people, because when you think about people that go to school and work, and then they're like, doing something like, working in a medical field or something like this, come on. Or if you're a teacher even and you're grading papers after school, like how many hours to yourself do you think you really have? Or are you going to be taking minutes to yourself while you're doing something else for someone else?
Definitely. I think Elijah brings up a good point.
All right, I'll go ahead and put on the hat of devil's advocate like I usually do here. If you don't like being a teacher because of all the extra time that you have to spend doing stuff like at home and stuff like that, I'm just going to throw this out there. Don't be a teacher.
I didn't say you have to like it or not have to like it, right?
Like that's
the difference between what you're talking about, what I'm talking about. You're talking about liking something. I'm talking about an experience of the actual hours in the day that we have and what we have to do with them. Regardless of what you do, you got 24 hours.
I think that Elijah's talking about the present and that Platypus is talking about the bigger picture, long-term plan. So yes, you have to get through your present job right now. But if it is making you unhappy, plan some exit strategy to get into something that can be more fulfilling, more profitable, and could render more hours free for you. Maybe self-employment or, so there's an avenue, but in the present here and now where most of us are generally trapped quite purposefully, it keeps you in that rat race, in that wheel that turns, that spins at a very fast speed, so that you don't get time to actually see the deceptions.
But aren't we more trapped socially than anything? Because the American woman finds a man that has nothing but, like, say I have to, just for the next 10 years, dedicate majority of my time to my work so that I can establish a future for us. A lot of people don't have time for that because of the way America is sensationalized, because of how people think they should.
It's a trade-off, man. It's a trade-off. That's the reward at the end of all of the work. It's not.
No. I agree. I don't have a problem with the work. What I'm saying is, when I've applied that discipline in my life, people have said, well, you work too much. You don't make time for me. Now, that could mean, well, that's happened when, like, I've taken a break, say, at like 1:30. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go spend 2 or 3 hours with this person. And because it was only 2 or 3 hours and I'm leaving because I set my schedule to leave, now there's no spontaneity with me. I know when I'm leaving. I know when I'm coming. Everything is structured. And because of the way the social setup is in this where we live, women don't like that. Straight up. I'm not going to say all of them, but I've gotten that experience living here in the city.
That's your problem right there, man.
No, for sure.
The very last word of that sentence was your problem. And by the way, just to go backwards for a second, Flat Earth Solar, I don't think I've ever agreed with anything a flat earther has said more than the way you basically summed that up, because you hit where I was coming from right on the head. The very end of it, I kind of disagree with the entrapped part of it, but yes, you were exactly right. You have to invest in your future and that requires work. But there's a good payoff at the end of it.
Well, thanks for that. I appreciate it. It's a journey that I've taken myself in starting my own business, where probably about 6-7 years ago, I saw that this is a slave system, that the harder you work, the higher the taxation rate becomes.
I was about to say, I'm going to agree with you, Sonny. Hold on. Is that I'm going to say, like, I'm a business owner too, and I do pretty well. But the slave part of this system is the taxes, the involuntary taxes.
The 4 out of 10 hours that you work is for someone else.
Yeah, and see, that to me that's like theft. That's immoral.
I think, Mimas, I think I have a simple solution to that problem. It's been my solution for 15 years.
Flat tax?
No. Well, one, I do believe in a flat tax, but that's not my ultimate solution. Our problem is that we spend more money on our defense budget than the next 25 countries combined.
Yeah, I have no issue with like cutting defense by 1,000%. Period.
I don't think we should spend nothing, but it's not. I mean, the Cold War's over, man. And geographically speaking, it is so, unless we really piss off Canada.
Yeah. And Mexico, they're just going to fall asleep marching up here.
But their justification is that you walked around slapping.
It's 25.
That you've walked around slapping every other country in the face. That if you did cut your defense budget, you may become a sitting target.
No, they'd be happy. Everyone that, and by the way, we didn't. It would be very easy to throw everyone in the government. First of all, I think everyone in government's a criminal. In the federal government, 90% are criminals. 90% are criminals who are corrupt, who take money under the table, who do backroom deals. 90% of them are absolutely 100% corrupt as the devil's gonads. All right.
Everything is a justification for why they're corrupt, because they're already a part of the system, and the system itself is corrupt. Someone to say, "Hey, no, this isn't right." Like,
and I would not make a flat tax. I would abolish all income taxes.
Yeah, actually, I was going to mention the flat tax sounds good at first, but
until you realize they're still stealing money from
it's not really a fair tax, because it still puts the burden on the poor, because somebody who's rich makes a lot of money every year. They can only spend a certain percentage of their money, and whereas the poor have to spend nearly all of their money just to get by, just to pay their bills. Right? So
when you say rich, wait, when you say rich though, I mean our perception of rich is not the Rockefellers. I mean that right there is God tier level. Those dudes might not be human. I'm not sure, but hold on.
Just rich.
But my point is,
you make a couple $100,000 a year, like that.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. Then why? Here's the point that I'm making against that, right? Because it's not about the money you make; it's about the money you keep. Because a majority of the NFL players are broke. How is that? So what I'm saying is, like, just because you're rich doesn't mean that you're going to automatically make the right choices and have more money at the end.
No, but the thing is,
the difference between rich and wealthy.
Yeah,
you need to have financial
also
intelligence.
About what are needs and what are wants, right? Like if you make a lot of money and you want to go buy an expensive car and an expensive boat and all this stuff, yeah, with a flat tax you get paid, or you get charged taxes for buying those things. But those are wants, right? Well, like the poor don't have the luxury of buying any of those things. They're spending 90, maybe 100, 120%, because they're in debt of whatever it is, just trying to pay their rent, pay their insurance, pay their buy their kids school supplies, put food on the table. They have to spend nearly every penny, if not more than every penny than they have, just to stay afloat, and they get taxed the same.
How many poor people do more poor people who drink and smoke the most? Poor people or rich people?
I think
poor people.
It's actually poor people. Who plays the lottery? Is it rich
Poor
people or poor people? Poor people.
Poor.
I think that there's a reason people
And
are poor.
the top billionaires have
Yeah,
increased their
I
wealth
was
by
gonna.
11.9 trillion.
Are you
Who
trying to
pays
say
more
that
taxes?
poor,
Who pays more
like,
taxes?
the poor?
Collectively, the poor people pay more taxes.
But I was gonna say like.
Well, you don't go by collective anyway.
Um.
And besides, paying taxes is immoral. No one should
Collectively
be paying
means
tax.
all the taxes,
Rich
total
people-
taxes paid.
Every
Rich
tax
people-
is immoral?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because rich people shouldn't be paying taxes and poor people shouldn't be paying taxes.
How would
What
you
I was
fund
gonna say
things?
before you, because I know you're gonna ask some question on how and the
On them
tax,
privately.
We're
They
gonna
just
hold
print
on, hold
money.
on. Wait. Before we enter a different, context in this conversation, I just wanted to say, to Meme's point about thinking that people are poor for other reasons than, well, I don't have the money, right? Like, because yeah, it's true. Like I found myself in situations where I was making only the rent, and it's like, damn, where the food gonna come from? Damn, these have always been temporary. Now there are disabled people where if I was gonna say we needed to help a little bit, it'd be with the people that are disabled. But everyone else makes a choice like, okay, I only got this much to pay the rent, and okay, I may have this to do this and that to do that. And so it's like, okay, well, I got this much to, buy a couple beers. I got this much, I saved this
Netflix.
much up, and I'm gonna spend this money
Netflix.
to have a party with my friends and play spades. Like, instead of getting out of that situation and taking 6 months to do it, I'm just gonna perpetually spend the little bit that I have left over from the already too little money that I'm making. That is the problem that poor people make. It's not that they can't change their circumstances. You don't even have to live above, you can live in the basement of somebody's house for $300 a week.
Depends where you live.
Or $200 a week, maybe.
Again, depends where you live.
And now during the pandemic,
in New York, that's why it's so high.
and during this pandemic,
what I'm saying is, if you did that, and you saved just maybe even 10% over the course of 5 years, you would, and you save that discipline. You would never have the problems that your friends are gonna inevitably have moving forward, because their positions are gonna change, but their mentality will not.
And in the pandemic, they passed a law that the banks can basically print as much money as they need to prop up the stock markets. The US was printing more than $100 billion new every month since the start of the pandemic. So they passed this law. They can now run as many notes as they need to. They could print your entire tax base, whatever tax they need to recover for the year. They could just print it and execute. And they've now given themselves that privilege and that right.
Wouldn't that cause
So
mass inflation?
That's what's happening.
That is what's happening. So the
but
dollar is.
They can't just
going
like
through the
distribute that
floor.
back to people like
That's what your
like they did in Germany.
That's what that
Distribute
little
what back to people?
that money that you keep getting as like a little. What is the word you guys are calling it?
It'd be like if I robbed my neighbor and then made the whole and then paid back the whole neighborhood.
The stimulus payments. That's the fictitious money that they're printing, giving to you because they know within 1 month it's back in their pockets.
Yeah.
And it's going to deflate all the other currency that you're presently holding.
Okay. Interesting. Didn't the stimulus checks also help people because like a whole bunch of people lost their jobs and had no source of income?
If they hadn't locked down, that wouldn't have been the case.
This heroin, really got me. This heroin fix really got me undepressed Oh, I'm not crashing yet, but you know.
I don't understand your point. Are you saying every poor person's
Okay,
on
so
heroin?
No, his point. His point.
Fix. A temporary feel-good fix is not a
Wait,
fix.
but
His
it's
point.
not.
His point. His point is
What are they
this.
supposed to do if
No,
they
no, no.
don't
Hold,
have
hold on.
money?
Hold
What do you think
on.
money is?
Hold on. His point is this. This is his
I understand.
point.
I understand what he's saying. I understand.
When he says that a hit of heroin is not the fix. What
Yes,
he's
I get
saying
it.
is
A stimulus.
over the course of this year that people have lost their jobs, lost their businesses while looking to their kids' mouths to feed and their wife or their whoever is depending on them, right? Some people,
Mm-hmm.
their grandparents or their parents, their grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
When
I
this
got one.
happened, getting $5,000 or less for the entire ordeal means nothing.
Yeah,
It can mean actually a large difference if you have no source of income because you don't have a job.
Why don't you have?
No, it's not. No, something
Hold
is
on,
not.
guys.
No. Something is
It was
not
3,200.
better. Something is not better than nothing. If over the course of a
If you
year
have nothing,
I
it
couldn't pay
is.
my rent or I couldn't pay my mortgage,
Right.
and now I'm facing homelessness, or I am homeless. You giving me $3,000 or $5,000 is not okay. It's gonna make me upset.
Why would that make you upset? So this wait,
Because
hold on.
I'm
I just want
homeless
to
now.
understand this for a second. I just want to understand this for a second. So you're basically saying that if you have zero money, you have nothing to your name, you have no
Why do you
source
have
of
zero
wealth.
money? Hold on. Why do you have zero money?
He just brought up the hypothetical,
Bernie,
so it doesn't matter. It
No,
doesn't
no,
matter why.
Bernie,
He's just saying
no,
that you
it
have,
does. It does.
and then you
It
get
does matter.
money.
It does
Why
matter.
do you have zero money? What bad decisions did you make
Because
that left you with zero money?
dude, corporations and companies were laying off people all over the place. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
You don't have to
Hold
have
on.
like the corporation doesn't have to really give you a reason to lay you off. They can
Hold
just
on,
lay
I'm
you
a
off for
corporation.
cost cutting.
Hold up. I'm a corporation.
Good for you.
Okay. What do you mean corporations? I'm a human.
What?
I am a corporation. I am literally incorporated. I own a business.
It's not a corporation.
It's not a corporation? That's funny because it says corporation on my tax returns.
What's your point? You can have
Hold on, you just said the corporations. What do you mean the corporations? What are you talking about?
Amazon,
You're
Walmart,
talking
McDonald's. I'm talking about major corporations.
You mean the people who have benefited?
I'm talking about the people who employ like a majority of the American population.
Now look, okay.
Because I'm pretty sure you
want
don't
solutions
yourself.
for an employee. You want to beg the people who are ruining everything to give you some money so you can be a better employee for them.
Wait, what? The government?
Yeah. No, the only reason anybody was really in need of any handouts was because the fucking government shut everybody down, okay?
Yeah.
If they hadn't done that, nobody would have been in need of anything. No handouts would have been needed, period.
Who
So
shut
if
everything
I punch
down?
you, if I
Who
punch
shut
you in the
everything down
nose,
and tried to ruin an economy?
Dude, that might be true. That might sure.
No, it's not might be true. They shut it down.
Okay, that doesn't really matter because it's not any individual's fault that isn't within the government that the government shut it down.
Goes to the people who abused him to ask for a handout.
no, for an ice pack. So I punch you in the nose, and then I give you an ice pack for the bleeding nose, and you want to praise them for the ice pack that they've given you for your bleeding nose.
I'm not praising anyone.
That's a little too mild because people have lost their businesses, their homes, and some have lost their relationships. That being said, that's like someone chopping off my fucking nuts and giving me a handkerchief, saying, cheer up.
It's like you having no
cheer up.
money and then someone giving you money so that you don't die.
Cheer up,
That's
you
what
still
it's
got your
literally what
last
it's
night.
like.
Look,
That's
cheer up,
literally
you
what
still
it's
got.
like.
I've got to
Die of what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Die of what? Die of what?
I've got to point this out.
I gotta hear
The
this.
reason that this $3,200 is a fix for people like him is because they have no impulse control and they just see the immediate benefit of cash in hand because they are not long-term thinkers. They're not future thinkers. They don't understand the ramifications of everything that's happening. They're just gimme, now.
And he's also
mind you. Wait. Let's rewind this. Let's rewind this $3,000 and $5,000 talk for a second, because when this shit first jumped off, motherfuckers got $600, and it wasn't months until something else got sent out. What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean?
How
What am
is
I
that
talking about?
better than nothing?
So you're asking me how is $600 better than $0?
Hey,
It didn't save anybody, man.
Hold on.
I agree. It wasn't enough. I agree, but
I had to file my return. This dumb stimulus they gave out, I had to file my return to get it.
Yeah.
So altogether, I was going to get $11,872. Guess what happened?
I don't know.
IRS said your wife sold her business, so we're going to take a look at that. They said, oh, she owes some back taxes. Guess how much back taxes she owed?
How much?
$11,872. The exact amount that I was getting back.
Seems pretty sketchy.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those are the people you're asking.
I don't understand. I don't understand your point.
Number pushers somewhere in the
Like,
office.
how does this?
That is
Why would they lie?
Like that
aren't they there
sounds
for your
pretty
benefit?
shitty, but
You know what you
again,
should be doing? I'll tell you what you should be doing. You should be saying no one should be taxed, and the property you own is yours outright.
what if you don't own a property?
Why don't you own property?
There are millions of people that don't own property.
How old are you?
It's irrelevant. There are people who
How
are in
old
their
are you?
60s, 70s that don't own property.
But how old are you?
How old am I?
You don't have to give me an exact age.
In my 20s.
You're in your 20s. What are you doing with your life, though?
Going to school.
You're going to school, so you're wasting your money.
Sure.
You're wasting your money.
I have a scholarship.
You can learn everything that you're learning right now for free.
That scholarship? Yeah, that scholarship takes care of the entire. That's a full ride scholarship.
Yeah.
Really? What are you taking?
Everything.
What am I taking?
Yeah.
Why does this matter? It doesn't matter.
Well, it's kind of funny because
What degree are you going for on your scholarship? By the way, it's from a position of privilege with your scholarship that you're able to make all these arguments for socialism.
How did you get that scholarship?
Whoa, who said socialism? But that's not socialism at all.
No, what I'm saying is you're a trust fund kid.
Oh, I'm not
right?
a trust fund kid.
Oh, really? How'd you get a scholarship? Come on.
It's an academic scholarship. They have those.
Scholarship. What did you
Yeah.
excel in? What was the subject you excelled in?
You don't
Please
need
tell
to
me
excel
science
in a
or
specific
math.
subject to have like I just got good grades and I have it's a
Grades
mix.
in
I have
what?
one academic scholarship and a sports scholarship.
a full
Oh,
ride.
he ran good. He ran good. He ran
I-
good.
I
Sports school in the States, it's not as expensive.
You run with
But how
Paul.
are-
You're smart.
I don't doubt it. I've
How
got
is
a
he
cousin
going
who
to
went
tell
to.
people? Sorry, how is he going to tell people like about paying bills and stuff when he's not even completely like financially on his own yet? He doesn't have a job yet. Like you don't know what it's actually like to be completely financially independent.
Why is that?
How are you
why
going
is
to
that?
tell
He was
people? Like,
watching.
I'm not even talking about paying bills. I'm just saying $600 is better than $0. That's all I'm saying.
You know why you
You're
think that?
saying
Because
okay.
you know, but hold on. I used to think like this when I was a Democrat too, right? Right, and I'm pretty sure AOC is
I never
out
said I was
there
a
telling
Democrat.
someone. But what I'm saying is AOC is out there out there telling people she survived, on her own as a waiter on fucking avocado sandwiches and shit.
Okay.
You know, like how do you do that?
You fucking
Like,
struggle.
No, you don't. You can't. No. You can't just struggle. Either you're doing something to not struggle, or you're indisciplined. But you can't just say, well, this is the situation, and nah, guys, I forgot my point. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that.
I
My bad.
can't believe he thinks it's okay for the government to like take people's right away to work and take their
I never said it was
right
okay
away.
to do that.
Well, shutting everything down
I never
and
agreed
not
to
letting
that.
people. Yeah, but
I
it
just-
shouldn't
I
have
just
happened in the first place. That's why they give people right.
I never gave an opinion or an argument towards that at all. All I said was the fact that it was shut down meant that a bunch of businesses had to shut down, a bunch of people had to be laid off, a bunch of people didn't have jobs. So were they supposed to die because they don't have fucking money?
No, they were supposed to revolt against the government and tell the government to fuck off your rights.
Okay.
No, but seriously, seriously.
kept their businesses open, for real.
A lot of those small businesses are never going to come back. They're just gone.
I agree. The only businesses who survived it were the big corporate, or well, not the only ones, but the big corporations that you were talking about earlier are profiting majorly off of this
I know.
whole
It's
thing.
horrible. It's
Hey,
horrible.
you know what it cost me a month? You know what
This
it cost me
this
a month
guy's
to operate?
corporation, right? He's a corporation. This guy's the one thriving because the shutdowns.
No, I'm not thriving. You know what it cost me a month to operate?
I don't know
It cost
actually.
me over $8,000 to operate each month.
Cool.
What do you think? What do you think $3,200 did for me,
buddy? But like,
what do you think it did for me?
It might not have done a lot for you. But it could have done a lot for other people. I'm sure you're like better off financially than other people who don't have their own corporation.
Hold on.
You have your own corporation.
Apocalyptic shutdown, and this measly little $3,200 for a month. That's nothing. That doesn't
could be no, but like, don't you? Okay,
Meme, hold on, meme. Do you know the average debt for the lower class?
Oh, it's high.
It's much more than $3,000, right?
Yeah, it's like 25,000, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So
It's
they may
ridiculous,
as well
whatever it
had
is.
took the stimulus and shoved it up their ass. Because if I owe $25,000 in debt somewhere, I don't want to fucking be out of work and then given $3,000.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
And
it
if you're in
happened
debt,
anyways.
they'll just seize
So what
that
are you
money
supposed to
anyway.
do? Let them die? If you don't have money, how do you survive?
But that money didn't do anything for me.
It does. Dude. It's a bit anecdotal, don't you think? It doesn't matter if it didn't do anything for you. It could have done a lot for millions of people that got it, which it did.
For who?
Millions of Americans that got it.
People were encouraged to go out with that money and spend on TVs.
Yeah,
Go
it was
out
if
and
you
spend
get
money and
fired
blow
from
up
your
the
job,
economy.
dude. You're talking about a guy who literally just said he has his own corporation. I mean, we're talking about like you run your own
company is
business. Like
corporation. I
other
am my
people don't run their own businesses. Like if you get fired from their job.
Do you even know what a corporation is? It's a business model.
Yes, I understand what a corporation is. Yes, I understand what a corporation.
He could have got an LLC. He went incorporated instead. So
And you're trying to imply because somebody owns a corporation, they got money coming out their yin yang. I run a few businesses, and I'm still thinking of starting another one. Like,
good for you. I'm just saying, not everyone is as wealthy as you guys.
I'm not wealthy.
Real quick, I have a
you know what?
I never said you were wealthy. I'm just saying not as
hang on,
wealthy.
You assume a lot,
gotta ask him
man,
a
about
question real
everyone
quick.
in here.
I didn't make an
It's amazing.
assumption.
Yeah,
So-
Miggy,
Yes,
I
you
was
are.
like, Miggy,
You made a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
try to pull
assumptions.
my way
Holy
through
shit.
this conversation before I can get a word in. All right. So real quick, he sounds like a pretty intelligent guy. I want to see if we can get to know what he knows about the shape of the Earth. Is that okay? I don't know.
Oh, that's why I'm here. I actually don't know anything about that.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
That's interesting.
This is a
Yeah.
good day full of clips. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
I just wanted to real quick interject. I'm sorry. If you guys had you want to tie up that?
No, I actually came in here to actually learn more about, but then like I am like a bit left leaning, and you guys were talking about like some anarcho-capitalist shit. So I was
Oh
like,
yeah, you got
it's
swept
kinda
up in the
strange.
conversation. That's all right.
Yeah, I used
No,
to
I
be
definitely
like
didn't,
you,
but
don't
it's
worry
okay.
about it.
But yeah, the terms of the flat Earth, I mean, like I don't fucking know.
Well, that's good. I mean,
I came in here to learn, my guy.
That's really good. All right. So, well, if that's the case, then you'd be able to answer a few questions honestly, because it sounds like you're pretty on the up and up. You're not some kind of sleaze bag or anything.
Okay.
All right. So, when it comes to the shape of the Earth, how much knowledge do you have? Like,
Fucking,
if somebody like, let's put it this way: if somebody was to ask you on the street, right?
I would say.
How do you
Here's
know?
what I'd say.
How do you know? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would say that like people like scientists say it's round. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm not good at math or science or any of that shit. So I don't know.
Yeah. So like I was gonna say before you jumped in, if somebody was to stop you on the street and ask you, how do you know the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? That would be your answer, right? Don't know.
It would be. I mean, yeah. Like it's like if someone were to ask me something that like you really need to be an expert in to know about, I would say I don't know, but this is what the experts say.
Cool. So for you, being that what level of college you're in, you're almost finished, or I don't
Yeah,
know. It doesn't matter. But the main thing that I want to get to is that from the point of where you first started learning about the globe up until today, there's this kind of, I don't know, model or picture you have in your mind of what you think the Earth is, based upon the consensus of everybody saying that the Earth is whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
All right. So right now it's just a belief. Would you agree with that? That you think that the Earth is a globe? It's just a belief.
Sure.
You don't sound really confident.
Well, like I don't know how, like, if any of you guys are like scientists or like, I don't know.
We'll get to that in just a second.
But like high important, like well-known scientists say it is round.
Okay,
So,
name one. Name one.
Dude, fucking, I don't know. You got me there.
Well,
Like
that's
I
what I'm
said,
saying. Like
I said, I don't fucking
So,
Galileo. No, that was the fucking sun. God damn it.
Yeah. See how you messed up. All right, so think about it like this, right? People don't have a really
Look, man,
good
I told you,
working
I don't know
knowledge of-
shit. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm not a
Well,
scientist.
Right, but let me ask you another question. Why do you think that is? If you should have all this, look, man, we've been living on this earth forever. How old? You're in your 20s. You should have some kind of working knowledge of the earth. You're standing on the damn thing. I mean, you should be able to say, I know it's a globe because such and such. Why is it that you don't
It's
know
just
that?
never really interested me, you know? I don't really care.
Not because of that, dude. Ask your friends. Like, ask them to say, how do you know the earth is a globe? What do you think they're going to tell you? I don't know. Neil deGrasse Tyson said so, or whatever.
Oh, you guys don't like him, huh? Okay.
No, it doesn't matter like who you pick, right? Because they're going to say the same thing you're saying.
I do have some friends that are in the sciences, so maybe they would say something different. But
all right,
again,
well, ask that guy or girl. Ask him the very same question. Ask him the very same question that we're asking you. How do you know the shape of the earth is a globe? Like, just ask him that.
I will.
And see what kind of answer you're going to get.
I guess the question I have for you.
I bet you dollars to donuts, it's not going to be anything near what's going to be satisfactory for somebody that actually knows what it should be.
Okay,
they're not going to tell you anything concrete.
But you have concrete that it, like, is this like so this is a flat earth Discord. So you have concrete proof that it's flat, or that it's not round. Those are two very different things.
Right, both.
Well, if it's flat, then it's not round. So you wouldn't have both.
Well, if it's not round, then it's flat. You have it backwards.
Not necessarily.
If think about
you think it's flat, but it could be like a fucking cube.
No, think about it like this: if the Earth isn't curving anywhere,
there are other shapes.
No, if it's not curving
this
anywhere,
is where you're missing.
Listen, if it's not curving anywhere, then it's not what?
Yeah,
not
but
a ball,
like,
right?
Yeah, but it could be like a square, and then like we
you're
could live
hung
on the
up on
sides.
shape.
I don't
You're
know.
hung
Maybe
up
I'm
on
getting a little too like out of my depth right there.
Pause a second.
No.
Look,
I
flat
guess
is
the
a description-
the
flat is
question
a
I have, because
description
I
of
don't give a
the
shit about the science and stuff like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. That shit, it's just too much for me. Like, I'm an idiot. But in terms of, if you guys really believe this stuff, right? Like, you guys believe the Earth is flat, right? All of you guys, most of you guys, I assume. I assume there's some people that don't here.
Yeah, most of us are like 99 or 100% sure. Someone will say. I would say there's no
Why?
100%, but yeah.
Why is?
I just want one
Why is
second.
the
I'm trying to talk. You keep talking over me. Like I wanted to say something to you. You have to.
I want
open
to get
up
to my
your
main
ears a little
question.
bit.
You know,
You have to open up your ears a little bit if you want to actually learn something.
I've been
which,
listening a lot.
By your name, you probably don't. But you're hung up on a shape. You think flat is a shape. Flat is, when we say flat Earth, we're talking about a description of the surface. It does not say anything about an overall shape. Okay, like so you're limiting yourself to these like options of nothing but shapes in outer space floating around, like geometric shapes. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're just saying if you live on a ball, which is the positive claim, then it demands curvature. If it demands curvature, we should be able to measure it. We should be able to find it somehow. Okay, like Earth measures flat. It's used as flat, like practically used as flat. Look at government documents, NASA shit about they have to pretend, or they tell everybody that you have to assume a flat, non-rotating plane in order for their stuff to work. Okay, with like high altitude planes and shit like that. everything is what I'm losing. I'm going a little bit too far off track now, but yeah, you're hung up on it could be a cube, it could be a triangle, and that's not at all like
fair
what we're
enough.
saying.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Again, like this part doesn't. I don't really care about this part. The part that I'm mainly interested in really is why is everyone lying?
Motive. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say motive. That's
no.
Yeah. I understand, but look, listen, man. If you want to find out if something is or isn't something, you're not going to go to the motive. You're going to actually look at the evidence. Wouldn't that be the way to go? If you're actually saying, I don't care about the evidence. Just tell me why they would do it. Lie to me. Dude, I
think it's important.
Who does that? No, what's important is the evidence, man.
It's not important.
You got to look to see if it actually is what they're claiming it is or not. Who cares?
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. All like the credible scientists have like in the world.
Name one. Name one.
What credible
Name
scientist?
one.
Name one.
There you go.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yes.
He doesn't know.
You think
You
that's
don't
a
know,
credible
dude.
scientist? Name an experiment he did.
That's a knee-jerk reaction.
If he's
Credible
a
why?
scientist, name his experiment that he
I have like a
published.
PhD. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
PhD in what? Storytelling?
What PhD do you have?
The fact that he's like a spokesperson for major networks and television, like these and stuff like that, would say that he has less credibility probably than somebody who's in a lab doing real science, right?
Yeah, but check it, man. You're veering
Not
off course.
necessarily.
You're veering off course because it's a knee-jerk reaction that you just said, well, what about the intellects? Who cares, dude? Like, you didn't even name one. We asked you which one. You're like, oh.
Because I've never like looked into this before. Because I told you I don't care.
I know that.
Oh, you
but
don't
you
care?
care about
Oh,
the
I'll just
motive.
get rid of you then if you don't care.
No, I care about the motive. I want to know like why are they lying about it? You know what I mean? Like I want to get to the bottom of that.
No,
Because
that
like the
makes you look like
science
you.
just doesn't interest me. If I'm being completely honest, just who I am.
No,
Like
that makes
science,
you look
math,
like
it doesn't
you.
interest me.
Hold on. Wait. I have a question since
Low
everyone.
IQ people are always interested in motivations and feelings. That's what you're interested in.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question.
I think
that's
the
like
motive is important.
Slightly
No, it's not.
less serious
Why
before
not?
Biggie gets back into it. But so the question is like, if you like a girl that's curvy and she has soft parts, right? You're gonna go, well, why does she feel so soft without ever having felt how soft she is? Would that statement make sense? Say if someone said to you, like your brother was like, if you have a brother, oh my gosh, why does she feel so soft? And then you just happen to ask him, oh, word, when were you with her? And he says never. Well, what are you gonna think at that point?
Eli's thinking about getting
You think
smushed by big girls.
he's lying. He's laying
I
pipe.
am, because I'm going on a trip for 2 weeks and I'm gonna be out of it. That's all I can think about right now.
Okay. But like, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like don't really understand what you were saying. But
20 years. We were just an award for 20 years based on lies.
who's
Straight
Paul
up
M.
lies.
Sutter? I just read that he's a scientist that
What? That he did
like
What field? What field?
debunks. I don't know. I'm googling it
He
now.
debunks what? Dude, your
Flat earthers.
What field?
your mind.
What
Yeah,
field?
I know, but your mind's going like 100 miles an hour right now because you're in a forum.
No, because you're
and
asking.
you're-
You're
and
asking
way,
me.
brother. You're
to-
way out of
you're
your
asking-
depth.
you're-
What
It's,
field is
it's
he
not
in?
that I'm way out of my depth. Like I understand.
Yes,
like
you are.
no, I'm not
way out
way
of
out
your
of my
depth.
depth. I'm not way out of this. I'm not trying to make the arguments for or against like a curved Earth or
Sounds
flat
like
Earth.
it.
No, because I don't like know the arguments.
other
That's what I'm
people to
saying.
make the arguments
I'm
for
saying I don't know the arguments, right? But what I'm saying, like,
Why do you not care? Then why do you not care? You breathe past
It's
it.
the same reason why I don't like. I could not care about foreign policy, yet I still vote in elections. Like it's just not something I'm interested. There's other things I'm interested
why
in.
he's a leftist.
That makes sense.
The point of you being here then is the point of you being here then is like
leftists. They don't even know
I
why
wanna-
they do.
I wanna-
Hold on.
No.
What
Dude.
leftist Republican or Green Party person did you vote for? Because you said you weren't Democrat. What leftist? Please tell me.
I'm not American.
Oh shit. All right. Good point. Good point.
But what was I gonna say?
So you're
Yeah, I just what interests me.
assert your
if you want
belief,
to
and
call it-
that's
if you want
it.
to
He
call it
leans
motive,
left and he's not an American. That means he's hard left.
Oh my god.
It's
Is there
gonna
something
be
wrong with
death.
being left?
Oh,
I'm not saying
so
it
you
now.
fucks.
I'm just saying, is
So
there
you
something wrong
fucks.
with being
So
left?
you fucks with the vice president because she's from where you're from.
The vice president? Kamala?
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
fuck her. I
She
don't
went
like her.
to. She went to. Oh, all
Are you Canadian?
Touch that
Maybe.
skank.
Maybe. How you liking your infinite lockdown?
It's getting better. We're getting out soon.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, you
Yeah.
think so?
Just in time for the variant.
Think so? Yeah. What do you mean? Stage 3 is starting soon.
Well, see, the problem is you think
Oh,
things
wow,
aren't
you're
live.
loud.
You don't think people lie to you. You don't think your government lies. That's the problem. See, you aren't investigating the lie. You just
I
want
know the government
motive.
lies. That's actually why I'm here. Because I want to know why.
Well, then you need to know the why.
Why would they lie?
You need to know the why, what they are lying about, so you can determine if it's a lie, and then you can figure out the why for yourself.
Why don't we
You
just
really
ask
can.
him, why would they
I'm
lie?
aware that the
If he knows
government,
lies,
has
why would they
lied.
lie? Why would they lie?
I'm asking you that. That's the question
No,
I'm
no,
asking.
you
Why
just
is the
said the
government
government
lying
lied.
about
Why would they lie?
about the Earth being round?
Why
That's
would
the
they
question I'm asking.
lie? Why
I'm
would they
asking.
Able
lie?
to figure that out
But
by
here-
knowing they're
here's-
lying
hang
and
on.
what they're lying
So do
about.
you
Why would
like
they?
it?
Why would I?
He's Canadian. Is he Canadian?
Why do they lie for anything else?
Yes.
Fuck if I know, dude.
Okay, look.
Give
I
me
have a
like
friend
the
that's
backstory
Canadian.
as to why they're lying about this, because it would seem kind of weird. If the Earth was flat, why would you lie and say it's round? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's what I want to know. Like,
We're
I don't understand why that would be anything.
But we're spinning. What we're spinning is kind of
Seriously,
out of
take your
control. Hold on. I would, because I haven't seen Miggy in a while. I would like for him to, like, continue with this. But as far as why they would lie, I mean, seeing as that I'm not the person that lied, and seeing as that there are way too many people like you who are in certain positions that just don't want to look at the evidence because they don't want to have to decide morally whether they should say something about it or not. Right? So at the end of the day, I don't fucking know why they lie, because I'm not the liar, pal. And
Does
neither
anyone
is
know?
anyone else, and neither is anyone else in here, because
Doesn't
none of
matter.
us has come up with this lie. But here's the thing: it's obvious that they lie for social gain and monetary gain, but probably social gain because that's tied into monetary gain. If socially we all believe that something is valuable, it's valuable. So it's basically for the control of the mind, obviously, because when we tell you, hey, in order to have a body of water, it must first be contained. And
Right,
the outside of a curving surface, aka a sphere, is not considered in any stretch of the definition a container. The moment that you try to reason against your own experience with something that was in a textbook or something that was told to you, that's why they lie.
Yeah, he said it correctly. So why would anybody lie? For any lie, they usurp their control over you.
Okay. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
easy
so
to see, right?
But well, I can understand that, but that's the like I think these are important questions to ask, right? Like I know some people said that these not important, but I think these are important questions to ask. But so
they're controlling
why,
they're controlling your paradigm, though.
Okay, but like, is it really? Let me
Yeah,
try to think how to ask this. Let me try to think how to ask this. Because like,
what
is it really that big of a deal that they like?
Hell yeah, dude.
Like,
Look,
why
man,
would
they're lying about
the
thing that you're like? Listen, they're lying about the thing you're standing on, the very thing that you look
doesn't,
at
like,
every
do
day.
anything to me, you know? Like that doesn't like
It should.
if like me knowing
You
that
look
the
up-
me
dude,
has
listen,
has
man.
like has your
All right,
own
hang on.
like think of wait hold on.
Let me propose
Has your
something
own
to you real quick.
existence
Let me
as a human kind of like
Linda,
your material existence
calm
changed?
down. You're spiraling, Linda. Calm down.
That's a question without getting
hang on,
interrupted.
dude. Just relax, dude. Let me let it land real quick. All right. So when you look up at the sky at night, you think there's an infinite number of galaxies out there, multiverses, other exoplanets you could land on soon, right? Elon Musk is going to make a vehicle that's going to travel to
Buddy,
Mars.
don't even talk to me about
on
Elon
it.
Musk.
But yeah, look,
It's not going
but
anywhere.
Your mind, listen, but your mind right now is thinking that there's other places we can be as a people. So your mind is not thinking that this is the only place. There's more places to be, and there's stars to travel to, and whatever, right? So it affects you on a very real level. You might even think, well, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round. Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yeah.
You just make it sound
Why?
like it doesn't right now.
Why?
In this
Okay, so
forum,
explain to me. So explain to me why it does. Because like this is the thing. Like I'm
Because
coming in here
this is
not
the
knowing
thing.
any of
It's
this
like
shit. You know.
that's part of the psyop is you think that it genuinely doesn't matter, but if
But why
I
does it? You have to
give
tell me why it does.
if I give a 5-year-old an iPhone and I don't teach them I don't tell them what it is. I just I'm just like, here you go. It's a cool mirror. Okay? And the kid just thinks this whole time it's like a little black pocket mirror. But they don't realize that, hey, it actually has like every book possibly want, every movie, every song. And you think that you think the shape just would change the fact, it's flat. But you have to think about how the earth itself works, like how we use the earth right now. We're using solar panels and we're using windmill power. Well, if the earth is completely different, there might be alternative power sources. There might be alternative resources, right? One of the biggest struggles that everyone faces on this earth is limited resources. Okay? And if you're hiding the shape of the earth, you can hide land or other resources. If gravity is not a thing like they claim, then that also adds a technological element because now we're not bound by gravity. So there's a whole other.
Yo, you got to admit, man, that's a really good point.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's interesting because that is an interesting point because I found it to be kind of trivial just to like say, well, no, the Earth is curved, not flat. You know.
Well, that's a good answer, right? What she just gave you.
Yeah, you know, it is a good answer.
It's the utilization. It's the utilization of the earth that really matters.
That's the problem.
And then,
if you don't know what the lie is, if you haven't figured out what they're lying about, you can't figure out why they're doing it. There's no way you can actually pinpoint why they would be lying until you know what they're lying about. You have to know those things.
Yeah, but I'll just like take your word for it that they're lying.
Look at even the medical field. If I'm lying to you about how medicine works and how people get ill or don't get ill, what am I doing to you? If you don't know how to recognize lies and go through systematically and figure out if somebody's lying to you, you're going to be tricked in all kinds of things. It's not just the flat earth. It's everything because everything is based on the science of that flat earth. What they tell you this place is impacts you socially, morally, spiritually, economically, politically. Everything.
It's like technologically.
There's a saying in poker: if you don't know who the sucker is at the table,
you're the sucker.
Then guess what, buddy? You're the sucker.
Yeah. So why is every government?
There's a whole lot of reasons why they might lie about this. This would have to be a big one, and to think that there's just one reason or two is stupid. It probably has many reasons.
So many we probably don't know.
The better question is, with all of the motivation that they might have, because we can all speculate for days on that. The question really is why wouldn't they lie to you given the opportunity?
Oh yeah.
Well, now that you've answered your question, right? Now that you've answered,
I have another question.
Now that you've asked your question that no one can actually have a definitive answer for because we're not the liars. I mean, I really would like for you to be asked the rest of the three fundamental questions. Well, the questions are related to the claims that the globe makes.
Yeah, so he's talking
Claims
about the
that
three
must
physical
be true.
claims, right? The where we were starting at the very beginning, but you wanted to veer off and ask your very important motive question. So getting back to the three physical claims, which I already know your answer. You said at the very beginning, but I want you to actually be honest with yourself when it comes to this, because when I tell you about the three physical claims, you can actually share this with your friends, and I guarantee you they won't give you a satisfactory answer. So I'm just going to run through them real quick, and then you can respond to how you want, right? So the first physical claim is that the Earth, the curvature of the Earth, how, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? How, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured? That's the first physical claim. The second physical claim, right? How, when, and where was the rotation of the Earth, the axial rotation, detected? How, when, and where was the axial rotation of the Earth detected? So there has to be, the Earth had to be spinning, right? And we have had to found out how it was spinning, is, right? According to the globe understanding. The third physical claim is that the vacuum of space resides next to the pressure air in which you and I breathe. So it doesn't follow that we have a pressure air system and we have the vacuum of space adjacent to that. So how can we have gas pressure without a container? That's the third physical claim. How can we have gas pressure without a container? 3 physical claims that I promise you nobody will answer. None of your friends will. Not even people you look up to that are intellects.
My friends shouldn't be able to answer. I guess the one probably could.
And if they can, if you think they can, and they're I could take those guys out, tell them to come in here, and I'll have a talk to them. Seriously, like I will. But anyways,
okay.
How would you respond to any of those that I just gave you?
Buddy, I don't fucking, like I said, I don't know. I don't know science. I'm not an expert on this, so like I can't just I can't just come up with an answer. Then I haven't studied the shit at all.
So why?
But I don't study a lot of things that I still,
It doesn't matter though, but because all through school, everybody knows about Earth science, right? They teach us all these things about the planets, about the core of the Earth, about how far away the sun is. All this garbage they fill your head with. Yet all of this nonsense,
I don't remember that
verify. I know that because
maybe I'm boring. That's why
it has no relevance to your reality anyway, right?
How do you even get into flat Earth? Like, how do you get into it?
You look into the globe. You look into the globe. That's how you get into it. Because you're trying to figure out if they're trying to tell you all this globe nonsense, if it's real or not. Guess what? None of it checks out. And then you wind up being like, what the hell, man? I'm trying to figure out where any pictures or real pictures of Earth. You start getting on this really crazy rabbit hole of trying to figure out, if this globe is real or not. And you wind up scratching your head after thousands of hours of research, and you're like, there is no globe proof, man. So what could the Earth be other than it's not a globe? And then you look into.
Do you guys believe in the Big Bang or?
No, look, man. Everything that pseudoscience has taught you, everything, it's all hokey pokey nonsense.
How did this happen?
Are you talking about how did life happen? How did the origins of where we came from? Like, what do you?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, how did we come to be?
I could tell him how
God or
we
something
got into this story, this mess. How we got here was some heliocentric priest, quite literally, because he was a Catholic priest, right? He said, well, we come from a Big Bang, and then we evolved from this process that took however many years it took, right? This is what he said. Now, if you know anything about science, you know that you at least need to be able to make an observation. And I'm sure you understand that no one was there to observe the Big Bang. So it's a story and is in no way.
Do you guys not believe in evolution?
It's unrelated.
No way.
No, because no one observed evolution, but we still know it exists. Well, unless you guys don't believe
It's unrelated. It's unrelated to the topic. I know, but it's unrelated.
How could you get asked those 3 questions, not have an answer?
Never mind. I guess you guys don't believe in evolution.
Well,
So
maybe
you
we
believe
should
that you
tell
came
him.
from a rock?
No, we
Hold on,
don't
guys.
believe. That's
Guys,
the problem. We don't believe. We learn and start to know rather than believing high
Don't know
priest.
evolution.
I need to ask
Yeah,
them,
it's
do you
like-
believe you came from a rock?
It's like if one of us gets one of our girlfriends or wives pregnant, we don't worry that they might give birth to a monkey.
Hold on.
No.
I need to know if he believes he comes from a rock.
Yeah, did you come from a rock? You know that?
You're saying because the Big Bang was just Earth or
Yeah,
whatever.
if you believe in atheistic
That's what you're
evolution, you
saying.
believe you came from a rock.
No. I mean,
Oh, you
yeah,
don't?
I guess.
So
yeah,
you do. So you believe you came from a rock. So you're an insane person, right?
I guess.
Okay, well, you're just stupid.
I guess.
Anyone who thinks they came from a rock is stupid.
I mean,
Well, no wonder he's hard-headed.
Has there
Sure.
ever been a fish that didn't produce a fish, or a cat that didn't produce a cat?
I mean, usually these processes
Yeah, bro.
take millions of years.
Spontaneous generation was debunked
These
hundreds of
these
years
processes
ago.
take a while. Usually. Anyways,
We
but then
shouldn't even
who-
talk about evolution because it's not.
This is
really about.
this is
flat
more my
Earth.
speed. Then this is more my speed because
Can y'all hear me?
again, I'm sure you guys really want to know what my major was, and I'm double majoring, but
Yes,
one of
I
them
can
is
hear you,
philosophy. So
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, that's the problem. Oh,
Yeah, I know, right?
That would be
How
your
come
problem.
how is your logic?
True, honestly, you're
I
not.
completely
You're not
understand. I completely understand.
Talking to people.
You're not a very
I
good
can hear
philosopher.
everything that you're saying through everything that everyone else is saying, meme. But
I
that's
guess
because
you
I'm a
haven't.
New Yorker.
I guess. Yeah, I know. I guess you haven't studied rhetoric yet, huh? In your philosophy class.
I guess not.
Yeah, I guess not.
Well, since he
An
doesn't
awful
know
lot of
much
fallacious
about
reasoning.
since he doesn't know much about the heliocentric model, which is why a lot of people still think it's true because they don't know. Let me just tell you 3 quick facts about the model that should hopefully set off some internal red flags. The first fact is they tell us a radius of the Earth, which is about 4,000 miles, which means that every part of the Earth has to curve at a certain rate, because if you break it down, there's like an arc of a circle to make up the whole entire sphere. And the drop rate is 8 inches per mile squared, which doesn't seem like a lot, but over a flat body of water, 3 miles across, there should be a 6-foot drop. 10 miles across, there should be a 60-foot drop. And 100 miles across a body of water, there should be a 6,666-foot drop. Okay? That's pretty drastic, and we don't ever observe that. So that's fact number 1. Fact number 2 is they tell us that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the on its axis, and then the Earth is also rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and then the sun is moving through the galaxy at like 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy itself is zooming through infinite space at 1,000,000 plus miles per hour. But yet, whatever stars you see tonight in the sky, you can go back 360, or you can go come back again in exactly 1 year, and those stars will still be in that same exact spot. You go back again next year, and every year they are in the exact same spot. So if the Big Dipper is directly overhead of you today, every year onward and in the past, it's been in that exact same spot, because the constellations reset every 365 days, and they never change. That's why we have the same constellations since the beginning of time. And then the last fact is, oh my God, I'm going to forget it. Oh, that's very weird, is they tell us the seasons. The reason that we have seasons is because of the Earth being tilted on its axis. But this is what is super weird and doesn't make any common sense, is they'll tell us North America, when North America is farthest from the sun in June and July, it is our summertime. Okay, when we're furthest from the source of light, the source of the sun, it's our summer. And when we're closest, it's our winter. And the reason they tell us that we have the hotness is because we're tilted on our axis, and the oceans are absorbing the sunlight at an angle, and it's heating it up. But they still can't explain why when we're furthest from the sun, we have the most daylight, because obviously during summertime, we have the most light hours. And then when we're closest in the winter, we have less daylight hours, but we're closest to the sun. It doesn't make any sense. So those are just 3 really, these are 3 legit facts about the globe that are really sketchy. So
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yep.
I never thought about this before.
Yeah, and there's a million more, by the way, but those are just 3 ones to think about.
Government and stuff lying.
Which haven't you? What did she say that was very interesting? Let's unpack one of the things that she said that you thought was interesting that you haven't heard.
Hold on, give me a second. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
I'll be right back. He's gonna go and jerk off.
Yeah, because the two, because I would actually.
Wow, Lou.
I would actually like to show him that 1:30 video of the of how to calculate the distance to the horizon. But then I want to go through the black swan, and then
I had to. Someone came home. I had to say hi.
Come by you when we talk to him about the shape of the Earth, man.
It was my grandma. So.
Oh, never mind.
She probably knows it. She probably went to like school. Probably.
I can tell you what, she does not give a fuck about any of this stuff. She's old.
All right.
Yeah, no. The thing that was really interesting was the stars for me, that they stay in the exact same place. Like, I never thought about that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Who made the existence then? How do we exist?
Are
If
you
there's
talking
no
about-
Big Bang, like how do we
Right.
exist then?
There's a creator.
Yeah. But how do you know?
Because you just saw the clock in the sky. They just told you those clocks reset constantly. And there's no way you can have a random event, especially an explosive event that causes pure chaos, that
Is this
suddenly
like,
sets up a system that is repeatable and predictable and able to be consistent throughout all of human recorded history. See, that's why these things are important, because then it does lead you back to understanding your very question. You could have answered that yourself if you actually knew these things and thought about it for just a little bit.
Well, so it's a creator, like it's God, right?
It's
We don't know that.
something
We
that
don't know,
creative
yeah.
force, creative person, creative being.
Whatever is
So it's
defined as the uncaused first cause, which would be, by definition, be outside of physical reality, yes, that would be a creator or God. It is not a scientific question.
Yeah, I know.
There's where your philosophy should have kicked in and said, there's a repeating pattern that I can see every year that every human has ever seen. How does that happen without somebody making it?
The issue is that like I'm listening to your arguments. I'm listening to your arguments about like kind of like science and like the material world, right? I can't verify those, so I'm suspending judgment on those. I'm not saying they're real. I'm not saying they're true. I'm not saying they're false. I'm saying I'd have to go and look at those a little bit more, right? Fair enough, right? So I can't make a judgment on those calls. But what I will say is that you can't really.
What?
These things don't prove the existence of God. When you're talking about you're using a materialistic lens. You're using a material lens to prove the immaterial. It's impossible.
We're using empiricism, not materialism.
Wrong. Absolutely not wrong. Trust me.
I swear to
Your
God,
thinking is wrong.
Am I muted?
No.
Hello?
Hello?
We're not using materialism. We are using empiricism.
That is material.
Hello?
Not materialism.
You're talking about the material world. That's materialism.
No,
when you talk about these things, that's materialism. When you're using math to disprove this,
Stop for a second. Canada is the only truth that exists in nature, or is it also in philosophy?
Say that again.
Are the only truths that exist just in science, or is it also in philosophy?
In terms of metaphysics, those are unknown. Which is like.
So you don't think truth exists?
No, truth exists. Like you can have empirical truth, like material truth.
And you can also have a philosophical truth or a mathematical truth, can't you?
That's material truth. That's mathematics is material. It's in the material world.
This is stop.
But you don't know what you're talking about.
Here. Get outside the problem. There's more than one way to figure out what is true. There's scientific means, there's philosophical means, there's the mathematical means. They only work within each one of those fields. A philosophical truth is not necessarily a scientific truth.
Give me an example of philosophical.
It's not a mathematical truth.
Give me an example of a philosophical truth.
Like I said before, the uncaused first cause by definition is uncaused.
Wouldn't the black swan even be one?
Right?
This is the.
Okay, also, mathematics is not material.
Hold on. There are no Mary
Guys, we are aliens.
Truth.
Okay, so no, I see what you're saying. So the argument is that like everything has a cause, right?
Yes.
But what caused the first cause? There has to be like something that initially started. This is the Kalam cosmological argument.
That the uncaused first cause, by definition, is uncaused.
But
you might know this is the Kalam cosmological argument.
This is the Kalam cosmological argument. Yes.
He labeled you.
The issue is that you're making assumption that
he labeled you and us, right? Or he labeled what we were talking about, and he put it under materialism, right? But under this definition, right, the philosophy definition, the doctrine that nothing exists except matter and its movements and modification. Now, none of us said that that's all that exists at all. So you misapplied your definition to us when you said that we had materialistic views.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, aren't you supposed to be the materialist? Aren't you supposed to be the one obsessed with empiricism?
I never said that.
He also said math is material.
You don't believe in God, do you?
Do I?
Yeah.
I suspend judgment.
You suspend judgment.
I don't think God's existence can be proven or disproven by humans.
Okay, so let's say you go into a forest and you find a house. Would you suspend judgment and say nobody built it?
See, the Kalam cosmological argument. Yes, I get what you're saying.
Well, answer
Well, that's what you're in.
Answer his question.
I would assume someone built it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the antecedent to creation is a creator. Now,
Yeah.
what the creator is, you're right, not here to learn. We can all agree.
That's not
that
my name.
nobody-
Someone changed it.
Oh, sorry. Well, whatever your name is, Canada.
Sure.
We can't fill.
Am I the
when-
only
when-
Canadian?
No. But we know that the antecedent to creation is a creator, or the antecedent to design is a designer. Now, what that is, we should leave it blank because it could be, who knows, right? Maybe it's a man in a robe. Maybe it's a machine. Who knows, right? But if we can observe divine creation, it had to be created by something. It has to. There's no. Yeah.
Sounds like kind of a stretch. Like you're just making
No,
an
because
assumption on something that can't be
where
proven.
where else in reality can we observe something that didn't come from something else?
It's the dichotomy of creation, right? Either nature created itself or a creator created it. You don't have any other choices. There's only those two.
Well,
Would you
you're
agree with that?
setting the parameters. Like you can.
No,
like,
there
it's
is
perfectly.
there is only
look,
two. There is
it's
only two though.
Look,
right?
there's no actual way
There's no
to
third
definitively. No, hold on. I'm saying there's no actual way to definitively prove that there is a God.
Yeah,
You
either
can't prove it.
nature created.
No, that's
or
not
nature
proof.
created itself,
That's an assumption. That's an
Listen to
assumption
what-
based on how
listen
our
to what
material
Miggy is
world
saying.
works.
Listen
You're making
to what
assumption
Miggy
based.
is saying.
Look, you're making assumption based on how our
No,
material
not an
world works,
assumption,
and
not an
applying that,
assumption. What
you're
is the
applying that
source
to a
of
metaphysical
information?
realm
What is
that
the source
doesn't
of
like
information?
it's.
What is the source?
Listen to what Miggy's saying. He gave you two possible answers, and
Yeah, because that's the straw man then.
No, it's not. It's either one of those
because
two.
Canada.
it fits
Canada.
in one of those two categories.
What is the source of information? What's the necessary existing condition for information?
I don't know.
You're in philosophy and you don't know the answer to that.
I'm just telling. Just tell me.
No. I'm just gonna get ready to
He doesn't know the answer either.
All right, good
Nice.
for it.
No, you're being dumb.
Just tell me.
You're wasting time. No, if you don't know,
Don't
this,
tell him. Don't tell him.
All right,
I
look,
demand
I
you
wanna
not to
get
tell
I'm
away-
not gonna
I
tell
wanna-
you.
I want to get away from all of this philosophical talk and go for the imperial. Right? So I'm about to post a video in the chat. And if one of the DJs, the wonderful DJs here, if they can play the video, that would be groovy.
How's everyone doing tonight?
It was a funny joke, Elijah. I caught that.
Yeah, really well. Who's that?
I missed
Charlie.
it.
Hey guys, can I speak?
Yeah, 1 second. We're gonna tie it up here with Canada because he didn't want to be called not here to learn, and then we'll get to Charlie. So just,
someone named me that.
hold
So
your horses
why-
there, Charlie.
Watch that video.
I'm very much sure. Where's the video? Where is it?
I posted it in the live stream voice text. So
Oh,
I
okay.
want you to watch it as we play it. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long, 38 seconds long.
Dude, hold on.
So you can go ahead and watch along as we listen to the audio here.
What the heck is Dambala super fan?
Are you ready? Let me know when you're ready.
Meanwhile, he does that. You want to ask the other guy, Charlie, maybe a few questions, like.
Well,
No,
we're
I
gonna play the
can't.
audio, right?
I can't. I was
Oh.
gonna play the audio.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I will be quiet.
So
Just 1 minute and 30
Okay.
seconds. That's not going to take long.
all right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like,
Hello,
I'm
guys.
about 6 feet tall,
Hello, you
that
there?
means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're
you
about
might
3
have
miles away
Groovybot
from the
muted.
horizon.
We're listening to
Isn't
it
that
right
amazing?
now.
Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
Okay, well that kind of got ruined, but anyway.
My
never
question
fails,
is,
man. Never.
my question is, do you agree or disagree?
Stefan.
He's muted, Elijah. Stefan.
Oh, he's probably watching it. Or he probably said, I know where this is going. Hell no.
Hey, might want to unmute Flatman Can.
That's a possibility. Dun, 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 dun.
He's smart enough to know that there's a point or a reason I played the video, so he's probably going to watch it like 6 times trying to figure out what the angle is.
The angle.
Hey guys, let me talk about Canada for a second on the stimulus. This is why he didn't get the stimulus question. So I have a buddy in Canada, and he said that right away they got $2,000 a month, every month. And so they did get pretty good stimulus in Canada. But in America...
Oh, he thinks people are getting $3,000 a month.
Yeah, interesting video.
Yo.
In America, they've been promising us for, a year and a half, and we only got 3,000. So in Canada, their
Over
problem
the
now
course
is
of a
they don't
year
have
and a
the
half.
money.
What's up with Canada?
No,
They were getting 2,000 stimulus every month.
Oh, it was nice. Actually, I wasn't.
And the
'cause I was a
problem is
student.
they're worried now when they stop that. They're worried that people are gonna are not gonna have it to go back to work. They're not gonna want to go back to work.
Good.
That's their problem.
Good.
So they get too much, in other words. But in America, it was too little because they were promising so long, and it came a little too late, a little too.
And rounding it back across, coming
So we're
back
both
over.
screwed in different ways, basically.
We have
And they
Nambla.
didn't really help us.
I see you changed your name again to Nambla Superfan. Okay.
Sonny,
No,
you're
I didn't
talking
change.
over
Someone's
Stella.
changing my names. I don't know what
Oh,
Nambla is.
no. Are you kidding me?
Why? That's
Anyway,
the North American
anyway.
Love Association.
Huh?
Anyway, do you agree or disagree with the video?
I agree.
You agree. Are you familiar with the form of logic or the rule of logic, modus tollens?
No. Explain it to me.
Have you ever heard if P then Q, not P,
Yeah.
therefore not Q?
Yeah.
Okay, that is modus tollens.
I
Okay?
should know that. I literally took a logic course.
I figured you would when I said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So now, are you ready? The argument is as follows.
Okay.
If P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance must be no further than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Mhm.
Q. So if not Q, if the horizon distance is further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then it's not P, a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
That's yeah.
Is anything wrong? Is anything
There's
wrong?
nothing
with,
wrong with that.
Is anything wrong with that logic?
No.
Okay, so basically we have an observation, tons of observations, but one that we champion that basically debunks the radius of the Earth, therefore debunking all technological advancements of space travel, all of this, because the radius is required
That
for
easy?
all of this to take place. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That easy.
Wow.
Stick a fork in the globe, man. It's done.
Crazy.
Would you like to see? Are you looking in the live stream? I'm riding my bike right now. So
I'm in that chat, the one that you posted the video in, right?
I have a question.
No, not yet. I'm assuming that someone in the chat posted the picture with the oil rigs in the water and all of this.
No, nobody's posted it recently.
Oh, you
He
guys
probably didn't see it. There it is. Somebody just did.
Thank
Yo,
you.
who's hating on Greta Thunberg? She's just a kid.
Oh,
She's a rockhead.
She's a kid. Come on.
And we got snowflakes for snowflakes. What?
Yeah,
I
right.
just said she's a kid, man. She's a
Don't
kid.
concern troll. Don't
Snowflake
concern
groupie.
troll for
We
Greta.
got. Wait a minute. I didn't know that existed. We have
If
snowflakes
anyone-
out there. Then we have
if
groupies
anyone-
that are surrounding around the snowflakes. Other snowflake groupies.
Bro,
If
I
anyone
literally
came from rocks, it
just
would be
like,
Greta
it's a
Thunberg.
kid.
But anyway.
Yeah, let's not
So,
look at the shiny nickel on the ground, man. Let's stay focused here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Y'all don't want me to have no good clips, do y'all? Anyway.
That's not true.
So,
My word.
nah,
What am I supposed to be taking from this picture here?
Well, he's about to go through it, but if you
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
go ahead,
okay,
Elijah.
so that picture is a screen grab from a video. The guy
Okay.
put all of the pertinent information or all the pedigree information, the necessary information into the video. He put his coordinates from Google Earth, right, or Google Maps. So we know exactly where his location is. Obviously, he's video taping or video recording all of this, so we know exactly how high off the, not exactly, but we know it's not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 feet. He just puts the camera basically on the water at the beach. So we know pretty much it has to be somewhere around 1 foot, right? So if the formula is for a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, then the distance to that horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles, geometrically speaking, globe model-y speaking, mathematically speaking.
Yep. I'll take your
Predictably
word
so.
for it.
So that right there debunks the globe, because how is it going to be a globe of this size without the obstruction that it's predicted to be at? Without the obstruction where it is mathematically described to be.
Fraction.
Yeah. Okay. I have no reason to not believe you. Again, like I said, I don't know the science or anything. So.
Yeah, but you
Well,
see the horizon, right?
Look, we weren't talking about science. We were just talking about modus tollens, a rule of logic, and some math. And
Yeah, well, that's what I meant. When I meant science, I meant math. I meant the math in it.
So I mean, there's nothing wrong with the math. I
Sure.
mean, the math
Are you
is the math.
understanding the argument? Are
Yeah,
you
I get
getting
the
it?
argument. Yeah, I get it. Again, like
It's like I always
I got to
use
look
this
into it a bit more,
analogy.
you know?
Yeah, I always use this analogy, but it's like a 9 months pregnant lady standing up trying to look at her feet. Like at a certain point, the curve of her belly is going to obstruct how far she can see. And when your vision is obstructed, it's going to create like a horizon. It's going to cause a merge between the sky and the ground, because you can only see, if we're standing on a sphere, that this is going to happen. It's going to cause a geometric horizon, because there'll be a cutoff before the ball starts to drop down. So when we're seeing past that, we know that it can't be a ball. And even if it's, someone said refraction, even if the horizon is being refracted, like it's moving locations.
Whoa!
It just again shows though that it's not a physical curve.
I just
Ball-
googled
it's not ball.
NAMBLA. That's not cool, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
What is
but
that?
It's like a pedophile thing. What the fuck? In the States too. I'm Canadian.
And you're a super fan?
I guess. I didn't name myself this.
Actually,
Ew.
Canada.
It's actually worldwide. It's a man boy love group.
Oh, it says organized in the United States. I guess it could be worldwide.
It's worldwide. Trust me, brother. It's
Okay.
terrible.
Can we like? Oh, so you guys it's like a worldwide pedophile ring or some shit?
They'd like it to be open. They're pushing for governments to make that open. Yes, because they don't believe God has an issue with that kind of thing.
They don't think
They don't believe in a God.
Hold on now. Before you ask
I mean-
a secondary question,
The only question I have to ask: Can someone please change my name?
Hold,
Can someone please change my name?
change his name. But the crazy thing is, this kind of stuff is on the books, right? Like there are laws for certain states here in the states that if a girl that's I think it's less than 13 or 13
Maybe
is
he'll come back.
anywhere around there, if she has sex with an older man, obviously that's a statutory rape. But if the parents allow this person to marry their child, it's okay.
Yeah.
So
That's fucked up.
in what sense is this safe for the child when all of the adults have the autonomy over?
No. Yeah, it's fucked up. But those laws are like, so wait, those laws have been around for a while though, right?
Yeah, they just be there. No one does. Just like all of this information about the earth, it's just there and no one's looking.
Yeah, but
That's the
like,
problem.
isn't this the idea that like it's like a new pedophile ring? Like it's like, or is it like always existed? I don't know. I didn't really look into it that much. I just kind of saw that it was a pedophile ring. And I was like, hey, let's not call me that.
Hold on, let me just say this right now. The whole Q thing is gay. Nobody cares about that. That's not like.
You sure?
I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people, but I mean, we didn't really pick it up like that. The flat Earth community,
Flat Earth?
whatever you think it may be, and they're I don't know who those people were because we weren't really talking about it.
No, we didn't.
Like
We were saying how does anyone trust these people? Who are these people? How do they know what they're talking about? All we know is, pedophilia exists. Yeah, it's nasty.
yeah, I know.
There are a lot of people
Gross.
that straight up defend it, depending on
Matt
which
Gaetz.
region they come from, because there's no standard there. I mean, I
Matt
don't really
Gaetz.
know what to.
Actually, there's been a lot of people that have been outed as kind of being sort of like pedophiles in the Republican Party. There was Matt Gaetz being investigated by the FBI for
Wait a minute.
statutory rape.
Hold on. What did Matt Gaetz do?
That's not pedophilia. He slept
Hold on,
with
what did-
supposedly underage women, like
Hold
17,
on.
16
Wait.
years old.
Being investigated for statutory rape, so whatever. I mean, like
I know it's not a hill that I'm willing to die on, but it's not pedophilia.
Yeah. But there was that there was like the Wisconsin lawmaker who just like randomly like admitted to impregnating a 14-year-old when he was like 18 or 19, and then like after the woman eventually 6 years later something like that, she committed suicide, and then he was like, yeah, I actually lost touch with the child.
Well, how are we getting back to the Black Swan?
How are we getting to this?
conversation?
That was because his name was not the right one. Somebody changed his name.
What's Black Swan? Or is that like me like trying to
People in here are they like to deflect better than the globe earthers sometimes. It's okay.
So I can explain the Black Swan event in a globe Earth.
Yeah, that's great, man. But I just want to tie up real quick with Super Shot. Elijah was on a
Okay.
point. I just wanted him to finish his point with Super Shot, and we'll get right to you. That's kind of why I brought it back. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to repeat your finishing statement. So, what was your your closing statements on that?
Me? On what exactly?
On the Black Swan. But I guess I never said Black Swan when I said it.
Yeah.
But the modus tollens, the logic, and all of that, like all of that.
Dude, I said
we
like
call it
I
the
said
Black
like
Swan because of the philosophical.
like if I were like I don't know the math, so I'll take your word for it. If that is correct, then yeah, the logic makes sense. But again, I'd have to look into it more, which I think is fair. Like again, I never really looked into this stuff.
That's exactly what we would like. A Glober would say, "Oh, what are you dumb?" We would say, "Why the fuck are you sitting here still trusting people in 2021? Take the information we've given and go see if we're crazy liars or if there's something to it, so that you can apply it to your life however you see fit. It's either true or it's not. And if it's not, move on. And if it is, hang out here.
Hold
sometime.
on, I got So some guy, I'm not going to disclose who, he sent me a picture and he told me to post it for you guys and see if you
We
guys
already
can,
know. We already know who. Okay.
he said, is this one? I didn't show the picture, but there's the link. I put it in the live stream.
So this is good. So I want to pretty much through you kind of discuss his rebuttal and see if
First explain to me what's going on here. What's the argument he's trying to make?
He's saying that the way.
Wait. No one else.
Hold on. No one else. The rigs changed. There is a difference. I actually looked at the picture.
Hold up. Oh, okay. So let me tell you what the issue. Let me tell you what the issue with that there is. Where's the horizon to the right?
What?
Where is the horizon to the right? If you know that where this man is standing on the beach, do you think that that horizon in the right photo is 1.2 miles away from him? Because if not, we can just erase the photo to the right, take the photo to the left, and then just say, yeah, that's a black swan also. It's just easier to digest when you know for sure the horizon is viewable beyond the oil rigs, which are a set distance. So you know, okay, well, if the oil rigs are right there and the horizon is back there, then logically the horizon must be further than those oil rigs because it's behind them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now if you look at this one, you have to say, well, is that horizon really 1.2 miles? Is it not? It definitely doesn't look 1.2 miles, nowhere near.
Kind of hard to judge that, you know?
Well, if you look at the video, it's very easy to judge because on top of that, the swell is much higher on that day. The waves are hitting.
I don't know. I will say though, this picture is, kind of like, it does bring up a good, interesting point. The picture itself,
Nah, it really doesn't. It's neither
What
here
about
nor
it?
there.
When you have another picture showing the exact opposite, you got a problem. It immediately rules out that picture gives you the accurate horizon. Immediately. You get one different picture and it's done. Do you understand the logic with that?
So there's
this guy says QE verified that image was real. Where am I lying? You're looking at pics and discussing.
Both of the photos are real. Number one. Number two, it was at different days. The swell was much different. But outside of all of that, here is the point. If you have a horizon that moves, it is not physical as needed for a physical obstruction for curvature that should be a specified distance based on your height above sea level. That is not demonstrating that.
Yo, lying Scotsman, why are you lying?
Unless you think the planet breathes, and so the physical horizon changes. See, that's the problem. This guy thinks something like that or something. I don't know. I haven't been able to figure him out.
Whoa. Let's not make any assumptions here.
I don't know. He's making crazy statements when he doesn't realize.
I would suggest that Scotsman unmute
the only statement I've made is that
I would suggest
cannot be proven or disproven.
Unmute himself. Again, am I muted? Guys, is my audio low?
Yeah, it's low, man.
Relax, okay? Come on.
It's low. Hold on.
But either way, like I said, the picture on the left immediately tells you that the one on the right doesn't prove you anything, doesn't give you an accurate idea of what's going on other than, well, it looks like there's something closer than it should be. But the next day you got a different picture entirely, or the day before or whatever, which totally blows that is a physical horizon on the picture on the left. I mean, on the right.
Yeah, if you can just kind of take 5 real quick for a rip, then we'll get to Charlie. I think he's been waiting here patiently to ask his questions. You can just hang out.
No, well, I was just wanted to say that I can explain all of that.
Well, that's good. That's why I wanted to give you the floor. But before out for a rip,
Sure.
and say anything.
I mean, I have a diagram. I know that last time I was here, you guys gave me permission to put up like a diagram. Can I do that again?
Yeah. You have any roles to do that? No, you don't.
I don't think so.
What's the permission, guys? Let them do that.
Link embed.
If he doesn't have the link roll now, he probably shouldn't have.
You probably
No. We have to individually give it, and it's exactly for reasons like this. People who want to use it in debate, that's the best reason to give it, instead of people who just use it to meme all day.
Yeah, you will never find me.
So it's only
doing
when
that.
someone comes in here and actually tries to have a conversation and says, "Hey,
I
how
gave
do
it to him.
post?" Oh, yeah, that's good.
Thank you. I
gave
appreciate
it
it. So we have that black swan image, right? So here is a. Oh, I don't know if I can. I'm trying to paste an image. Maybe if I upload it.
Live stream voice text. So hopefully you got the right room.
Yes. Hold on. Let me just try a different way. Sorry. This is embarrassing. Upload. Okay. So, my basic explanation for what's going on is that there are multiple effects that contribute to what you see. On a globe Earth model, you can add refraction on top of it to reproduce what you see. And the reason that you see different effects in different days is because there is a different refractive coefficient throughout the atmosphere. So there is actually a curvature calculator online. I mean, you guys are probably already familiar with this. That doesn't just take into account geometry, but also takes into account like average atmospheric conditions, and you can tell it like there's this much refraction in the atmosphere, and you will see.
This, and
yeah. But where did you derive the radius?
I was
for
just gonna
refraction?
say that, Mimus. You got it.
Sorry.
Excuse me?
Where did you derive?
No, you got
where
it.
did you derive the radius for refraction?
So the it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It
right?
does
So,
matter.
No, it's-
It
Oh,
does
wait a minute,
matter.
wait a minute. No, you can't
So-
assume you have a ball to then measure out your ball. You have to
No.
prove radius.
Listen,
Yes.
you can change it to a flat Earth model and say and
Explain this.
and click what you would see, right? Like there is a
I don't have a
dial at the
model.
bottom.
I
Can
don't
someone
have a model, I
explain
don't
this?
care.
I put a
No.
link in the
Where
live
did you get
stream.
radius from, though? How do you apply
Again-
atmospheric refraction?
Again. So light curves as said by
It curves
refraction.
up, not down. And it certainly is not going to curve at the rate where you're looking at a holographic projection
No,
of the
it
Earth
curves
beyond the
down.
horizon everywhere you see.
It definitely curves. I mean, you realize that the effect of refraction just depends on a gradient.
What are the 5 effects of refraction?
I mean, are we just going to quiz me here?
Yeah.
The 5
You're trying to invoke refraction.
I mean, you asked me a very specific question, and I'm answering that very specific question, right?
No, you're
All you
trying
need
to
for
invoke
refraction is a
refraction,
gradient
and he's
in
trying
the
My very
index of
specific question
refraction,
was,
which
where did
typically
you
correlates
derive-
with different densities.
My very specific question is, where did you derive radius to apply refraction?
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's how you can do it. So in this example, that variable is k, and that is defined as big R, which is assumed to be 6,371 kilometers, right?
Assume. I'm not.
And then
I don't
literal-
want an assumption. I want a proof.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter which R you pick.
Certainly matters to me, so it does matter.
It doesn't matter for the outcome of
But it
how you.
does
K
matter
is just.
to me.
But
So
just
it does
because it
matter.
matters, just because it matters to me, does not mean it makes a difference in the output of the equation. So here's the deal.
I'm not concerned with an
So
equation. I'm not concerned with an
so
equation.
that big R is a convention. Just because some people want to know the ratio between the curvature of the Earth and the curvature of light, right?
But
and if you don't believe, if you don't believe that there is a curvature of the Earth, that's fine. The value of k still applies. Like I could define R to be 10 times what I believe it is, right? And I would just get a different k. It doesn't matter.
It does matter, Linda.
All right, I don't know if Meme was going to jump in here or not. I don't know. Just waiting on Okay. Well, I'll go.
I mean, heck, you can switch to a flat Earth. Like in that same calculator, if you go over there, there's a radio dial at the bottom.
Charlie, the point we're getting at right now is the begging the question fallacy that's taking place here. Because when calculations are made, they're already having this presupposed idea that the Earth is already a globe with a certain size.
I disagree.
What, it doesn't matter if you disagree. That's the metrics that the globe Earth has given, and that's why it's factored into the calculation that you put in. So it doesn't matter if you disagree. It's already in the numbers. It's supposed to be in the formula that you're actually using to figure out that the equation that you have right there set in front of you.
It's just an ad hoc. It's just an ad hoc anyway.
So again, like that diagram does show curvature, which it is assumed.
I want measurements, not diagrams.
This is just a reaction. This is, you're not seeing any Earth curvature. You're just looking at an information you made by using assumptions that you don't have on a basis.
The reason I brought this up is
for R-based refraction, which is
how are you gonna show me a deviation from straight measurement?
Okay, one at a time. Come on. So this is in response to you guys showing the black swan image and asking, how is this possible? How is it possible that we see this horizon being much further than the proposed purely geometric distance? And I'm explaining to you how.
The horizon is on the horizon. Because look, even in your goofy atmospheric atmospheric refraction paper, it does not deal with the horizon. It's objects in relation to the horizon. The horizon is not what is refracting. That's not what refraction is affecting. I don't know where you're getting this from.
Are you really?
You are saying that the horizon is projecting above the horizon. Where's the geometric horizon in the black swan? Show it to us.
Again, all we get is a perceived horizon, and where that perceived horizon
so you have no proof that there's a radius.
Again, all you see is a perceived horizon, and where that is a function of both a geometric horizon and refractive effect.
You're saying that the geometric horizon would not be able to be seen.
I am saying that that there are two causes that contribute to the effect.
That's called complex cause, so we can just throw it out.
What?
That's a complex cause. I don't deal with complex causes. I want the cause.
It's also begging the
question. Do you
question.
disagree that two things can contribute to one effect?
I'm not interested in that. We're looking for the cause of this.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you're not interested. The fact is that reality.
What I need is a measurement from you. How have you validated that you are on a sphere?
Again, are you really denying that in reality there are effects that have multiple contributions to them?
No,
you're avoiding the question just like you did with the ladies' night. Here we go again.
He's trying to run away. He thinks he's got this little out.
Yeah.
But you're not going to get this little out. I'm just going to permanently ban you if you don't answer the question. How's that?
Well, wait. Before you do that, let me just interject, not to interrupt your flow with him, but to ask the other guy a question really fast that should take no more than 10 seconds. Okay, for the geometry of the globe, right? You have the circle, and then you have a tangent line to a tangent point on the circle that represents the horizon. You understand?
Are you asking me or are you asking him?
You. Well, I'm asking him. If the other guy is listening to this BS.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh,
so you have a circle.
I kind of tuned out for a bit. I was like letting you guys go.
So you have a circle, and then you have a tangent line to a tangent point on that circle, which illustrates or is the horizon.
I don't understand what you mean by the horizon is a tangent line.
He means that the line that is made between your eyes and somewhere on the Earth, in a spherical Earth, right? That line assuming just geometrical effects, will be tangent to the circle.
Okay.
Right. So now, with that in mind, well, never mind. Never mind, because he doesn't know. Forget it.
Okay, so we can go back to
So
where is my radius at?
So let me ask you then: if you are supposed to have a tangent to the tangent point, but you're saying there is no tangent point predictable. In fact, the tangent line is curved to some other point beyond the curve.
If you're redirecting your question towards me, I'm saying yes.
What are you going to give me that validates that belief?
So the way that I typically like to do it is that it seems that people on the server mostly seem to agree that the concept of refraction exists, right? And if we can agree on...
Describe refraction.
Refraction is an effect that we observe, whereas electromagnetic waves incident from one dielectric material to another.
I am talking. Boy, you know. Stop! Don't be smart with me. I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, that applies to this.
Don't be a dildo. Don't be a dildo.
Hey,
don't be a dildo. It doesn't
don't
apply
call
to
him
this.
names. Charlie, you're doing great. Keep it up.
I'm just going to ban you if you try this again.
What do you mean?
You got no 7/6R. You got nothing like that. Where's your radius at?
Would you like me to answer your question or the question that the other guy asked me?
The refraction is assuming something. It's an ad hoc argument to explain why things work when they shouldn't work. That's all refraction is. It is an explanation. It is an ad hoc explanation to describe why we see too far, why your model is busted.
Yes.
Correct,
but it's incorrect because it doesn't utilize the correct definition of the term refraction.
Yeah, which is Snell's law.
Exactly.
Which is not refraction. Or it's not atmospheric refraction. My bad.
Yeah. You need R for the atmospheric refraction in the first place.
So back to radius, Linda.
I mean, if you wanted me to answer the question, I still can. It's just difficult when...
we want the radius.
All I wanted was your radius, and you were telling me, "Oh, well, it's about."
No, I mean, I had a question directed to me that was not from you.
Nah, we're not going to skip over that. We want the radius right now. Right now.
You want the radius?
Yeah. How'd you get it?
What do you mean? Oh, the radius of the Earth? You mean?
Oh, of course. Yeah. How did you get
it?
it?
So the experiment that I typically referred to was done. I believe it was in ancient Greece.
Is measuring something an experiment?
So where he assumed that the sun was an infinite light source, and we had parallel light rays.
Yes,
How was
they
that
do
an experiment. What was the independent variable? You said experiment.
Radius,
what was the independent variable?
So the experiment is you're right. They assumed that the light rays from the sun are parallel when they're...
Okay, so we can just throw it out. We can just throw it out as an assumption.
Just hand wave dismiss that, huh?
No, because it's an excellent approximation. You can rerun the experiment not assuming that.
They assumed, yeah, I have. Hold on.
Is that so?
Problem if I assume that the sun is close, then that whole thing works on a flat Earth too. So your assumption is an assumption.
You see this image I just posted? You see this image I just posted?
Assumptions are assumptions.
Do you see the image I just posted?
Yeah.
Okay, these two sticks. One is on a curved surface. One's on a flat surface.
Yeah, I think
they have the exact same measurements. They have the exact same measurements.
Right, but you need to give me multiple variables, right? You need to tell me what the curvature is.
Really?
You need to tell me the height of the sticks.
Hold on.
You need to tell me how far away the light source is.
Wait a minute. How would you know how far away the light source is if you were the little ant on there?
I wouldn't.
How would some ancient Greek sodomite be able to look at that pole and say, "Oh, I know how far away the sun is"? How would he know?
They didn't. All they saw was like it's far away enough such that the light rays are approximately parallel by the time they reach Earth.
You're not listening. This is the same light source with the same results.
So once again, how did he get the radius? If that's not a way to get it,
That is a way to get it.
no, it's
I
not.
do
Yeah,
not
but it
accept
shows
that
that it
isn't
works
the way
on
to get it.
both. It works on both.
Works both flat and
If
sphere,
it
so you have a
works on
problem with your
both, it proves
assumptions.
neither. If it works on both, it proves neither. Period.
So again, now I would like to challenge the claim that the Earth is super close.
Negative. Negative.
Because that is the point of contention
Negative.
here.
No. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know how far away it is, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying this claim of shadows proves neither model.
The only assumption that this experiment makes is that the light
Is
rays
the distance of the sun. Oh my God, that's just 99.9% of the whole
Are
argument.
you
talk?
It's
Are you
99%
incapable of
of the
not
argument.
interrupting?
I am
Why are you so
incapable. I am
angry?
incapable.
You're turning me off, flat Earth.
Someone
right
mute
now.
him. Oh yeah, go ahead. I don't give a crap about you. Leave. Leave.
Just saying.
Leave.
Dude.
Go ahead. Leave. I'll
Like,
ban
I'm
you. I
pretty
don't
sure
care.
that if
Tell me
I
what-
interrupted you,
think
that when
I
you
care?
interrupted me, you banned me immediately.
Hold on. You think I care if you become a flat earther? I don't give two craps. Leave.
Relax. Oh my God.
I really don't care. Here, Canada. I'll take care of you. Okay. Who is it? Who is Canada? We've changed his name so many times. Where is it?
He's oot for a rip.
Out for a rip.
You say
All right. Ban. Bye. There.
No, you're talking about Charlie.
No. It was the other dude interrupting.
Oh, he just banned the other guy?
Yeah, I banned him.
No, you're
He
talking
interrupted
about
me.
Charlie. I dealt with Charlie on Ladies' Night. We got the same
No,
problem.
Charlie's a
I asked
mongoloid.
for R.
Yeah, Charlie is now Linda Mia Hand. I'm responsible for
Charlie,
both of them.
you won't answer where you got radius from. And when you say you got radius,
I
it's
did.
from guys who assumed that the sun was far away.
You want to know? You want me to give you? There are actually multiple ways of doing this. You want me to give you another way how you can get the radius of the Earth?
No, because that was your best way. That was the first thing you brought up.
No,
Yeah.
that's the way that I accept because
thing.
I have no reason to doubt
That's
these
your best
things.
way.
But
Then
you
that's your-
do.
You have no reason to doubt
Fine.
because you're a mongoloid. That's why you have no reason to doubt, though.
Sounds like you're out of options right now. The
I
best
mean,
thing
it's
to do
just
is to say
it's
you
just
don't-
difficult.
Best thing to do. Yeah, it's the best thing to do is to say you don't know. I mean, to be honest with everybody here in the room, say, you know what, I don't know.
I do know it. I would love to actually share my answers with you if you guys can restrain yourselves and not interrupt.
I don't care about
Bro,
your
you don't
explanations
know.
or your stories.
Okay.
We asked you how you got the radius. Their best answer was Eratosthenes, and that just didn't work. So that's it.
Yeah, even before you would present whatever you got, I'd just like to let you know we've had people in here from NASA specialists to all kinds of claims of crap. So we don't think you're going to shut us down by presenting anything. You probably don't have anything new that we haven't already heard.
Oh, I know. I wasn't trying to. I just enjoy talking to you guys. I really do. I have no illusion that I'm going to convince anybody.
Yeah, but if you're not willing to open your mind and accept new information that's presented to you and start thinking critically, we're just wasting our time with you.
You're just a time waster.
I am absolutely open to learning new things. I
No, you're not.
crave new knowledge. I
No, you
absolutely
don't.
do.
No, you don't. You're being
I
shown
love being
evidence.
wrong.
You are
I
being
love
shown
being wrong.
evidence that wrecks you, and you won't look at it and consider that it's a good possibility that you could be completely wrong. You came back with a whole thing that, again, avoids R when we've told you already. Spent an hour telling you it R.
So it's a certainty that I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time. I love being wrong. That's how I acquire new information. That's how I understand information.
Can
This
I
claim
ask
that
you
I'm
something
maliciously
about-
here, just like covering my ears, saying la 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 la, it's not true.
about Eratosthenes?
So
In
we
his-
can
so-
we
so
can
this is
agree.
though.
Oh, sorry. I
You
ran
just
over Sasha.
showed that
Yeah.
the experiment Eratosthenes did was wrong because he made an assumption.
Yeah,
So
I
how?
just ran over. I
Sorry.
just ran over Sasha, buddy. Like, I'm sorry. Sasha was in the middle
That
of
was
something.
me, but I wanted to address that exact point that was being addressed. So please continue.
So you're saying that you're willing to accept that you're wrong, but the memes just showed you the exact same problem that Eratosthenes had. That with the same light source, different position could give you the exact same result. So why are you not accepting that then?
Because that is not the exact same experiment.
How is it not?
It's not the sun.
Oh, dude, really?
You're not understanding me though. If it's curved and it's far, far away, in other words, you have to replicate what's going on, right? So if it's curved and the light source is far, far away, then you can have that shadows. Now the same thing can happen if the light source is closer.
Yes.
And it's flat and parallel. So you could have the same result with both assumptions.
Yeah, but you see, they already knew that the sun was very far away. Far away enough, actually.
How?
Far away enough that the light rays are approximately parallel to Earth, and that's why.
Can you please show me? Please show me how they know the sun was far, far away. Go.
Oh, I don't have that at hand, but if you give me a few minutes, I'm sure I can produce it.
You're making up shit.
Yeah,
I'm not making it up.
We just
as I said, if you give me a few minutes, I'm sure I can produce it.
Okay,
No,
go ahead,
hang on.
produce it.
1 second. 1 second, because we already been through this. You know what? You had that in the hopper. When Mimas asked you the question, that's the first thing you came up with at Eratosthenes. You should already know the answer to that question. You shouldn't have to look it up. You should be already telling Naburico what you know about it. But guess what? You don't know. You don't want to admit that you don't know. Yet you're in here claiming, well, I'm the kind of guy, if I'm wrong, I love to be wrong. And straight bald-faced liar that you are, and you don't want to admit that you're wrong. Right now, you have the opportunity to say that you're wrong and you don't know, but you don't want to do it. I don't know why.
There are significant
And you
things
look
about
like
this experiment that I don't know.
Look, man. Look. Yeah, like everything. So, look, this is what I'm telling you. You don't know about the radius, and there's no way that you can extract any of the information correctly. You're just going based upon the secondhand information that you thought you knew, but you have to look up right now, it sounds like. So you don't really know. In all essence, you just had like this vague knowledge of it. So that's not going to fly here. We want to know empirical evidence. And if you don't have that, it's best to say you don't know. And that way we know the honesty that you don't really know. We're going to spin our wheels here trying to go with you over something you have to look up. It shouldn't be the case.
There's nothing wrong with looking up that stuff.
You brought the same argument. You brought the same argument for Ladies' Night. You've tried the same damn equation that you just brought today, and you didn't take the time to listen to a thing we said for an hour and go research why we were saying it. And then you came back and thought you could present the same argument again when we said it wasn't acceptable in the first place. So you didn't change anything from the last time you were here. You didn't go look why we asked for R and how you could prove it. You didn't do anything. You came back with the exact same argument. And I think this is actually the third time you've tried to do it.
I mean, I don't think I brought up Eratosthenes' like experiment last time.
You brought up the whole refraction thing, and we asked for R the whole time. How did you get it? You didn't go into your explanation of Eratosthenes, but you knew what you were saying.
So you can model in refraction without assuming a radius.
One thing. You keep saying Eratosthenes' experiment. What is the independent variable, please?
Oh no.
It doesn't have to be.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's way out.
Okay,
he's way
now
out
before look, I just wanted to add this here, right? Someone asked you, how do you know how did Eratosthenes know that the sun rays were parallel?
And so far away.
So I Googled it. I said, how do we know the sun rays are parallel? Because you said you were going to find the information, you were going to look it up, and you'll get back to us with that, right? The first thing I found is from Forbes. I know it's not, scientific publication, but whatever. By measuring the difference in shadow angle between 2 points on Earth's surface, it became possible to measure the size of the Earth for the first time. The fact that the sun is large and far away necessitates that the rays are parallel to one another, even if they don't visually appear so. So what this is saying to me is that, okay, I don't know that the rays are parallel by looking at them, but I know that they're parallel because the Earth is curving. That's exactly what this is saying. It's making the assumption that the Earth is curving, therefore the rays are parallel.
So
kind of like circular reasoning.
So I would say that this is the outcome of the experiment. If the light rays are parallel, then by necessity the Earth is curved with this radius. Right?
Not an experiment.
Okay, hold on. Don't worry about that.
But that's where the circular reasoning comes from.
No, that's not circular at all.
No, when
That's incredibly circular.
Okay, how does he know that the rays are parallel?
He doesn't. I just told you that the experiment assumes it, right? And so therefore you have reduced the question. You have reduced the question
logic
of the radius. That's not circular at all.
Look, it is circular logic because in order for him to assume it's curved, they have to be parallel. In order for them to be parallel, it has to be curved.
He doesn't have to assume the curvature of the Earth at all.
Then how did he know how far away the sun is?
He didn't. He assumed that the light rays are parallel. He didn't even assume the position of the sun at all, right? You could visualize. You could foresee how light rays could be parallel with a really close Earth, as long as you could vary the size of the sun.
This is such a hand wave dismiss of the epic proportions that we don't even have to entertain it. That's how bad it is. So
I mean, it's really
what
not.
else? Like when I ask you this, it's kind of rhetorical, but what else you got, right? Because you don't have anything. So
I
basically,
disagree.
you're up to 3. Yeah, I don't care.
You certainly
don't have any evidence. Don't have evidence. Don't have anything to bring to the
So
table.
I don't see how we haven't, with this experiment, reduced the question of what is the curvature of the Earth
First of all,
how far away is the sun?
Why are you going back to the dead horse? Do we have to
It's
beat
not
it
a dead
into
horse.
oblivion? We're beating this thing into oblivion. We don't have to. I'm just
It's
telling
not a
you
dead horse.
over and over again. Yeah, because you look. Why do you want to cling to the globe Earth so badly? You don't have to, man. Let it go.
Because it's consistent with the observations.
With what?
With the data.
No, it's consistent
It's
with
not
what
true
you
at all.
think it is. There's no bearing on reality what the Earth is to what you think it is. It's not a globe, dude. And you're trying to go back to this Eratosthenes.
You've never looked at
thing
data
like
in your life.
it's going to be a saving grace.
I mean,
It
I'm
hasn't
a
helped.
software engineer working for a satellite communications company.
I don't care.
I've seen
So
the
what?
data.
We don't care what you are.
I don't really
Okay.
care. It doesn't matter. Good for you, right?
All right.
But how does that tell you that the Earth is a globe? What you do?
I already told you. I already explained to you like the most obvious experiment, right? Like this experiment reduces the question of
The
what
answer's
the
no.
No, it does not.
The answer's no, guys. You heard
whether or
it straight
not
from him.
light rays are
He
parallel.
has no proof from his job that it's a globe. It's from some Greek guy 3,000 years ago.
And he can't even prove that. So
Sorry, guys, that was my mom. I was going to add something.
Can I ask this guy a question? Can you prove things starting with an assumption?
Well, it depends what you mean by prove. Like math in the science sense, in the
logical sense.
Okay, can you prove things starting with an assumption? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You could because at the end at the end of the proof. Hold on. Because at the end of the proof, you can say, "I haven't proved X. I have proved if Y, then X." That is the proof. Like the proof includes the question of the assumption.
That's just a logical structure.
First of all, because you haven't. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought my sound went quiet. Okay. If you have a starting assumption, you can't prove anything. Period. End of story. Because the only thing you can get is an inference. So it would be inductive logic as opposed to deductive logic. There is no but. This is well known. I mean, it's not even debatable.
What I'm trying to show you is that the proof is a proof of the inference, not of the assumption.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so we're going to use Eratosthenes' little experiment in quotes. We'll put that in quotes, right? So an experiment, non-scientific experiment. Okay, there's more than one assumption in there. There's lots of assumptions. Okay, so if you have a whole bunch of assumptions, how do you eliminate all other possibilities?
You don't. Whenever you present your results,
so
you
it's
say
not a proof. If there are other
dude,
possibilities,
it's getting really tired. It's so tiresome to talk to people who don't let you finish sentences.
Well, listen, because I'm going to just stop you.
I have not interrupted people. Come on, I asked for the same courtesy.
If there are other possibilities, can whatever you think be a proof? If there are other possibilities, it's a real simple question.
Can I ask that you not interrupt me when I answer your own questions?
This is the thing, though. This is the thing. Hold on. This is the thing, though. This is the thing.
I will answer your questions.
You're saying yeah, but yada yada yada. So when you say yeah and you go and you put a but to it, you're saying everything that you said yeah to is pretty much bullshit. That's why we stopping you, because you don't want an explanation. If you actually just admitted that, yeah, you're right. So he says stop. Pretty much, he's stopping you for you to continue of explaining some other bullshit.
I mean,
because you guys said okay, you're just like being a globetrot at this point. You know that if there's other possibilities, whatever you think can't be a proof, right? So there's other possibilities, there's other explanations for the observations of Eratosthenes. There's a whole bunch. I mean, I could sit here forever and just listen and just come up with shit in my imagination of other possibilities. You haven't eliminated all other possibilities, so it doesn't prove anything, right? Because you have an assumption. I can make other assumptions, right? I can make the assumption that rays of the sun just happen to, like depending on how high they are in the sky, there's a deflection, so it isn't a true angle, right? It's not a direct ray projection, and it appears as if I'm inside this big bowl. So whenever I go wherever I can walk around and go wherever, and this bowl like distorts the way the sun strikes the earth. This is geometrically valid. There's actually a model that a Glober made that shows that this is a possibility. Now, you haven't eliminated that possibility, right? So it proves nothing. Eratosthenes doesn't even measure the Earth. It measures the length of a shadow. And it's not even three-dimensional. It's two-dimensional, because if you do Eratosthenes in more than two locations, right, and you try to triangulate the position of the sun does not have a common spatial location in all positions, right? And you can actually do this. You can go to time and date, sun calc, load it up, model it all out in AutoCAD or Blender, whatever you prefer. And what ends up happening is the sun is a bunch of places. It's not in one place. So this is why I said you never looked at data in your life. You Globers, you think the model is what the data shows, right? Whatever the model predicts, if I go look at the data, that's what the data is going to show. That's actually not the case.
No, it's the other way around. And in fact, we have many instances in history. We have many instances in history where the data contradicts the model, and therefore we go back and we modify the model.
Okay, so did you hear about the garden gnome, the little garden gnome thing that they sent around? They sent it around all over, like the scientists all over the world. It was like a public relation things by Kern. They're a precision scientific scale company, so they're promoting their scale. So they sent the same gnome, the same scale with calibration weights, all that stuff, all over the world, right? And there's a prediction of the gold model of because of the rotation of the Earth, right? There should be less. The gnome should weigh less, right, at the equator and more at the poles, yada yada yada, right? That's the prediction. Well, that's not what was actually measured. What was measured is just a random fluctuation of the weight of the gnome. So this is what I'm talking about, actual real-world data that you guys don't look at. I had a Glover, Matthew Lawrence, I wonder if he's in here. He told me he's still going to keep the model, even though I showed him the data. And it isn't like high school kids that did these. The shit went to CERN. The shit went to Edmonton Station. It went to Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. This wasn't scrubs doing these measurements. These were quote-unquote scientists. And the data doesn't match the model. And if you go look at data, it does not match the model over and over and over again. And the number one data that doesn't match the model is there's no curvature to the surface.
Did you cut off?
No.
Okay.
You cut out the last 8 seconds. You cut out. You said there's no curvature to
the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
That's the main data point that doesn't match the model. I mean that's the only data point that really matters, right? If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, what is it?
Flat.
I would actually love to see this experiment that you're referring to.
The Kern, yeah. Hold on. It was done in I think 2011. I'll post all this shit. I'll post a spreadsheet. I'll post all this stuff. I'll be on live stream. Just give me a sec.
What happens when you introduce too complex of assumptions into a model to then try and prove something. Isn't that the Ludic fallacy? That's like the definition of the Ludic fallacy.
I really don't know.
It's where you can't know anything because you've introduced too many unknowns. That's why a complex cause makes it crap. Because then you don't know the cause of something if you have too many variables.
I mean, you don't in the exam. If you're referring to the curvature, the geometric curvature plus refraction, that's literally just 2 at face value.
You're saying the geometric horizon unproved, which is and then supported by an ad hoc argument to prove why it's not there. How do you think that that's not completely circular insanity?
Because it isn't.
You have a geometric horizon that is not proved. You have a geometric horizon that is not proved, and you have an ad hoc argument to explain why we see too far on your presumed geometric horizon. That means it's circular. That means it is ad hoc.
So were you the guy that said that you don't believe? So you believe in refraction, right? So you believe it's real.
What?
I believe in Snell's law.
Great. I mean that is refraction, right? That is, or at least a simplified version.
Terrestrial refraction has nothing to do with terrestrial.
So
refraction.
do you agree? Do you agree then that Maxwell's equations, for example, are fundamental to refraction, and that from Maxwell's equations alone, you get the results of refraction?
I'm not concerned with any of this. What does this have to do with measuring curvature of the Earth?
Because if you can calculate by how much.
I didn't ask for a calculation. I asked for a measurement.
I mean, would you like me to answer your questions? Because every single time you ask me a question,
I say measurement, I say proof, you say calculation, you say assumption.
It's
of course I'm going to interrupt you. You're an NPC. I don't even regard you as like barely human. You don't think. You're an ape.
So are you.
You're barely functioning as a human. No, I'm not an ape.
He said we are apes.
We're all apes.
You know the difference? You know the difference between a calculation and measurement?
Excuse me, what?
You know the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
Of course I do.
Then when he asks you for a measurement, why do you bring up a calculation?
Because you can make the measurement, which in the case of the Black Swan picture is
So
the
give me
picture
the
itself,
measurement.
right?
So give me the measurement.
It's just so fucking exhausting. Let me finish
So
the
give me
sentence.
the measurement, ape boy. Give me the measurement, ape boy.
Is this how you have supposedly?
Give me the
civil
measurement, ape boy. Give me the measurement, ape boy.
Yeah,
come on.
Sometimes.
Give me the measurement.
Normal evolutionist behavior.
Yeah, this is the guy that told us that we could figure out this from a multi-complex.
You're a subhuman garbage person. That's what you are. You don't have any children, do you? You don't have any children, do you?
He admits that, actually.
This is the guy that tried to tell me that I needed to see this as comparing his relationship, his love relationship. That's complex, and
has no
that's
love
how you would
relationship
figure it
at all.
out with
This
his
guy hasn't
wife.
been near. The last time this guy saw a vagina was when he was born.
Oh, you want to say hi to my wife?
Yeah. Hey guys, are we done with him? Because this Dr. Red has been waiting very patiently for quite a while.
Yeah, we're done with Charlie.
Hold on,
Charlie's
can I say
stupid
one
and
more thing?
worthless.
Can I end this? Just put tie a bow on it. Well, I posted all that data.
I mean, am I not gonna get a chance to respond at all? Like,
Because I don't like you. I don't like you.
He's gonna. What was it like? Just
Baseball
gonna be under the
monkey,
rug.
boy.
Just give it. Listen, we're just giving somebody else a turn, then. Just to,
What turn? Like all you guys did is like dogpile me, and every time I try to give a sentence back,
it's his turn to get dogpiled,
it's
man.
fine if you guys want to sweep me under the rug, but at least
you won't even make a concession that you're wrong about shit.
I've said plenty of times that I'm wrong all the time. All the time.
Well, you didn't say you were
That
wrong
doesn't
about
mean much.
assuming things and prove things. And say you're wrong about that when that's just basic logic.
Wrong about what? I'm sorry?
You can prove things using an assumption.
Yes, you can. And as the output of the proof includes, this is only true if the assumption is true.
Is that proof?
That's the problem.
That is
You can't know that.
That is absolutely what a proof is.
That is proof by declaration, which is a logical fallacy. So
No, it's
Anyways,
absolutely not a
whatever
proof.
your answer
Really,
is,
it
it's an assumed answer if you're using assumed calculations in the equation. So thank you. We're on to the next guy. Thanks.
And don't
Okay,
tell
but-
us we didn't spend time. We spent an hour with you on Ladies' Night, specifically let you talk. So don't even go there.
So okay. Let me put it another way, right? So you believe in gravity, right? Here's one. So if unicorns are real, everything gets pulled down to the middle of the earth. Now what?
He's muted, Boricua.
Okay. I wanted his answer.
Well,
Feel free to unmute him. I muted him because I just don't like the sound of his voice.
No shit, right?
I just wanted to point that like he has the assumption that all the light is parallel in one part of his proof, but in another part of his belief system, all the light is not parallel. So what happens when there's a contradiction between two of his assumptions?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, we'd love to have you answer that. Yeah.
So the concept of an approximation is an extremely useful tool. Whenever you have, for example, a spherical light source, obviously the light rays. Whenever you have a spherical light source, obviously the light rays are not parallel, right? But as you get further and further and further away from the ball, the light rays which are adjacent to each other become more and more and more parallel to a great approximation really far away, right? So in order to
You're not addressing what he's
all we
saying.
have to do is
Where is
say
your
we
proof that
assume
you're far away? Where is your proof that you're far away? Where is your proof that you're far away? Where is your proof? Okay, banned. Bye.
How about this? Listen, hold on a second. He's not even answering Joyce's question.
He's not. He's not. Linda, how do you know how far away?
How do you cure your contradiction? You're saying light is straight lines directly to the light source, and another so-called evidence of the globe, so-called Band-Aid, this ad hoc, and it is ad hoc. It's ad hoc for a real simple reason. There's no predictive model for it, so it is ad hoc. It's based on at the end.
Wait, did you just say the globe Earth is not predictive?
There's no predictive model for terrestrial refraction that works. Period. End of story. This is well known. You can go back 150 years and read all the literature. There's no predictive model for it.
It depends on what you mean.
It depends on what I can show you a photograph, right? I can show you a photograph, and I can tell you where everything is in the photograph, all the absolute distances, heights, elevations, etc. And you can't tell me what the weather was that day.
Yeah, because there are many atmospheric conditions which would produce the same picture, right? It's a many to one. You're mapping a large space to a smaller space.
So you have no proof.
So this is the point. To look at something and say there's a weather condition that caused this to look like that is ad hoc. It is completely ad hoc, dude. And that it should look like this, but it looks like that instead, because of refraction, with refraction being caused by mainly variation of temperature, right? A change in temperature. You don't have a predictive model that works.
It's more variation in density, in atmospheric density, and that is a function of many.
That is false.
And that is
That's stupid. That's not true.
And that is a function of many things, which includes temperature.
Oh, if you went and actually
You're right. You're right to say that density isn't the factor, but it is a great heuristic for it.
You don't
it isn't.
No,
it isn't. So listen. I'll give you the paper. It's by Andrew Thomas Young. It's called "Understanding Astronomical Refraction." Go read that. Okay.
This guy's talking out his ass, dude. Damn.
Specifically says density is not a factor, and guess what? Light is not deflected. Refraction is not caused by changes in mass density. It's optical density. Right? You brought up Maxwell's equations. Yep. You should know this.
Yep. No, you're right.
So
you're right about that.
So, what is the density of air? What does it matter? Whether it's dense or less dense, because it doesn't matter.
It correlates
the optical properties of the air, the dielectric, technically, dielectric permeability or permittivity and magnetic permeability of the air. So
right.
That's what's out of Maxwell's equations.
When I say that it correlates, what I mean to say is that optical density, as you call it, very closely matches what the real density is, insofar as making predictions about refraction. But you're right; it's not the actual thing that
is a
it.
baseless statement.
Okay,
completely baseless. It is. Do you have any data to support it? Like, really, just show us a published paper. Seriously.
I mean, since when are we trusting published papers?
Oh,
Jesus
look at that. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
mute
what we're
this guy.
dealing with.
So you don't,
I told
on
you,
your
Neil.
side, you don't even have it. You don't even have evidence for your claim on your side. Then.
Why don't you think about why you came here and just start making shit up?
Yeah, that's the old 32 Skadoosh, man. He's just like, well, why do I have to produce any information? Like, get out of here, man. Anyway,
We got another gentleman waiting too, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Is it? I hope it's a human this time.
No, he's he listen. He's not. He's a complicated rock man. That's all he was.
The problem with this guy is like number one, like, well, then there should be different effects that you're watching as the temperature is rising and when the temperature is dropping. I'm talking about the difference between approaching the midpoint of the day and after the midpoint of the day. Like, you should get vastly different pictures, right? Like, but the guy, he got like 5 different videos at different times, and the horizon is exactly where it was in each.
Are you talking about the picture? Are you talking about the Black Swan picture? Because I thought the entire point was that across different days you get different horizons.
No, that's not true. Because for like 3 or 4 of his videos from the same exact location, right? The horizon is exactly where we see it in all of the pictures that we share. The one that other Globers send, that's a slightly different area. Number one. Number two, the swell is crazy. Like, so it's bad. Like, you can tell from the video that it's just a different observation. But the ones that are from the same exact location, right, at different days, the horizon is still behind the oil rig. So I don't understand, like, there's no difference across the time of day.
I'm fairly certain that the whole point that people provide those pictures is because it is in a different position across different days. Like,
that's mainly to the point that the horizon is optical and not physical. But what I'm telling you is, with that being said, in different conditions during different times of the day, the horizon still appears to be behind the oil rigs.
I mean, no. I'm.
What do you mean? What do you mean no?
What do you mean no? It shouldn't appear there once. It shouldn't be behind it even once.
You didn't even see the videos. You didn't say who's the fucking
I've seen the video before.
What's his name?
I forget. I don't remember.
Which video? Because there's like 3 of them.
Yeah, there's several videos.
4 of them now.
I've seen one. I've seen one, and I've seen a bunch of pictures.
If you've seen one, then why the hell are you disputing what I'm saying?
Because I've seen multiple pictures.
What I said was, why are you saying no when you haven't seen all of the videos?
Because I've seen pictures of the oil rig.
He's not human. He's not human. He's just a parrot. He's just a dumb parrot. He's not a human. He's an NPC.
Like, so you have different pictures of what? Something that you cannot verify during this conversation because you've never actually watched the video?
I've watched a video. I already told you.
You've watched a video, but you can't correlate the other pictures with the other videos because you haven't seen them.
What do you mean you can't correlate with them with the video? The whole contention here is whether or not the horizon appears.
He's just a moron.
I'm going to tell you why. Because you said, well, I've seen other pictures. When I said that there are other videos. And I said, well, how can you verify that those pictures are from the other videos that I'm talking about? You can't. So why would you say no without actually having received the information? Why didn't you ask for the video?
I have no reason. I mean, you're welcome to post it and I'll watch it. But again, I have no reason to doubt that the other pictures would be.
Oh my gosh!
You know what you are. You're good. You know what you are at this point. You're good content. Meme, dude. Thank you very much.
Wow, this guy is just moron, bro. What the hell?
Right, we're moving on. We're moving on to Dr. Red now.
Oh shit. I forgot how
YOLO,
much
guys.
fun it was being here, man. What the hell?
You're up, Dr. Red.
Please do better than the complicated rock.
Oh, please.
Thank you, guys. How are you guys doing today?
All righty.
Very well.
We're doing good. How are you doing, man?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, what
I
do you think
just
the
have
shape of the
this-
Earth is, man? You think the Earth is a sphere?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Almost sounded believable.
That's why I asked him what you think the shape of the
That
Earth
was horrible, dude. That was a horrible... Dude, you suck at lying. Anyway, it's okay for you to think the Earth's a globe, dude. You're not going to get banned for being a glober.
No, I'm not a
You should
glober
be.
at all.
Okay.
You're
So
not
what do you,
really?
so what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Which one? What do you mean? That one? The picture?
What I'm asking you, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Oh, it's like a flat, endless. We've not
Okay.
explored it yet. We don't know about it.
Okay, could you give me at least one or two proofs what makes you think the Earth is flat and endless? You know, flat is not a shape, by the way.
I know.
But, okay.
Well, its surface is flat, but we don't know what's beneath it. Maybe it's sharp, it's rough. We don't know. We're not sure. Maybe it's shapeless from beneath, but from the surface, it's flat. So what I'm saying is, it's It's like extended. It's endless. I think for us humans, it's endless. Maybe it's bigger than us. Like bigger than us.
Unverifiable.
Okay,
maybe?
unverifiable, right? So you don't know how far it is.
times.
All right. So what are your three best proof that you think the Earth is flat? At least the surface level.
Is that it's easier for the sun and moon to be like for a guy being a globe, like a globe believer. Like, why would you create all of this for no reason? Like, I don't know how to say.
Sounds like you're talking about the creator.
Right. I mean, I asked you for the
No.
I asked you for what do you think? Give me three proofs of the surface being flat. Why do you think it's flat? Not why the sun and stars and moon are doing things. Do you have any?
Look, I'm not sure about the moon and the sun.
Exactly. So why are you going towards that?
I wanna. Oh, yeah. I wanted to talk about You began with like how life was created. I wanted to talk about that.
Well, we're not here because you don't know how life was created. So how can we talk about something we weren't privy to? So let's talk about the surface, the Earth itself. What are your three best proof that the Earth is flat? Or are you just starting to look into this and you kind of realize it isn't a ball?
Nah, right now it's not easy to say, but it's easy to think about it. I've never like spoken publicly about it. I tell my best friends about it. Only that. So
not a problem. So what do you tell your friends? What do you tell your friends about the Earth being flat? What do you think what's one of the things you tell them?
no, it's that it was a long time ago. So there was a picture. I mean a video. A guy zooming in through the horizon, and when he zooms in, it turns into land, like flat land. There is no curve.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about that.
I know. It's just my accent. I know.
No problem, baby. You say he zoomed in. When he zoomed into what?
He zoomed in like to the horizon.
All right, over water, over land, where?
Over water.
Okay. And the water magically turned into land, or there was land behind it?
No.
Is that what you mean?
Like straight. No. It became straight. not
So
curved.
a straight line of land in the distance in the horizon. When he zoomed in, you could see the land that you couldn't previously see. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Long distance photography, videography.
Okay. So
And
you see too far. That's what you're trying to say, right? You see further than where you're supposed to.
yeah.
Is that okay?
What?
I would like to ask Dr. Red. I just curious. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Do you have an Islamic like belief system, like based
Yes,
around the
I'm Muslim.
Quran? Are you based is your belief system or your cosmology, your view of Earth, is it based on the Quran?
See, there's a lot of confusions in the Quran. People think it's that way, but other people think it's this way. So we need to agree in one. It's like a very old, ancient Arab language.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you go to Greeks nowadays and you tell them, and you show them like Greek books, I don't know, things, and then tell them to read it, would they understand? Like, would they know how to read the ancient Greeks language?
Yeah, maybe not.
Yes, same with us here, but we're able to read it, but not understand the exact meaning. See, before Arabs were they were like they people who do not talk a lot, but these little words had big meanings. You know?
I understand. Yes. So there's problems with translations, but overall, that view of what the universe is, let's say, I don't like using the word, but what the world is, what the Earth is that it's a flat plane. Water's always level, correct?
Yes, it's flat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to prove it to you.
I kind of gathered that actually when you first started speaking. I started thinking that that's where you were coming from, and sometimes us in the West can misunderstand that.
I understood what he said, but I wanted to make it more clear. I wanted to make sure he actually meant what he was saying. So, but yeah, man, and it's. I mean, I'm glad you came to the server, man. Stick around, and we have. There's a lot of evidence and a lot of information in this server, which you could amplify your your mind on. So, yeah, welcome to the server.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
I came here when I was like, I was like, I believed in flat Earth when I was small. Like, I was small. I don't know what came into mind, but I didn't think it was a globe. Because normally when you're gonna walk, I know you're gonna say, okay, I don't know what you're gonna say, but for globe earthers, I think when I was small, I always said, why in school they teach us that Earth is globe, but I walk on a flat surface wherever I go. That's the thing that made me really think. I didn't know about I didn't use the internet that much when I was small. The only fun I had is just to go play soccer outside. That's the only thing.
And that's actually one of the premises, man. That's always one of the premises, man. We experience the Earth as a flat stationary plane. We never experience the Earth as a globe. But I mean, that's what indoctrination is, man. They teach you this when you're small, so you won't question it when you're old, because they also teach you 1 + 1 is 2. So they told you the truth about that. So why wouldn't they tell you the truth about the rest of the stuff? So man, yeah, man. Welcome to the server, man. Let me see if there's somebody. So is there another new person here? Any globe earthers we could demolish?
See, what I'm saying, man, is I think they don't want to make it complicated. That's what I think. They're not hiding it from us. They don't want to make it complicated. Complicated. Yes.
But who's hiding it? The thing is,
I've never heard.
We're not sure. We're not sure.
Say,
Maybe the
I've
first
never heard
philosophers. I don't know.
Hold on, Elijah trying
Never
to
heard
speak.
anyone say that, but I love that answer because I'm constantly, you know, giving a wary eye, like a side eye to, like if I have an image in my mind of the astronauts and I'm looking over to them in my head, I'm like, were they really purposely deceiving us or were they themselves deceived? Are all of these figures in history actually telling us it's a globe, or is their work and their musings on the universe, or whatever that is it really just perverted into something that they initially never thought? Like we got the quote from supposedly from Newton in his letter to Bentley, and he basically says, "Yo, don't put gravity on me, bro. I don't know what that shit is." That's basically what he says, and it's like I think that they just don't know how to unravel the bullshit. That's why I think the information just happened to pop up. Either that or it's some divine intervention from God himself. It's like, yo, y'all needs to wake up. It's taking too long. Come on. It's one of the two.
And there is another reason. I think they're hiding. Look, I think they're hiding something from us to not make us scared. Because in the outworld, we're not like now we're not in the outworld. We're like in an inner world. Well, how I said is like this unlimited land, as I talked about, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was curious about that because I mean, there are people, of course, like sometimes they're called like infinite planers. Here, most of us think that there must be a limit, that it can't be infinite.
Of course, yes, but to us as humans, we might be very, 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 very little to find the
Right.
end.
Yes, it could be very vast, huge. So it might as well be infinite. It could be like that, but it still must be finite.
Maybe in the future we find like we create something that teleports us extremely fast. So it's like yeah, and I think the yeah, continue.
You're saying things we can't actually. I mean, it's hypotheticals. We can't say it's infinite. I mean, we have gas pressure, so somehow the air has to be contained. And if it's contained, there has to be a limit to how far we can go. But we don't know. We don't know how or what is the container. But I mean, if you're saying it's infinite, I mean the container has to be infinite as well. So I mean, can you show me something infinite? It's there's a lot of the things that you're saying is very hypothetical, which we can it's all unfalsifiable. In other words,
There is nothing that's infinite. Nothing.
exactly. So you
But
can't
maybe
say
to
it's
ants. Maybe to ants. Yeah, it's not. It's
even
not.
to
But
even to the ants is not because I mean there's a sidewalk they might think is far, but they're I mean it's infinitely big, but because they probably can't reach the end of the sidewalk, but
Right.
we know it's what is infinite.
I almost think he's
Same with
using.
us.
I think he's kind of using the word infinite almost like unfathomably.
Right.
Ugh, I can't say that word right.
no, it's just easier to
Unfathomably
say.
large, right?
It's just
Yeah,
easier
yeah.
to say infinite because you cannot say like, oh, it's vast. It's very, very vast. You can
Yeah.
like we don't know. We don't know yet.
I think we're on the same page. We just when you said infinite, I wanted to clear that up. That was all. I think we're in agreement, though.
Yes, so I've never been in a debate in my life except with my best friend. We're all flat earthers. We just like to talk about it. Until
What you have a large group of friends that are all flat earthers?
no, they just make fun of us. I don't even care about them. No, but
Introduced. Are you saying you introduced like your closest mates?
no. He just I kept it for myself. The story is I always asked myself. I didn't ask anyone else. I kept it for myself till I met my best friend. And then he asked me, "Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?" I said, "I'm a flat earther. How about you?" He said he's a flat earther too. And then we started talking about it, like exchanging ideas, seeing which is right, which is wrong. He showed me like a couple years ago. There was like a couple years ago in this server. Me and him, we were in the same server here. There was like a video from, I think, an astronaut. His video like glitched. It was like the Earth was like a globe. It was like curved, but then it glitched and showed a flat Earth for a millisec maybe, and then just came back to normal. That video is still in my mind. It's still stuck in my mind.
Wait, was the astronaut in space?
Yes, he was diving from space. I think it's the Red Bull guy, the guy who.
Oh, okay. The Red Bull jump. He wasn't an astronaut.
I don't know.
But yeah,
I was small.
He opens the door to jump, and right as he opens the door, you can see it's flat. But then when he jumps, it looks like a ball, but like
exactly.
a very, very small ball because it curves so much. Okay.
Yeah. Either way, no, he wouldn't be an astronaut. They call it the space jump, but he was supposedly still within the atmosphere of Earth. It was just a very high altitude jump.
What bothers me about that jump is he lands on his 2 feet and he just walks away. No problem after spinning like a million times. I'm like, there's no way you wouldn't just fall over.
We've gone into that. I've talked about this video a couple of times. That I think personally that Red Bull jump, it was completely hoaxed. Like honestly, I don't think he went to 128,000 feet. I think they dropped a dummy out of a U-2 plane, and he jumped out of a commercial plane.
Yeah, there's no way in that first free fall that he survives that and lands on 2 feet and just walks away like it was nothing.
And plus, he didn't even throw up. How's that?
When I went skydiving with my brother, which is only like 15,000 feet or whatever, he landed and then he got up and threw up everywhere because that shit is intense. And that dude was like flipping around like for 10 minutes or something insane.
He passed out.
What are we talking about right now? Full disclosure, I am like super drunk.
It was Baumgartner, the Red Bull jump. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty fake too, but whatever.
You diving into that Jose Cuervo again?
A lot of it, actually.
Drunk karaoke was held over.
Well, it's been a while since me and because my girlfriend just got done being pregnant for 9 months, and the kids are out of the house, and we've just got the infant, and he fell asleep, so she had a drink for the first time in like a year, and
that's all right if you lose your train of thought, man. We'll get some.
No, it's no. I apologize. I'm drunk.
Are you gonna sing a song for drunk karaoke?
No, I don't sing karaoke.
Congratulations, Adio.
Had an interesting experience about 15 minutes ago.
Wait a minute.
Oh no, we're not going to get into that though.
When was karaoke happening? Is it still
Tonight.
happening? What is it?
If we want, it can still happen.
Congratulations, Adio.
Guys, can I explain about something? It's being curious. It's not about the flat earth. It's about every time you're in a close moment to die and you blink at that second, you teleport to another dimension. I know. I'm a weirdo. I think about a lot of things. I have a lot of free time. Okay. As soon as you blink, you travel to another dimension, but In that dimension, you died, and everyone is crying. And then you travel to another dimension, and nothing happened.
All right, if there's like a full blown 30-minute convo on this thing, dude, it's gonna be so weird.
Yeah, we can talk speculation.
You know what? You know what? These are conversations that I used to get into all the time. I loved this stuff, and I probably still would enjoy it, but it's really not. It's really not for this channel.
But we do have conversations like that, speculation. Sometimes we can go into that kind of stuff. So.
Oh, is Gemsy actually here in voice, or is he just texting?
Guys, thank you
he's
for
not here.
having me in the live stream.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we're
Hey,
happy to
welcome
have
to the
you. Yeah, we're
server,
happy to
man.
have you.
How did you find
It's-
us, by the way?
You're very kind. You're very kind, all of you.
Yeah. No, it's good to meet you. How did you find us? How did you find the Discord server?
Oh yeah, my friend invited me 2 years ago. After I told him that I was a flat earther, he's like, "You can learn more stuff about in this Discord."
2 years ago.
So I said, "Okay, invite me." I joined. I started reading a lot of stuff,
So you've been
seeing
here
a
for a
lot of
while.
stuff. Yes, 2 years ago, I was
Okay.
here.
You're just not very active.
Yep, not very active. I had a lot of work in school. It's a
Okay.
very hard school. Everyday exams.
What's your user?
My old username. My old username.
No. Your current username so that I can add you.
Dr. Red. Like with these
Okay.
weird things.
Does anybody object? I mean, 2 years in the server, and he was really respectful. Anybody object to giving him a flat Earth role?
Not at all.
No objections here.
No, he's earned it.
We
Where do you
got
live,
some.
dude? What's the country?
We got some new people in here. If you want to get to those guys or not.
Thank you guys.
Oh,
I really appreciate it.
Brad, what country are you from?
You're welcome.
I'm from Dubai. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I've been waiting since I don't know 2 o'clock. in the morning.
Wow.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I gotta sleep before my mom wakes up. I'm dead.
Okay. Well, congratulations. You just got a promotion, too. Come on back and join us again.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Yeah, good.
Bye.
Hope to see you back soon.
See you next
Take
time,
care,
Brad.
brother.
all right. We got Trashy over there at the bottom. Got the VC verified role. Trashy, you there?
Trashy, I'll bet his microphone sounds like garbage.
Want to take bets? Make some bets. We're gonna have some bets off to the side here. So I guess we shouldn't talk before somebody comes on. Sorry about that.
Well, I guess Trashy's not coming on the mic. Oh, we mute. Lend me a hand. Lend me a hand. All right. Let's see. Lend me a hand. Are you there?
No, not Linda again, please.
Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Is that your name?
That's Charlie.
I know you didn't name
That's
yourself.
Charlie.
That's Charlie. No, not
Alright.
Charlie again. Please.
Next. He put a little map on there and said, "What's wrong with this?" on the live stream voice text. Yeah, scroll up to it. Oh, there it is.
Was he from Ladies' Night yesterday?
Yep.
The guy who
That's
said
him.
to take the pictures of the
Yes,
apparent
yes, the
harassment?
same guy
That's
that
him?
ruined Ladies' Night for an hour. Yes,
Who was
same
it?
guy.
You're back? You came back?
See, you guys are lucky that they put me back on second shift because now I can't show up to ladies' night. That used to be my thing.
Well, there's another guy that showed up yesterday, so
Miggy, I need somebody put but then removed the ladies' night tag on me. Can I please get the ladies' night tag back? Or did they take that?
You're not allowed to have it. It's not meant for you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, okay. All right, that's okay. Then that's why somebody took it away from me. Somebody gave it to me for like 5 minutes, and then they took it away, and I got sad. But okay, got it.
Creepy.
You're a weird
What
Glober
the hell?
platypus.
Well, my goal is to collect as many roles on the server as I possibly can.
Okay, well that's admirable, I guess. Yeah.
Alright,
Okay.
And
cool.
suspicious.
That's like collecting all the freaking
At the
pins
same
at Chuck E. Cheese, man.
All right, so I put in the live stream voice text a link to that. Linda me a hand put an image of a map of the Earth. I don't know what your was to that. If you're there, Linda.
Charlie, I guess we're back to you. Linda, Charlie,
Oh,
Linda.
shit. Charlie, Linda, Charlie, whatever your name is. Probably fell asleep at the wheel, man. Drooling on his keyboard or something.
Speaking of falling asleep at the wheel, how's everybody doing tonight?
No, you're not driving.
I am not driving. I am not driving, but
Platypus,
I shouldn't be.
Platypus is ready for some karaoke, isn't he?
No, I don't do karaoke, man.
You need to sing.
Even
you
when
need to
I'm
sing
drunk.
Jesus, you need to sing "Jesus Take the Wheel."
No, you know what?
Your song
If
for the
you-
night.
If you sing one song for the karaoke thing, then you probably get the ladies' night tag back. How about that?
Nah, you ain't gonna tempt me with.
Dude,
You ain't gonna
that's a
tempt
sweet
me with
offer,
the
man.
listen.
That's a
No,
sweet
it's not.
offer.
No.
Let's make a good offer.
You tell me that you're gonna give me gold, and then we'll talk. Because that's been my goal for
Every
3
time-
years.
Every time a
You'll
new
never get
Globie
a gold
says
Glober if I have anything to say about it.
FGE take a
I
shot.
updated your rules. I updated your roles as a Canadian and a devout believer. So, congrats.
I thought we were gonna say a diviner. I was like,
No, get that King James Bible believer nonsense off of me. I'll take maple syrup because I live in Michigan. I live in Michigan, so maple syrup basically applies to me as well. But
Maple syrup, Bible believer.
You're calling yourself an honorary Canadian now?
If you can't
Sorry,
have Bible
dude.
thumper, you can't have maple. I'm sorry. I mean, if you got to be both or none.
Dude, you should understand us by now. People who think that they have too many roles and complain about it get all the roles. People who want roles get nothing. Okay, you ask for it, you don't get it. That's just the way it is.
oh, really? Because I just said that I wanted rolls, and now I've got 2 more rolls than I did 5 minutes ago. So shove it.
Well, someone fix that, please, and take some rolls.
Stand by for roll stripping.
Yeah, make Lou right again.
Hold on. If you're gonna, honestly, too many roles complainer needs to go away because I do the exact opposite.
Leave him exactly with that one only.
Dirty Glober and Wanker need to stay.
Those need to stay. Yeah.
Reality denier, that's up for debate.
No.
I don't know what. Can someone
no.
explain to me what Agent Smith is supposed to mean?
Agent Smith Glober?
Yeah,
everyone.
It's supposed to be is the implication that I'm like a government spy or something?
Yeah, it means every time you're
part of what
presented
it
with
is.
flat Earth truth or any truth, you start replicating lies like refraction, Baccock, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, we're the Globers.
An Agent Smith looks
What do
like
you mean
he's
the Glover's
nothing,
hat? I'm
right?
right here. Hey, I may be drunk, but that doesn't mean he can't strike up a conversation about flat Earth or the globe. I'm just.
I didn't bring my machete tonight, man. I don't want to go into the weeds with you.
Agent
so-
Smith.
I put a third one in there now.
You didn't. What? You said you didn't bring your machete with you tonight?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't want to
gonna
be
be
in the
funny.
weeds
No,
tonight.
because there was no room left in your purse after putting all your tampons in it
Oh,
for your knife.
You're firing off rounds,
hell
huh?
no.
That's all right.
Nigga, please.
I am.
I'm so bad when Sonny
Okay,
says it.
so
Yeah, it's so bad when you say something. Sorry, man.
Okay, so a quick explanation of how I managed to get so drunk. So normally I just get a bottle of Cuervo and a little thing of lemon juice and put it in like a whiskey cup, whiskey glass, and sip it. I had to go get something from Rite Aid, and I saw that Cuervo makes this Cuervo Gold stuff that's like pre-mixed to be margarita mix, and I'm like, oh, I've never gotten that before. Let's see if it tastes good. You so don't taste the alcohol in it that you don't realize you've had 5 glasses of it before it starts kicking in. So here I am.
Yeah, I got my slur meter turned up to high sensitivity, so go
I'm
ahead.
not blurring, am I?
I'll be the judge of that.
Not that you can tell. Yeah. All right.
It's like peanut butter whiskey. That stuff is so good.
Of course, I can tell I'm completely
You can
sober.
drink it.
Hey, Karma, is that what you and Drace are taking part of? What is that?
Oh, Reika's good AF.
Yeah,
That shit
it's
is clean.
vodka.
Oh, I can't drink vodka anymore, man. That's my liquor that I had an unfortunate incident with, and my brain is like, nope, never again.
You guys ain't messing with anything until you're drinking that $1,000 whiskey that Mike has. Anyway,
That's
why are we talking about?
Nothing's as good as AF.
He just bought that bottle on eBay and then poured in some cheap whiskey.
Ooh,
Lowers, come out
California?
and play.
California Nightmare has baby hands.
Oh shit.
No comment. I don't want to pick on nobody. Where you at, Miggy? Where the hell you at? Here, look at these jokes, man. I got a couple jokes for you. Check your DMs.
California Nightmare is actually Donald Trump tuning into a flat Earth server.
These are big manly hands. You know.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with baby hands. It just means he's a baby. He's just young.
I bust a knuckle once a day.
His hands will get bigger.
Yeah, that's funny as shit, ain't it, Miggy?
Oh, shit.
I got manly hands, but I bust a couple knuckles every day.
It does.
I get so mad.
It does make everything. It does make everything look bigger when you're holding on to it, if you know what I mean. So
Just wait, Grace. I haven't. You just wait, Grace. I've still got to go get my wine. I haven't even had a drink yet. So.
Well, you got.
I'll punch.
Oh hell no!
I'll punch him over the
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, if I can handle getting a buzz without getting hungry and going to sleep, because
Give me
I don't
that
know.
big old button, them doggy legs. I ain't too proud to beg.
I don't know if it's because I'm older or what, but I used to drink like hell. But once my kids got grown, it's like now I just go to sleep. So, I'm just an old
Yeah, it's
woman.
because we're older, hon.
So you drank with the kids around. Now that they're grown, you just go to bed.
No, I used to be able to drink like hell. Yeah, when you don't have the kids on the weekend, you're going to drink. I used to be able to drink like hell, outdrink everyone around me, but now I just go to sleep. Get hungry and
You and I would be Ma and Pa kettle on the front porch in the swing, sipping Long Island iced tea. We'd both go to sleep. Damn it, turkeys cuckling, and we'd be snoozing in the swing. I do the same shit. I drink too much.
Whatever you just said, yeah.
The porch
Talking about a
swing, liquor
daytime
in the
drink
porch
and a
swing.
daytime nap. Yeah, you can get.
I can't drink and stay awake. So
See
Yeah.
what I mean?
All
Yeah, there's
throughout my
something.
20s, people have pictures of me like at various clubs. Like if that club has a couch, I'm gone. That's it.
Oh, there's a solution to that. It's
Never
called
sit down.
Yes, there is.
There's a solution. It's called espresso martini. That's the best
Yo,
drink.
tonight we're gonna drink some coffee and whiskey. Here, try this.
Look at the nerve
We
of
can
me telling
fuck
you,
up.
Ty, that
You can't
sounds
do
like
that,
a
man.
female drink.
No, you can't. You
You
can't
can,
mix up.
or you can do Baileys. You can do Baileys.
No. I said
And
the nerve of me when I drink Moscato.
Yeah.
oh,
I like it the way
and you
I
like
like the way
pink
Mike said it.
Moscato.
All white people care about when they go out drinking is what they said on the way. Tonight we're getting fucked up. Here, try this. I'm the king of. Oh, you ain't never had that? I'll buy you that drink just to see you drink it.
Hey Elijah, I thought you were still on the job, man. Sipping on Moscato already? I thought that you had that big dad mug that you put that stuff in.
Oh, wait. Oh, what do you mean my job? What my daughter being over on for the summer?
Oh, yeah. I thought
Wait,
you were
he puts his Moscato in a mug to try to man it up.
Yeah, that shit tastes good. And
Oh.
that shit tastes good. And it fucks you
Elijah.
up. I'm telling you, if you have the little
Just get a white Russian.
good stuff.
I'll just stay up here on the stage and play my guitar and keep my amplifier company.
You need to try an espresso martini, Elijah. Baileys with
Now,
some
does
vodka.
Bailey have it, or you're telling me how to
It's
make
like
it?
It's like
Everybody's
a
like,
coffee
shut
flavored.
that somebody shut that musician up.
That
What
makes
did he
sense. They
say?
got Bailey's. There's another like Irish cream kind of situation. Bailey's, and there's another. I like the other brand, but I can't remember what it's called because I barely drink like the Irish cream stuff.
Bucha or something like that.
But it's
Damn.
so good.
It'll come to
For
me.
coffee.
They're all talking about drinking. Yeah, I know.
I mean, there's other solutions to also staying awake while drinking, but they're illegal, so I won't recommend them.
There are no drinking solutions for drinking solutions.
Well,
I
I'll let
know
you
all
know.
about
I got
that.
a row of tabs at home ready to go. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know when, if ever, I'm gonna try that again. Once you've seen reality beyond flat Earth, like what else? What else is there? I've seen it. I don't need to go back.
How you guys doing tonight?
Hey, there
Drunk
you are.
as fuck.
I was calling on you, but you weren't here. What happened? You fell asleep?
I was muted.
You haven't been in here on Saturday
I
before?
don't feel like I'm rocked to sleep by the ever so slight feeling of movement that I wouldn't feel due to the slight acceleration of the Earth.
All right.
Lulling me to sleep.
So back to your picture of the map of the Earth that you posted. You remember that?
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, dude.
All right. Which the one picture that I posted on text chat?
Yeah, you mind putting it again? If you don't.
I have to scroll up, but sure. Oh, here it is.
All right, everybody watch this on live stream. And then following up by what you wanted to talk about with that.
This one? Yeah, it's loading. It's a big file size for some reason.
All I see is platypuses. Oh, okay. Yep. Go ahead. What was your question?
That funny mug.
Oh, my question is, do you feel like this is an accurate map, more or less?
An accurate map of what?
No.
Of Earth.
You think Earth looks
Yeah.
like that?
No.
Okay.
So why do you think we would think Earth looks like that?
I was gonna say.
Because we
Oh,
have
God.
different opinions about the shape of the Earth, right?
Oh, Jesus.
And that has implications on the shape. For example, I believe that it's spherical, so unwrapping that and projecting that would look like this under certain projection assumptions,
Yeah,
right?
well, I'm saying that's not even spherical, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it's a map, so
But is it spherical?
it's a flat
Is
projection.
Is that map one of the reasons why?
Lou, that is such a fucking cop out.
Well,
Of course you can't take a three-dimensional object and accurately depict it
You're
on a
drunk.
2D
You're
surface.
talking to the
Come on.
wrong fucking person. I
But
didn't even say
but
shit to you.
here, yeah,
Oh,
he didn't say
I'm
nothing.
sorry. Okay,
But
that's
here's the
'cause
thing.
you and Miggy
We
sound
heard we
alike.
heard you. We heard you. We heard you.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Like, okay, so
Shut
you
up.
have the globe Earth projected onto these maps, right? After having had the information from flat points of the Earth.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
It's a projection of a globe of data points from flat and level information.
I don't know what you mean by flat and level information.
Like surveyors, the people who, took into account all of this information and put it together.
Mhm.
Okay. After that, then they came up with the globe Earth model. Then they projected it onto these maps.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
But they didn't take a snapshot. I don't. Where else would they get like what? I don't. Where?
Well, I'm not contending anything, right? I'm just wondering if there is a map that you would use.
There is no world map that is 100% accurate for anyone. No.
What is the problem with there being an accurate, like if the Earth is flat, right? If we accept
No,
that.
it's not. It's not a problem. We just don't have one, globe Earth
okay.
or otherwise.
But in theory, you could make one.
I'm not saying we as a flat earther. I mean, we as a human race. No one has a 100% accurate depiction of the Earth.
Okay, what's the most accurate depiction that we have?
There isn't any.
You can Google it.
An overall view of the Earth, there isn't any. Not one.
There isn't any most accurate? I mean,
Well,
surely there are different degrees.
There are maps like that promote like the most accuracy, like, but none of them are 100% accurate, and especially the
That's
further
fine.
south you go.
That's fine. I'm not asking.
But you keep asking the question. Well, do you think that they're accurate map? And we keep telling you no. So why do you keep asking? Because now it's getting weird.
Because I understand the concept of degrees of accuracy, right? There are maps that are really shitty and maps that are really good. I understand that there is no perfect two-dimensional map. What I'm wondering is if there's one that you typically refer people to, where you say like, okay, this is pretty good. Obviously, it's not perfect, but
well, that's the problem.
Okay.
We don't refer people to I don't give a fuck who else you saw on the internet. I specifically, but I think I speak for a number of people in here, do not point people to certain projections and say, this is a picture of where we live. None of us say that.
Okay, so if you live in the United States,
none of us say, hey, this is a representation or what most represents what the Earth is. We don't say that.
So what about more locally than that? What about like your city or your country or your state?
What about it?
Do you think the maps of like the United States?
What?
You know how maps were created? Travel and planar survey. So we survey a plane in Cartesian coordinates and graphs and charts, sector charts, and then we stitch them all together and make nav charts. Like a highway atlas, a road atlas. How do you think they were made?
I mean, that
I
sounds.
do this for my career. Survey.
The maps of the United States aren't even accurate, and they admit this. Like isn't Alaska a lot bigger than Texas or something? And
Yeah,
but
I
they
mean,
don't-
on the map they show different scales, right? So on the map they'll have like a
No
little
map is accurate.
Yes, it's not even accurate, even on a country level.
So the question was, when you first came in here with that map that you were presenting, what's wrong with this map? That's what you were saying, right?
I'll show you. Give me a minute.
Well, what I was asking is like if somebody were to say this map, although it's not perfect, though it's pretty good, would you have a contention with that?
No.
No, the contention I had was
that map is
the
not
contention
good
I
for what?
the contention I had was with the map you presented. That's why I brought your question forward as to why were you asking what's wrong
What is
with
it, a
this map,
Mercator?
right?
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with this map. I'm just
Well, there you
the,
go.
the reason I presented that map in particular is because you said
There's a degree of distortion with all maps.
Yes.
And for various reasons.
Right, but you agree that some
Like the
maps are more
coastal-
accurate than others.
Like the coastal paradox. Well, to compare whether this distorted map is more accurate than that distorted map is ludicrous to me.
Yeah.
So they're all distorted. So listen, have you ever heard the comment, the land isn't the map isn't the land?
No.
No, you've never heard that. Well, it's true. See, it's up to a skilled navigator to navigate with a map, because most times you'll find out the land isn't laid out like the map says. The distances aren't 100% correct. So even in the Navy, you have to be a skilled operator. Or, I mean, Platypus should be able to co-sign this. If not, you can end up 20% off on one latitude, or 20% off the opposite way on the latitude or longitude.
20%. You hear that? 20%.
Yeah, so it's just all right. It's just applicable for navigation, and that's what it's used for. It's not a reification of a model. A map. No scientist. Show me one scientist in the world that says, "Here, this map proves the shape of every continent to its entirety perfectly."
Hey, Mike. Although, and bear in mind, I'm really drunk. I will tell you that even though I was not a Nav ET, I had to spend a lot of time in the control room because I was a fathometer operator when we weren't on the surface. So I got to look at the maps that we used.
Nav charts.
And
Nav charts.
right, the nav charts. But I will tell you that the nav
more accurate.
charts, they are. But listen, hear me out here. The nav charts that we used, even though they were made so that they had a consistent scale over short distances, in order to make that happen with a consistent scale in either X or Y direction, the lines of longitude were not perfectly parallel. In order to make that happen and be accurate, which we had to be accurate.
Yeah, most nav charts are set in Cartesian coordinates, which is just a vector chart. And I'm not following you. Can you give me a example?
So, in particular, hold on. Drunk brain is being overridden by naval brain. I got to make sure I'm not divulging too much about what I did. Hold on.
Everybody take another shot.
So I can tell you that both of the deployments that I did were the European Command, EUCOM, and a lot of the operations that I did involved being north of the Arctic Circle.
Deployments. Sorry.
I didn't stutter. Fuck you.
Arf.
Oh, I hear a puppy.
That's not a puppy.
Oh, you guys want to see my my dogs? I'll share a picture.
Holy fuck! Hold on, I'm gonna post pictures of my cats.
This is gonna be fun.
Aw.
I thought.
I was going to
Animal
post
sharing
naval
time.
map. I was going to
Can
post
he
nautical
post a,
chart.
can he post a picture of a longitude line?
Yeah, on a nautical navigation chart.
Huey, I'm just going to let you know up front. I am drunk, and therefore I am disqualifying myself from any conversation with you because it's.
What's the difference?
I ain't
What's
gonna
the
be able to.
difference between when you're straight or drunk? There's no difference. Can you show us a longitude line in reality?
Yeah, I'll draw it on your sister. How about that?
Yeah, she'll throw it back up in your face. You just reified a fucking fairy tale. You sound like, you might be an intellectual, but you're retarded in actuality. Follow?
Sure.
Yeah.
See, this is why I can't do this.
Yeah. So
GE.
your little longitude line on your fuckwit map that you just happen to see out of the corner of your eye up on the bridge is
No,
you might as well just go beat off.
on the bridge. Okay, first of all,
Because you're not beating anybody off here.
Where is
You're
the
not
bridge?
mesmerizing anyone here. I'm sitting back here rolling my fucking eyes.
On the
Control
bridge.
station. Control station.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, when you get qualified in submarines, I'll hear what you have to say about how
Fuck
they
a
operate.
submarine. Provide
just a
scientific evidence for your fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. That's what I thought. Or shut the fuck up.
Oh, excellent point.
Yeah, and nav charts all go off in north, so yes, they all converge on the central point in north, which is the center. So we would expect this.
It's a fucking convention.
It is. It is. I know. And it all
doesn't
starts from.
prove any. There's no proving anything here.
Nope,
You're
it all
just
goes
beating us
off.
off. He's just beating us off, walking around circle jerking us.
Dude, the only reason.
Nothing.
First of all, the
You're
only
over my
reason I ever
bro.
mentioned it, the only reason I ever mentioned any of that, I mean, what are we talking, Mike? Like 3 years ago now? The only reason I mentioned any of that stuff was because I was curious if anybody here on the server. This is how I found the server.
The first time.
I mentioned, and I got banned by Helio for it. Fun fact.
Yeah, the next 10 nights, he just did it just to see if he'd get banned again.
I brought up the fact that I had been extremely close to the North Pole at some point in my life to see if anybody here had any questions related to that, or if they would find
Magnetic
it
north or true north?
magnetic north.
Huh. Where was that at? So were you subbing underneath
Ceremonial.
Canada? Those
Ceremonial.
land submarines. Are those land submarines?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the magnetic North Pole at?
The magnetic North Pole is offset from the geographic North Pole by
No shit. I didn't fucking ask you that.
Yeah.
Did I? Don't give me a fucking lesson on where it is. And I'm
How
an
many
expert
North Poles are
fucking
there?
navigator. This fucking guy's trying to teach me something. It's like fucking, I don't know, fucking Elmer Fudd trying to teach Tiger Woods backswing. You fucking
I knew you was a tomato head. We could drop him off anywhere, kick him out the plane, and he'll make it home to kick Platypus's ass.
I remember that original conversation, Platypus, and yeah, you said that you popped up from the ice and got to walk around for a little bit, and we asked how close to north. You said North Pole, and it did get questioned, like how would you know, because the compass wouldn't be able to tell you. And you gave us a pretty big window. I don't remember exactly what that was, but I think you said within 8 degrees or something like that.
So when we originally had the conversation, I kept it relatively vague because at the time I didn't really know how specific I could be. After some consultation with, oh my God, bear with me here. I spoke to some dudes that I
This is
served
why
with.
you're not a flat earther, obviously. And we would never. We should just give him gold because he is a flat earther who can, under no circumstances, admit it, which is cool.
I absolutely am not a flat earther.
So being unable to admit being a flat earther gets you gold status? What, poor Silvers, how do we tell them?
No, fuck that. When I get gold, I want it to be known that I received gold because I'm just that cool of a globe earther. I don't want to sneak in on some fucking.
Never.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Glovers don't get gold.
Not on my.
So I will never stop trying, motherfucker. Anyway.
So it explains why logically it stands to reason that the radius of the Earth is not where they tell us it should be, mathematically speaking.
With the coolest globe earther even admit that he's the coolest globe earther? Like, I feel like that's not a very
Is
cool
that not the
thing to
greatest
do.
setup or no?
The coolest Earther wouldn't even announce it. He'd say,
I didn't say
he'd say,
Globe Earther.
nah, that's not me, man. I'm not that
Like,
guy,
cool
bro.
people don't have to say
For
it's
real?
cool.
Are we gonna talk
It's kind of
about
unspoken.
who is the coolest kid in the school and just totally
I
fuck
don't.
my question? Fuck me.
Well, I don't think you're going to get anything out of him, but you can continue to try. He's hard to get something out
Nah, I
of
just wanted Kiwi to curse
sober.
about. That's all I was.
Just sober. I mean,
curse about.
the
He's
dude's
just trying
drunk
to set me
driving
up.
right now.
Jesus Christ, Mike. He's just trying to set me up.
Dude, I promise you, I am not trying to set you up for anything.
Not
right
you,
now.
you daft muppet fuckwit. Elijah.
I'm sorry.
My God, are you a dumb? You're a real bugger eater, aren't you, fucking platypus? Do you even know your own name?
You couldn't set up a set of
Yeah.
bowling.
Dude, I gotta write an equation for this stuff.
Wait a
Maybe an
minute.
equation here.
You never got beat up on the submarine, platypus.
I'll give you an equation for this. 0 times 0 equals 0.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
It
No.
equals his IQ.
Never got beat up on this.
To the 10th power.
To the 10th power.
I never got beat up by stating that I've been near the North Pole. You do not remember Helio fucking.
Not about that.
No, I remember that too. Yeah, Helio was drunk and not having it. He was not having it.
He absolutely was not having that at all.
I remember Lou.
So platypus,
he was like,
you
"Do
took like
what?"
5 minutes so we can see if there's anybody else that wants to join the conversation.
It sounded like this. Wait. Shut the fuck up, Mike. What did he say?
Yeah, let's see if any of his boyfriends can bring up a longitude line. We want to see one of those.
Yeah, we got Hexitry? I don't know what the hell his name is. Hexitry. Hexitry just joined the chat. Are you there, Hexitry?
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Going good.
What brings
You got
you
any
to the flat Earth
longitude
submarine?
lines on you?
Shit, you're getting pat down
What?
already.
Nah, I'm kidding. Go ahead, maybe.
All right. So what brings you to the flat Earth server? Hexitry.
Just to laugh.
Come again?
Just to laugh.
Really?
Just to laugh.
What's so funny about it? Go ahead.
Mainly just the memes you dumbasses post. Trying to like prove something. That's it.
What's your opinion of the shape of the Earth?
Personally, I think it's a globe. Yep.
Okay. And what evidence do you have that it is a globe?
Internet.
Okay. And that information says what about the curvature of the Earth? Like, how can we verify the curvature of the Earth?
What about it?
Well, obviously, it's a globe, so the internet has given you this divine wisdom that the Earth is a globe.
It is a sphere, circle. It is not flat. Opinion.
Okay. So, how can we go and verify that information? Doesn't matter where you got it from.
Just look it up.
So you don't know
Oh,
how
God.
they got the information that the Earth has any curvature, huh? You think there is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so it's just a belief, is what you're telling me, right?
Oh, this is so intellectual.
Flat Earth is a belief.
Right. It's a belief. Oh no,
Yes.
I'm talking about the globe Earth, and you just agreed
An
with me that it is a belief,
observation.
right?
I didn't even mean to say. I meant to just say it's a sphere. It is just.
Well, the Earth being a sphere is just a belief.
Sure. Say so.
Okay, so it's just a religious belief that you have that the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah.
now that we got that out of the way, the Earth's not a globe.
All right. Can you
You
can
can't. You can't
can
prove
you
it.
explain? Just give me an explanation. I want to hear what you got to say.
Explanation is you don't have any evidence to support your claim or
Okay.
the positive claim that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, but do you have evidence to support that it's a flat Earth?
I think he's saying no, he doesn't, because the opposite claim is what has to be proven.
Exactly. Do you want me to explain Santa Claus, or do you want me to provide proof that Santa Claus exists, or is an explanation just fine?
He's
I don't
admitting
like
he
when we
has no
don't
proof. He's
when
admitting that he has
somebody
no proof
asks
of the Earth is
that.
flat.
Hold on. When somebody asks that, I don't like when we give them a sentence. Yes, we do have evidence to back up the flat Earth, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We can get to that later.
I don't even know why I got added to this. I'm just spectating.
Got added because you joined the server and we like to talk to everybody new. So
Okay.
it's something we do.
Oh, do you want me to get you a new person? I can get one of my friends in here.
Look, man, bring everybody in here. Everybody.
So he already came to the VC check, and he was there for like 25 minutes, and he didn't get verified, so he left.
All right, let me know who he is, and maybe the moderators can hook him up.
All right, I'll let you know when he's back in there. I'll get him on there right now.
All right, man.
If you say like globe Earth is a lie because it's not proven, how is flat Earth not a lie? Because that's not proven either.
What do you mean it's not proven?
Oh, got him.
How do you know?
How do you?
No, you just
It
said
goes-
you're just making claims now. You don't
You
have
just-
any evidence.
It goes both ways because you said.
I know, but
globe
you
Earth
do have
is-
evidence that the Earth.
But it doesn't go both ways. It doesn't actually, because what we're trying to prove is that what NASA says is correct, and what we find is that they're not correct. That's why it's flatter than what NASA claims. We don't know how flat, but it's flatter than what they
He gave
say.
you a non sequitur false equivalence fallacy.
Hold on. So what you're saying, if I'm getting this wrong, please, tell me otherwise. But what you're saying.
You said the globe Earth theory is false, therefore the flat Earth one is false also. It's fucking stupid.
No, that's what you're saying.
No,
you just said it.
Let me talk.
What the hell?
Shut fuck up. Fuck you. Motherfucker. He comes in here and says exactly that and says, no, that's what you're saying. Fuck off.
Exactly.
Fucking clown. You retard. You booger eater. Get the fuck out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy.
Oh, that's an excellent argument.
I got excellent arguments. I also kick your fucking teeth in.
You can't tell an argument from an insult. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
up.
Yeah, you got to admit that guy's argument is pretty foolish, man. You can't.
Yeah. Oh no, 100%. But the point is that we don't know how flat it is, but it's flatter than what they claim it to be. They claim it to be a very spherical shape of a very specific amount. And when you put that amount to test those numbers, you come up with something way, 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 way flatter. That's the point.
I'd like to speak in that guy's defense. Those crayons did look a lot like gummy worms. It's not his fault.
Hey, Quantum Eraser, can I ask you about your name?
No.
Linda.
I can't be arsed.
Ooh, Linda. I got an aunt named Linda. If she sounds like you, oh my god.
What's the ETA on your friend, man?
I don't think he's gonna come. Unfortunately,
Come
he
on,
was.
dude.
I try to convince him, but he's just he's tired. I don't think he has it in him for tonight. Hopefully, I'll be able to convince him to come on here a different night.
Maybe he's got no proof of curvature or axial rotation or vacuum next to a pressurized system without a container.
How many Ann Lindas are there? I have one too. Holy crap.
All right, who else have we got in here?
I'm here.
Yeah, but we've already had conversation.
I am here.
All right. I mean,
What
do
you
you
got,
want
then?
to talk about something different?
We want to talk about how I got my name or my favorite color or do I like long walks on the beach? What else you want to know?
Or do you want
What
somebody
color
to
are your
lend
eyes, Kiwi? What color are your eyes?
you want
curious.
somebody to lend you a hand because you're tired of whacking off with your own? Huh?
There we
All
go.
your
There's my
socks,
butt.
all your socks dirty. Your socks are dirty. No.
I've made a scientific breakthrough.
Go wash your socks.
They're already nice and clean.
Pervert.
All right, we got MC96 that just joined us. He's server muted. I guess he must have been server muted for a reason. Let's see. MC96, are you there?
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
You know MC.
Yeah, I just joined, so this is the first unmuting.
I don't know, man. You had a red mic on there. It looked like somebody muted you. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. What brings you to the server?
Yeah, I had a question. So I am a flat earther. It's been like 2 years for me, but every now and then I encounter something that I haven't before, and so actually two things. One, I guess I'll give you a little bit of background. I'm a Reformed Christian, and I'm in circles that doesn't really. I'm not as wide open as you guys are. So, and in fact, this is my first time ever being like on a live stream before, talking about it openly. But so I've tried to talk to people that I trust here and there, and I get mixed results. And one guy is a pastor, and he's quite scholarly, and so we sat down and we talked about it, and I could tell he was like really defensive almost immediately, and it seemed like he was intrigued quite a bit. I went through pretty much everything I knew, and where we came down to was like he just couldn't believe the size of the conspiracy, and then of course I talked to him about that a little bit, the usual stuff. And he mentioned a guy named Jeffrey Williams, who was an astronaut that's like an open Christian, has written books and whatnot. And he basically said that, this guy has some sound theology. I don't know where you all stand. I know some of you guys aren't like Christians and whatnot, but he basically said that I have to believe that he's a liar. And I said, pretty much. I mean,
he is a liar.
So I didn't know if you guys knew anything about Jeffrey Williams or
don't care.
No.
That's the same.
Yeah, I would
that's
say that he
that's the
doesn't
same
have to
argument
believe
I got from. Hold on, Hank. It's the same argument I got from Danny Faulkner.
Yeah.
You got some bad mic problems, MC.
Let God be true and all men liars.
Hold on, you know what? Let me
That's
just.
right.
I'm on this wireless deal here. Let me just take this off and just talk through my phone. It's pretty quiet in here. So.
Hey, there's a channel you probably like.
You guys hear me?
Celebrate True Flat Earth in the Bible. Check out Rob Skiba too.
Yeah, I've been there. I listen to those guys quite often.
After I ripped apart Danny Faulkner, he was reduced to some astronauts were Christians, and then I'd have to believe they were liars. I got that argument like 2 weeks after I got out of here. I told Danny Faulkner to shove it where its sun doesn't shine, and I'd help him do it. Clown.
I think what his point is, what he's trying to say is that anyone who claims to go to a second law of thermodynamics violation is a liar.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Alright,
mean,
so
I
what was
basically.
what was your question, MC? I think you had a question you were going to ask about something. Or
Yeah,
did
that
you
was
just make a statement?
that was one. I just wanted to know if anybody knew anything about that. The other question was about this Vindy Globe yacht race. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Sounds familiar. Is
It's
it about the race around the world or something like that?
yeah. Somebody commented on a video that I watched earlier today, and basically, like, I suggested, hey, send 2 ships around Antarctica, each in opposite directions, and 1, see which way they curve, and 2, see how long it takes them. And somebody said, well, that's already done. Like every 4 years, they have a yacht race around Antarctica. So I just wanted to know if anybody here knew about that. Like, I'm not sure what the deal is with that, what the route is or anything.
Well, I mean, what bearing does that have on the shape of the Earth question? I mean,
They
that's-
just said
I would
they
ask
just said that.
I would ask you to think about that and then kind of put it to like the idea if you're having that conversation with somebody, like if they ask you, well, that's already been done, so you're already getting into a conversation about boats on the water, but you're
Right.
not talking about the shape of the earth. It's just what boats do, like so what? They got in a race, they went somewhere. That doesn't tell you
Right.
anything about the shape of the earth. So the conversation needs to go back to the foundation, which is the curvature. And so
I guess it would just contribute to like cascading evidence, not necessarily
yeah,
like
it's more of just like a side topic that you can get into, but that has
Yeah.
no bearing the actual shape topic. So that's what you got to really get into when you talk to somebody about that. You're just gonna
Yeah.
get lost in the weeds, and they did this,
Right.
and you're like, no, they didn't, and it's stupid, right? So
I hear you.
you just got to bring it back to the question that they need to answer, which is how, when, and where was the curvature of the Earth measured, right? So they got to tell you
Right.
that. The positive
Right.
claim always is on those who make it. So the globe Earth has the positive claim, and they have to provide the evidence. They don't do
Yeah.
that. I mean, you're just gonna have to go back to, well, I haven't heard anything about any evidence, so let's get back to
Right.
that, right?
Right.
So,
True. Well, I appreciate it.
yeah, it's not a problem, man.
Yeah,
But,
if you want to look at the Antarctic boat race some more, it does actually not help the globe at all.
Okay.
It's generally when the globers bring you something, just dig into it a little bit because generally it doesn't support their case.
Yeah.
With the Catharsis boat in the Antarctic race, if you calculate how fast its average speed would have to be on the route on the globe, it's going way, way, way too slowly. And so it makes no sense. It's essentially supposed to be going at walking speed on a globe, but then the recordings from the actual boat itself shows it like flying through the wind, and like there's winds at their back, so it's like should be pushing them forward, and it's really fast winds down there as well. So there's no reason for them to be going that slowly, but
right.
That's what they have to be, the speeds they have to be going at if it's a globe, because the distance is a lot smaller on the globe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I think that's where they were going with it, that it wasn't some crazy distance or whatever. So, but I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even comment, but I just figured I'd check in with you guys to see.
Yeah.
Also, when in doubt, look at the. Oh, sorry. I was just saying, when in doubt, look at the affirming the consequent or begging the question whenever a globe proof is presented. More than likely, there's an affirming the consequent fallacy going on almost every time.
Hey, Fuzzy, get to the chopper.
Yeah, no, it's flying right overhead right now. That's crazy.
Anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for joining the server. And if somebody can give him like a VC verified role, that MC96.
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking to the mods, see if they can give you a VC verified.
Okay, thanks.
I got him. He's good.
Appreciate it, Lou.
Hey, appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for joining the server.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. So I noticed that there's Professor Dave on YouTube, and he's done a couple of videos on Flat Earth, and it sounds like from his videos that he actually went on to somebody's, I'm assuming, Discord server, and actually had a conversation with some flat earthers. Does anybody have the unedited version of that?
No, if he did that, he did it with a pseudonym as a little pussy, anonymously, so that we wouldn't know it was him.
I was just gonna say, man, that's like the Yeti, dude. Like, when did that happen? Like, because that's.
I thought the only person he had ever actually debated was the Kent Hovind dude, the
Shit,
professor
I don't even
guy.
know, man. Who the hell?
I know he's never actually debated Globebusters. He just did a video about them.
I don't think he's ever set foot in a forum like this.
I know that Vincent sent him a bunch of messages to try to get him to debate him, but
Yeah,
he
he
didn't
won't.
dare debate Vincent.
He
I
doesn't come
mean,
in here.
he has clips where he's in a voice chat with a bunch of people.
Oh no, he doesn't talk. He might come in with a fake name and record us and shit like that, but he doesn't talk to us.
Yeah, that's the only thing he'd probably do. But he'd never engage.
Well,
he's afraid of getting his ass owned. Like we would destroy him. He is afraid of debating us. Like what he does is kind of like you've seen like the Daily Show and that type of thing where they do their interviews and they clip it, cut and paste. He just gets a ton of material from us and then edits it just to fit whatever he wants for his viewers.
I mean, I disagree. As much as I hate the guy, which I do.
You disagree?
Do you have that clip?
Yeah.
Disagree.
I mean,
Oh, well then let's reconsider.
He shows that video clip.
Let's reconsider.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, go listen to that one I just posted. Decimated. I decimated this fucking idiot.
Oh, you have a recording talking to him?
Effortlessly. No, I took his points and shoved them up his ass.
My God, QE, why does this video have to be 2 hours long?
Sorry. But there was a lot to go through.
Yeah, because he's addressing all of his shitty points and destroying them one by one very thoroughly.
Yep. There you go. See if you disagree after that.
Hey, QE, is the Earth a closed system or an open system or a dynamic system?
I can't be arsed.
So you don't know.
I can't be arsed.
So, if just out of curiosity, if NASA came out with a 2-hour video about how this absolutely completely proves the globe, you would be like, oh, Jesus, 2 hours though?
I'd be upset if they
Yeah.
wasted time doing this shit.
Yeah, probably. 2 hours is a lot of time to commit to that.
Even though it's just the fundamental tenets of our reality, no big deal. 2 hours is a bit much.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta understand, from my standpoint, the Earth is a globe, so it would be tantamount to watching a video 2 hours long explaining to me again how 2 + 2
Well, wait a
is
second.
4.
But you've been here for 4 years and you haven't come up with an actual thing that has shut us up.
My goal isn't to shut you up.
Well, that's what we've been asking for. We're asking for
Do you
you to
want
shut us up.
us to shut you up? We don't.
No, I'm not trying. No. I'm not
Are you
trying to shut anybody up.
Oh no, well, shut us up with proof of the thing that we all grew up with. We all believed that the Earth was the ball and spinning in space and all of that. And we're just going to try to prove that to be correct. We've been asking for 4 years to please prove that to be correct.
I don't get why it's such a big deal in the first place, to be totally honest with you.
To be lied to by every authority that we can name.
No, like at the root of QE's stances is that there's a creator. Like fine, sure, there's a creator. There could very well be a creator. If there is one, he could literally make the universe whatever he wanted to make it be.
And he certainly didn't make it a sphere.
It's like there are so many people on here that act like flat Earth and intelligent design are joined at the hip. Like both of those things have to be true simultaneously.
That's only because evolution and the ball Earth theory go hand in hand. Over billions of years, that's exactly. I mean, evolution proves the ball.
Yep.
Both are nonsense.
Got you on the ropes, platypus.
Hold on, wait. I've never heard. Hold on. Why are evolution and the globe joined at the hip as well?
How many years did it take for the Earth to form? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah,
bro?
he's seriously.
You've been here how many years?
How many years?
Okay, no. Okay, so what you're really saying is the supposed age of the Earth and evolution go hand in hand.
No. Well,
irregardless of its shape.
How many years did it take for the Earth to get formed? About 4 billion, something like that.
Dude, and I'll readily admit this. At the end of the day, how life originated on this planet is mostly speculation.
Platypus. It's
There's
kind of like
very little.
Platypus. It's kind of like saying. It's kind of like saying, what does the Big Bang have to do with the globe Earth or
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
like that?
Can you show me a Big Bang with flat Earth, or evolution itself with flat Earth?
Right. Track that. Track from the Big Bang to flat Earth. Go.
There's no connections.
Believe me, as a born again atheist, I hear you and I get it. And this is one of the hardest hurdles to go over. It's realizing that all of my hatred towards the church all these years.
No, identifying as an atheist again means that you and I don't see eye to eye on this topic. Contrary to popular belief.
I mean that in the sense that I never went to church. I didn't, I don't take the Bible as literal. All these kinds of things.
I went to church for the first 17 years of my life and quickly abandoned that nonsense. But that doesn't mean I'm an atheist.
No, I know. I'm just saying, as someone who didn't tackle this subject from a religious point of view, the fact that I'm able to say that there is a creator now is a big step.
I would go so far as to say it is entirely possible that there is a creator.
Entirely possible. It's the only answer. Not entirely possible.
Right.
Can I
The only
ask
answer.
somebody a question?
Did the creator do it 4 billion years ago, or when did the creator do it?
No. Don't worry about that. Let's get back to
I know, but it's the point.
Yeah,
like he,
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! It's not only possible; it is the only answer. Unless you think nature created itself, it poofed itself from pre-existence, from non-existence, and then poofed itself into existence from pre-existence. Right? That's the only two fucking choices you got there.
That right, QE, that right there is personal incredulity. Speaking.
Personal incredulity. How so?
Yes. You just because you find it incredibly unlikely that life.
I didn't
would
say
always
that. Straw man.
life.
Straw man. I didn't fucking say that.
Is it possible?
He
for
said
life
impossible.
To arise? Is it possible for life to arise from
I didn't
non-life?
fucking say that.
You said it's the only possibility.
I
He
didn't
said
say
existence.
Oh, you
Existence is the word he used. And hold on, before we hold on, I want to take the Big Bang challenge. The Big Bang, connect to the Big Bang, the flat Earth. The universe is flat, therefore the Earth is flat. Boom.
Personal incredulity. Fucking moron.
Universe is flat. So you're saying it's infinitely big, so our universe is the flat Earth?
What the fuck?
We're channeling gold brain cells.
Now, all I told you, puss, you dumb fuck, was you only have two choices as to how we in the universe are here. Just two. Number one, nature, unguided, or intelligent agency, creator. There's no personal incredulity. It's a fucking perfect, disjunctive syllogism. Perfect. Unless you can provide a third choice.
I'm giving you that the choice that you choose to go with is not only entirely possible, but it's actually impossible to disprove it entirely.
No, you can disprove it.
I'll give you
disprove
divine.
it. You can disprove it. That's bullshit. Fuck off. You can disprove it. Shut your fucking mouth. Don't overtalk me. You drunk fucking piece of shit. You're a dumbass too. You can disprove my choice. Easy. Show nature creating itself from nothing. Show life creating itself out of fucking nothing, and show matter created itself out of nothing. Easy. Go.
You could still argue that the conditions that allowed that to happen were put in motion by a divine creator.
The conditions of what? Hold on. The conditions of what?
Creator.
Nothing? The conditions of what? Nothing?
We're talking about a divine
conditions
creator.
does nothing have?
Dude, we're talking about a divine creator. We're talking about someone that is capable
We're
of
talking
literally
about
doing anything.
We're talking about abiogenesis. The inanimate giving life to life. That's what we're talking about. Abiogenesis.
I can't. Okay, these specifically talking about the origin of life on Earth. I
No.
can't get into that because
No.
Life
some of-
anywhere. Not
some
on
of the
Earth.
I didn't say that.
possibilities- No, hold on. Some of the possibilities that I entertain as possible
There's
would
no
get
possibility.
would get absolutely ripped to shreds here.
Yeah, they would in like a blank time. I didn't even get there just yet. I was saying, where'd you get matter at?
Right, kind after its kind. A rock brought forth.
Could
biological
a divine creator make matter out of nothingness?
Did
Can I
nature?
respond to that?
Oh, yeah, this isn't gonna go well because I'm gonna get 5 fucking people trying to go off on their own fucking tangent.
I'm just trying to talk to you, dude. I'm just trying to talk to you. If you just want to make it you and me, QE, then say so and make everybody else shut up, and I will try
I can't
to
make
just
them
talk
shut
to
up.
you.
I
Sure, you
can't-
can. You got referee. You have referee. You want to go to the arena and do it?
We can call it arena rules. Yeah.
Too fucking
Let's
stupid.
do it.
I can shut him up though. No, go ahead. I don't care.
So you want to defend the position that something can come from nothing. That's what you want to do.
If we're entertaining the possibility of everything coming from a divine creator, or just not even divine, let's just say creator. It's just something. Then yes, that opens the door to the possibility of literally anything happening.
It's an axiom. It's
Okay,
axiomatic.
so has
just
something
a
from nothing
possibility.
ever been observed? Ever?
Something from nothing.
Mathematical model of physics in which it could happen. Yeah, something from nothing. Matter
Well,
energy
if
from
you're
nothing.
if you're arguing from the stance that there could be a divine creator, then anything you see around you could be evidence that something came from nothing.
There
The
is no.
divine creator isn't nothing. That's something.
No, but a divine creator would be able to create something out of nothing.
Thanks. That's my argument. Appreciate it.
See, again, QE, I love the part where you think I'm arguing with you about the divine creator thing. I fully entertain that possibility.
Yeah, you're
Fully
going back to
entertain it.
possibility. It's not a possibility. It's absolute fact.
Sure. Hey, fuck me for trying to
Proven
find
scientifically
a shred
also
of
there, by the way. By the way, there's sunshine. Proven scientifically. How you like that? How you like them apples?
Shit, platypus.
That is my name. Yes.
Or should I say platypussy?
No. Okay, for that one, you guys get me not being here for 5 minutes while I go refill my glass. I need more alcohol. I'll be right back.
Don't forget that sunshine and them lollipops.
And the Kool-Aid.
Rainbows and everything.
It's little shit like that. That's why I like.
When I get
if you didn't do shit like that, I would.
When I get
really
back,
like
when I get back, I'll try asking QE how density or buoyancy are forces. I'll be right back.
You guys.
Why? My
familiar with,
position's not density or buoyancy. Why would you ask me something I never made any claims about?
Wait. That's interesting. So what is? Wait, hold on. I got to go get more alcohol if I'm gonna keep doing this.
I was going to ask you that, Q.
Oh my
Damn,
god!
Q,
Just
when
drink the
did you
Jim
make that
Jones
claim?
Kool-Aid and get out of here.
That's what I was
Alright.
thinking too. That's India. I was thinking that same thing when he said that. Just put the Jim Jones Kool-Aid in there.
Yeah.
I'll take displacement
Take
for
a double.
100, Alex.
Hey,
Take a
I have
double.
a friend. My friend is here. He's Odismal in the VC check-in.
Speak up, man. Put some bass
that's
in your
what's up.
voice.
All right, what's his name?
Oh,
Yeah,
Dismal.
where's he
He's
at?
in.
Or is he
he's
on
in
your
VC.
microphone?
He's in VC check-in too.
Yeah,
Somebody drag him in here.
Yeah, somebody get him in there.
Yeah, we're gonna drag him down here now, and if he says some dumb shit, we're gonna ban the both of you. What's his name? Da Vinci?
All dismal.
All dismal. I'm sending him down. Somebody unmute him. Give me 1 sec.
Did he perk up or what?
He's down here.
Hey, that guy's been in here.
Give me 1 sec, old Dismal. You're unmuted. You got to control your mic. Oh my God! So he split. Your boy's a runner.
Did he just run?
We got a
He's a
runner.
He's gonna come
Cringe.
back and drop some stupid loud noise or something other shit.
Well, I said I'm banning them both. I already got a mark.
Yeah.
Sniper. I do that. I mark targets for further reference.
You guys familiar with Romans 1:18? For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen by the things that are made, even as eternal Godhead and nature, so that they are without excuse. This is what kind of reminded me when you guys were talking about the significance of creation and the creator. Like, it's axiomatic.
Oh, you're loud.
All right, we got another guy that just jumped in, half Dave, looks like.
Where'd your buddy go, man? Message him and tell him to come back. I gave him BC verified. Where you at?
I don't know where he is. He must
we got
be
half-
too intimidated.
Targets acquired.
Nah, he just wanted to be unmuted so that he can leave and come back and spout nonsense. They do that a lot in here. Anyway, we got half Dave just showing us. Half Dave,
What's
are you
up?
there?
Yeah.
Man, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth server?
Is that half Dave?
Joby,
Is that-
Joby
I'm
told me
sorry-
to join.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is that half a Dave? Is it? Duh.
What?
Half Dave. That's duh.
No, it's half Dave.
Yeah, half a Dave is DA. Duh.
No, my name's Dave. Dave.
Dave.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
I know you don't get it, boy. You're gonna have
The
some
first
problems.
2 letters of your name, Dave.
That's
is
the best part
Yeah.
of the fucking joke. Duh. Dave starts with DA. Duh.
They're comedians, don't you see?
I
sorry
don't know what we're talking about. Duh.
Sorry about that, Mickey. Go ahead.
All right, so
My bad.
what brought you to the server, Dave?
Joby told me to join.
Okay. And what conversation were you having with Joby?
He was telling me he bought a new pair of shoes.
Is
Shit,
it
and then you
Joby
just started
or
talking about
Joe?
Flat Earth or what?
Oh, Joby.
Jobe? That's Job.
It's Joby to me.
No, Job is J-O-B.
That's Joby. Duh.
Yeah, it's Joby. And I'm Dave.
I mean, I mean that is true. We were talking about shoes I just bought, but that's not. It's not. They want you to what you say.
We want to know what your opinion is on the shape of the Earth.
I guess it's round.
Well, you saying I guess it's round lets me know that you don't know. Is that right?
Okay.
Round and
I haven't
flat
seen it
aren't
for
mutually.
myself.
Round and flat aren't
But I
mutually
did.
exclusive,
I
by
did
the
see
way.
I did see the curve one
Round
time.
and flat aren't mutually exclusive, by the way, since you want to fucking overtalk me.
Whoa, hey, you settle down.
No, you settle down. If you hear someone talking, stop talking.
Sorry, I had that guy really quiet earlier because I came in chat and he was loud, and then he yelled at me, proving furthermore how loud he is.
Yeah, you're about to get muted and banned if you lower down the volume of a moderator.
Why for?
Because then
No,
the
look,
moderator.
you can balance it properly, but don't lower somebody so low that you don't hear them. Okay.
Okay. That's a good idea.
I don't think it can last more than 10 minutes.
He only raised his voice. Notice how when you were speaking, I stopped speaking so you could finish talking. He only raised his voice because you were continuing to speak while he was speaking.
Okay.
So round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
Okay.
Right? Because I can have a round penny, still be
Yeah.
flat. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Round pizza still be flat. So
Yeah.
it sounds
I've seen it.
pedantic.
My bad.
Oh gosh.
It sounds pedantic, but it's actually not. Just say sphere. If you believe in a sphere, then that's fine.
Can I say ball?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Sorry, Miggy, go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Who's in here? Dave?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so you jumped in here. Joe asked you to come in here.
Yeah.
And want to talk to people in here about the shape of the earth and asking just simple questions to you as to how you know the earth is a globe, and specifically how, when, and where the curvature of the earth was measured. You have no idea to any of that, right?
Yeah, I haven't done the math myself.
Okay, I
But-
heard you say
but,
something. I heard you say something earlier that you saw the curvature of the earth. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the curve.
Okay, where did you see it?
Oh no.
Mountain
What
You were
mountain?
never on a mountain.
in Wichita, Oklahoma.
Okay. How high do you think you were? What elevation?
Really high.
You don't know, right?
Like
How
about
much
as
did you
high
smoke?
about as high as you could get. I don't smoke.
Okay.
How far could you see? Do you think?
What mountain range is in Oklahoma?
As far
And
as
the reason-
I needed to, and the Wichita Mountains.
Is that a distance?
Yeah. I mean, it's some kind of distance.
No, it's not even an approximation. Can you give me an approximate distance?
I don't
100
know if I
miles?
could.
150 miles? 50 miles? 30 miles? The
I'm not
weather's
good at
pretty.
judging.
Yeah, the weather's usually pretty shitty in the mountains. I go hunting elk a lot.
Oh yeah.
So if you don't know how high you were, then how do you know you saw the curvature of the earth? You sound very uncertain of everything you're saying. Is that right?
Nah, I mean, I was looking and I could see the curve.
You saw the curve, but you don't know how high you were. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Explain.
Yeah, I saw the curve.
All right. So
Explain.
the earth is curving. How did you measure the curvature of the earth? Because you saw it
Okay,
curving.
so I held my finger like under my eye, and was kind of seeing just how like the Earth could curve, and I was using my finger as a guide or as like a scale to the
Oh,
curvature.
so you measured the topography of the mountain range against your finger.
Yeah.
You know what topography is, and you know at that level that the horizon's going to be dictated by the topography you look over. So you're calling topography curvature.
Yeah.
Hills, valleys. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to you didn't see curve, you seen topography.
Tallest mountain.
Oh no. The place out the hold on, sorry. It's hot in my room because I have no AC. The way I was looking, there were no more mountains. I was on the last mountain actually.
Not the smartest one in the bunch.
So it was
Wichita,
the
Oklahoma.
the ground I was looking at was flat, but the curve I could see was actually curved.
Yeah, but you seeing something that's not any evidence of anything.
Were you in the
Okay.
wildlife
Right?
refuge?
Is that right, Dave? Could you?
Yeah, but you could go to the mountain I went to and you could see the curve
I don't
yourself.
care. I don't care what.
So there's just that one mountain. There's one mountain you can go to somewhere in Oklahoma where you can see the curve of the earth.
There's probably a handful.
It's a national wildlife refuge. I'm trying to get the name of which mountain. Which?
To 40
But he was
Take that
definitely
and
under
take it
20,000
to the
feet.
other side, then come back up. So
What?
20,000.
Definitely under
There's no
20,000.
way he hit 20,000 feet in Oklahoma. I'm dead.
No, he was definitely under 20,000.
Yeah, no, but I mean, no, like well under that. Like,
Yeah, Denali's 20,000.
yeah, to the express. Then you can take the 6, you can take the 5-4. They're all express.
Think
Like,
Elijah's
what is
got a
the
hot mic.
highest elevation in Oklahoma?
I actually use imperial measurements, so I don't know what you guys are
And when the
talking
motor's
about.
on the front, look what I can do.
Imperial measurements.
You roll it up
For
in
what?
Yeah,
like that.
I don't know what you mean when you say. I don't know what you mean when you say feet.
Okay, I just asked you how high you were. You didn't know. And then you said, "Well, I saw the curvature of the Earth," and I said, "What's the evidence of that?" Oh, I still put my thumb underneath my eye.
Check this out. Black Mesa is the highest
Buddy.
climbing point in Oklahoma.
Half-Life?
At
Third Avenue?
4,973 feet.
I
So-
worked on that game.
5,000 feet is not even 5,000 feet is the highest point in Oklahoma.
Listen,
Black
he said he
Mesa's
was in
in
the wild.
Half-Life.
You were in the wildlife refuge, right? The highest peak there is 2,500 feet.
Okay.
Mount Pinchot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mount
that's
Pinch?
not high enough to see curvature. Yeah, that's the wildlife refuge.
What? Then how did I see the curve?
Well, that's what I'm
What do you
asking
mean,
you.
how
I
did I see
asked
the
you to
curve?
explain. I asked you to explain how exactly you did see curvature. You said my finger weighed against the horizon.
Yeah, and I could see how it was pretty clear how it curved.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know what?
does land
I
go up and down, valleys, mountains, hills?
Hey, I saw Bigfoot.
Did you?
Yeah, it was
Where?
right there. Right there.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him in
turn your camera on?
Oklahoma.
So what's the evidence of me making a claim about something and not supporting it, just like you're doing? What good
What
is
do you
that?
want me to do? You want me to go? It's 3 hours away. Do you want me to drive there and take a picture with my
No,
finger?
dude. Look,
Hold
I don't
on a
care
second.
what
Hold
you
Yes,
on.
I do. Yeah, I want you to do that.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let's kill it quick.
I
Is there a
shouldn't.
mountain? Let's kill it quick, Half Dave. Is there a mountain higher than 128,000 feet in Oklahoma?
Nope.
Wait, is 128,000 feet how high you have to be to see the curve?
Yeah, well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that
Okay.
you can't see the curve from 128,000.
Well, I mean, I use imperial measurements, but I think that sounds high enough.
No, you don't. Use your thumb.
That is imperial.
I know.
Yeah, it's an imperial thumb.
The only thing you're demonstrating here is you're pretty ignorant. No offense.
Troll.
I'm not calling
Oh wait,
you.
how am I ignorant if I voted for Biden?
What did I just say? What did I
You're
just say about the
ignorant to
conversation
what
we're
an
having?
imperial measurement is if you don't know feet are imperial.
Feet are not imperial.
Oh shit.
Dude, feet are imperial. Metric is meters.
What do you think imperial means?
And I'm a glober.
You're
I'm on
talking to
your
a bunch
side,
of
but dude, I'm
USA
sorry
people.
about
You
that.
know where the
Does he mean
imperials
is he like confusing imperial with empirical or something like that? Like what?
Empirical?
No,
he's
he
saying
means the
metric. He's saying
he means the
trolling.
metric system, but he doesn't know, so he's just imperial.
No, he's trolling because that right after he said that he voted for Biden, he's trying to get a rise out of us because he thinks we're all like Trump.
No.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay, just
one second,
because
guys.
me voting
Dave,
for
shut up.
Biden is so ridiculous that I'm a troll.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave, did you sniff out the curve, Dave?
Did I sniff it?
Guys,
Yeah.
Dave, he
I
might
sniffed
be
curves off your
trolling
mother.
kind of a little bit, but you just have to work up to it.
Will you be snorting dead flesh?
I'm trying to get
Dirt
there,
and
Joe.
dead flesh, son.
It doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere.
Don't worry, he still doesn't believe that you guys or we
Oh my
actually
gosh.
believe in the Earth being flat.
Don't mute him. I'm not done insulting him yet, and don't interrupt me, please. Dave, you want to reiterate on that sniffing my mother, brother?
I changed my mind. I won't do that.
Are you in the habit of sniffing dead people?
Oh, your mom's. I'm sorry for your loss, then.
Oh, but it's no loss. Life and death go side to side. They coexist. Yeah, you won't be here forever, Dave. It's not a joke.
I will when I go to heaven.
Anyways, guys, did I miss the
Velvet
karaoke night? What's up with that?
Oh, they sniffed right past that.
It didn't go down. Like it just needed somebody to kick it off. Somebody had the balls to be like, "All right, I'm about to do this song,"
We're talking to
and
Creepy
nobody
Joe
did it.
supporter.
What, the karaoke night?
Yeah, nobody did karaoke. So
Well, it's good. Look, Mrs. Musk said she had a song for me. What is it?
Yeah, Kai didn't have the nads to kick it off, so we're.
Oh, Kai's here. What's up?
I know she is. That's why I said it.
Well, I believe in a ball, so I
Every
have balls.
time
Let's
I
go.
try to walk away,
Hey, Meggie.
something makes me turn around and stay.
Meggie, good luck,
Come on.
man.
Now I know why QE came. He's here for
I
karaoke.
can't tell
Yeah,
you
right.
what.
We got to get him on some. Don't you want somebody to love?
Don't you need somebody
There's
to
a little
love
sign
when
at
you
the
like
side of the road
somebody to
that
love?
says
You got to
15
find
miles to
somebody
the
to love. See, I
love
know that shit,
shack.
Mickey.
I knew it.
Love shack, baby.
There ain't no
Right in your
love
wheelhouse.
shack. It's Grace Flick.
Baby,
Yeah.
I know who it
I
is.
heard that song a couple days ago. What was it?
I got me a Chrysler. It's as big as a whale.
Oh God.
Anybody know
Hey,
that
you
song?
said nobody had the balls to kick it off. My balls are big, son.
Somebody
I said no.
once
I
told me
didn't
the
say nobody.
world was gonna roll me. I ain't the
Shut the hell
sharpest
up,
tool in
fucking
the
Pepsi sardines. I didn't say no one had the balls. I said Kai didn't have the balls to kick it off.
Oh, well, where'd you go? Damn it.
If you ever get kicked, you
Anybody-
could start singing that. Let you go.
I'm not
Anybody know
singing.
that song "Sailing" by Christopher Cross?
No,
Yeah.
we don't know songs. We're not doing songs. We're letting Miggy conduct business.
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 We can go to another lobby, bro. Those who want to sing.
Those who want to sing, go to the numpty dipshit lobby who can't sing.
Shit.
We have a new guy named Nuke.
Don't be putting in the dirt what I'm putting in words.
Nuke
Hey,
like
relieves
Duke
the
Kill
Nukem
them
or Luke
all.
like Luke Cage?
What?
Nuke.
What?
Hello?
That's me.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey,
Nuke.
what's up, Nuke?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Dun,
Thank
Nuke
you.
like
dun,
Newt Gingrich or nukes like nuclear fission?
It's,
Nuke, before you start talking, make sure you don't talk over other people.
yeah, no, I was gonna say I don't want to accidentally do that. I didn't expect to join or be added. I was just
Too
kind of
late.
listening into the
5
conversation.
minute cognitive dissonance, man.
Sounds like a reasonable
I
bloke,
see.
man.
I see that and double it.
All
Can't
right,
you
so
see me, the
man, welcome to the
leave
server,
off
man.
5%?
What brought you to the server?
I don't know. I just like listening to different perspectives. So you know.
yeah. So I'm guessing you're the perspective that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I think Earth is a globe.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to back that up?
I mean, no, but I don't really have any evidence to back that up. No,
Okay.
it's just sort of a hunch that I get, and I'd like to hear why maybe it's not correct.
You want us to disprove your hunch?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maggie, you want to disprove the hunch that he's got attached to him?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead.
All right, Nuke. There's 3 physical claims that the globe Earth makes, and if you can answer them honestly, we'll find out if that little hunch you have is correct or not. How about that?
Oh wait. Sorry. My pizza just got here.
What kind of pizza is it?
Well,
Spherical pizza.
That's
was-
good. Just help him obfuscate. Ask him how much it cost and who he got it from.
Well, he already left,
Is
but
it
it's our
flat?
interesting
You get any
timing.
extra sauces or
No.
anything like
I
that?
guess he'll be
Like,
back.
is it like
Walk.
Papa John's where you can get like
Walk on home, boy.
pepperonis or
I guess you guys could do the 3 points with Dave.
He came back.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I'm about to put my GIF in the live stream.
Let's do it with Dave. Duh.
Oh shoot! It's gonna be a
Oh,
long
shit.
night
You have
for
to
Mike.
unmute him again.
Mike, slowly back away from the mic.
No. I'm getting ready to just hammer the whole lobby, damn it. I'm about to ace mix super loud that shit and make it a verb. Is it too loud, bro? I can turn it down.
Mike's never here whenever they check for Mike. I don't get it.
Perfect for me.
How's
Yeah,
that?
no, it's
back,
dude, Metalmod, you're always a little loud, but we know you do that on purpose, all right?
Nuke.
How's that?
Got your pizza already?
Hey,
What's
what's
that, am
going
I
on,
back?
everybody?
Am I
Better?
back?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, you're back.
man,
It's a question.
shut up.
Yeah, sorry, I
Trying
had
to
to
do
get
a mic check. Is that better?
That is, yeah. Can you continue telling me why my hunch is incorrect.
Miggy.
Right.
I can kick
Right,
you in
so
the
there's-
head and boot you out the door. Keep interrupting my mic check.
Your mic's good, Mike. Miggy.
Thank
Right.
you.
So there's 3 physical claims that the globe Earth makes. The first one is that the Earth has curvature, right? Second
Yeah.
one is that the Earth is spinning on its axis, axial rotation. And the third one is that gas
Oh,
pressure.
wait, sorry, my mom's calling me.
Yeah.
Ah!
Ban the bastard.
Man, that motherfucker, man. Where's he at? What's his name? Point him out
I'm
or
gonna
I'm
let you-
muting you too.
I'm gonna let you guys handle my light work, man, because
I don't think you should ban that guy. I think he's being genuine.
Dave, shut up.
I haven't
Ban
even,
him.
I
Ban
haven't
him
even,
too.
Genuine.
I haven't
Ban
even
him
begun
too.
to define myself.
That's funny. Half Dave.
Oh my God! You just gotta kick nerds out the way to even talk. What the fuck? Who's the other guy? Damn it! Speak now. 5 of you. Fight to answer that shit.
It was platypus.
Oh, yeah, I'm back.
No, the other guy. Nope. See, nobody wants to trip over each other to answer that question. What is the problem here?
What is the problem here? Oh, I just sat back down like 30 seconds ago. What was the question?
Do you got pizza too, motherfucker?
What?
It must be a full moon tonight, man. What's going on?
No,
I'm telling you, people are off the fucking hook.
telling you.
I got pizza on the hook, man.
Dude, I would kill for some pizza right now. As I want pizza so bad that I would say, you know what? Maybe that laser test thing had something there. Maybe there was something there.
If you're successful at eliminating the target, I'll order you an extra large.
He is drunk, man. I said pizza and he was like, oh, man.
We have Pepsi canned sardines or whatever the fuck his name is. We got you want sardines with that? With your pizza, platypus? Come on, you are like a fish eater, right?
Anchovies? No, dude.
Anchovies.
You're a platypus.
And they ask why did they
Platypus
lie
should be
to
all
say
about it.
pizza.
Dave is asking me to be unmuted.
When it comes
He's
to
a fake
pizza,
platypus, just
No,
like
no.
his fake globe.
pizza,
No.
it's green pepper, onion, and seasoned beef. Oh, so delicious.
You don't even know how to pretend to be an actual fucking platypus, do you? What was that called? When you like, never mind. There's a word, a big word about like giving human traits.
Anthropomorphized.
Attention, the drunk police. We are on patrol.
I can't believe I
Be
remember
very
that.
careful. Be very careful on the server.
New drinking game. Every time platypus says anthropomorphize, you have to take a drink.
Okay, mute him.
Anthropomorphized? That's not a fucking word.
Actually, it is. No, yeah.
No, actually, it's not.
Anthropomorphic. It's hard to say. Fication, whatever that's or.
Woo, woo, woo. Pick up that one. Lunatic.
Yeah,
I think
actually,
it's
it's pathetic
Again.
fallacy.
Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah,
Sonny.
I stand corrected. It's anthropomorphize.
There you go. Now you got it. Thank you. Lou, check
Oh.
yourself.
Okay. I tried to read it the other day. For some reason, it came up and it was actually spelled the wrong way then because I was like reading it. I'm like, that is a really hard word to say. And that makes more sense, actually. So thank you, actually.
You're welcome. Don't doubt me ever again.
I'll try not.
All right.
You know a word that I can't say?
Honesty.
Anti-Semitic.
Honest. How about integrity? That's you probably can't say that shit.
Anti-Semitic.
What about morality?
That's it. Like that word I've never been able to say.
What about truth? When you say truth?
Truth. Yeah, try that one. Truth, integrity, character. Yeah. Try that.
Globe. There you go.
You don't have to worry about the anti-Semitic thing. It's like a made-up word. I've met some racist people in my life. It's never been about the language.
No, I just can't say the word. Ignore me. I'm drunk. Unless
We've
I
been doing that for
do it.
years.
Oh, the feelings mutual, buddy.
Oh, yeah. If you weren't my friend, I don't think I could bear it. Fucking clown.
Hey, I used to
wonder-
say all hands. I used to say attention on deck when you came in here, but that was, back when I respected you. And
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck whether you respect. I don't care. Fuck off. And when you get there, fuck off even further.
Where's your
There you go,
testicular
Fuzzy. Thanks.
fortitude?
I got an idea.
Put some
Tell
bass
him
in
to
your
fuck
voice,
off until-
son.
Tell him to fuck off until he gets to the horizon.
And then keep on fucking.
Clear.
Because the horizon move, eh?
Fuzzy, you're right on time, man. That was really quick with that.
It's like a fuck off to infinity, right?
That this dizzy son of a bitch before he left wanted to fucking sideswipe me. He wanted to attach me with density and buoyancy. Why would you do that?
I am curious as to what your explanation is for why things accelerate toward the surface of the Earth.
Why things accelerate to the surface? What about helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, methane, fucking water vapor, and the shit that comes out of your blowhole? Hot air.
Nope. Nuh-uh. No, you ain't getting me off of that.
You ain't getting me off of
Why?
that. What the fuck does that mean?
You ain't getting me off of that.
Sounds like a country song. You ain't getting me off of that.
I'm gonna write a new song.
You see, there's this water gas.
Explain to me
Water
how
gas.
that you
All that
seem
water
to,
gas
you seem
from
to
the gas
believe in
pump
that.
on the dome.
You seem to believe in that dang old buoyancy thing and the dang old density and
Just because that we have flat earthers in here doesn't mean what is
Oh,
up
that'd be
with this
funny.
density buoyancy shit.
That'd be funny if when I get really drunk I just start talking like Boomhauer from King of
It'd
the
be
Hill.
funny if you had a fucking coherent point. Why would you want to ask me about density and buoyancy when I never even talk about
Well,
this?
you like to talk about necessary antecedents, particularly when we talk about atmospheric pressure, and your
Yeah.
stance is that a container is a necessary antecedent to having pressure.
Yeah.
Well, applying that logic to what
It's not
goes up,
logic.
goes down, what goes up
That's
goes
not
down.
logic.
Goes boom, boom,
It's not
goes
logic.
splash, splash. As
It's
you
not
like to
logic.
Say.
It's
Hold
not.
on.
I keep on saying this. I don't know why you keep on over talking me. You need to stop. Number one, it's not logic. There is no syllogism that says that shit. Where'd you get logic from?
Oh my Christ!
Yeah. It's in the definition. It's defined that way.
Uh-huh.
Gas pressure requires one of the causes for gas pressure is the container. It's not logic.
How about you tell me all of the necessary antecedents to acceleration?
What's accelerate mean?
It is a hold on.
Holy shit.
Hold on, drunken brain calculating.
Oh my God, you're a pretender clown. But we already knew that. You should already know that right off the top of your head if you knew what you're talking about. This is what they do. Let me tell you what these guys do. You're gonna hear it on Monday with McBooger Eater McToon. What they do is they wait for their Wiki or Discovery Channel pseudoscientists to vomit something, and what they do is they start lapping up the surface puke, and then what they do is they regurgitate it to each other in their honey creeper beaks, and if they don't repeat what they regurgitated from the putrid cud that they just gave everyone, then they say that they're ignorant. Science deniers. There's the game. This fucking guy's talking about acceleration. He doesn't even know what it is. Acceleration should be on the top of your head. If you knew what you were talking about, you'd already know what acceleration is. You already know what velocity is. You already know it. It's automatic, right? But you're just making shit up from Wiki and Discovery Channel. You're busted. We already knew that years ago. You're a clown.
Repeat, regurgitate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still can't have it without force being added.
Force? What's force?
Question.
You fucking dumbass, you. You're saying these things. You don't even know what they mean.
You're an
Shut
arguer.
the fuck up. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass. You're spreading your ignorance around to everyone in the room, and you're making them dumber for listening to you.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm just making sure because these are new headphones. Sorry.
Sounds good. I just checked. I was checking, Miggy. I thought you might have boot scooted. Let me look down here. It's boot scooting time.
Yeah, it's just about boot scooting time. We're winding down.
We didn't wind up. This has been a waste.
Yeah.
It felt like we were getting going there for a little bit, and then, I don't know.
Yeah, we covered some ground, but you weren't here for that.
Oh, sorry. My power was out for 3 hours.
What?
Yeah. Any little wind or rainstorm, look out. I'm getting fucking tired of it too. They're gonna get a piece of my mind.
I was just gonna say, man, I thought you were the kind of guy to get on the whole man. What the hell?
Yeah, I am that person. You damn Skippy.
I'm working over here. Yeah.
Call up and say, "What the fuck?"
Come on. Kind of
Who you
clown
gonna-
show you got running over there anyway?
Who are you gonna call?
You call the power company that's in charge of the area. They're just it's just a clusterfuck.
I can hear you on the phone. No, I don't want to talk to the secretary. Put me through the guy in the back. Just arguing with them.
Yeah, the one in charge. Can I talk to your supervisor? And then just say that. Keep on saying that until I get to the top guy, and just say, "What the fuck, man?"
I want to ask something related to the flat Earth, and also to a video that it's not one of the people, it's a couple people in the server have promoted. I was like not briefed on what was the white swan photo in contrast to the black swan photo, because like I was never told
You
if it
definitely
was.
did miss it because it wasn't a white swan; it was also a black swan.
Yeah, there is actually no
we,
white
we
swan.
we only infer we it's a good guess that it's a white swan, meaning that a black swan, meaning that it still beats the expected curvature rate. Like, it's still a horizon that's beyond 1.2 miles. But we don't really have demarcation because there's no rig or any marker closer than that 6 point whatever miles it is.
I know, but what I'm saying is one of the photos actually showed one of the oil rigs below the horizon, but I'm not sure if that's photoshopped or what. I was never really told.
What? Whoa, wait a second. That allows me in, Lou.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the photos showed that one of the rigs was below the horizon, and what's that mean?
I mean, I just saw that and I was a little confused. I mean,
why?
Well, because if it is indeed a flat horizon, and I agree that the Earth is flat. Just so you know, I've been here for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this particular photo shows one of the oil rigs below the horizon.
Yeah, like
and
that one.
let me see. Where's
At
the
20 minutes after the hour, photo B.
photo B? Yep.
Yeah. Would you like to read the text beneath both black
Okay,
swan photos?
let's see. These two photos were taken on the same camera of height 4 days apart. Not only A or B are black swans, both are three focus horizon. Your physical sphere edge horizon blocks building and boats has moved. Does your spinning monkey ball inflate and deflate? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't. Is it like an effect that happens then? Is that the case?
Yeah,
Like,
it is an effect. And you know, B is also a black swan. You know
oh
why?
yeah, I know, but I was just trying to say the white swan for reference. But yeah,
There is no white swan. All photos are black swans. This is a black
Yeah.
swan photo. Only thing.
Wait.
Only thing.
Can
that-
someone explain what the difference between a white swan and a black swan is? I'm new
Yeah,
here,
one's
so I
white
don't
and one's
exactly know.
black. That's it.
Somebody
Um,
ban Nuke.
somebody ban him.
I'm just trying to learn about the flat Earth.
No, you're not. Get out of
Why
here.
would you say that I'm not?
Because you're a numpty. Get out of here.
because you're.
I just went through an extensive
Get outta
vetting
here,
process.
man.
Wait, who the
I
hell
just
is
went through an
that?
extensive
talking
vetting.
This
like
is the
that?
guy that left for
That's-
pizza. The second time I started explaining to him,
That's
he left for
Nuke again. Yeah. Then his mom.
I bet he Dutch ovens himself.
But his mom's over here with me. Do you want some more coffee, honey?
Damn, man, this is bad. Completely off the rails. Back to the discussion.
Hey, send her my way when you're done. I need a roast beef and cheddar.
Anyway, about the picture, the original video is at 20 minutes after the hour. You can look and see the height of the waves on that. Look at the still.
Oh,
I
it's
took
the
a
it's the
snapshot.
waves. He said he did mention that it was the waves. Like it was
Yeah,
really stormy on that day.
Then look, it's not stormy, but the waves are higher. You can see it. Look
Yeah,
at the
the
video.
waves
You
are
can
higher.
see
Yeah.
he's actually right on the floor when that water is really close. It says sea level. He probably is right
Who's
at
being
sea level
called?
almost. I don't
Your
know.
mom.
So at 21 minutes after, you'll see the screenshot I took of the same video. The title of the video is Magnification Sea Level. And you can
Yeah.
see the snapshot I took. You see that? Look how big those waves are.
Let's see.
You can do this yourself.
Who's talking? Who's talking? I'm not looking at the voice chat.
Sunny is
Honey.
talking.
Okay. So platforms, habitat, hill house, magnification, sea level.
Yeah, you gotta look at that video. Go to about, what is that, 2 minutes
And 9
yeah,
seconds.
They go to about like 1 minute 50 and start watching there. 1 minute 45 and start watching there.
Got it. Let me see.
Mhm.
1 minute and.
You'll see how big a difference the waves are gonna make. A big difference.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, the waves are bigger.
Yeah,
So
so they just took a shot where the waves were peaking up, and it looks like it's fairly level. Like 'cause
so
you can find
basically the
spots.
tides were different. Is that what you're saying?
No, the waves themselves. Like if you have a 2-foot
okay.
wave one day, then you have a 5-foot wave the next day. It makes
Oh
a big
yeah,
difference.
yeah. I thought that depended on the tides, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
All
the
right.
tides too, because tides are going to move a mass of water in. So if the
Yeah,
tides coming
exactly.
in and then the waves are bigger, you're going to notice a difference there.
I seriously wonder if like, well, not if, but what causes the tides on Earth as far as the flat Earth goes. Like,
No, what causes tides? Because we live on a flat Earth. What causes tides? Can you validate that, or do you want a good
No.
story about it?
Nah, I'm just saying. I just wonder. Like,
Nope. No one has an answer to that.
We don't know. We
Yeah.
don't know what causes tides. None of the large lakes. There's huge lakes. There's really insignificant tides. What does it say? Something like
Yeah,
3 to.
That was
even in
more
the
of a.
even in
It
the
was
Great
more of
Lakes, I looked it up, and it's fractions of an inch, like that they claim it is, and I don't even know how you would actually measure that. It's just got to be calculated. Like that's just
Yeah.
all it is.
Yeah. I'm just. It wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement. It wasn't really supposed to be like, oh, what causes the tides then, huh? No, it wasn't that. It was just me asking. Well, not asking, but saying that I don't really know what causes the tides.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do that. They say, well, what causes the tides? Like they got the correct answer in the hopper. So I just go back in the hopper and rip it to shreds.
Yeah. It's just.
It's real easy. It'll embarrass them. So I hope for that question.
Oh, by the way, you do sound like actually no, you're probably not the guy. Never mind. I was gonna ask if you were the Globe Terminator or whatever, but I think you're the wrong guy. Never mind.
No, I'm the right guy. That's me.
Oh, that is you? Oh, I'm
Yep.
stupid. I'm sorry. but yeah, I saw your videos, they're really cool. And I did want to ask you one question. Well, I know you can't really answer this, maybe not, but what do you think the alleged
I like my
UFO?
women like I like my coffee. Black and straight.
What do you think the alleged UFOs and aliens are, or whatever? Like,
They're
like
not
what is?
UFOs or aliens. Yeah, that's a different subject. But you're asking me my what I know that they are. They're not aliens from another planet. There are no other planets. Their universe is all bullshit.
Yeah.
The UFOs and aliens that they're talking about, they are aliens, but they're a different type of alien. They're called fallen angels, but that's for
Oh
a
shit.
different subject area.
I knew you were gonna say that. I actually looked into that. That was actually like the Babylon working and everything. Like that was interesting. I love looking into that stuff just because you can ask a lot of questions, but most of the time you won't get answers. But sometimes there's a little bit of facts in there, and you can actually infer from that. Like not infer, but like take from that.
Somebody said they're Mexicans.
They're Mexican.
I removed it. So I didn't want to
That's a good
incriminate
one.
myself anymore.
That's a good one. And I'm not gonna lie, that was funny. But yeah, I that's what I think too, man. That's definitely my take on it. But
Gotta get over that wall somehow.
I'm talking about the demon, alien, fallen angel thing. But yeah, I get it. I'm sorry. All right. Go on with whatever you want to talk about. I just wanted to ask you that question.
Wait, did someone say Mexican?
He said that UFOs and aliens were Mexican.
I know I was doing that in honor of Gemsy though, because I know he would have said the same thing.
All right, so I'm here. I'm gonna answer the question for the guy that asked the difference
All right, what's
between
the
the
penis
white
say?
swan and the black swan. And the difference is that the black swan lives matter and the white swan doesn't matter.
This certainly seems like it. Yeah. A lot of jokes in here. We got jokes.
It's been a good night. Like people seem to be pretty quick witted tonight. We've had some good
That
laughs.
Charlie guy came back, and I was annoyed by that. I was kind of like a family reunion though, but all the while I was listening to you guys a little bit, like for about an hour before I had to go back to eating and stuff like that and talking to the family. But then what happened was I was listening to you guys and I heard that voice. And I was just like, okay, you know what? I'm just like in the background, like getting filled with rage because I'm just like, this guy is like does not stop. He doesn't know when to stop.
You said all the while you were listening to it a little bit. That's contradiction.
I know it was like an hour. I'm sorry.
That just wanted the point of order, Your Honor.
Yeah. But
no, Meggie. No.
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, I gotta head out.
All right, man.
Oh, bye.
We'll catch you, man. If I don't see you tomorrow, Miggy.
See you, man.
If I don't see you tomorrow, Miggy, Monday, man. Don't miss McToon McBooger Eater.
See you later, Space Cowboy.
Later, guys.
Watch out for that Never.
Shut the hell up, Sonny.
Watch out for that. Watch out for that Coriolis.
Don't trip over the curve.
The curve. Oh my god. We're all really funny tonight. Oh my god. Everyone's getting creative.
Could someone tell me? Could someone tell me where the moon is tonight? I'd appreciate that. Where's the moon tonight?
Another difference between the white swan and the black swan is that the white swan is racist and the black swan is not racist.
If we can turn on the camera firms, I will show you a moon.
Hey, QE, are you going to have McToon on live, or is it something that's pre-recorded?
It's a numpty clip.
Oh, okay.
It's pre-recorded.
That guy's a meathead, boy.
You don't know the half of it. It's curtains for him Monday.
Yeah,
he did a
meathead.
He did a debate with Witchit about, I don't know when, like a few months ago, and the kid was getting killed. No, it was some kid versus Witchit, and McToon was the moderator, and Witchit was killing this kid. So about like halfway through, McToon got like involved, and it just turned into a big mess. He treated Witchit like such shit. It was disgusting.
Oh my god.
Officially Monday, it's over. It's death certificate time. You'll see.
Jesus Christ, you fucking killed him.
Why are you kicking the guy while he's down, QE?
Well,
stop. He's already dead.
You're
Why
asking
not?
me why I shot an unarmed man? He should have armed himself.
Good answer. I like that answer. Okay.
He should have armed himself. He should have bought a gun. You want a gun? Buy it.
The Unforgiven.
Went to a gunfight with a pea shooter.
Peace. A BB gun.
When he chose to defend that there globe, he should have chose to arm himself first.
Yeah. So many trolls that come into the server, bro. I'm scared that it's gonna get raided. But
who will win a shooting competition? I bet Flat Earthers, because Glovers take account Coriolis, right? And they will miss the shot. They're taking that into calculation.
Yeah. Also, you don't need to worry about it being rated because that's something we love.
Cool. Let's see.
Just means a lot of people.
Batamal, you're down for a shooting competition with Glovers?
A what?
A shooting
competition
with Glover?
Yeah. Shooting or shooting?
Shooting.
I got money says there's maybe 1-2 people here that might be able to shoot with me. And I got money says that none of you will outshoot me. None of you.
You sound like
We'll have really simple rules. We just make sure that the Globers account for Coriolis, and we don't have to.
Yeah,
Now, first
makes
Mike,
you sound like a Nukem character.
Now, first Mike, he said Globers versus Flat Earthers, but you added on. I'll take that fucking Pepsi challenge.
Hey, can I chime in? Can I chime in with a quick question,
yes,
real quick?
yes, I did challenge the whole off the poop deck. Get your rifle. Challenge on the table.
Yeah. I'd have to take that.
Battle
I'll
mod. You
go.
sound like.
I want to go.
Oh, no.
Hey, I'm getting ready to get off for the night. I just got one
Oh,
last quick
all right.
question, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, Flatterpus, are you gonna participate on the shooting competition?
What shooting competition?
Globers versus Flat Earthers.
What is that?
We can take
That's
this,
where
buddy.
Globers park their head at the end of the range and trust in Coriolis for the bullet to
Yeah,
miss them.
right. I'm not shooting at nobody, but I know somewhere where I could rent the entire range for the weekend and
Hey, I
be
got
able to shoot up to 1,100 yards. It's called the Back Nine in Concord, Michigan.
Hey, you put an
Nice.
M16. You put an M16 in my hands, and I got a 3.5-inch grouping at about
Do you think you're
90
gonna
yards,
shoot
man. I'll go to the range with anybody.
90
That's
yards?
1,100 meter
Oh
range.
my God, I'm fucking intimidated. Yeah,
That's 1,100. Hey, Mike.
yards.
Guys, I'm
Don't
just-
worry about that numpty dipshit. 11. You said 1,100 meter range?
No, I said 90 yards.
Not you. Shut the fuck
God
up.
damn it. No, 1,100 yards. You can shoot out 1,000 yards up to 1,100 yards.
That is a nice range.
Yeah, it was 900, but they bought more property and we pushed the woods back and piled up a lot more dirt, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, the nicest range around here that I've ever shot at. I'm not like a huge shooter. I don't even own any guns of my own. But I like shooting. I have plenty of friends who do, and I go with them. But
Sure.
the biggest range, it was a big deal when they opened up their 300-yard range. Like it's the biggest range around. So
Yeah, the MC got tired of only being able to shoot out to 400 yards, so we all chipped in and built our own range. We called
That's
it the
nice.
Back
Yep.
Nine, and it was
Yep.
called the Back Nine because it was 900 yards to start.
That's friggin' nice.
that's so far, dude. That is huge.
Yeah.
I actually
dude,
I was at the 300-yard range around here one time, and there was a must have been, military or whatever, but guy with a fucking 50 cal fucking sniper shooting when we pulled in, and with the windows rolled up inside the cab like 50 yards away, it like still sent a shockwave through my chest when he fired that thing.
Dude, listen, you can see county sheriffs, state troopers, and bikers shooting side by side every day of the week here, and we charge them more. Plus, all casings are ours as soon as they hit the ground.
Battle mod. You sound like Duke Nukem because of your mic.
Hail to the chief.
Yes. Oh my god. I love that character for some reason. Just his voice and the cheesy shit that he does is funny. Like in the video game sake.
Man, when I first got that shit, my mom come in the bedroom and slapped me all up. Just slapped me up. I heard you fucking in here, boy, and I'm like, no, Mom, it's the video game. And she said, bullshit, you was trying to sound like John Wayne. I was like, oh my God, Dad. Tell Mom it's the game.
Oh my god.
I had to get her to sit down. Listen to him. I'll rip your head off and shit down your neck.
Holy shit.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum.
And I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yeah, Duke Nukem was the first good game.
Yeah, it was. And then Doom came around. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
I had fun with that game. Just killing demons. I hit left and right. You just go right through the course and everything, like the level and everything. Like you just rip through everything, and I love it.
Damn,
I'm talking about
well, you bastards
talking
are
about-
gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
I like how in the old video games, Doom guy would always just say like, all he could do was like grunt. it was funny.
Yeah.
It was.
Don't have time to play with myself. I know all his quotes.
Nice.
Groovy.
Let me
That's
see.
one doomed space marine.
Dude, my fucking neighbors have been celebrating the 4th of July since a week before the 4th of July. They're still firing off fireworks right now.
That sounds like a true American. Just the Independence Month. That's it.
This is one of my faves. Your face, your ass, what's the difference? Yeah, the Amish people hate me around here, Lou, for the whole week.
Oh my god. You have Amish people near you? Bro.
Yeah, they're good people. They just
I can't imagine like living next to an Amish community because like those I've never seen one. I've only actually no, I've seen one, but it was very brief and I was asleep the whole time.
Oh my god. How did you see them sleeping? They're just people, bro. They're just people.
I saw them in the okay, so my mom was driving the car when I was little and she brought me to like an Amish community that was like picking I guess it was like bananas or something off the trees or something like that. I don't know. It was weird. But it was so surreal because when we got there I was like fully asleep and then she told me to wake up. I opened my eyes and saw the Amish people and I was like, cool. And then I just fell asleep. It was fun.
They're just people, bro. They just have class and style.
Yes. I was just like, cool, and then I fell asleep. That's it. That's all I remember.
Hey, depending on where you're at, when your car or truck breaks down, you'll be glad you're near Amish.
Yeah.
City folk don't really stop much for people that are broke down. They don't give a shit about you.
Yeah, they really don't. They just like even hillbillies will probably try to help you more than city people.
Come up with a piece of straw in his mouth. You got a flat there, buddy?
Yeah.
It depends on the city person. I'm a motorhead, so I'd stop to offer help.
Yeah.
Right, but how many real motorheads do you find like in big clumps? Like real motorheads.
There's a lot in Michigan, so I can throw a
If
rock and
you're
hit a
wearing
gearhead.
if you're wearing high heels, I'll even stop if I'm on my way to an appointment.
Bro. I've only seen motorheads
high
in
heels, I'm towing you. I'm break out the
Michigan
trailer.
Michigan better have a bunch of motorheads. Y'all got the factories that started all this.
It's gearhead, guy. It's gearhead. Get it right.
Gearhead. Big wheels in my
I
head.
got ethanol pumping through my veins.
My adrenaline is nitrous.
I used to feed my car Everclear to clean out the injectors every once in a while.
Ethanol?
Everclear.
Yeah, I just keep up the filtration system.
Nothing wrong with that. A little race gas.
Nah. Most cars will run on most cars will run on E80, just not for a long time.
Right. I'd throw in a little Everclear every once in a while, clean her up.
Start busting gaskets and shit.
The Goatful Dead. I've never seen. All right. It's not just real. It's surreal anymore.
One far now.
The Amish are more intelligent than most of the morons that roam the earth. I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
Movies about stuff like that. For richer, for poor. That's a funny movie.
Yeah.
Is that what is that? The thing you just sent, Battle Mod?
It's a 350 punch to a 355. It's a 4-bolt main.
I have no idea what that is because I know nothing about cars yet. All right. But all I know is that it looks cool, and I like it.
I machined that right here on my own property. Polish the cranks, all that.
Yep.
You got a boring machine, Battle Mod?
A hone, yes.
Oh, a hone?
I got a hone.
All right.
Yeah. I got a couple different ways to hone here, bro. I can mount the piston drill on top. You know, I got a magnetic drill where I can put it in the hone. I got a large hone. It's an old school one. Made by Acme Greenlee.
See, I'd have yanked his leg a little bit and be like, "Nah, man, we ain't building no holes through no mountain."
I could just see you run it up and down to put the perfect crosshatch on it, Battle Mod.
Well, and then you got to do the micro finish.
Yep.
Look, that motor's pretty much done. That's just a motor for my nephew. One of his play cars. He's putting in an old Cutlass. You can do a lot with a 350. I got 350 blocks for days, dude.
Oh yeah, they're great blocks. Absolutely.
If I see a 79 Impala wagon in the field, bro, I stop and get it. You know what I'm saying? I like them 4-bolt mains.
Oh yeah. They're kind of hard to find around here now.
They're getting there here too. They are getting there.
Get a couple of hell crates and call it a day.
Couple crate motors.
The hell crate, heck yeah.
Or
Why
a
not?
Hellcat crate motor.
Mm.
Because I can build better.
Yeah, me too.
Why not get a 572, right?
Yeah. Or anything, just custom. I mean, I built a 500-inch for my car. D-stroke to crank, so it was a 3920 stroke, and it spun up to 10,000 RPM.
Yep. We used to do them old Cadillacs for that, right? Get that 500 out of that old Cadillac, and we're going to be doing some shit, son. Let me tell you what, when we're done here, we're going to be smoking the doors off them sons of bitches.
Yeah, there were only a few people pushing that many RPMs back in 1970.
I don't know. 70 were pretty advanced. 79's when I started getting. At 7 years old, I was seeing horsepower. Cobra jet engines.
Right, but I'm talking RPM. He's saying 10,000 RPM.
Oh yeah, that's
Seeing
was in
that in 1970 was rare, and there were only a few people.
No, mine was in 1987, but it was a totally custom block. It was a marine block, machined 250 thousandths over, so it was a 4.5-inch piston, 3920 stroke. It had a piano string around the cylinders, copper gasket, aluminum dart heads. I mean, it was balls to the walls, pro stock engine, and they all spun at 10,000 RPM.
Yeah.
Most engines like that, anyway.
He's not talking about that shit kids play with.
No, I'm talking about something somebody actually put the time to do the math down to every little dot and tittle, including custom bearings, just to make sure that he could pull over 10,000 RPMs in 1970s.
Oh,
The
well,
mid 1970s?
Yeah, I did it in 87 to 89. So, yeah. They're spending.
I'm still learning.
Pro stockers are spending them 15,000 right now. They've got rev limiters. They made them put on. They limit them to 15,000 RPM right now.
Right. Now,
now.
The guy that I'm talking about was out of Texas. I think he had his up to like 15 or 16,000 RPM in the 70s. And that was unheard of back then. Like, seriously unheard of.
Must have been a real short stroke. It's all I can say to go that high. Back then.
Right. I don't know. I'd have to talk to his kid. Right now, me and his kid are at odds. He hates the flat Earth logic. He hates the logic. Can't believe he picked up a damn soccer ball to show me triangulation. Oh.
I'll tell you what, I can take a 70s car right now and put 10,000 RPMs in it. Give me a Trans Am. But in 70s, no, we were daydreaming about the shit we got now.
His last name is Vida. That I remember.
I had a little Chevy 302 that I spun it up to 95 in my little Nova. But it had a rev kit and everything in it, roller cam, rev kit. That's extra springs over the push rods. To keep the valves from smacking.
Yeah. As soon as you said that, I was thinking 340. But technology changes. This is true.
Oh yeah, they got such better springs now. It's crazy. I mean, way better valve springs.
Yep.
They're expensive though. Fuck. $500-$600 a set.
Okay, so is it karaoke time?
Are we gonna do it, guys?
I see you're back in here. Yeah.
Okay,
look, if
I'm
you-
down, guys. I'm scared, but let's fucking do it. I want Helio to go first. I volunteer him.
I ain't heard Helio yet.
He's probably somewhere drinking and listening.
He's at the get together tonight.
Helio.
Hey,
Oh, Helio.
hey, you know that sexy Godric. Tell me it ain't. God rocking.
Okay, don't
I
start
hear ya.
fussing your cars and shit, Mike. You get
Sorry,
me
what'd you
distracted.
say? I missed that. Sorry.
I said, tell me that new motor ain't sexy.
Oh yeah, that's bad to the bone for sure. It's all dolled up. All that braided, fucking stainless braided line that cost you some money. All them Aeroquip fittings. Holy shit.
Well,
Okay, we need a volunteer for the first song for karaoke.
We volunteer you, Truth.
Come on, who's
Yeah.
look? I wasn't even preparing for it. Like all these people that have known about it have a song ready. I wasn't
Hey,
even
I got-
preparing for it. So I want to know who's got the biggest balls of all.
I got a nephew that works at Aeroquip. I get a discount. It's right here in Jackson.
Can we post those kind of photos now?
What kind of photos? Big balls?
He said, "Who's got the biggest balls of all?" We can post those now.
Well,
No, it's the first one to go. The first one to go on karaoke night have the biggest ones. So let's go. Who's got the
I'm
biggest one?
so scared.
That
How
means
I
last
feel
night
about
I'm the
the
one.
Adventures never.
You got like 30 songs on your SoundCloud, and you're scared to sing tonight.
No! Well, because you guys are
Like,
all.
what do you think people? What do you think people like me who did one song and
So
and,
Joe
and is
Page
critical
say
about
I've
it,
got the biggest
Lou,
balls.
you
or
should
somebody
go.
who's
You're
done
more
none?
confident.
I've got big balls, and they're such big balls.
Or
They're
Mike.
fancy big balls.
Mike has a song.
Mike ain't wrote no songs. I was singing AC/DC.
No, you
And
picked one out.
And my balls are always bouncing from
Donkey
the left
one.
and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night.
Do we have to kick it off with a hymn just to get her to sing?
A hymn? Did he say a hymn?
Absolutely.
Are you gonna sing gospel?
I figured something like Jesus Loves Me. Yes, Jesus. That'll get her started.
Let's
Where's
do
Drake? Drake. Drake. Done Drake's got the bot set up or whatever? Didn't he say he had that?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about this. I don't know how to do the karaoke thing.
I know nothing.
You know, I know how to use the bot, but I know nothing about doing karaoke through it.
I figured we would just play instrumental songs and people would just sing over that.
Oh shit.
Yes. Oh shit.
Oh my gosh. It's like I was looking. Are you even serious? All this talk, I came in and it's like everybody's talking about karaoke night as if everybody gotten together and decided, and then no one is doing it.
Just like a few people talked about it last night, and like
I'll
Kai
tell
is
you
like,
what.
No, we did it last night. I sung. I did a rap. I don't even know how to rap. I didn't even grow up listening to rap, but I did my best.
Oh, I
I'll tell
missed
you
it.
what
Can
I'll
you do it
do.
again?
I'll tell you what I'll do.
No, I can't
I'll
do
roll
it
up
again. I
one
don't
of
even know what I
those.
said. It probably didn't even make sense.
I'll tell you what I can do for y'all. You see that beautiful Bruce banner in the live stream? I
Sing it. You gonna mail me some of that? Is that what you're saying, Batman?
didn't want to interrupt the first song. I was gonna say I promise I'll roll one of those and smoke it for y'all.
Hell, let me reach for my bot. Dun 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 dun.
Go ahead, Elijah. Continue.
Well, give somebody the song. Give Drace the song name, and he'll get you the instrumental. I'm guessing. We'll just play the instrumental over the bot. Is that what we're saying, Drace? I mean, I can pick one we can all sing. Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. The sounds of the dog bring me to another day.
Oh.
It's a 572, bro. I said
I only
it. Why
drink
not
once
get
a
a
year.
572?
I only drink once a year, and I went to the liquor store and got some just for this night. And I even shaved my legs for this. So come on, let's not let it go to waste.
Okay.
You're gonna do a dance? You're gonna dance for us?
I
To go
shaved some other areas for this.
Okay, I
Picture
will
it
go
ain't
first.
true.
If no one is going to go, I will fucking go first, guys.
I'm also ready with my parody, so
Hey
yeah,
guys,
you
hey,
can go
real
first.
quick.
I can go second.
Can I chime in real quick before this gets started?
I don't know. You called me a liar, and I'm still like upset over that. But go ahead.
Well, are you drinking right now?
What does that matter?
It'll matter. Just let me know.
Does that matter whether or not I'm
Hold
a
on,
liar or
it
not?
almost counts. I think that almost
I-
counts as another one of Platypus saying I'm drunk. Like, go ahead and take your
No,
shot.
negative. That does not count.
How many
Are you
times
drinking?
did you say it?
Oh yeah, I'm drinking. Like,
You owe me $1 for every time you've said
okay,
that.
hold
tonight.
on. So I want everybody to do me a favor. If you're drinking, I got the last. I'm about to polish off the last of this bottle, and then go pass out for the night. I got to get offline. So anybody who's drinking,
Why do you have to get off? Is it because you're drunk and you're out of alcohol?
anybody who's yeah,
Okay,
it
you
is because if I had
interrupted
more,
the first
if I had
song
more,
of drunk karaoke night to tell us that.
I will never forget that you called me a liar.
Stop interrupting drunk karaoke night. Kai's about to sing. I'm about to play her song.
Okay.
Toast.
Good night. Congress on the baby. Good job.
Okay, guys, I really wrote this. So it's slow version. I used to have the biggest crush on Elon Musk because I thought he was amazing. I used to watch Star Wars.
Hold on. We gotta balance. We gotta balance the volume. You're too quiet over the
Oh,
song.
okay.
So, well, let me check where the volume on the bot is at. All right, we're at 90 right now. Let me drop it to like 50 and see if that's
Okay.
better.
Thanks, Lou. I was thinking that myself, bro.
All right, I'm gonna resume in a second. Or do you want me to start it over?
Amazing.
Yeah, start it over.
All right. It's probably gonna play. I'm just gonna have to. Or who took? Let's see. But then that was this Carrie Underwood, right?
Yep.
what was that? Is that before he cheats?
Yes.
Okay. Great.
You are supposed to be staying quiet, sir.
But it's before
Nobody
they
told me that I had to stay quiet. Fuck you.
This is to all the Globers out there who wants to cheat the lies,
all the
the truth with the lies of the globe.
All right, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I used to have the biggest crush on Elon Musk because I thought he was amazing. I used to watch Star Wars because Princess Leia was a childhood favorite. I used to think aliens could come down for an invasion. But now I know, and I learned the truth about the world. But that's the place not to go, 'cause high pressure always goes to Louisville Slugger and Killville Night. Pseudoscience needs to die. Oh, maybe next time they'll think or they die. I used to think Earth's curvature had already been measured and proven. I used to trust bullshit coming from fools like Einstein and Newton. I used to think that flat Earth was only meant for stupid. But now I know I learned that it's about the love. The natural mistake has got to go. The cow pressure always comes to love. The Louisville Slugger and Kill Bill 9. The pseudoscience needs to go. Maybe next time we'll think before they lie. Oh shit. Cause the next time that they lie, you'll kiss that spinning ball goodbye. You'll kiss that spinning ball goodbye. Truth about the globe, the vacuum of space has got to go. Cause high pressure always flows to love. It's a Louisville Slugger and Kill Bill 9. Pseudoscience needs to die. Oh, maybe next time before they lie. Oh, maybe next time before they lie.
Great job.
Very good.
Great voice too. That was good.
Thanks.
Obviously it's live, so it wasn't completely balanced, but it sounded good. In the beginning, most of the lyrics I couldn't get a little bit, but that was good.
I love the Bill Nye part.
Thanks. The beginning, I'll just read the beginning lyrics so you can know what they were. I used to have the biggest crush on Elon Musk because I thought he was amazing. I used to watch Star Wars because Princess Leia was a childhood favorite. I used to think aliens could come down for an invasion, but now I know.
Actually, I have another little tip to help out with this too. In Groovy Command is where we do the bot. If we have to give people who are gonna sing the DJ role at least temporarily and then take it away. And then we can just type in dash lyrics when we queue up the song and it'll pull the lyrics up right there in Discord
Okay.
for you.
It wasn't because he was Elon Musk. It's because he's a James Bond villain.
So yeah, I mean, we can use the bot. Getting the balance right is going to be kind of tough. I also think, just another suggestion, if you're singing, I think you should turn your sensitivity bar, go into your voice and video settings, and turn your audio sensitivity all the way to the left so that it picks up every breath and everything like that while you're singing. Otherwise, you're going to cut in and out, which there was a little bit of that happening with UK. Yeah,
There was
Good
a lot of
work,
that
Lou, for
happening.
pointing that out, Lou.
Yeah, there was a lot of that happening. So if you could record it sometime so we could hear it properly, I would love to hear it properly. Or maybe do what Lou said and redo it later or something. Only if you want to, though.
Well, Drace
Yeah,
is
I
next,
started
so make
on
sure
my
Drace
phone.
has his setting ready.
Yeah, I just finished moving it to the side and everything.
You heard of gas pressure? Well, this is peer pressure, little lady.
Okay, guys, I did it. Now it's someone's turn.
Now it's my
Well
turn to cross and
Go,
blow.
Jace!
Bravo, bravo.
Here's my song. It's a Magic Rude parody. So enjoy. Saturday morning, jumped out of bed and got on the Discord. Got my argument, it's all legit. You cannot fight it. Head in the cup, proof in my hand. I asked you a question. I know that gas is available space. Yeah. Can I have it go for the rest of my life? Say yes, cause I need to know. You say I can't sit and compete no matter how I try. God bless my friend. There is no hope. Why you gotta tell the truth? Don't you know I'm educated too? Why you gotta tell the truth? I'm gonna marry it anyway. Marry that gold. Marry it anyway. Marry that gold. No matter what you say. Marry that gold. That's just my family. Why you gotta tell the truth? I hate to do this, you leave no choice. And live without it. Love it or hate it, you will believe it. Media programming your altar. In my mind I run away to another Narnia, you know they all agree with me. I will go anywhere they go. Can I have the go for the rest of my life? Say yes, cause I need to know. They never find proof till the day I die. Just lost my friend. There is no hope. Probably off here. Yeah, I fucked up. It's bad. But hey, I tried. That's all I
That's
got.
good. You gotta put it together. I like the reggae. That's my style.
Guys, everybody, we all have to clap.
Very good.
That's my style. Put it together and share the lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, who's next?
Battle mod.
Yes, Balamon.
Look, I'm just trying to make sure everybody gets what they want here, damn it. I'm still smoking. Come on, somebody sing a country song, damn it.
Okay, I
I wish
vote
it- my
either
hunger.
Lunatic or Elijah. One of you two has to do it.
Yeah,
Why is
I'm
it?
not planning on going
okay.
at all.
I have a question. Why
Thank
is it
you.
no one
Thank you,
truly
Mr.
listens?
Musk.
Why is it no one truly listens to country, but when it comes to karaoke, everybody's like sing a country song? I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, I listen to country, by God.
Not everybody.
But hey, Elijah can sing. He's not just
Yes.
a rapper. He can sing. I've heard some of his music. It would be nice to hear Elijah sing.
Sing for us, Elijah. I get why Lou is
Hey, I'm
shy.
here, guys, but
Yeah,
am
you heard
not
me
available.
freaking drunk sing the other night. You get it.
What if you sing along to your song, Lou, that you already did?
I would have to pull up the lyrics
I'll
to it
pick
again.
one.
I forgot that shit.
Oh, well.
Sing "Lean on Me."
Plus,
Elijah,
by
come
the
on,
way,
you know you know
I was
that.
way too embarrassed to release that song until MIDI fucking fixed it for me. There's no way I would have shared that with all y'all. Like, just with his producing or whatever, he auto-tuned just a little bit, and he corrected a lot of things that I was embarrassed of.
Hey,
You
I heard the
sang
rough
the
draft.
other day.
I thought it was straight.
I did for a little bit, but it was like,
Yeah, okay.
it was like I might as well have been singing Christmas carols or something like that. Like, no, there's some people with real talent in here. Like, for me, it's like I can work way too hard to get an okay product if it's polished like severely. There's some people in here who can actually do a good job. I'm sure of it. Or we could just take it to the embarrassment level, and I guess that's what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody who just goes out there and embarrasses themselves. Is that it?
No.
You know?
This is a team building exercise.
Oh, okay.
It's also like getting out of your shell and comfort zone and trying something.
Yes. And we have more balls than the Globers.
Yeah, I never hear them do this. I'll give you that.
This reminds me of like Led Zeppelin from like the 3 album.
It is so hard for me to pick a favorite Zeppelin tune, but definitely up in the upper ones for me is Traveling Riverside Blues and Tangerine.
That was great, Sonny. Thank you for that. And it sounded so clear.
It did sounded great.
I could hear every single note. That sounded great.
Cool.
Yeah, you got a good mic and you got it balanced and set up right for Discord.
Was it influenced?
Pardon?
Were you influenced by Zeppelin on that piece, or no, just all on your own?
I was influenced by Zeppelin quite a bit in my learning. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
That
that
sounds
sounded
very
like I said. I know my Zeppelin, man. Like that, it wasn't from 3, but it sounded like it could have been on 3. The way that you were playing that, the tuning and everything is exactly like that.
Like that.
Feel like it's funny because like I have a pretty good ear for music, but I don't know anything about music. Like I have no rhythm. Like when it comes to playing music.
Sonny, play Cashmere.
Cashmere, that's a harder one to do.
Oh, I know it is.
Plug it in.
Oh, let the sun beat down upon my...
I could play it. Give me a second here.
And the stars fill my dreams. I'm a traveler of both time and space.
Let's get a karaoke track, Battlemon.
I'm hoping other people will do it. I'll make an ass of myself before it's over. Don't worry.
It's already almost over. You're the last act. Like nobody else.
Oh,
sad.
no,
You guys
no.
are so lame.
There's a few people drinking here, damn it. I know there is. Some more? Come on now. I know you can sing, Hank. Do that old Hank. Well, hold up. Here, let's try this.
Then you know I'm driving. I can't be drinking and shit.
We didn't even tell everybody it was on.
'Cause I'm free falling. No drinking here, though.
All right, we're gonna do some Tom Petty for Themor. Here we go. Let me check it out. I'll find some. See if I can find the karaoke version.
Oh man, I don't know Tom Petty that well.
We'll get you some lyrics too.
Oh wow, you guys are going all out tonight, huh? Well, let's go.
All right, this might take a second to set you up with lyrics and get you the video. Let me find the first. I'll find the video.
We need Sonny on the guitar, don't we? Who's our guitar player for the night?
Oh wait, okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna get the regular song, and then pull up the lyrics. Then I'll clear that and get the karaoke version, so that you can read the lyrics but have it with the karaoke version. Kind of complicated, but I think that might be the best.
There you go, Sonny.
You could also copy the lyrics into a text file and then drop it into the Livestream voice text, and then you can open the text file just clicking it in the text.
Wait, that's right. There's a command where I don't have to actually pull
There's the lyrics.
I can just pull up lyrics free falling.
There's the lyrics.
She's a good girl.
Yeah.
Loves her mama.
Okay. Here's what I got in Groovy Command. Who's about to sing it again? Themar or whatever. Themor. How do you say that?
Some more.
Whatever you want. There you go, model.
Themor. All right. I'll give you a DJ roll and then take it away when you're done.
Remember Judas used to say, "You're saying it wrong, Mike." God damn it. Every time I said it, he was correcting my speech for years.
When I'm just above Livestream voice text and Groovy Command, there's free falling lyrics, and now I'll hit -P. Free falling.
Hey, look, everybody's got the lyrics in front of them. Fire it up. Let's do this.
He said, "Come on, man, you're making me wait too long."
She's a good girl. Loves her mama. Loves Jesus and America too. She's a good girl. Crazy about Elvis. Loves horses and her boyfriend too. Long day living in Reseda. There's a freeway running through the yard. And I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart. And I'm free. Free falling. Yeah, I'm free. Give her a free falling. Vampires walking through the valley, moving west down Ventura Boulevard. All the bad boys are standing in the shadows. Good girl, a home with broken heart. I'm free falling. I'm free. Free falling. Free falling. I'm free falling. Free falling. Now I'm free falling. Now I'm free falling. Wanna glide down over Mulholland Boulevard. Wanna write her name in the sky. Gonna free fall out into nothing. Gonna leave this world for a while. on, everybody. Are you free? Let's get free. Free falling.
Turned a lot more southern in your singing than you do in your talking.
You want me to? I was trying to get everybody to say free falling.
That was amazing.
Screw up this lyric, right?
I'm so happy.
It's all free falling from here. Free falling and free falling and free falling. Get off the ball. Our baby free fall.
Hey, he was willing to step up there and
Let's do it.
bomb in front of all of us. So let that lead. No, I'm just kidding. Good job, man. Where are you actually from, though? Because, like I said, you totally
Well
turned
done.
more. You actually you turned. I heard a lot more southern twang in your voice there. All of a sudden.
Oh well, yeah, that's just Tom Petty coming out, right? You got to go with the Tom Petty.
That doesn't
I'm
sound like
Southern.
Tom Petty, though. That didn't. That's what I'm saying. It didn't sound like Tom. So, like, where are you actually from?
Southern California. So
Huh.
maybe I'm just hanging out in here too much with all these Southerners.
What do you mean, all these Southerners? How many Southerners do you think are in here?
Well,
We should do a group
stuck
song.
with Helio for 12 hours. You never know.
Let's get everybody singing a song. Play a song everybody knows.
Like?
What are you talking about? The national anthem or something?
No. Like a popular rock song.
There is
Oh,
not
what's a good
one
one?
song that everybody knows.
The Humpty
There's got to be one we all know.
There's got to be. Come on.
Baby by Justin Bieber.
There's always a song that everybody knows. You can even go with like Britney Spears. Everybody's heard that shit at some point in their life.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, really? Hit me, baby, one more time.
That's
I know
literally
that
the
one.
song I was thinking of. So yeah, prove
Oh
me
my
right.
God, let's all do it.
Baby, one more time.
Not,
Yeah.
not me.
No, thank you. I'm muting.
May be the
Next
only
week we
lyric
wanting
to
to
that
do
song I know.
Genie in a bottle.
So we're all singing.
But it would be the best if we do Britney Spears and everybody has to do the Britney Spears impression. That would also be great.
Well,
It would
Well,
kill
we're,
us.
we're all almost drunk enough to.
Batamo said
Well,
Genie
that'd
in
be
the
one for
bottle.
all the women. Then we'd have to pick one for all the men. Like, I'm sure everybody here knows the devil went down to Georgia.
Wait, what
Oh, I
if we
love that
found?
one.
Okay,
What if we had a song?
What about Surfing USA or like a Beatles song?
Let's
That
go
everyone knows.
now, everybody surfing now.
Devil
went down to
If everybody had an ocean.
Are you
Devil
talking about
went
Surf
down.
City? The Beach Boys. That's the Beach Boys, I believe.
Yeah,
Surf
we should do
City.
that one.
Pina colada.
Showing
Devil,
my age.
Roxanne.
Devil went to Jamaica is better.
You don't have to put up the red light. No.
Okay, I'm also
Roxanne, you don't have to turn on the red light. Walk
Make it
you don't
globe.
have to sell your body
Make
to
it the
night.
globe tonight. You don't have to put on the
sell
globe
your
tonight.
body to the night. Roxanne, you don't have to wear red dress tonight. Don't say no, but you don't have to sell your body to the night.
I love this song.
I'm gonna have my throat hurting.
Can you play "Come Together" by the Beatles? Does everyone know that one?
Well,
That's a
hold up,
great
he
one.
was getting right.
You guys
Hang
just
on
keep
there.
talking about City Love. I love you guys. Here comes so flapped up, he come cruising up slowly.
Woo!
We could do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
About the
Well, let's
electric.
just have Sonny play some songs. Damn it, there we go.
I need the lyrics though to that.
All the time. We gotta have him play something we can do a bad job singing to.
Well, what if we
Up,
play it with the
hey,
karaoke
hey,
and he plays along too?
Uptown Girl.
I don't know that.
Yeah, we could probably do that one actually.
No,
We
do
could
a
Rick
song
roll
by
the motherfucking
Aerosmith.
lobby. We could Rick roll the lobby.
Do the song by Aerosmith, Mike.
The song by Aerosmith. What one?
Goose.
What it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had it on. I forgot I had it on.
Let the sun beat down upon my face. Let the stars fill my dreams. What one? Sweet Emotion? Living on the Edge? I thought the women were getting ready to bust into something there.
Yeah, we were gonna do "Come Together," but everyone should sing it.
Come
What
together.
about a song? What about a song that can be done in parts, like guys and girls? Like we have like.
Oh, okay. Song from
Are we
Grease. or
are we
something?
talking about a Sonny and Cher thing?
Hey, sing
I got
Whiskey
you,
Lullaby
babe.
with Brad Paisley.
Is that too loud?
What about "I Got You, Babe" by Sonny and Cher?
That's kind of
That's like a-
lame.
Wow.
Everybody knows Sinatra.
Who's doing "Come Together"? Are you gonna do "Come Together," Mrs. Musk?
Can you put the words up? I'll try.
We should all do it.
All of us?
I love for coming together.
I'd like to almost rewrite the perms so that I could get the body here because that'll pull up the lyrics. Damn it! But we can just pull up the lyrics otherwise.
Is "Come Together" by the Beatles anything like "Come Together" by Aerosmith? Because I don't think I know "Come Together" by the Beatles.
It's the same song basically.
Okay. Because I know
You can
Aerosmith.
mix in your Aerosmith style in with it. That'll work.
Okay, I'm posting the lyrics.
Some Tracy Chapman shit.
I'm
Come
posting
together
the
by
lyrics.
who?
Aerosmith. She said Beatles. That's why I was
Yes, by the
asking.
Beatles.
Yeah.
Oh, and it starts perfect. Here come old flat top, aka the Earth.
Oh, you brought them up. Okay.
I posted the lyrics.
And you want to do the Beatles version of it?
Here come old flat he come grooving up slowly. You are only
And down to this knee. It's too good to do
What he please?
Stay on time.
so done.
This is not working as a group.
You're so on because of internet.
Hey, get ready. Coming up.
Restart it.
Oh.
When no shoes shine,
He
He got
got
clothes
no down
on,
for
he got
me. He got
on
no
his finger.
finger.
He
He
grew
got
cold,
no
like
color. He
I
said,
know
I know you.
you know me.
You know
One thing I can
One
tell
thing
one
you
I
thing
is
can
I
you
can
got
tell
tell
to
you,
you is
be
you got
free
to be free.
come
Come
get
right
the
now
right
over
now
me.
over me.
Woo! He begged production, he got
He got
Warner
all
Brothers,
come
he
by.
went
He got
on no
no
sour, he won final
no
treasure, he
treasure.
got
He got
deep
deep
down
down
below his
below
knees.
his knees.
Oh,
Oh,
one
and
years
on deck
on
you
deck,
can feel
you
his
can feel his
disease.
disease.
Come
Come
together
together
right
right
now
now.
over
Over me.
me.
Over me.
He roller
Roller
coaster, he
coaster,
got
he got
early
early
warning, he got
warning, he got
muddy
muddy
water.
water, he won mojo
road,
filter,
no
he
filter.
said, one and one and one is two. Say,
Be good
got to
looking
be
'cause
good
he's so
looking
hard
'cause
to
he's so
see.
So
hard to
hard to
see.
see.
Together
So
right
together,
now over me.
Over me.
yeah.
Bring it home.
Come together.
Come together.
Hello, hello. Yeah, hi. Can y'all like unmute Razor?
Weezer.
Is it still
I
here?
can't believe that went live out to the world. Yay!
I couldn't
Hell
participate anymore. I was laughing too hard at how funny that sounded
What
when it
Weezer
delayed.
songs? Somebody say Weezer?
It's 4
Look,
a.m.
now
here,
you got
Steve.
everybody thinking about,
So
oh my
can we all
life,
agree
that
no
is
more
on
group
YouTube.
efforts, just like one person?
Damn Skippy it is.
Okay, who's next?
Maybe we could do a duet. I don't know.
Yeah, it works with a duet
would
if
be the most.
they're switching
You'd
between
have to
each other.
take
So one
turns. Not the
sings
thing
and
where you're
then the
singing
other one
together in
starts with
harmony.
the other part.
Maybe it's time for the electric drill motor humbucker style. I don't think my neighbors will mind much.
That means we're not doing any like folk music. Folk music is out of the question, okay?
Sonny, can you play any Puddle of Mud? She fucking hates me. Met a girl, thought she was grand. Fell in love, found out firsthand.
I would have to listen to it.
Twitty. Any Conway Twitty?
Conway Twitty. Hello, darling. Nice to see you.
Fucking hate
You
me.
playing the drill? You playing the drill?
Sounds like someone's getting a feeling.
You're just as
What the
lovely
fuck is going on in here?
as you used to be.
Join the insanity,
No
bro.
crying
Fucking
bullshit now. Come on,
let
no
loose.
crying shit.
We need to
We're having
figure out how to turn that.
karaoke.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
No
trying to do
crying.
we're trying to do a flat earth drunken karaoke through Discord, which is like guaranteed to have
Challenging.
lots of problems.
Challenging to say the least.
Getting us.
So
But no
far,
crying.
Nero's got drunk part down.
Look, I get it if you guys want to do country and shit, right? That's the go-to thing for karaoke, but no crying bullshit. No crying songs.
No crying songs?
No crying songs. Those are out. Can't do
There's a tear in my beer, and I'm crying for you.
Don't rock the jukebox, my baby's
You
gone.
are all my lonely
I really
mind.
know funny country anyway.
I'm so confused.
Who's not? If you're not confused, then you're just not paying attention.
Lou, in the time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. Butane in my veins and I'm out to cut the junkie with the plastic eyeballs and the spray paint, vegetables, dog food stalls with the beefcake pantyhose. Kill the headlights and
put it in neutral. Doc Coughlin with the
Doc-
cruise,
car
cruise
flaming with the
control.
loser at the cruise control. Babies in the Reno with the vitamin D. Got a couple of couches. Sleep on the love seat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh my god.
Someone came in saying I'm insane to complain, but about a shotgun wetting in a stain on my shirt.
I gotta know what key to start in.
Read everything that you read. You got a parking violation and a maggot on your sleeve, so shave your face with some mace in the dark. Saving all your food.
Yo, cut it. Boy, Umberdor. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? Joy. Hey, just play it. Play the music, Lou. We'll do it
Well,
together.
listen, well,
Forces of
sometime,
evil in a
listen,
bozo nightmare.
anybody's going to invoke country, you have to do. You can't even invoke country unless you do Hank Williams Jr. A country boy can survive. I mean, it has to be done.
Oh, I
Everyone
can't do
knows it.
You said no
You heard
fear in
the
songs.
song, those
I
things that
can't
piss me
go.
off.
Yeah,
Do
I can't
what?
do that. He sucks
What? A
loving
country boy can't survive?
today.
You can't do
You heard
that.
the song, little things that piss me off.
Oh, come on, hold up.
So what's like doing besides singing like show games and something else?
In the time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. Butane in my veins and I'm out to cut the junkie with the plastic eyeballs and the spray paint vegetables. Dog food stalls with the beefcake pantyhose. Kill the headlights and put it in neutral. Stock car flaming with the loser at the cruise control. Babies in Rio with the vitamin D. Got a couple of couches. Sleep on the love seat. Come on, Lou.
I didn't know we were doing the duet. Ah, shit. Wait.
Someone came in saying I'm insane to complain about a shotgun wedding and a stain on my shirt. Don't believe everything that you breathe. You got a parking violation and a maggot on your sleeve. To say, yeah, we're already behind. So why don't you kill me?
The song well enough, by the way. I know that first part pretty well, but nothing more.
Why don't you kill me? Forces of evil in a bozo nightmare. Ban all the music with a phony gas taper, cause one's got a weasel and the other's got a flag. One's on the pole, so the other in a bag with the rerun shows and the cocaine nose job. The daytime crap of the both seekers slob. He hung himself with a guitar string, a slab of turkey neck, and it's hanging from a pigeon wing. You can't relate. If you can't relate, trade the casket of beef for the body full of hate. My time is a piece of wax
falling on a termite,
on a termite,
choking on the splinter.
Yo, bring it on down. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Reckon Sie Deutsch, baby. Know what I'm saying?
Things are gonna change. I can feel it.
Loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Loser, baby. I can usually spit that whole thing without tripping over my tongue, but damn it, I'm not drunk.
You don't know the timing of it either because it was the karaoke version and it,
Yeah.
blah blah.
I didn't know whether to start on the fourth fucking hook or the third. Living easy, loving free.
What?
Niggas on the ride, out for nothing. Keep me be, taking everything with my stride. Don't need reason, don't need rhyme. Ain't nothing I'd rather do. Going down, out of time. My friends are gonna be there too. Now,
You shook me.
I'm on the highway to hell.
I'm on the highway to hell. Well, that's
No stop signs, speed limit. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Like a wheel, gonna spin it. Nobody's gonna mess me around. Hey, Satan. Hey, now, Jews.
He used to do a pretty good AC/DC and Guns N' Roses, like Axl Rose impression. But like nowadays when I do it, I just start choking after a little while. Like I can maybe get used to it.
Look at me. I'm on my way to the promised land. Ow! Johnny,
Let you know,
Johnny,
yes, I get news from the news. That's got me hanging around.
hanging on the sky because he's getting me high. I got the urge because I never die. I see bright lights.
Did you switch songs?
I was just doing my best AC/DC impression.
That was good.
I gotta
Okay,
keep
get
it at a
ready.
certain
Okay,
level.
Battlemont.
or it-
Okay, Battlemont.
It
Okay,
blows my
Battlemont.
throat out.
You shook me all night long. Okay, let me do the intro.
Well, hold up, man. Now let me pull up the lyrics. Oh.
I messed up.
I don't know. She was a fast machine. She got a motor queen. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen. I can't do this one, man. My throat's already dried out.
You're killing it, Battlemon. You can do a really good roar.
Post the lyrics, Battlemon, and we'll all do it with you.
Well, I do love AC/DC. This is I was born on this shit.
When you post the lyrics to it, more people will jump in.
I said your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll.
My pappy said, son, you're going to drive me to drinking if you don't stop driving that hot
Stop
rod
driving
Lincoln.
that hot rod Lincoln.
You got to do that pause, though, Luke. That hot. You got to do the pause in between hot rod Lincoln.
Rod.
Oh, damn it.
Lincoln.
I just posted this shit in a whole nother server and shit.
They're going to wonder what the fuck's wrong with my...
Citizen Z. Mike, what are you doing? Karaoke? Yeah.
Imagine being a globe head joining in right now.
One did, and he was so triggered.
She was the best damn woman that I ever seen. She had the eyes telling me no lies, knocking me out with those American thighs. Taking more than a share, she had me hiding for air. She told me to come, but I was already there.
Playing too many
The
songs.
wall started shaking, the earth was quaking, my mind was aching, and we were making it.
You got to start over, Mike.
Okay, start it over.
Mike, start it over.
I don't know if I got another
Start
one in me.
over. What the fuck?
Okay, is the guitar too loud?
I know, I
Not
gotta
loud enough?
clear my damn throat.
Is the volume on the guitar loud? Too loud? Not loud enough? What's it?
Crank it up a little.
All that cottonmouth just rumbled up to the top.
Two, three, four.
She was a fast machine. She got a motor queen. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen. She had the side with side and no lie. With those American side. Taking more than a share, she had me fighting for air. She told me to come, but I was already there. No, I can't do too many of your songs, man. It kills my throat.
The world started shaking, the earth was quaking, my heart was aching, we were making it.
Oh no! No! suck my hole! Yeah! You suck me! You suck my hole! Yeah! No!
I can't do it.
Hold on, shut up. That was fucking great.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's so fucking funny as shit.
I say Karma goes next. She has a Journey parody.
I bet his throat hurts now.
Oh man, I can do that one for a while. It's incredible. I don't know how to do it.
Wait. Karma. Yeah, see, Drace and Karma was in on this, wasn't they, Kai? Don't let them take no back
Yes.
seat.
I know Karma has a good parody.
Give me some rest time on my throat, damn it. Come on now. You all done humbled me. You know I'm not perfect,
can't
right?
promise it's great.
If you want to take jabs at BattleMod, go ahead and do it right now. It's free, and that goes for all you in there.
I think it was great. It was weird.
Lou, that was fucking awesome, dude. If you could do that shit through the whole song, bro, you'd have him down pat.
We'll have to do that for real someday. I don't know.
That was incredible.
Tonight's the night, man.
Get him some shorts and some suspenders and the hat, baby. I got the hat right here. I golf in it. I golf in that hat. I look like Angus when I'm golfing. Damn it, I ain't gonna lie. Shirtless with suspenders and some pocket shorts. Cargo.
5 foot tall, like leprechaun looking, like dude, just hopping around on stage.
Yes, bright green socks, bright green shorts. That's the fun of golf, bro. That's the fun of it. Who's gonna laugh at me? You know how much a membership costs, motherfucker?
Yeah, well, you just let me know. I'm ready to go in.
Yeah, so you guys ready for this?
Yeah, because I'm taking a bathroom break. Have fun.
Yeah, have Lou play it.
Yeah, I got the song ready.
Oh, JK.
You can't reach the bathroom from where you're sitting, Mike?
My voice is hoarse, so I'm not going to belt it or anything. Whenever this starts.
Oh, cool.
Just a flatterous girl living in a baller world.
I'm early. Oh, sorry about that.
Let's start living in a baller world. We take the disco train going anywhere. I'm just a grown-head fool, indoctrinated by school. He took the disco train going anywhere. We're on the live stream. Teaching will be time to scream. For a while they can stand and fight. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting. And then out of these we get knowledge. Tested by the mind. Live stream people living just to find the truth, hiding somewhere in plain sight. Working hard, but to move the feathers. Circles going round like every time. Like the wind, love will lose. I'm born to be at you. Oh, the nonsense never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Darkens, waiting, sitting down in the arena. The part back into the night. Mainstream people living based on just emotion, hiding somewhere in their mind. Because if you stop believing and prepare to feel, I never know if things going to start doing. Oh, there it is. Please help me with time. Please stop believing and antiquated theories. Mainstream people. Please stop believing in nonsense. Mainstream people. Please stop believing in pretty theories. Mainstream people. Oh my god, I don't know. Done. I did nothing. I'm gonna mute again.
Whoa. That ended quite quickly.
Get it, girl.
Good job. I hope
Awesome.
mine wasn't overpowering.
I love the lyrics.
That was so good, girl. You have such a sweet voice.
She's got one of those sultry voices.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
Here-
I ever
here,
did a duet with someone, it would have to be with you, Karma, because you're the only one that's got the same type of voice that I do.
Do that
I would
air
love to
supply
do a
all
duet.
out of love. Hey, how about Ozzy and Lita? Have you guys heard that Ozzy Osbourne and Lita Ford? Lately,
Does that mean you're gonna sing, Truth?
I get so sad inside and I don't really understand. The girl does that part though.
Well, I mean, anyone gets buzzed enough, they're going to sing. It doesn't matter, but it's like it's got to be some shit that I know that I'm familiar with. That was cool, and she was familiar with it, but that's just not.
I just like Ozzy's opening lyrics, and if I close my eyes forever, he says, "Heaven is in the palm of my hand, and it is waiting here for you."
Dude, but I don't get why nobody. It's like the globe belief in the heliocentric model it is a religion. So why hasn't anyone done I'm losing my religion parody?
I
That's
don't
a
know,
great
but I
idea.
caught the end of that, Karma. I loved it.
Okay, Karma, that might be what we have to do.
Me and Karen used to do this on a regular basis because it brings people together. It brings it down to earth. It humanizes us. We're just humans. There were times when we brought our kids in here, and while we were sipping our bottles, we'd let our kids go. Like her kids and my kid, my daughter, my youngest, were doing songs together.
That's kind of what
Like
this
an
reminds
anime.
me of. It reminds me of when the kids start, doing their own thing, and then the grown-ups get interested and they start joining in with them just because they enjoy how much fun the kids are having together.
Yeah, see, Karen's boy and my daughter did like an animal, and I got to feeling like he was singing directly to her. I was like, oh man, he's hitting on you, girl. And she just kept elbowing me, like, shut up, Dad, we're doing it. It's fun, though.
Literally why I work
Everybody
with kids.
People seeing me as a parent. I just
Yeah, and by
mad
the way,
so
you sound like
badly.
a great dad.
Yeah.
I try to be. All we can
That
do
would
is try.
explain why you are one.
As a father, that's all I would expect of my children. They try their best. I think my father only expected the same of me.
Well, I never met my dad, but I would have been honored to have one like you. But that kind of sounds a little weird since we're kind of around the same age. So, I just like put that out there a little bit. Yeah,
It's understandable, yeah.
Yeah, it's not weird because it's kind of like saying if my father had been the type of character that you are, I would have been super lucky to have him as a dad. That is just a compliment on what kind of dad he is, regardless of age. It's a great compliment.
Yeah, what she
Yeah,
said.
hey, on the other end, you can call me daddy if you want. But thank you. Lou, you gonna do the air supply? I'm lying alone with my head on the phone, thinking of you.
You're gonna do that.
Her.
Come on, Lou. Let's hear it.
Hey, don't go volunteering. Don't go volunteering me for shit. Like
all you gotta do
I
is
will
say the
surprise the
word.
shit out of
Here.
you when I'm ready. Okay, like that's
I
my
know
shtick.
you were too, but what else can we do? Tormented and torn apart. Helio would do this with me a duet. I wish I could carry your
Helio
smile
would
in
sing
my
anything that
heart.
you told him to because
Times
Helio is
when
just
my
like that.
life seems so
Helio.
Where's
low,
Julio on freaking karaoke night?
Yeah,
it
no
would make
shit.
me believe what
Helio's
tomorrow
slept
could
his
be.
fucking ass in here,
When
man.
today doesn't really know. I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. I know you were right, believing for so long. Who don't love
I
Air
kind of love the
Supply?
song.
I love the song more than it loves me.
This is probably the one night that Helio went to bed on time. So it's like the one and only night that he didn't overdrink and went to bed on time and is getting adequate sleep and all this.
He's actually hosting a meetup tonight. I was supposed to be there.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's right. I forgot.
I couldn't. Lost my sitter.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. What? I know y'all be loving this shit right here. LMIMP Biscuit is right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Is that truth? Are you gonna do one?
Who, me? Well, I haven't practiced one. I mean,
I didn't practice
dude,
mine.
it's like you guys were.
I don't
What,
practice.
you didn't practice yours. You guys were ready for it. You knew you were gonna have it.
Yeah, but
I just wrote the lyrics. I had never actually performed the lyrics. So it was the first time.
Okay, I have another parody I can do.
What's Kai put me out there? I do want to do a parody on. If someone does one, I do want to do one on losing my religion because that fits so much with it with the glove.
Yeah. Kai is gonna make another song, I think. So that sounds great. I just have a tiny little bit, which is I started writing a parody for The Sound of Silence. I haven't finished it.
Oh god, that's just such a good fucking song. Like I know it's like almost like it's been overplayed over the last few since Disturbed did it, but they did such a good job with it. And God, I really love that song.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking about it currently is something along the lines of the sound of silence on the Discords all alone. No Glober coming home. I wait here all alone. The others must be on the phone. On the Discord, where the
my
Globe
old
comes
friend.
to die. My guy. That's all I have for now.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
To bring me some
I've
of that
come to talk with
curvature,
you
but all they bring me is a turd.
I love that third thing. Was hilarious.
Hey, Sonny.
Pull
Can you
my
play?
trigger once again.
Can you play House of the Rising Sun?
Yeah, I can play that one.
There is a house
Trivia before you
in New
do. No trivia
Orleans.
before you do. All right, what is the House of the Rising Sun?
It's a whorehouse.
Hey, not you, Sonny. Everybody else but you.
Of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one.
I keep on hearing that's a Zeppelin tune. Somebody was playing that earlier today too. That's like I don't know the name of the tune, but ding 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 ding.
Well, then it
Like,
must be synchronicity. It's meant to be, Lou. Just
No. They were playing it in here. It's the same guy.
That's Breakfast in America, isn't it?
No. That's Zeppelin.
It's not. It's a Fleetwood Mac song.
Fleetwood
Mac. Breakfast in America.
Oh, I love Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah. Okay, forgive me if I make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
She broke down and finally let me in. We sat down and talked flat earth again. Oh well. One of these days I'll get it right.
Just post the lyrics, man.
That's a great guitar tune, man. I really love the way that sounds.
Yeah, just post the lyrics and we'll all jump in with you or something.
I sort of made up my own lyrics to it, but there's not that many lyrics.
Oh, okay.
It almost sounds like Blackbird from.
Sonny, I could imagine you around a campfire, man.
I've
Like
actually worked on
you would be required around a campfire.
I know. I love playing around
Yes.
campfire.
Do you know Blackbird?
I'll play all day and all night.
Yes. We should sing it as Black Swan, Karma.
Dude, I have a bit
Well,
of
that
a
doesn't
parody
seem
going
right.
for that. I was writing that for fun. It was something like Effie
Between
debates
your
to the
guitar
dead of
talents
night.
and my
Take
pyrotechnics,
the blinded eyes and learn to see. All your life been oppressed but think that you are free. Effie debates to the dead of night. Globe is coming in to try to fight. 'Cause all their lives they were just believing in the globe lies. All their lives. Stuff like that.
We don't need any lyrics, Karma. You sound great by yourself.
I want to hear you sing
Or I mean
Waterfalls.
music. Sorry, my bad.
Can you sing Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls?
I only know the 2 first lines because my friend kept singing it. It's funny, the only line I know from the song is literally "Don't go chasing waterfalls," because he'd always walk by going, "Don't go chasing waterfalls," and then she'd do nothing
don't
more
know
and
how
just
I would
keep
play
walking.
this.
Kai should do.
She just kept
Kai
chasing the
should do.
waterfall.
Don't go chasing curvature.
Kai should
Stick
do
to
Cindy
the flat
Lauper.
horizon,
Girls,
you know.
they wanna have fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh, girls just wanna have. They just wanna. I can't do it.
I'm so tired of that song though. It got played so many times when I was a teen on the
Debunking the
stupid dances.
globe.
School
Oh,
dance.
I'm just debunking the globe. I wanna debunk the globe. I wanna.
You just sing so well, Kai. You need to make more songs.
They wanna.
Yeah.
They wanna bash globes. They wanna.
I'm waiting to see a new download. I'm waiting to see a new download notification on your YouTube channel, Kai.
I wrote a parody to Adele's song "Rumor Has It." Here, I'll send that. I don't know. Is it better for me to sing it no music or with the music?
Hey,
whichever way
I
you
come
like.
home in the middle
Oh,
of the
no,
night.
man.
My
Karma
father
sounded
says,
better
when are
without
you
the
gonna
music
quit
because
that
we could
flat
hear
earth fly
her.
eye?
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't. I
you're
don't
right.
know.
I think it's better to test it with no music because then you can better hear the song and you can imagine the music in time with the lyrics instead of off beat.
Yeah, you're psychologically imposed the music in with the lyrics. But we could do both and then tell you which one's best.
Oh, Mickey, I
Great
want
idea,
to know
Drew.
both.
Great idea.
But this way you can hear the lyrics. Okay. The globe, it ain't real. They've been trying to hide some things they can't conceal. And Earth's feeling stranger, 'cause they've been hiding history forever and ever. Sure, you've got the ball, but baby, is that really what you want? Bless your soul, you've got your head in the clouds. They made a fool out of you, and now we're bringing them down. They told you straight lies, 'cause they're cold to the core. And now we're spending money, 'cause we know what it's for. Rumor has it, rumor. Oh shit, I forgot the next part. They just pull charades. They've been lying to the public for decades. That is zero G. They got their Photoshop and always use green screen. Like when you look close, you see wires show. Oh, haven't you heard of space bubbles? Bless your soul, you've got your head in the clouds. They made a fool out of you, and now we're bringing them down. They told you straight lies, 'cause they're cold to the core. And now it's us spending money, we know what it's for. Rumor. All of these words echo in my ear, telling stories that the earth is just a sphere. Someone else has said it don't mean that they did. 'Cause people do crazy things. So NASA said it, don't mean that they did it, just 'cause you heard it. Rumor has it, rumor has it that you will be leaving the globe.
Awesome. I don't know. I think you should. What do they say in the recording studio? Lay it
Karma's
down.
frunk. Karma's getting frunk.
So, Kai, are you going around to these like clubs and bars and trying to book yourself? You should be doing that.
Dude, I know 20
And then
bands that would love to play for you.
and then once you get in there, just sing these normal these normie songs, and then once you get in there and everyone starts loving you, then to work in these flat earth parodies. I just say do it, man.
Yeah. Excellent.
I just
plan.
can't get enough of
Bitch,
the
Trojan
music.
horse.
This is so good.
That too. I'm pretty much going along with any plan that'll give me more of Kai's music. I'm a huge fan.
Hey, I bet you could do this one. Check this one out, Kai. Where are you at? Let me tag you. You ever heard of Samantha Fish? Shake 'em on
No.
down. Shake 'em on down.
Is her last name written fish like the actual fish that goes blub blub?
I'm sure you could wrap that around a flat Earth parody. See, Tour knows. Yeah, Samantha Fish. She plays them cigar box guitars. Louisiana.
If I was still in my 20s, I'd do it with you, Kai. I would sure do it with you, for sure.
Yeah, honestly, though, everybody outside of Iceland has just the funniest last names. I love that you can be named Fish. Like, that's just a normal name, just being called
I think
Fish.
you're more talented than what you realize.
Yeah,
Totally
I
is.
haven't heard
She's
my
one of the
hero
superstars. Well,
impersonation
just
yet.
realized.
Yeah, it's always a trip when you go back and listen to yourself. Like you might not even recognize yourself if you never listened to yourself sing. It's pretty cool to hear when someone actually has talent and when it comes together.
You could show them what gravity is all about. Just put yourself out there and everyone will like gravitate towards you.
It would be the one time gravity showed his ugly head.
I'm warning you,
Right?
son. I had a frunk over once, and oh man.
Yeah,
Like near the end of the typo, am I?
I'm observing a phenomenon, and it's Kai.
Is it a shoe?
No, it's Kai. It's
Trace.
Kai, man. It's
Nice,
crazy good.
Yeah.
I'll never stop laughing at Brenda's shoe phenomenon. Phenomenon.
We should all form a band and call ourselves the Flat Jacks. Are you down, Sonny?
Who's doing Sweet Home Alabama, damn it?
Will you guys screw up just like the Beatles and say you're bigger than Jesus?
Pony.
I used to play
Big wheels keep on turning. Carry me home to see my kin. Singing songs about the Southland. I'm missing Alabama once again, and I think it's a sin, yeah. Well, I heard Mr. Young sing a ballad.
Sorry.
Well, I heard old Neil Young put her down. Well, I hope Neil Young will remember. The Southern man don't need him around anyhow. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue and the governor's true. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you, yes I am. None of you guys know the song? In Birmingham, they love the governor.
Oh, we know. We just think that you're the best at it.
Yeah. Now we all did what we could do. Now Watergate don't not bother me. Does your conscience bother you? Tell the truth. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are blue. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you. Here I come.
Can't do all that lead stuff. Have to get the electric. Get the electric back out.
Hey, what do you think? Could you do that Shake 'em on Down song, Kai? Oh, Kai fell out.
Uh-oh. I hope she's okay when she fell out.
Everyone's got to take a piss every now and then.
Oh, it's kind of like with cows. One starts peeing, everybody starts peeing.
Quick,
I did not realize that.
throw her a life raft.
You learn
Life
something
preserver.
every day, don't you?
Damn it, let's get somebody who ain't did one yet. There's a lot of them in here.
Does it work with other animals too? Do like all the horses piss at the same time? I don't know why I'm curious
Somebody
about
do
this.
Ice Ice Baby. I ain't saying she's a gold digger. She ain't fucking with no broke nigga. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. Get down. Man, you guys must be boring at the bar. See, everybody I know has a favorite bar time
You
karaoke.
motherfucker! I just belted some AC/DC for you on here. You talking to me or everybody else?
Then he's not talking to you.
Were you just singing Gold Digger?
Yeah.
You can recognize the song. I fucking love it.
She ain't fucking with no broke nigga.
Do you
I
share
ain't
my
saying
music
she's
taste?
a
What's
gold
happening?
digger. Go
But
ahead,
see,
girl.
must
Go
with the
ahead. Get
broke
down.
niggas.
What?
Yeah, get down.
Sing it.
I need the lyrics.
Icelandic,
Just
but you
sing
know
it.
our hits. Let me see. I bet I
Ooh,
can find
PCO
the
says he
lyrics.
does Spanish songs. Let's get him to sing. He's a cute one. I bet he has a good voice.
She takes my money when I'm in need.
Oh, she's a gangster. Got a friend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger. Anytime she gonna dig on me.
Yep.
I love that.
We got to do more songs that have flat Earth in them.
I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke now.
Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. Get down.
Who's doing NWA?
I can see for miles and miles.
NWA.
Down the street in my 6 foot. Wait, is that just easy or is that
Woke up
NWA?
quick at about noon. Just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. I gotta get drunk before my day begins. Before my mama starts bitching about my friends. About to go and damn near went blind. Young niggas on the path throwing up gang signs. Ran in the house to get my clip with the black pin on the side of my head. Bailed outside and pointed my weapon. Just as I thought, the fool kept stepping. Little did he know I had a loaded 12 gauge. One sucker dead. LA Times front page.